Chen, hurry, faster. You little slut, I'll come satisfy you right now. Suddenly, a voice that was hard to describe came through the loudspeakers of the campus radio at Imperial Capital University. Yi Fan, exhausted after a day of internship, walked through the school gate. The moment he heard the voice, he froze completely. This voice, it was clearly his girlfriend, Su Peipei's. And the Chen she was referring to was none other than Chen Haowen, the infamous rich second generation who was known for his arrogance at school. Oh my god. Su Peipei is so daring, doing something like this in the school's broadcasting room? Did you see the guy standing there? That's Yi Fan. He's the famous simp at our school, chasing Su Peipei for 4 years. They've only been together for a month, and now, Su Peipei has already put such a huge green hat on him. The sounds from the speaker grew more intense. The students passing by couldn't help but look at Yi Fan and gossip about him. Their eyes were filled with pity, mockery, or a sense of malicious joy, as if they were watching something that had nothing to do with them. Yi Fan knew that, during the years he pursued Su Peipei, he had been ridiculed as a simp. But he always believed that as long as his feelings were true, the outcome would be good. Even if the process looked messy, it didn't matter. So, when Su Peipei finally agreed to be his girlfriend, he couldn't have been happier. So what if he was a simp? At least he got what he wanted. In order to secure a future for the two of them, Yi Fan quickly found an internship during his senior year when there were few classes. Every day, he endured the disgusting orders and challenges from his manager, just to gain more experience and save up for their future together. But who would have thought that Su Peipei would do such a disgusting thing behind his back? Yi Fan wanted to rush into the broadcasting room right away and ask her why, but in the face of this sudden shock, his body just wouldn't move. Before long, the sound of a lighter could be heard from the speakers. Does your boyfriend know you're this naughty? Yi Fan? That poor loser who can't even buy me an LV bag after we started dating? He's not worthy of being my boyfriend. You're the best, Chen. I really love that Chanel bag you got me. The voice from the broadcast continued with sweet, nauseating sounds. It was then that Yi Fan fully understood everything was for money. Of course, how could he, someone without background or wealth, ever compare to a rich second generation who was born with a silver spoon in his mouth? The rich could easily make the goddess he had been chasing so desperately fall into his arms, while he, as a simp, would end up with nothing, and even worse, be humiliated. It seemed as though the sky, which had been dazzlingly sunny just moments before, suddenly darkened. Thunder rumbled in the distance. Seeing this, the crowd began to quickly run for cover from the impending rain. Yi Fan stood there, looking up, and saw a lightning bolt strike straight toward him. So, being a simp really does get you struck by lightning. A thunderbolt struck precisely at Yi Fan's feet, and shortly after, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected host eligible for the Godly Rich Return System. Binding System. 1%, 2%, 3%. Congratulations, host, system binding successful. System. The golden finger that brings a wonderful life. It's here. Yi Fan, grateful for escaping death and the arrival of the system, felt his heart lighten. With the system, who needs to be a simp anymore? Of course, it was time to start a beautiful life and enjoy it to the fullest. The youth that was wasted, he would just consider it feeding the dogs. From now on, he would live only for himself, and do whatever made him comfortable. Sensing the host's enlightenment, this system is about to begin self-introduction. This system is a Godly Rich Return System. Whenever the host makes a purchase, they can receive a 2 to 100 times cash rebate. Additionally, if the host spends on a woman with a beauty score above 90, there's a chance to trigger a critical reward. The rebate and rewards are fully legal and legitimate in the real world. Yi Fan nodded. The system's introduction was clear and easy to understand. He just didn't expect that the critical reward had to be triggered by spending money on a woman. But this time, he would no longer treat any woman with a flattering attitude. If he could spend, he would; if not, then on to the next one. Anyway, it was all for the rewards. At this moment, because the gossip from the broadcast room had already spread through the school, Yi Fan received a text from Su Peipei explaining herself. Yi Fan, what Chen Haowen and I were doing just now was only rehearsing a skit. Don't listen to what others say. If you wrongly accuse me, I'll be really mad. I just finished rehearsing and I'm hungry too. Go get me a baked rice and bring it to the dorm. The one with lobster meat. The moment Yi Fan saw the message, he almost threw up. Did Su Peipei really get used to treating him like a complete fool? She did something like that and still had the nerve to act angry? And even shamelessly asked for food and drink? Screw you. Yi Fan really felt like he had been cursed before, treating such a disgusting woman like a treasure. He firmly typed a big "get lost" in the chat box and sent it, then immediately blocked Su Peipei. After doing all this, Yi Fan suddenly felt refreshed. To test the system's rebate function, Yi Fan ran to the school's convenience store and bought a pack of tissues. Ding! Spent 1 yuan, congratulations host on triggering a 10x rebate, received rebate of 10 yuan. Right after, his phone received a message showing the bank deposit. Woohoo! The system was real after all. Yifan was excited, but suddenly his stomach growled loudly. He had almost forgotten, because of all the earlier stress, he hadn't eaten anything since getting off work. But now that he had the system, how could he not eat something good? Thinking this, Yifan quickly walked toward a big restaurant near the school. On the other side, Su Peipei was lying in Chen Haowen's arms, her face full of disbelief as she saw the word get lost from Yifan. She had already tried to give him a way out, how could Yifan dare treat her like this? If it wasn't for getting him to use that little scholarship to buy her something, she would never have lowered herself to explain to the simp. Furious, she was ready to send dozens of voice messages to accuse Yifan of how heartbroken she was, but a big red exclamation mark popped up on the screen. He blocked me? How dare he? Su Peipei's eyes instantly turned red. Brother Chen, Yifan bullied me. Next time you see him, you must teach him a good lesson for me. Don't worry, if he dares mess with my woman, he won't walk away in one piece. Outside the Golden Tycoon restaurant in the imperial capital, all kinds of luxury cars and sports cars were parked. This was one of the top restaurants in the city. Every dish started at thousands of yuan, and the ingredients were flown in fresh from around the world every day. Golden Tycoon's service was also highly refined. When Yifan walked in, the restaurant manager, dressed in a sharp suit, came up to welcome him with a smile, without the slightest hint of snobbery Yifan had expected. Sir, dining in? How many people? One person. Just give me the 10,000 yuan set meal. I want to pay first, is that okay? Before coming, Yifan had already looked up the place and confidently ordered the single set meal. Right now, the savings in his card were only 20 or 30,000 yuan that he had saved over the years, so getting the rebate and making his wallet fat was the top priority. Chapter 2. Of course, the manager replied politely. Yifan handed over his bank card, and 10,000 yuan was spent in an instant. Ding! Spent 10,000 yuan, congratulations host on triggering 100x rebate, received rebate of 1 million yuan. W what? He just triggered the top level 100 times rebate. Yifan was so excited he nearly dropped his phone. Only the second time using the rebate, and he was already in the millionaire club. This is undoubtedly a future full of expectations. Sitting at the delicate small table by the floor-to-ceiling window while waiting for the dishes, Yifan began thinking about the extra rewards. The only girl Yifan had seriously pursued was Su Peipei, so he wasn't too clear on what a girl with a beauty score above 90 would look like. She must be at least a campus beauty, right? Hello, sir, here are your appetizers, foie gras and smoked salmon. Suddenly, a pair of tender, white hands, like fresh lotus roots, appeared in Yifan's sight, holding the dishes. This voice, it sounds a bit familiar? Yifan raised his eyes, and immediately saw a familiar face. On a small, oval face, the features were delicate and three-dimensional, and with her fair skin, the woman looked so beautiful that even wearing a simple work uniform, she seemed to belong to a completely different dimension from everyone else. Zero? What are you doing here, working part-time? Song Jiro was Yifan's second-year junior in the school's movie club, and one of the 4 famous campus beauties of Imperial University. But because of her solitary personality, she didn't have many friends at school, and Yifan had only occasionally bumped into her during club gatherings. Yifan had heard that her family situation wasn't great, but he never expected her to be working part-time at a restaurant at night. Song Jiro was also surprised when she saw Yifan. The consumption level at Jinjiang was not something an average college student could afford, with one dish costing almost an entire month's living expenses. And she had always heard that this senior was struggling hard to pursue his girlfriend, so why was he here alone today? Though puzzled, Song Jiro maintained her professional demeanor. Yes, thank you for your concern, senior. I'm still working, please enjoy your meal, and if you need anything, just call me anytime. But Yifan didn't want to let Song Jiro leave so quickly. His intuition told him that such a beauty must have a beauty score above 90. If that was true, then she meant much more to him than just being a junior. Just as Yifan was thinking, a blue smart value panel suddenly appeared above Song Jiro's head. The numbers soared and finally settled at 95. A woman with a beauty score of 95 has been detected on site. The host can consume to trigger a critical reward. Yifan was surprised that Song Jiro's beauty score was this high. He quickly called out to her. Jiro, why don't you stay and eat with me? Let's just catch up a bit. Song Jiro was stunned when she heard this. Senior, thank you for the kind offer, but our rules are very strict. We're not allowed to eat or chat with customers while working. Maybe next time we can eat together. Rules are dead, but people are alive. Don't worry, I won't make it hard for you. After saying that, Yifan immediately called the restaurant supervisor over. Hello, I'd like to recharge my membership card. After that, can I dine with my classmate? The restaurant supervisor looked at Song Jiro and immediately had an expression of understanding. Of course, sir, but the starting amount for our Jinjiang Yuan membership card is quite high, at least 500,000, and the balance on the card is non-refundable and non-transferable. Before the supervisor could finish speaking, Yifan directly took out his bank card and said, "Alright, then recharge it with 1 million. What? What did you say? 1 million? The supervisor almost thought he heard wrong. Although he didn't look down on Yifan, based on his appearance, it was clear that he was just an ordinary college student. When Yifan first came to dine, the supervisor thought he was just an ordinary student who had saved up money for a long time to indulge himself with one meal. He never expected this young man to take out 1 million for a membership recharge. It should be known that although the restaurant served mostly wealthy customers, it was rare for someone to take out 500,000 in cash to recharge their membership card. Let alone having to charge 1 million right from the start. How rich must someone be to spend like this? Just thinking about his commission, the restaurant manager couldn't stop smiling. "Sir, I will go ahead and handle your membership card for you. Jiro, you can relax and eat here. You don't need to work your shift tonight, your salary is still the same." Song Jiro had already been frozen in place when Yifan mentioned the million. How come this senior brother is so different from what the rumors say? At that moment, Song Jiro still hoped that Yifan was just bragging. Otherwise, with her fragile heart, it would be too much to bear having a meal with someone of such wealth. But soon, the restaurant manager happily handed a crystal card to Yifan. Ding! Spending 1 million, congratulations to the host for triggering a 7x rebate, earning a rebate of 7 million. Yifan couldn't help but curve the corner of his mouth slightly. For others, spending money is wasteful, but for him, spending money is a 100% profitable investment. This feeling is so satisfying. "Mr. Yi, I've already topped up your membership card, what else can I get for you?" "Give Miss Song one of the most expensive signature dishes from the menu." There was no choice. In order to trigger valuable critical rewards, Yifan could only act all high and mighty while ordering. "Senior brother Yi, you don't have to go to such lengths." At this point, Song Jiro no longer had to maintain the proper demeanor of a waitress. She was immediately put back into her shy and introverted form, the one that had been hiding from others. A nervous blush climbed up her fair cheeks, and she was so awkward that her delicate lips almost disappeared. This was the first time Yifan had seen her show such a vivid expression. You know, Song Jiro was famous at school for her cold face, as the unapproachable campus beauty. It seemed that this was just her deliberate disguise to keep a distance from others. This is clearly a cute, naive girl. The dishes were served, and Song Jiro still wanted to refuse, but Yifan simply put down his own utensils and leaned back, acting full. "Ah, I didn't expect the single person set to fill me up. Jiro, these new dishes, it's all up to you." Song Jiro naturally knew the value of these dishes. For someone like her, who worked part-time and was thrifty, seeing food wasted was a huge sin. There was nothing else she could do, so she began to eat with big mouthfuls, her cheeks puffing out like an adorable little hamster. Meanwhile, Yifan watched her eat, occasionally adding more food to her bowl, as if he were afraid she wouldn't eat enough. Song Jiro felt something was off. She felt like she was the pig from Spirited Away, and Yifan was intentionally feeding her to make her fat. Is this some rich person's weird habit? She didn't understand. Once they had almost finished eating, Yifan called the manager to settle the bill for the dishes that had been served separately. He was curious to see if Song Jiro would bring him any unexpected rewards. Ding! Detected that the host, a 95-point high beauty female, spent 100,000, triggering a critical reward. Congratulations, the host receives 70% of shares in Jinjiang Group. Yifan's eyes immediately lit up when he heard the announcement. Jinjiang Group? Isn't that the big owner behind this restaurant? It owns not only high-end restaurant brands like Jinjiang Yuan, but also runs hotels, tourism, and passenger services, with a total market value of nearly 50 billion yuan. Now that Yifan was a major shareholder, the quarterly dividends would definitely be a huge sum. This was much more efficient than getting cash back one transaction at a time. He didn't expect Song Jiro to bring him such a huge reward so easily. Now, no matter what, he couldn't let this junior sister slip away so easily. Yifan couldn't help but stare at Song Jiro, whose face quickly turned as red as a tomato. Today, this senior brother Yi was really too strange. Once again, he showed off his boundless spending power. What does he mean by this? Just as Yifan was about to find another opportunity to spend money on Song Jiro, a phone call suddenly came in. Hello, may I speak to Yifan, Mr. Yi? This is him. Hello, Mr. Yi, I am Wo Jun, the general manager of Jinjiang Group. We have received the information that you now hold the absolute controlling stake of our group. May I ask if you are available to handle the handover procedures now? Upon hearing this, Yifan glanced at Song Jiro, who was sitting obediently beside him. His instinct told him that this shy and innocent girl, if he didn't take the opportunity to get to know her better today, it might be hard to find a chance to invite her out to spend money on her in the future. I do have time, but I can't leave right now. How about this, can you send someone over? I happen to be at the Jinjiang Yuan Hotel, one of our group's properties, near Imperial Capital University. No problem, Mr. Yi. I'll have someone from the finance department join me right away. Please wait a moment while I inform the general manager over there, Jinjiang, to arrange a more private room for you. Alright, I'll wait for you to come. As Song Jiro listened to Yi Fan's conversation, the mentions of our group and the occasional Mr. Yi from the phone, she couldn't stop being increasingly surprised. It seemed that the true strength of the Yi brother in front of her was far deeper and more unfathomable than he appeared. She couldn't help but secretly observe Yi Fan. Noticing Song Jiro's cautious gaze, Yi Fan curved his lips into a smile. Junior sister Jiro, are you very interested in me? Yi Fan's playful words immediately caused Song Jiro's face to flush, and she became stammering. No. No. Brother Yi, stop joking. The sudden rise in his wealth gave Yi Fan an immense sense of confidence. In the past, he had only dared to silently give to the woman he liked. But now, speaking playfully and teasingly to a girl, something he never dared imagine before, felt so easy after his material foundation was met. Yi Fan added more food to Song Jiro's plate, thinking about inviting her out later to buy her something as a reward. At that moment, a voice full of sarcasm suddenly came from behind Yi Fan. Yi Fan? Is this a place you should be at? Hearing that voice, Yi Fan didn't even need to turn around to know that the speaker was Su Peipei, the one who had betrayed him. At this moment, Su Peipei, wearing the dress Yi Fan had worked so hard to buy for her, was holding the arm of Chen Haowen, who was dressed in a suit, looking very arrogant. When they saw that the person sitting opposite Yi Fan was the campus beauty Song Jiro, their proud faces began to show signs of displeasure. Originally, Su Peipei was angry about Yi Fan blocking her this afternoon, but now seeing him having a meal with Song Jiro, a new surge of jealousy rose within her. Oh, so you've really learned to borrow money and act rich to flirt with girls? I say, junior sister Song, don't be deceived by this poor loser. Su Peipei's words seemed to be for Song Jiro's benefit, but in reality, she was just unhappy that her devoted dog was now licking another woman. And not just any woman, but one far more beautiful than her. Yi Fan, listening to Su Peipei's deliberately provoking and sharp words, felt no anger at all. Instead, he felt a sense of relief. Because he knew that he was no longer the Yi Fan who had nothing. At the same time, he was deeply grateful that before stepping onto the road to success, he had already seen through this woman's true face. He was about to ask the manager to remove these uninvited guests when he saw that Song Jiro, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly spoke up with a determined look on her face. Senior sister Su. Brother Yi is not the kind of person you described. As soon as these words were spoken, all three of them showed surprised expressions. Inside Yi Fan's heart, a wave of emotion surged. This girl, who clearly didn't dare to talk to others, was actually speaking up for him directly. Chen Haowen, who had been standing to the side, clenched his fists subconsciously after seeing this. Actually, as soon as Chen Haowen saw Song Jiro, he hadn't taken his eyes off her for a second. He had pursued Song Jiro for an unknown amount of time when he was still in school. However, she had never given him a single glance, and that was why Chen Haowen turned to pursue the easier-to-woo Su Peipei. Now, Yi Fan was actually able to sit down and have a meal face-to-face with the goddess he had always admired. Clearly, this guy had just stolen his girlfriend, and how could a loser like him be worthy of chatting and laughing with the campus beauty? Thinking of how Su Peipei had previously asked him to get revenge for her, Chen Haowen narrowed his eyes. Now, he had to humiliate Yi Fan properly in front of these two women. Chen Haowen straightened his suit and put on an elegant demeanor as he said. Yi Fan, you might be unfamiliar with this kind of high-end restaurant, so you don't know, but here, we require formal attire to dine. Although we're classmates, for the sake of the Golden Tycoon restaurant's brand image, I'm afraid I must ask you to leave. Hearing Chen Haowen's pretentious words, Yi Fan sneered coldly. What if I say, I don't want to? And Chen, just now the manager of Golden Tycoon didn't say there was a problem with me, so what's your position to criticize me? Chen Haowen didn't expect Yi Fan to directly retaliate, and for a moment, his face showed a hint of awkwardness. After a moment, he chose to suppress his anger, shaking his head with a look of someone watching a clueless child. Yi Fan, it's not that I want to boast about myself, but to be honest, the general manager of Golden Tycoon, Chen Difu, is my real uncle. Normally, I'm considered half a host here, and I naturally have to manage some of the restaurant's affairs. So, I hope you don't make things too embarrassing for yourself. After saying this, Chen Haowen immediately pressed the service bell, intending to call the security to throw Yi Fan out. Yi Fan slowly took a sip of the red wine in his glass, then slowly raised his eyes, looking at Chen Haowen with a dead-eyed stare. He had heard that Chen Haowen always relied on his family's wealth and a few capable relatives to bully people at school. But he didn't expect that even the general manager of Golden Tycoon was backing him up. Restaurant manager Fan Hua rushed over as soon as he received the service bell. Hello, young Master Chen. May I help you with a table? No. Manager Fan, how could you let someone who's not in formal attire enter? This person refuses to leave on his own. Hurry up and call some security. Fan Hua looked at the customer who was being scolded by Chen Haoan and realized that this was the person who had just recharged a large membership card. At this point, it was clear that young Master Chen had some personal conflict with the person. But Golden Taiyuan didn't have any discriminatory rules requiring customers to wear formal attire. Moreover, this person was a VIP who had just spent $1 million. He couldn't afford to offend either side. He looked at Chen Haoan, then at Yi Fan, sweating profusely, unsure of what to do. Manager Fan, are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I said? Don't you believe that I can directly tell my uncle about what you've done? Chen Haoan was already furious at Yi Fan's calm demeanor. Now, seeing that Fan Hua wasn't obeying his orders, he stopped pretending and showed his bully side. At this moment, a weary figure appeared, walking with strong, steady steps toward them. Uncle, you came just in time. Fan Hua has gone too far. I'm managing the hotel affairs and he refuses to follow my orders. Chen Haoan hurried up to complain to Chen Difu. But Chen Difu didn't even look at him, he walked past him directly and respectfully came to Yi Fan, bowing deeply. Everyone who saw the scene was immediately stunned in shock. What's going on here? Why would the Grand General Manager of Jin Taiyuan bow to Yi Fan? Before the crowd could react, Chen Difu shouted loudly and clearly toward Yi Fan again. President Yi. Yi Fan calmly nodded at Chen Difu, and the few people around were even more confused. Uncle, did you recognize the wrong person? This guy is just a broke loser from our school, how could he be any kind of president? Exactly, Manager Chen, I just broke up with this guy, I know best about his background and character, you must have mistaken him. Su Pei quickly added after Chen Haoan. Chen Difu, being an old fox, immediately realized from their words that his useless nephew had offended a powerful person this time. This brat, he could act arrogant however he liked on usual days, but why did he have to be so blind and offend our own big boss? Just a moment ago, he was still thinking of currying favor with Yi Fan when he met him, now he'd be lucky not to be finished. Yi Fan, you're still pretending here, huh? Who do you think you are to deserve my uncle bowing to you? Get up and get out now. Seeing Yi Fan's calm expression made Chen Haoan furious, and he shouted as he rushed up to grab Yi Fan. But in the next second, Chen Difu turned around and gave Chen Haoan a heavy slap across the face. Shut your mouth. The sound of the slap and the roar was so loud it made everyone in the restaurant turn to look. The person in front of you is none other than the biggest shareholder of Jinjiang Group, President Yi Fan. Who gave you the guts to shout at President Yi? As soon as Chen Difu said this, the whole place fell into a stunned silence. Chen Haoan covered his burning cheek, his eyes full of disbelief. How could this be? Yi Fan, he's the biggest shareholder of Jinjiang Group. That makes no sense at all. If that were true, why would Su Pei leave him and be with me? But his uncle had no reason to lie either. Su Pei was even more shocked, standing there like she had turned to stone. Was Yi Fan just pretending to be poor all this time? Did I throw away a watermelon just to pick up a sesame seed? Her heavily made-up face was now full of regret and unwillingness. Other guests in the restaurant also craned their necks to look at Yi Fan with curiosity. So young and already the biggest shareholder of Jinjiang Group. That's amazing. Such a talented young man is really attractive, I really want to go ask for his WeChat. Forget it, don't you see that fairy-like girl across from him? Only beauties like her are worthy of such a rich man. Although Song Jiro was also surprised by Yi Fan's real identity. Because she had seen Yi Fan casually spend $1 million earlier, she remained relatively calm now. Chen Difu carefully watched Yi Fan's face while pulling Chen Haoan over. President Yi. I'm truly sorry my nephew was rude to you. I'll make him apologize to you right now. You brat, hurry up and apologize to President Yi. Chen Haoan was still in shock and disbelief, and could only let Chen Difu pull him to bow his head to Yi Fan. President Yi. I'm sorry. Yi Fan picked up a wet wipe and wiped his hands, not even acknowledging Chen Haoan's apology. If apologies worked, what would we need the police for? As for these two, uncle and nephew, Yi Fan already had his own way to deal with them. Just now, the way Chen Haoan acted so entitled in the restaurant. It was obvious he had long been used to doing whatever he wanted at Jin Taiyuan. If it weren't for Chen Difu's usual silent approval, how could he have become this arrogant? And now Jin Taiyuan was one of his own businesses, his hotel, he would never allow such things to happen again. Yi Fan glanced at Chen Haoan, who was bent at a 90-degree angle, then turned and pointed directly at Fan Hua, who was standing to the side. Manager Fan, from now on, you will be the general manager of Jin Taiyuan. Me, President Yi? Fan Hua asked excitedly, unable to hide his joy. President Yi, what do you mean by this? Chen Difu asked in a panic. I mean, you're fired. Fan Hua is promoted to general manager. As for the supervisor position, it'll be held by Miss Song Jiro. When Song Jiro heard this, her innocent eyes instantly widened, and she quickly waved her hands, saying she couldn't do it. Don't worry. If I say you can, then you can. Yi Fan comforted her softly. From the moment Song Jiro chose to work hard on her own and showed that easily blushing personality, Yi Fan knew she wasn't a gold digger. So now Yi Fan could only use a promotion to keep her by his side, and then slowly build their relationship. If he just threw money at her now, she'd probably be scared and run away. When a big boss speaks, it's always final. Chen Difu knew there was no turning back now. He could only leave dejectedly, dragging Chen Haoen with him. Su Pei tried to follow them, but before she could link arms, Chen Haoen gave her a fierce slap. Damn it! If it wasn't for you, would I have crashed into Yi Fan like this? Get lost, you slut. Su Pei held her now swollen face, full of grievance, and turned to see Yi Fan treating Song Jiro so gently, like flowing water. Her eyes turned red with jealousy. Why? Clearly, Yi Fan used to only have eyes for her. She didn't believe that Yi Fan now had no feelings for her at all. Since Chen Haoen didn't want her anymore, she had to find a chance to return to Yi Fan's side. Chapter 5. Su Pei turned around and tried to rush over to beg for Yi Fan's forgiveness. Fan Hua reacted quickly and immediately ordered a few security guards to block Su Pei, lifting her up and throwing her out of the hotel. Ding! Hidden face slap mission successful. Congratulations, host, for receiving a Koenigsegg Gem Era worth 19.8 million yuan. The vehicle has been parked in front of Jinjiang Hotel. Enjoy your ride, host. Goodness. So even face slapping comes with rewards. A supercar worth tens of millions, that was definitely a true symbol of success. Yi Fan touched the car key that appeared out of nowhere in his pocket, feeling extremely pleased. President Yi, the supreme private room has been arranged for you. Please come this way. Fan Hua bowed respectfully and glanced at Song Jiro again. Jiro, accompany President Yi. The headquarters will send people later. You'll be responsible for serving a few directors. Yes, Manager Fan. Song Jiro quickly stood up, returning to her professional server look, and gently bowed to guide Yi Fan. Yi Fan looked at Fan Hua with appreciation. He really knew how to read the room. This new manager was definitely the right choice. The two arrived at the supreme private room. Song Jiro invited Yi Fan to the main seat and poured him a cup of top-grade Dongting Biluakun tea. President Yi, please enjoy your tea. Jiro, you don't need to be so formal with me. Just call me Brother Fan. As soon as Yi Fan said that, Song Jiro's face blushed again. She had no choice but to quietly change her tone. Brother Fan, please enjoy your tea. At that moment, the handover team from Jinjiang Group arrived. General Manager Wu Jun entered the room with 3 finance staff. When he saw Yi Fan in person, he couldn't help but show a surprised look on his face. So young. And President Ye's presence was 100 times stronger than in the photos. Even though Wu Jun had dealt with hundreds of top industry bosses, he still didn't know exactly how to act around such a young president. He had no choice but to be more careful and respectful than ever before as he said. Hello, Mr. Yi. Sorry to keep you waiting. Next, I will report to you the group's business deployment plan for this year and the profit situation of each project up to now. Alright, you may begin. Yi Fan's tone was easygoing. Yi Fan's attitude relaxed Wu Jun's mood a lot. Just as he was about to begin the report, he glanced at Song Jiro, who was standing beside him. Song Jiro understood immediately and prepared to leave the room. She doesn't need to leave, she's one of us. You can go ahead and speak. Yi Fan's words were directed at Wu Jun, but they made Song Jiro's heart skip a beat. Wu Jun nodded and started introducing the internal situation of the Jinjiang Group to Yi Fan using a PowerPoint presentation, accompanied by several colleagues. 20 minutes later. Mr. Yi, that concludes our full information report about Jinjiang Group. Based on your shareholding, your dividend for this quarter is 1.5 billion renminbi. While speaking, Wu Jun handed a glossy black bank card to Yi Fan. Mr. Yi, this is the top-level diamond card from Shay Bank with your dividend already credited. Yi Fan took the diamond card, and the high-end feel of the card highlighted the owner's noble status in full. This was a real 1.5 billion. The most important thing was that he realized what he would possess in the future, and it would be far beyond just this. Song Jiro, standing beside him, nearly gasped when she heard that terrifying number. Today, Yi Shixiang had completely reset her perception of him. Clearly, they were of similar age, yet he had already reached the pinnacle of the pyramid. An involuntary sense of admiration surged within her heart. After the handover procedures were completed, Wu Jun left with his colleagues. Song Jiro had just finished work, so Yi Fan suggested sending her back to school together. The two of them arrived at the entrance of Jinjiang, and Yifan pressed the car key. Among the dozen luxury cars, one silver-gray sports car stood out, with its headlights suddenly lighting up. The scissor doors on both sides opened cleanly and sharply, and the fierce appearance displayed an extraordinary kingly aura. As his first sports car in life, Yifan had to say, it was absolutely cool. After the two got in the car, Yifan drove straight to Imperial Capital University. Yifan drove the car to the school's open-air sports field, where there was a space usually used by students as a temporary parking lot. At this time, it wasn't too late, so there were still many students exercising or strolling around the field. When the Koenigsegg Gem era appeared, everyone's attention was immediately drawn to it. Holy crap! Did I see that right? Someone in our school is driving a sports car? So cool! I've never seen a real supercar before, and that roar is so mesmerizing. A boy, who was familiar with various car news, suddenly pushed through the crowd, and seeing the approaching car, he excitedly started educating those around him. Oh my god! This is actually Koenigsegg's first four-seat supercar, the Gem era. This car has a plug-in hybrid system made up of a 2.0 T3 cylinder engine and 3 electric motors, and it can go from 0 to 100 km per hour in just 1.9 seconds. Not to mention, this car costs nearly 20 million renminbi when fully equipped. What? The sky-high price immediately caused the surrounding students to suck in a breath of cold air. A 20 million renminbi sports car. How rich must one's family be to afford such a thing? To be able to drive a car that costs this much, the car owner's net worth must be at least in the tens of billions, right? What started as just wanting to watch the excitement had now turned into curiosity for everyone, and they all craned their necks, eager to see who was inside the car. Some of them had already picked up their phones to take photos and posted them on the school forum for discussion. After spotting a suitable spot, Yifan made a sharp turn and neatly parked the car. The scissor doors lifted, and Yifan was the first to step out of the car. Wow! Isn't that Yifan, the one who ended up with nothing after being a simp? Didn't they say he was betrayed by that terrible girl, Su Peipei, just because he was poor? How come he's driving such an expensive sports car now? Could it be that Yifan has been hiding his true identity all along? Could he be from some noble, prestigious family? This speculation made the girls present look at Yifan with stars in their eyes, gazing at him with intense affection. Actually, I always thought Yifan had an extraordinary aura. He looks so handsome and pure, and he's so devoted, he's really one of the last good men left in the world. Exactly. I feel the same way. The girls got more and more excited as they spoke, and some of them even couldn't hold back, wanting to go up and ask Yifan for his contact information. At that moment, Yifan walked over to the passenger seat and extended his hand. Song Jiro, holding onto Yifan's arm, stepped out of the car, and her breathtakingly beautiful face and graceful figure instantly shocked everyone to a new level of excitement. Song the campus beauty. She just got out of Yifan's car. Didn't they say Song Jiro doesn't care about anyone? Even the rich guys in our school sent flowers and money, but none of them even got her WeChat. From the looks of it, has Yifan already successfully won over Song Jiro? The boys present all felt their hearts shatter. Song Jiro, the one who was considered an untouchable, pure lotus flower in the hearts of so many boys. No one expected her to sit in the passenger seat of Yifan's car. But seeing the wealth Yifan was showing, everything seemed so natural and reasonable. The girls who originally wanted to ask Yifan for his WeChat now reluctantly stepped aside. They were fond of Yifan, but once they saw that their rival was someone as breathtakingly beautiful as Song Jiro, they no longer had the confidence to approach him. Sensing the attention from the crowd, and some gossipers taking photos with flash, Song Jiro lowered her head shyly. Yifan saw this and immediately took off his jacket, gently draping it over her head. Song Jiro looked up in surprise, and her heart unconsciously started pounding. Ah, so romantic. Seeing such a handsome man and beautiful woman together is just so delightful. So sweet. The campus beauty and the rich young man as a couple, I'm shipping this so hard. Other onlookers couldn't hold back and started screaming, and soon, the two of them were under even more intense scrutiny. Song Jiro was so shy she couldn't take it anymore. Yi senior, thank you for giving me a ride back. My roommate asked me to get something for her, so I'll go now. After saying that, Song Jiro hurried off amid teasing laughter. She realized halfway that Yifan's jacket was still on her head, but she didn't dare to go back for it. She decided to wait until it was clean and find a chance to return it to Yi senior next time. Yifan watched Song Jiro hurriedly run away, and he couldn't help but smile before heading toward another exit of the playground, planning to return to his dorm. Near the exit, a crowd had gathered around the grass field, and it looked quite lively. A few students running toward that direction could be heard discussing. I heard that the new freshman, a wealthy guy, is confessing to Ruan Sile over there. It seems like he's putting on quite a show. Wow. There's so much going on lately. Let's go over there and check it out. Ruan Sile? Yi Fan was quite familiar with that name. Not only because she was one of the 4 campus beauties of the Imperial Capital University, but also because she was one of the only 2 school beauty representatives who were in the same class as Yi Fan, both now in their senior year. A beautiful girl of the same age, how could Yi Fan possibly miss this opportunity? Following the flow of people, Yi Fan also arrived near the confession site. As expected of the campus beauty, with just one glance, Yi Fan immediately saw her, the most eye-catching presence in the center of the crowd. At this moment, Ruan Sile was tying her high ponytail full of youthful energy, with an Adidas sports headband on her head. Her peach-shaped hips, sculpted from exercise, were even more rounded and full under her athletic shorts, and her smooth, fair legs were full of curvaceous beauty. She was like a vibrant, sporty girl. However, Ruan Sile's expression showed some impatience. She had been running on the track to exercise, when suddenly, a junior came out with a group of people, saying he wanted to confess to her. The person in work clothes blocked her way, then started setting up candles and flowers on the ground. She was already irritated that her workout had been interrupted, but seeing such an old-fashioned confession method, Ruan Sile quickly looked down on Lu Gaoyuan, trying several times to leave. Ruan Sr. Just give me 5 minutes. In 5 minutes, you'll understand my feelings. You'll see how much I love you. Lu Gaoyuan, holding flowers, blocked Ruan Sile's path, refusing to let her go. Can't you see she doesn't want to talk to you? In front of so many people, is it fun to force a girl to stay? Yi Fan walked straight into the confession scene and spoke up to help Ruan Sile. Who are you? What does it have to do with you if it's between me and Senior? Lu Gaoyuan suddenly interrupted by Yi Fan, his face showing clear displeasure. Besides, I specifically hired the Love for Life company to set this up. Do you know how much this cost? Actually, it's not much, just 50,000 yuan. Lu Gaoyuan said, pretending to not care. What? This junior spent 50,000 yuan just for a confession. It's crazy, Ruan Campus Beauty isn't even with this rich guy, and he's already spent 50,000 yuan on her. If they get together, won't it be bags and luxury goods all the time? Yeah. I'm so envious of Ruan Campus Beauty. Why doesn't a rich guy like me? The students watching immediately began to discuss enviously. Lu Gaoyuan heard this and was so happy. He purposely revealed the cost to create this effect. 50,000 yuan was a huge amount for these poor students. Not only could this slap the person who was ruining his good deeds in the face, but it also left Ruan Sile with the image of him being wealthy and willing to spend on her. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Consider yourself lucky, I won't argue with you about the damage you caused by coming into my space, just leave quickly. Lu Gaoyuan put on an air of generosity, but his eyes were full of contempt for Yi Fan, who didn't know his place. However, Yi Fan didn't step back, instead walking a few steps forward, speaking to the staff who were still arranging things. So it's 50,000, right? Then I'll pay 10 times the price. You can pack everything up and leave. Ha, you're so funny, 10 times the price? Bro, if you keep pretending, it's not going to be fun anymore. Hearing Yi Fan's words, Lu Gaoyuan couldn't help but laugh. This person was really too good at pretending. 10 times the price of 50,000, that's 500,000. Even his richest friends might not be able to instantly come up with that much cash. How could this guy, whose clothes were all from no-name brands, possibly have so much money? The staff glanced at Yi Fan, thinking he didn't seem like a rich person, so they turned back to arrange the candles. Ruan Sile felt a bit guilty, since this boy was speaking up for her. Although she felt Yi Fan was exaggerating, she really didn't want him to be laughed at because of her. Ruan Sile thought for a moment, ready to let Lu Gaoyuan start his confession, and quickly let this matter pass. But suddenly, a hand grabbed her. She turned around and saw Yi Fan gently shaking his head, then took out his phone to scan the QR code of the lifelong love poster next to him. Wealth treasure has arrived, 500,000 yuan. The mechanical female voice echoed throughout the venue. The originally noisy scene immediately fell into silence. Then, shocked gasps followed one after another. Oh my god. What did I just hear? 50,000. So terrifying, so terrifying. Do the prices of rich people differ from ours? Can 500,000 be spent so easily? Everyone in the crowd looked at Yi Fan, who remained calm as ever, their emotions incredibly complex. Lu Gaoyuan was even more stunned, his mouth wide open, forgetting to close it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 500,000 yuan on a 93-point high beauty woman, triggering a critical reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 1 billion yuan villa at Yunhai Tian. Chapter 7. Yi Fan was a little surprised in his heart. He originally thought the 500,000 could only be considered his personal expenditure, just casually earning some return. But he didn't expect this to count as spending for Ruan Sile, and it triggered a critical reward of a villa. He had already heard of the name Yunhai Tian Villa. This is a top luxury villa located at the central villa district of the imperial capital. The entire villa covers about 1,600 square meters, with a private garden area of 2,000 square meters. Not to mention, you can overlook a unique 40-meter water viewing area from the house. This is truly the best of the best luxury homes. Yifan was in a good mood and decided to visit his new mansion first thing tomorrow morning. Meanwhile, the staff of Lifelong Love quickly began to flatter and please him. "Sir, were you asking us to clean up the venue and leave directly? Don't worry, we will act on your request right away." After speaking, the staff immediately blew out the candles and threw the balloons, flowers, and everything else into the trash bags. "How can you not keep your word? We've already signed the contract. No tearing down. No tearing down." Lu Gaoyuan didn't expect the staff of Lifelong Love to care about money more than people. With the 500,000 boost, their efficiency in destroying the venue was through the roof. However, the staff completely ignored his wailing and instead asked in response, "Mr. Lu, if you want, you can offer a higher price than this gentleman, and we'll immediately help you restore it." I. Lu Gaoyuan stuttered for a long time but couldn't say a word. Who would spend more than 500,000 for a confession? He clearly hadn't heard any rich kid from the school chasing after Ruansile before. He originally wanted to show off and win the beauty, but now he was caught in this situation. He was extremely unhappy with Yifan, but outwardly, he didn't dare to show it. After all, someone who could easily spend 500,000 yuan was definitely not someone he could afford to provoke. Once everything was cleaned up, the staff left with big and small bags. You better not leave." Lu Gaoyuan quickly pretended to find them to settle the score, chasing after the staff as they fled the embarrassing scene. "Thank you." As the onlookers gradually dispersed, Ruansile immediately approached Yifan to thank him. At this moment, her feelings toward Yifan were very complicated. She was both curious and shocked. There were many rich young masters both inside and outside the school who pursued her, but none had ever directly spent 500,000 yuan like this. Moreover, looking at Yifan, it seemed like he was simply helping her out without any other intentions, which made Ruansile even more interested in him. No need, it was just a small favor. As for gratitude, Yifan should be thanking Ruansile for triggering the critical reward of a mansion for him. 500,000 yuan for 1 billion, isn't that just a small favor? Upon hearing Yifan's words, Ruansile's heart was filled with even more shock and curiosity. 500,000 and you say it's a small effort? Then what counts as a big bleed? Ruansile dared not think further and only felt that the man opposite seemed to have a strength that made people feel a bit scared. But she, Ruansile, was not a timid woman. Compared to the previous men with strong intentions, she liked Yifan much more. "My name is Ruansile, nice to meet you, here's my WeChat." Ruansile showed the QR code on her phone, her bright face adorned with a generous smile. "I'm Yifan." Yifan quickly scanned the code. "Then we are friends now. If we have time, we can go exercise together," Ruansile suggested. "Ahem. Exercise." Yifan's mind wandered for a moment and he said, "Okay, I'll definitely join next time." Back in the dormitory, before Yifan could sit down at his desk, his roommate Yang Zhanghao called out to him. "Old Third, when you came back from outside, did you see any sports cars?" Yang Zhanghao was speaking while browsing pictures on the campus forum. Seeing the shining black sports car in the image, his eyes lit up as if drooling. "What sports car? Let me take a look." Big brother Meng Guanghua, hearing the noise, immediately leaned over to look at Yang Zhanghao's phone. There were 4 people in Yifan's dorm, and they usually addressed each other by age. Big brother Meng Guanghua was a sturdy, loyal guy, the second was Yang Zhanghao who liked to be clever, and the third was Yifan, who was ordinary but did well in his studies. And the fourth, Huang Yu, was currently wearing headphones, focused on randomly killing in front of his computer, a real internet addict. How is it that we are all college students, but some people can drive a $20 million car at such a young age? Yang Zhanghao's tone was filled with uncontrollable envy. Being a car enthusiast himself, he zoomed in on the image, wanting to see all the details. "Yeah. If I could drive a car like that around campus, wouldn't that be awesome?" Meng Guanghua also started daydreaming. It's really maddening comparing people. "Hey, Old Third, did you see this Koenigsegg Gemera just now? Do you know who was driving it?" Yang Zhanghao showed the photo again, asking Yifan. Yifan now truly realized that they were talking about his new car. Since they were all brothers in the dorm, there was nothing to hide. Yifan replied cheerfully, "That car is mine." "Put. Old Third, why are you suddenly making such a joke?" Yang Zhanghao and Meng Guanghua couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. It wasn't mockery, but they all knew Yifan's conditions well. When he suddenly said the $20 million car was his, they couldn't think of any other explanation than a joke. "If you don't believe me, we can find a time later, and I'll take you for a spin. The car's 4-seater, so it's enough for us." Yi Fan was too lazy to argue and casually suggested. Yang Zhenghao and Meng Wanhua exchanged glances and laughed, still not believing him. Yang Zhenghao continued scrolling down the forum, suddenly noticing a side profile photo of the car owner. This outfit and side profile, why do they look so familiar? Meng Wanhua, seeing the photo, was also surprised. Grey plaid shirt, the style really looks like Old Thirds. This car, could it really be Old Thirds? I saw someone comment saying the owner is a senior. Who is the senior? Meng Wanhua quickly urged. The senior Yi Fan. Yang Zhenghao read the name, and the user comment quickly disappeared due to the school's rules to prevent information leaks and online harassment. Holy sh*t. Old Third, the car really is yours. Yang Zhenghao immediately jumped up and rushed excitedly towards Yi Fan. Didn't I just say, calm down, calm down? Awesome, Old Third. Tell us, how did you suddenly get rich? Yang Zhenghao and Meng Wanhua couldn't hold back their curiosity and asked. It's nothing, really. It's just that my family happened to win the lottery, so we had some extra money. Yi Fan casually made up an excuse. He couldn't exactly say it was from the system, could he? Wow, your family really is lucky. Winning enough to buy you a 20 million yuan car? How much did they win? Well, I don't really know the exact amount. Yi Fan truly didn't know, after all, how much money he would make in the future through the system was anyone's guess. It should at least be in the billions, right? At this moment, Yi Fan had no idea he had seriously underestimated the wealth he would have in the future. Chapter 8. Yang Zhenghao and Meng Wanhua were so envious of Yi Fan that they were practically drooling. Good lord, I never expected the rich guy to be my brother. Just now, I saw someone say that Song Jiro also got out of this car. Third brother, did you really manage to win over the campus goddess, Song? Yi Fan's image had grown to godlike proportions in Yang Zhenghao's eyes. Every word he said was filled with admiration. Yi Fan smiled but didn't answer. Suddenly, a message popped up on his phone from Ruan Sile. Yang Zhenghao just happened to glance at the contact name. Ruan Sile. The one who sent you a message is our Ruan campus goddess, Ruan Sile? MHM, Yi Fan opened the message and read it. She's inviting me to a glow-in-the-dark night run next week. Oh my god. Third brother, you've conquered both of the campus goddesses. From now on, our dorm will finally be able to hold our heads high. Let's see what the guys from the other dorms have to say, looking down on us all the time. Meng Wanhua said indignantly. Before, because the conditions in Yi Fan's dorm were quite average, they were often mocked and ridiculed by the other group of guys from the class. But now with Yi Fan around, everything was going to change. The next morning, Yi Fan slept in until he naturally woke up and got out of bed slowly. Before, in order to land that internship, he'd slept late and woke up early every day, but now he didn't have to live that hard life anymore. He sent a message to the HR of the internship company explaining the situation and agreed to come pick up his stuff another day. It was the first semester of senior year. Apart from the occasional large class with the whole grade, Yi Fan hardly had any professional courses left. With the remaining time in his student life, he planned to enjoy a carefree period of youthful freedom. Yi Fan had a simple breakfast and then got ready to go check out his big villa. At that moment, a phone call came through on his phone. Hello, Mr. Yi, I'm Xiao Shitting, a sales representative from Silver Chariot Car Dealership. Your Koenigsegg Gemera is now ready for its official license plate. Would you be available to come by today? The soft, flirtatious voice came through, and Yi Fan suddenly remembered that his car still had a temporary license plate. Then just send me the address, and I'll come over now. Okay, Mr. Yi, I've sent the address. We're looking forward to your arrival. In less than 10 minutes, Yi Fan drove to Silver Chariot Car Dealership. Under the modern glass building, Xiao Shitting, dressed in a tight skirt and black stockings showing off her long, beautiful legs, was waiting to greet Yi Fan with her hands respectfully clasped in front of her. Are you Mr. Yi Fan? Your license plate contract is ready. Please come this way. Yi Fan nodded towards Xiao Shitting and followed her inside. The moment Yi Fan got out of the Koenigsegg Gemera and entered the dealership, his youthful, fresh face immediately attracted the attention of everyone inside the dealership. Especially the female sales representatives who were currently serving their own customers. The look in their eyes was filled with desire, curiosity, and envy towards Xiao Shitting. You have to understand, this Koenigsegg was only ever displayed at the car exhibitions in their dealership. Although it wasn't exactly the most expensive car. But this limited edition sports car has always been inaccessible without connections. So, someone who can buy it outright must be in the top 20% in terms of wealth and qualifications in the capital. Today, when I saw the owner in person, I didn't expect him to be so young. He looks like a young and promising talent. In this line of work, dealing with these wealthy individuals, many harbor thoughts of snaring a rich husband and flying high like a phoenix. But look at the wealthy men they usually serve, aren't they all beer-bellied with big eye bags? Compared to Yifan, who was sitting there signing contracts, both easygoing and not invasive, he is 100 times better than those greasy middle-aged male customers. How lucky is Xiao Shitting? She just arrived not long ago and has already encountered such a high-quality, wealthy second-generation rich man. Exactly. Isn't it just because she has a captivating charm? The manager values her so much. I could be serving that car owner and wouldn't necessarily perform worse than her. A few idle female salespeople grumbled, their eyes could not help but constantly observe Yifan's actions. After signing the contract and handing it to Xiao Shitting, Yifan took the opportunity to pull up the attractiveness panel. Only 91 points? Yifan wasn't too clear about the system's scoring mechanism, he just felt that although the woman in front of him wasn't particularly exquisite in features, she had a special femininity in her eyes. Her height seemed to be around 165 centimeters, not tall, and with her small frame, she gave off a slightly pitiful vibe. The combination of allure and purity indeed had that pure desire vibe mentioned online. It seems the system is quite strict, the scoring mechanism likely relies mostly on hard indicators, while more abstract standards like temperament probably hold less weight. But Yifan didn't care about that, as long as he scored over 90, everything was good. Mr. Yi, your license plate has already been installed by our staff. I wonder if you're interested in learning about our new insurance policies? Xiao Shitting asked Yifan with a sweet, careful smile. Yifan's high-quality demeanor made her cherish this customer very much, so she was particularly cautious in making business requests. No need for an introduction, just give me the most expensive package. As soon as Yifan said this, the other female salespeople's gazes immediately turned over, and some faces twisted with jealousy. Xiao Shitting was a bit surprised, she had planned to persuade him thoroughly, but Mr. Yi directly asked for the most expensive car insurance? Moreover, the way he said it lacked any hint of a showy rich person vibe, instead showcasing a bold, masculine spirit. Alright, Mr. Yi. I will handle the paperwork right away. Xiao Shitting was overjoyed and quickly organized the relevant contract and fees. Hello, Mr. Yi, the insurance total is 800,000 yuan, after the discount, it's 796,000 yuan. No need for a discount, I'll pay the full price directly for convenience. Receiving a discount means the rebate would be smaller later, and Yifan didn't want to miss out on any of his entitled rebate money. He glanced at the contract and directly swiped his card. Ding! Spending 800,000 yuan triggers a 5 times rebate, earning a rebate of 4 million yuan. At the same time, the notification of the wealth accumulation sound echoed throughout the car dealership lobby. The female salespeople looked at Yifan with increasingly admiring eyes, such an extravagant young second-generation rich man, how could he not be one of them? They were filled with frustration. While Xiao Shitting was processing the business, a few female salespeople deliberately walked over, striking poses beside Yifan, hoping to sneakily slip him their business cards. However, Yifan didn't even glance at them. Yifan clearly felt these women's attempts to flatter him. He didn't mean to be like Lu Xianghui. But who told their looks to only hover around scores of 86 to 88? He had no choice, with limited energy, he could only spend love and money on the big beauties. Seeing that the return on investment was just a so-so, Yifan thought he should find a chance to take Xiao Shitting out and spend some money on her. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Su Peipei walking into the dealership with a bald middle-aged man, chatting and laughing. Chapter 9. When Su Peipei saw Yifan was also there, her first reaction was to freeze for a moment, then she proudly lifted her head. Previously, she was still thinking about how to find a chance to get back to Yifan, but now she happened to meet another rich man. The man she was with was called Wang Ruanfa. Last time Wang Ruanfa appeared beside her, he was driving a luxury car worth nearly 10 million. Although Yifan had shares in a group, he was so young, it must have been his family giving him power that suddenly made him flourish. And the man she was now climbing on, although older, proved that he definitely had money and power in his hands. Su Peipei didn't really understand the value of Jinjiang Group, but in her eyes, this uncle she found was definitely much richer than Yifan. At least, having a luxury car made her feel much more faced than being with Yifan. So coincidental, Yifan, you are here too? You came to buy a car, right? My new boyfriend just drove his 8 million Rolls-Royce back, I wonder how much the car you want to buy costs. Su Peipei asked with fake concern, but her words were full of bragging. Before Yifan could respond, Su Peipei's eyes lit up, and she immediately pulled Wang Ruanfa towards the center of the dealership where the Koenigsegg Gemera was. Darling, this car is so cool. Didn't you say you would buy me a car in the future? Can you buy me this one next time? Su Peipei pouted and asked Wang Ruanfa while shaking his hand. Wang Ruanfa looked embarrassed, showing a strange unease, but facing Su Peipei's coyness, he could only repeat. Next time for sure. Next time for sure. Satisfied with his promise, Su Peipei was just about to take another jab at Yifan when she saw Xiao Shitting step next to the Koenigsegg, bowing slightly towards Yifan, and said loudly. Mr. Yi, your Koenigsegg Gemera has been fine-tuned, you can drive it away anytime. Su Peipei was stunned, this cool sports car actually belonged to Yifan. She couldn't help but feel a bit sour. Now that I look closely, this car is just okay. Moreover, this car should be much cheaper than our Rolls-Royce Phantom Special Edition, right? Su Peipei asked deliberately towards Xiao Shiting. Miss, you misunderstand greatly. Mr. Yi's Koenigsegg Gemera is worth more than twice your Rolls-Royce, plus a few million. The prices of the two cars are not on the same level. It's better not to compare them together, Miss, Xiao Shiting replied with a professional sales posture. Su Peipei was immediately choked, her entire face darkened. Humph, spending so much money just to buy a car? He really is just a nouveau riche wastrel. Unlike my brother Wang, who is a truly capable big boss and knows how to save as he becomes more successful. Wang Ruanfa smiled awkwardly at Su Peipei's flattering praise. Darling, I'll bring the car out now, then we can go have dinner and a date, don't waste time. Okay, brother Wang, I'll wait for you here. Su Peipei proudly glanced at Yifan, then blew a kiss to Wang Ruanfa, crossing her legs as she waited. Yifan couldn't help but laugh at the one-man show Su Peipei just put on. But what surprised him even more was, how can this foolish girl have such tricks? How can her luck be so good? In an instant, she successfully found a fool willing to spend money on her? A Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly rolled out from the garage, and Wang Ruanfa drove it with great ease. It is indeed a good car, but isn't this car too big for someone who usually drives themselves? Seeing Yifan's eyes sizing up the car, Su Peipei confidently flipped her hair and awkwardly sat in the passenger seat. At that moment, Wu Jun walked into the car dealership and immediately spotted his boss. President Yi. What a coincidence to see you here. I just came from our group and didn't expect to run into you. The mention of President Yi instantly attracted everyone's attention. Hey! That person looks so familiar. Have I seen him somewhere? I remember now. I saw an interview with him in a finance magazine. He seems to be Wu Jun, the general manager of Jinjiang Group. Several saleswomen, who are usually attentive to elite groups, were the first to exclaim in surprise. He just called Mr. Yi President Yi and mentioned our group. Could it be? The saleswomen were shocked into silence, covering their mouths with their hands at the information that they had pieced together. How could someone so young already be in charge of Jinjiang Group? Xiao Shiting was also completely taken aback by the situation revealed on the scene. The now university student, Mr. Yi, has already achieved such success. Yifan nodded at Wu Jun as a greeting, and just as Wu Jun was about to continue the conversation, he suddenly glanced over and spotted a familiar car. Ha! Old one, what are you doing here? Didn't I say you didn't need to drive today? Yifan followed his gaze, and it was indeed the Rolls-Royce that Wang Ruanfa was driving. So that's it. It seems someone has taken over the nest. Yifan found it amusing and couldn't help but ask Wu Jun, Manager Wu, is this Rolls-Royce your car? And who is that person you referred to as Old Wang? President Yi, to be precise, this Rolls-Royce Phantom is actually your car, as it is the business car used by our executives for meetings. The person in the driver's seat is the regular driver of this car, Old Wang. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions were truly spectacular. Yifan was also somewhat surprised. The tool Su Peipei brought to show off in front of him actually belonged to him. He couldn't help but find it even funnier. So this Rolls-Royce is under Mr. Yi's group. Exactly. The arrogant posture earlier turned out to be using someone else's things. This is simply hilarious. Claiming to be a low-key boss, turns out it's just a driver. The saleswomen were most entertained by such a turn of events, and at this moment, they all began to mock her with full force. The cold sarcasm and ridicule from everyone poured in through the car window frame, and Su Peipei was now in utter disbelief. She pulled Wang Ruanfa, who was nervously gripping the steering wheel, and cried out, "You are just a driver. Wang Ruanfa. How dare you treat me this way?" At this moment, Wang Ruanfa had no mood to deal with her. He pushed Su Peipei away, hurriedly got out of the car, and came to the passenger door to pull her out. Why is Old Wang acting so weird today? And why does he have a woman in the car? Wu Jun watched the scene, completely confused, unable to understand what was happening at all. Xiao Shiting raised her eyes and immediately came to Wu Jun's side to provide an explanation. Mr. Wu, just now, that Mr. Wang's female companion said they came to take Mr. Wang's own car, and there might have been some misunderstanding, as they had a slight conflict with Mr. Yi. Xiao Shiting didn't say much, but it was enough for Wu Jun to understand that his subordinate had offended Yifan. Wu Jun was immediately enraged, pointing at Wang Ruanfa and began to shout. Old Wang, does the company pay you to do such sneaky things? What kind of unsavory woman are you bringing onto the company car? And you actually dared to bump into our general manager Yi. Hurry up and apologize. Wu Jun's words were not very hurtful, but highly insulting. Su Peipei felt extremely wronged and wanted Wang Ruanfa to explain himself. Wang Ruanfa kicked away Su Peipei's hand holding him, bursting into tears as he came before Yifan to apologize and seek forgiveness. General Manager Yi. I was blind and didn't recognize the mountain. I was also bewitched by this woman, and that's why I used the company car to put on a show. Please forgive me. I promise I won't make the same mistake again. Yi Fan remained unmoved internally, even though Wang Ruanfa's regret was intense at that moment. But wrong is wrong, and it involved staff relating to the high levels of the company, where loyalty and integrity were especially important qualities. Today, Wang Ruanfa took the company's luxury car for vanity, and in the future, he might betray the company's secrets for a large bribe from a rival company. Such a person cannot be kept. Wu Jun naturally understood this logic as well. Once you're done apologizing, go back to the company and process your resignation. Our Jinjiang Group doesn't need people like you. Move quickly. Or don't blame me for pursuing other responsibilities for your misuse of company property. Having said that, Wang Ruanfa bowed a few times and immediately fled, not even glancing at Su Peipei. Su Peipei was completely stunned at this moment. In such a short time, how had her dream of being a rich wife been shattered to pieces? She slumped on the ground, looking up at Yi Fan's tall figure. The unwillingness in her heart surged like a storm. Yi Fan, it shouldn't be like this. I made mistakes in the past, but I truly regret it this time. Can we go back to how we were before and be together well? Su Peipei, disregarding everything, charged towards Yi Fan. The female sales staff watching covered their mouths and noses in disgust and began discussing. This woman must have lost her mind, right? How could someone so brainless and materialistic catch Mr. Ye's eye? Exactly, she even says she wants things to go back to before. I guess she's been rejected by Mr. Yi before, but she still fantasizes about him. No wonder she was looking for trouble with Mr. Yi just now. Seeing the crazy Su Peipei, Xiao Shiding frowned and blocked her. Miss, please do not disturb my guest anymore. You have already caused enough trouble here at the dealership, please mind yourself, or I will have to call security to escort you out. What do you think you are? Do I need you to butt in when I'm talking to Yi Fan? Su Peipei completely disregarded her words, going all out. The earlier deception from Wang Ruanfa made her realize that only Yi Fan was the real deal, a good man. No matter what, she couldn't easily give up the chance to return to his side this time. Indeed, the charm of a true good man like Mr. Yi is great. It actually drives this crazy woman to such an extent. You wouldn't believe it, if I could be as shameless as her, I would want to throw myself at Mr. Yi too. The female sales staff stood with their hands on their hips, enjoying the show. After all, this big trouble was Xiao Shiding's, and they were happily entertained. Miss, if you continue like this, don't blame me for taking special measures. Seeing this, Xiao Shiding immediately picked up the intercom to call security over. Su Peipei saw that Xiao Shiding was blocking her from getting close to Yi Fan, so she simply turned her anger towards Xiao Shiding. I understand now. It is because of a fox spirit like you that Yi Fan ignores me. Today, I must properly teach a lesson to you seductive hussies. Su Peipei said as she took off her high heels, ready to throw them at Xiao Shiding. Yi Fan originally wanted to help Xiao Shiding out, but then he saw her give him a reassuring look, saying, "It's okay, you don't need to worry. This woman is somewhat interesting." On the other side, Xiao Shiding was contacting security while deliberately moving closer to the Rolls-Royce. Su Peipei used all her strength to throw the shoe, and Xiao Shiding immediately dodged the incoming object. Bang! The Rolls-Royce Phantom, which was parked perfectly in place, suddenly got a big dent from the impact. The noisy scene suddenly fell silent, leaving only the sound of people gasping in shock. Seeing this, Xiao Shiding immediately came to Wu Jun's side. Mr. Wu, your group's car has been damaged like this, the compensation amount will surely be more than 50,000, right? Wu Jun understood and hurriedly went to check with an anxious expression. With such serious damage, our company absolutely can't go out and meet clients in this kind of car. The repair cost plus part of our lost work fee will at least be around 200,000. Su Peipei turned pale at this. The money she usually earned was spent on food, drink, and fun, she didn't have a single cent left for compensation. I didn't do it on purpose. Yi Fan, please help me. Since it's your company's car, you must have a way to settle it. Yi Fan laughed, help you? Why would I waste my time? After saying this, Yi Fan stepped back, giving space for the security who had been called. Several security guards stepped forward and firmly held Su Peipei down. A sensible person naturally helps the leader with worries. Wu Jun exchanged words with the repair personnel about the damage to the Rolls-Royce. Regardless of how serious it was, anyway, he was going to stick it to Su Peipei. There was no possibility of a settlement. This woman had to be taught a proper lesson. I will call the police now, just wait for compensation and jail time. After Wu Jun finished speaking, he immediately dialed the police, while Su Peipei cried out in fear, her voice hoarse, as several security guards took her away from the scene. Maliciously damaging someone else's property was enough for her to be detained for quite a while. The school would probably also take corresponding disciplinary action. In the future, she wouldn't dare to harass him anymore. Seeing such a result, Yifan felt very happy. All the credit was due to the clever woman, Xiao Shiting. Were you standing there on purpose just now? Yifan asked. Mr. Yi is our car dealership's most distinguished guest. Relieving your worries is just my duty, Xiao Shiting said sweetly. Yifan felt his admiration for Xiao Shiting grow stronger. Naive and inexperienced campus goddesses are good, but smart women who know how to handle things are also very good. If it weren't for Yifan having interned early and already being familiar with the world outside the ivory tower, he would really worry about not being able to resist such a woman. As the farce came to an end, Yifan had to start focusing on making money. Miss Zhao was also busy just now, and I happen to want to buy some new clothes. I wonder if you have time to help me advise? Hearing Yifan's invitation, Xiao Shiting's eyes lit up. After all, even in the car dealership, their interactions were still work-related. If invited out by a client, it at least proved that there was an opportunity for further interaction with him. Xiao Shiting had never had a relationship with any client beyond work, but this time, she could finally open the door to her high standards just a little. No problem, Mr. Yi, as long as you don't mind my taste. Xiao Shiting readily agreed. The two of them got into a new Koenigsegg Gemera with a changed license plate. Directly drive to the most bustling and lively Sanlitun Taikoo in the center of the imperial capital. A gathering of trendy boys and beautiful girls at Sanlitun Taikoo. A silver-gray supercar sped in, the roar immediately capturing the passionate hearts of countless boys and girls. Those who come here to shop usually have some spare money, so luxury cars and supercars are not uncommon. But a top sports car priced at 20 million, that is rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Many knowledgeable people are here, so even before it made a grand entrance, the Koenigsegg Gemera already attracted enough attention for Yifan, and even Zhou Shiting, who was sitting in the passenger seat, became the topic of discussion. After getting out of the car, the two headed straight for the northern area, which is high-end and sells multiple international luxury brands. Yifan didn't know much about luxury brands, and under Zhou Shiting's suggestion, they first walked into a Versace store. Good afternoon, sir and madam. May I ask what you need? We can recommend many items for you. The salesperson politely greeted the two. Yifan immediately spotted a row of casual wear facing him in the store and pointed at two pieces. This one and that one. Okay, sir, I will get those for you to try on right away. The salesperson turned to retrieve the clothes, but then heard Yifan's voice from behind. No, I mean aside from these two, wrap up all the rest in my size. Yifan's tone was casual, yet it shocked everyone present to their core. The salesperson froze in place, slowly turning back in disbelief and asking, you mean all the rest of this row except for these two? That's right. Sir, let me confirm, these t-shirts start at 1,000 yuan each, polo shirts at 2,500 yuan, shirts and shorts at 4,000 yuan, hoodies and sweaters at 5,000 yuan. The salesperson paused, quickly took out a calculator and started pressing buttons. According to your request, this row of clothes will cost a total of 250,000 yuan. Do you still need this purchase plan? The salesperson carefully repeated to confirm. Mainly because such a request from a customer is really too rare. They have seen many wealthy individuals, but someone who would simply buy it without even trying it on is something they have never encountered before. That's right, no need to ask again, let me swipe my card to pay. After saying that, Yifan took out his bank card to pay the salesperson. Yifan had often seen this kind of scene on TV, today he could finally experience the feeling of buying an entire row of clothes with a wave of his hand. The salesperson, trembling with excitement, took the card, and the transaction was successful. Other salespeople who had been idling immediately rushed over to help pack up, while also sneakily observing Yifan. This generous and wealthy young man truly made their hearts race. Unfortunately, by his side, there was a woman whose looks and figure surpassed theirs by 100-fold. Zhou Shiting looked surprised, never expecting anyone would buy clothes this way. So this is the world of the wealthy? Ding! Spent 250,000 yuan, received 6 times the rebate and earned 1,500,000 yuan in rebates. With an increase in savings, Yifan was now accustomed to such million-level rebate amounts, so his heart barely stirred. Sir, the clothes you requested have all been packed. May I have your address? We can arrange for a dedicated delivery for you. Just send it to Yunhai Etian Villa. Perfect timing, since they were going to view a villa later, this would add some life to the home. Yunhai Etian. That 1 billion villa, the mansion of mansions, Yunhai Etian. The salespeople exchanged glances, nearly gasping for breath, finally recovering their professional demeanor after a while. Okay, we will register this for you right away. Upon hearing Yunhai Etian, Zhou Shiting too was struck as if by lightning. She also knew some friends in real estate. Everyone has heard of the famous Yunhai Villa. But unexpectedly, the owner of this legendary top-notch mansion is the incredibly young Mr. Yifan beside me. Compared to valuable luxury cars and extravagant cash flow, owning such a villa king speaks for itself. At this moment, she admired Yifan even more, but she couldn't help but feel a bit more self-doubt, and her mood began to grow somewhat complicated. Yifan was unaware of the rich inner thoughts of the others around him, fully immersed in the game of spending money to make even more money. The two strolled around again, then headed to the Balenciaga boutique. The clothes bought earlier at Versace were relatively casual everyday styles. Now that Yifan's identity was different from before, he would naturally have many important occasions to attend in the future. So, it was really necessary to buy some suits appropriately. Complete sets of suits, along with ties and leather shoes that Xiao Shiding selected for Yifan, were still taken at a glance. Yifan casually picked a white shirt and suit pants to change into, and his entire aura immediately changed. Yifan looked at himself in the full-length mirror and was very satisfied. Indeed, the saying "clothes make the man" was true. Xiao Shiding stepped forward to adjust Yifan's collar, and their handsome and beautiful appearance made the surrounding salespeople green with envy. The scent of rose perfume from Xiao Shiding was now drilling into Yifan's nose, making him feel like hugging her in an instant. I have to say, this woman in front of me is really something. Spending at Balenciaga earned Yifan another 5 million. His personal consumption needs were mostly satisfied. Next was the highlight of Yifan's trip. He looked at Xiao Shiding beside him, his heart filled with just 4 words: spend money on her. Yifan pretended to be dissatisfied as he looked at himself in the mirror. This outfit looks pretty good, but I always feel like I'm missing something on my hands. Xiao Shiding looked up in confusion, directly meeting Yifan's eyes filled with hidden excitement. Chapter 12. After coming out of Balenciaga, Yifan drove Xiao Shiding to a Patek Philippe sales store. Every man who loves watches must have heard the name Patek Philippe. As a famous Swiss watch brand, it is now at the top of the world's 10 famous watches, and is one of Switzerland's only truly independent watchmakers, symbolizing genuine successful men. A sales consultant hurriedly approached to assist. Hello, sir and miss. May I ask if there are any watch styles you like? You can check out the display case over here. Yifan immediately set his sights on the grand self-winding wristwatch 6301P placed at the highest position in the display case and was about to make a purchase when the system's alert suddenly rang. Friendly reminder: purchases that can be considered as assets for the host are not eligible for rebate consumption behavior. Yifan's eyes froze for a moment, but he quickly understood. Indeed, if these behaviors could also receive rebates, wouldn't that mean he could keep buying houses and cars to exploit the system? However, even though he couldn't get a rebate, buying the watch was equivalent to storing assets in another form. So Yifan still pointed to the grand self-winding wristwatch 6301P and said to the sales consultant, I want this one. Sir, you really have great taste. This watch has always been a custom item, and this one is the last in stock at our store. I'll take it out for you to wear right now. The sales consultant respectfully helped Yifan put on the watch, and Yifan placed his left arm in front of the mirror to observe for a while. Not bad, it has that flavor. Then he took out the top diamond card from Shea Bank that Wu Jun had given him last time. The sales consultant was about to take over, but when she clearly saw the true face of that diamond card, her hand's movement quickly stopped. This is the top-tier diamond card of Shea Bank, which requires at least 1 billion in deposits to possess. Such a customer is not something a small sales consultant like her can entertain. Excuse me, sir, please wait a moment. I will immediately call our manager to serve you. Upon hearing that someone was holding a diamond card from Shea Bank, the manager hurriedly rushed to Yifan's side with quick, small steps. Sir, you need the 6301P model, right? Please sit on the sofa for a moment, and we will rush to get the paperwork done for you. Yifan nodded and sat down on the side sofa with Xiao Shiding. In a short while, the manager came back holding a packaged bag with both hands and handed it to Yifan. Xiao Shiding thought they were about to leave, and just as she was getting up, she heard Yifan say, Miss Xiao, you have accompanied me shopping for so long, as a thank you, you can also pick a watch here. Xiao Shiding was stunned, almost thinking she misheard. She had heard that colleagues were given gifts, but those were always bags or clothes worth a few tens of thousands. Now, Mr. Yi said he wanted to give her a Patek Philippe watch. The cheapest watch here starts at least 200,000, how could she deserve Mr. Yi to spend so much money on her on the first day? Mr. Yi, you are being too kind, it's just accompanying you for shopping, you really don't need to spend so much. Miss Xiao, there is no need to be so polite, you might need to help me with car matters in the future, so consider this a gift to make friends. With Yifan saying this, the implication was that he was willing to keep in touch with Xiao Shiding in the future. Xiao Shiding knew that if she pushed this away again, it would seem a bit disrespectful to the big boss. So, she had no choice but to nod, her gaze instinctively glanced at her favorite watch from earlier, then she quickly turned her gaze away and chose the cheapest Calatrava Series 5296G001, just over 200,000. Then this one will do, Xiao Shiding said. Alright, miss, I will package it up for you right away. The manager took the watch from the display case and handed it to the sales consultant to register and prepare the contract. And that one too, please package it together. Yifan pointed at the platinum 4947 G010 worth 520,000. Xiao Shiding was incredibly surprised, a warm current surging within her. She didn't expect Yifan to even catch her subtle liking gaze. At that moment, on the other side, a girl who came to look with her boyfriend saw Yifan's generous behavior and could not help feeling envious. So handsome. How come her boyfriend can be so generous? Look at yours. You can't even afford to buy and just brought me in to just look. What does that mean? The more the girl looked at her boyfriend, the angrier she felt. She simply stomped her foot and left. The watches for Xiao Shiding were all packed, totaling 727,700 yuan, and Yifan swiped his card to settle the bill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 727,700 yuan on a high-value woman with a score of 91, triggering a critical hit reward. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 55% shares of Yuan Company, Ltd. Yuan? Didn't the company where I interned happen to be a subsidiary brand of Yuan in fast consumer goods? I didn't expect to directly become the behind-the-scenes ultimate boss of my internship company. Yifan, feeling joyful, then took Xiao Shiding to a nearby Chanel to buy her several bags. Having finally caught someone willing to spend money, Yifan naturally wanted to seize the opportunity. However, all the subsequent expenses only returned rebates, and only when buying the last bag did a critical hit produce something called the primary gene upgrade liquid. From this, Yifan also roughly figured out the rules of the critical hit. That is, spending money on women who meet the beauty score conditions will always trigger a critical hit on the first spending. And the value of the critical hit reward is related to the beauty score of the spending target and the amount Yifan spends on them at once. The higher the appearance, the more money Yifan spends, and the more valuable the rewards he receives. Later, the possibility of crit for the same spending target is randomly triggered, but overall, the more money is spent at once, the greater the value of the triggered crit reward. Xiao Shiding carried large shopping bags, feeling a bit dizzy from being overwhelmed by gifts. Seeing that Yifan still wanted to pull her to buy more, she quickly stopped him. Mr. Yi, these gifts are really enough, thank you for your kindness. She was a bit materialistic, but she also knew that in such situations, she must know when to stop. Yifan couldn't help but sigh. Wasn't it said that there are many gold-digging women in society? Why were the few he encountered either reluctant to let him spend money or sensible and well-behaved? He was troubled. When would he be able to take all the rewards from the system and become a world-class rich man? Yifan made up his mind. Next time, he would definitely find a gold-digging woman who loves spending money without any worries. Alright. You've been shopping for so long, you must be tired. I'm going to check on my new villa, Miss Chow, how about coming with me? Xiao Shiding was flattered. Okay, thank you for the invitation, Mr. Yi. Yifan then called the property manager responsible for the Yunhua Villa management. Manager Zhou? I'm thinking of going to Yunhua Villa to sign the check-in procedure, is it okay to go now? Of course, Mr. Yi. You can come anytime, I'll arrange for someone to welcome you. Alright, thank you. No trouble at all. Serving you is our honor. Once Yifan hung up, Zhou Qiwen immediately gathered a large group of property staff. Everyone listen carefully, our villa owner is arriving soon, remember to follow the training, no one is allowed to mess up and make Mr. Yi laugh at us, got it? Yes. A loud chorus of responses echoed, and everyone immediately focused on their tense preparation work. Chapter 13. Before long, Yifan drove Xiao Shiding to the center villa area of the capital. As they drove toward the center of the villa area, they passed various precious green plants, with each region connecting to lakes and waterfronts, the landscaping stunningly beautiful to the point of taking one's breath away. Those who own houses here are all wealthy or noble people. Among them, the Yunhua Villa, located in the central position of the area, has the highest configuration and price. Owning it certainly means being among the elite. This is also the reason why the villa management values Yifan's arrival so much. Soon, Yifan parked in front of the Yunhua Villa. The parking spot was a distance from the villa's gate, separated by a small stream, above which was a 2-meter wide and 5-meter long artificial bridge. Zhou Qiwen saw the sports car stop and immediately had several staff roll out a red carpet on the bridge leading to Yifan's feet. Hello, Mr. Yi. We have been waiting for your arrival. Our staff will help park your car in the back garage, please watch your step. Yifan nodded, handed the keys to the staff, and, together with Xiao Shiding, walked across the artificial bridge to the villa entrance, following Zhou Qiwen's courteous steps. At the villa entrance, 2 rows of people were lined up on either side. As Yifan stepped off the bridge, everyone bowed deeply, saying, Hello, Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi, these are the villa service staff we have prepared for you. Zhou Qiwen introduced, these are the gardeners responsible for trimming the landscape, and these cooks come from a 5-star hotel team. This staff configuration is to ensure that you can enjoy comfortable service and experience as soon as you arrive. If you have any other requests, we can also arrange them. Yifan nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, in the world of the rich, the foundation of buying anything relies on high-end service. Next, Zhou Qiwen took Yifan to tour the entire villa interior. The open-air private swimming pool, the specially customized crystal elevator, and the handmade Italian leather sofa, all the highlights were introduced to Yifan in detail. Xiao Shiting followed closely behind Yifan, her eyes wide open. She had never thought she would be so close to such a wealthy environment one day. Mr. Yi, this is the overall situation of the Yunhai one-day villa. The only thing missing from the villa now is a housekeeper. I wonder what your requirements for a housekeeper are. Once you decide, we can arrange it for you immediately. Yifan thought for a moment and looked at Xiao Shiting beside him. Miss Xiao, are you interested in doing a part-time job? Xiao Shiting was momentarily taken aback. Mr. Yi, do you mean? I won't be living here permanently for now, so there won't be too many affairs in the villa. Would you be interested in being the housekeeper? What kind of luxurious house is this if it's not a permanent residence? What kind of heavenly place does a permanent residence have to be? Xiao Shiting suppressed her inner shock. Mr. Yi, since you trust me so much, I naturally have no reason to decline. After signing the contract and recording the fingerprint lock information, Yifan was just about to take Xiao Shiting out for a meal. At that moment, Yifan's mother, Guo Chunshui, called him. Xiao Fan, are you in school now? The daughter of an old friend of mine just got accepted into the capital university this semester. She had some things before school started, which delayed her, and she is going to report today. She should be arriving soon. Can you help her carry her luggage and look after her? Receiving his mother's call reminded Yifan that these past few days he had been so focused on making money that he hadn't sent any money home. He immediately transferred 500,000 to his mother's bank card. Alright, Mom, I'll head back now. I just transferred some money to your card, take it and go have fun with Dad recently. Why transfer money? Let me see, you said you could earn your own money, so just spend it on yourself. We two old folks don't need to spend any money on anything. On the other end, Guo Chunshui picked up her reading glasses, opened the bank app, and when she saw those 5 zeros, she was almost scared enough to throw her phone. Xiao Fan, where did you get so much money? Is it 500,000 and I didn't see wrong? Where did you get so much money from? We can't do anything shady. Yifan couldn't help but smile, knowing his mother would react like this. You didn't see wrong, it's 500,000. Don't worry, Mom, I didn't do anything bad. Actually, I have been working on a project with classmates. This is just small money, I will continue to honor you too when I earn more. You brat, you're quite resourceful. Then I will save this money for you to use when you get married. Alright, enough of that. Hurry and go attend to that girl, take good care of her, and don't lose the old Yi family's manners. Got it, dear mother. Yifan responded cheekily. After parting with Xiao Shiting, Yifan drove back to the capital university. On the way, he took out the Gene Primary Upgrade liquid he had just obtained from the system's item space and drank it. Looking into the rearview mirror in the car, Yifan watched as the excess flesh on his face melted away, his features becoming more three-dimensional and sharp, while his skin became smoother and more delicate. His profile now had a strong jawline. All the muscles in his body became firm and hard, and casually lifting his shirt, one could see the clear and beautiful lines of a mermaid in 8-pack abs. Not bad, both the abundance of material and the inner improvement are equally important. Yifan placed both hands back on the steering wheel, and the feeling of driving the sports car became even more effortless. Yifan sped back to the school. The main road in front of Capital University is currently being renovated, and the sports cars inside can exit via a one-way street, but cars coming from the outside cannot enter. Yifan forgot about this situation as he rushed back. Now, the only way is to leave the main road in front of Capital University and drive in the opposite direction toward the small road leading to the back gate of Capital University, then from inside the campus to almost the entrance to pick up Auntie's daughter and her luggage to her dormitory. Worried that the girl would wait too long, since it's only a couple of steps to walk to the school gate from here, Yifan decided to meet her first. He called a nearby designated driver and asked him to drive his car to the entrance according to the above route before returning it to him. After all these operations, Yifan took a step towards the school gate of Capital University. At the school gate of Capital University, the girl Luo Hanji, with long black hair, was wearing a fresh pure white dress, guarding her luggage while slightly raising her head waiting for her brother Yifan, who was supposed to come help her. A BMW 7 Series drove out from the campus, and Feng Kun, sitting in the driver's seat, was ready to hit the gas and rush out to the bar for some fun. With a casual glance, he discovered that standing at the school gate was a beauty no less than a fairy. With such a stunning beauty, who still wants to go to the bar to see those faces altered by plastic surgery? Feng Kun stopped the car in front of Luo Hanji, confidently rolled down the window, and said in a bubbly voice. Little Junior, just come to school? You have so much stuff, it must be tough, right? Get in, I'll take you to the dorm. Chapter 14. Luo Hanji looked at the man in front of her, who gave off a greasy feeling, and instinctively frowned. No, thank you, I already have a senior coming to pick me up. As soon as her words fell, Yifan happened to arrive. Looking at the girl who blossomed like a flower, from Yifan's straight man perspective, he instinctively felt her beauty was completely on par with the top school beauties he had come across before. The beauty score panel popped up just in time, finally landing on a value of 93. Oh, not bad. She is also a top-notch beauty goddess. Yifan took a step forward and asked, "Are you Hanji?" Luo Hanji looked over and saw a clean, handsome face. With the boost of genetic enhancing fluid, Yifan was now somewhat of a handsome guy too. "You are, brother Yifan?" Being called brother by a beauty made Yifan feel very pleased. "That's right, my mom told me about you. Is your luggage just this?" Yifan reached out to take the large suitcase beside Luo Hanji. Feng Kun saw that the two completely ignored him, and his greasy face showed traces of sarcastic anger. "Little Junior, your vision is really bad. What's the use of just being good-looking these days? Look at him, to pick you up for school, he doesn't even have a car. And you're young, so you probably don't understand the value of my car, right? This car of mine costs a full 1.5 million. Do you know what a 1.5 million car means? Are you really sure you'd rather sit on a bicycle and smile than get on my BMW and see what it's like?" After finishing, Feng Kun boldly spread his arms on the window and raised his eyebrows at Luo Hanji. Where did this idiot come from? Yifan looked at the blabbering Feng Kun and turned to Luo Hanji, asking, "Hanji, is this your friend?" Luo Hanji quickly shook her head. "I don't know him, I was just standing here and he suddenly came to talk to me." "Little Junior, don't be shy, get in the car with your brother. With my conditions, it's definitely better than walking with this poor guy." Feng Kun still felt good about himself as he persuaded Luo Hanji, looking at Yifan with eyes full of disdain. This poor loser thinks he can compete with him for a girl? Today, he would show him what the power of money looks like. Just talking isn't enough, Feng Kun got out of the car and opened the passenger door, continuing to tempt Luo Hanji. At this time, more and more students were coming in and out of the school gate as it was after school. A few classmates saw two boys vying for a girl and stopped to watch the gossip. In this world, it's truly money that reigns supreme. But the other handsome guy without a car is really good looking. You can't just look at wealth. What use is good looks if you're broke? After leaving school, you'll still be beaten down by society's rules. I'm still supporting the girl to go with the BMW guy. Hearing the discussions, Feng Kun, who felt he had the support of most people, was in a state of pure joy. This pretty boy really thought he could compete with someone with power and wealth? Today's young people are still too naive and innocent. Feng Kun pulled the passenger door open wider, dreaming about holding the beauty in his arms. Just then, a roar like far-off thunder approached from a distance. Suddenly, a silver-gray car like a ferocious beast flashed around the corner of the school road. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the sound. I can't believe it. It's that 20 million yuan Koenigsegg gem era that was exposed on the campus forum. What a coincidence. I didn't expect even the real campus tycoon to come. Everyone craned their necks to see who was in the driver's seat, and Feng Kun was no exception. He envied this top sports car too. Maybe he could take this opportunity to get to know this guy. Someone like him should hang out with rich young masters. Feng Kun couldn't wait to jog over as the driver's side door of the Koenigsegg opened upward, and a young man in a blue work uniform stepped out. Huh? It's just a chauffeur? I thought I would get to see the tycoon in person. Yeah. What a pity. I even wanted to give him a love letter I worked on for a day and a night. Disappointment was evident on everyone's faces. At this moment, the chauffeur stretched his neck and scanned the crowd. Upon spotting his target, he immediately jogged over to Yifan. Mr. Yi, I have brought your Koenigsegg. If you need anything in the future, feel free to contact me. After saying that, the chauffeur calmly left while everyone gaped in disbelief. Everyone present was shocked to the core. The handsome guy who just wasn't getting support turned out to be the legendary owner of the Koenigsegg, the tycoon. Ah! I can't believe my brother is both rich and handsome. My sincere heart was not misplaced awe. So funny. That BMW guy was boasting in front of him, but his car probably isn't even worth 1/10 of the insurance on the Koenigsegg. If I were him, I would want to dig a hole right now to bury my head. A jumping toad trying to fit into a pair of talents, ha! The mockery and ridicule from the crowd reached Feng Kun's ears without fail. He was completely stunned. What is going on? The wealthy heir he wanted to cling to was actually this pretty boy in front of him. He had just provoked him like that? His BMW 7 Series probably isn't even worth the insurance on the Koenigsegg for a year. Now he had embarrassed himself to the max. Feng Kun carefully glanced at Yifan, bowing repeatedly in apology. Oh no, brother, it's all a misunderstanding. My junk car can't compare to your luxury car, I was out of my mind, just pretend I was talking nonsense. Wishing you and the junior girl a sweet and loving relationship. I will immediately go find a hospital to register and check my brain. I'm just a pure fool. Please don't take it to heart. Feng Kun said this as he hurried back to his car and quickly pressed the accelerator to drive away. As a result, he was driving so fast that the passenger door didn't close properly, and when it brushed against a tree trunk, a piece was knocked off right there. Feng Kun didn't dare to stop, he just drove off in a broken car, speeding away. Yi Fan was amused by this person's complete disregard, referring to him as a grandson. He admitted that he was crazy, so let him be. The farce ended, and Yi Fan put Luo Hanji's luggage into the trunk of the Koenigsegg. Get in the car, Hanji. Which building is your dormitory? I'll take you there now. Luo Hanji stared at the cool and extraordinary sports car before her, still a bit dazed. Clearly, her mother had said before that Aunt Gua's family was just an ordinary family similar to theirs. How come this brother Yi Fan drives such a nice car? And just now she heard someone say this car is worth at least 20 million. Luo Hanji was somewhat afraid to move. What's wrong? Yi Fan asked curiously, seeing the little girl standing still. Are you really brother Yi Fan? Luo Hanji cautiously looked at him with her eyes. Yi Fan couldn't help but laugh, this little girl was quite vigilant. There was no other way, Yi Fan had to call his mother in front of her to confirm. Chapter 15. When the video call connected, Yi Fan aimed the phone screen directly at Luo Hanji. Guo Chunshui's simple face appeared on the screen, and upon seeing Luo Hanji's little face, she hurriedly asked with concern. What's wrong, Hanji? Did this brat Yi Fan bully you? Why did you suddenly call auntie? Yi Fan, who was behind the screen, helplessly rubbed his forehead. Mom, can't you at least hope for me to do well? Why must you make me seem like such a bully? Seeing this, Luo Hanji quickly shook her hands to indicate that it wasn't like that. No, auntie, brother Yi Fan is a really nice person. He even helped me just now. It was just a little misunderstanding, so I wanted to confirm with you again. Oh, I see, that's good. Then, you remember to take good care of the girl, Xiao Fan. Got it, Mom. Yi Fan felt like his ears were about to get calloused from his mother's nagging. Indeed, no matter how much he grew up and became wealthy, he was still a brat in his mother's eyes, always getting nagged at. After a few pleasantries, Yi Fan hung up the phone and looked at Luo Hanji, asking. Sister Hanji, can we go now? Luo Hanji stuck out her tongue apologetically. Of course we can. She quickly nodded and then hurriedly took her seat in the passenger position. On the way to the dormitory, Luo Hanji still felt that her earlier behavior was a bit rude. I'm sorry, brother Yi Fan, I misunderstood you earlier. It's fine, I can understand. It's normal for girls to be safety conscious. And it was just a phone call, you don't need to take it to heart. Yi Fan's calm and gentle response finally made Luo Hanji feel a little reassured, easing some of her guard. The two began to chat like friends. From their conversation, Yi Fan learned that Luo Hanji was a new student in the dance department this year, majoring in dance performance, with a focus on ballet. No wonder when he first met Luo Hanji, he felt she had a different, ethereal charm compared to other girls. Turns out she was studying dance. If you have any performances in the future, I must go and support you. Great. If brother Yi Fan comes, I'll definitely perform even harder. Yi Fan made small talk. Once again, she was asked about the reason she missed the school opening registration. However, at this moment, Luo Hanji, who had originally been cheerful, suddenly froze a bit, and Yi Fan didn't ask about it anymore but instead changed the topic to something else. Soon, Yi Fan drove the car to the bottom of the art department's freshman dormitory building. Some girls had returned early to freshen up and were currently hanging their clothes on the balcony. Looking down, they saw a super cool sports car. Wow! You guys hurry and look. The 20 million yuan sports car from the campus forum has appeared downstairs. Where? Let me see. Let me see. It really is that Koenigsegg. This sports car looks even cooler in person. It's way more stylish than in the photos. Oh my gosh, now that this car is parked here, the owner must be coming to find someone in our dorm, right? A girl speculated. Hearing this, the other girls couldn't help but start fixing their hair and clothes, thinking they must showcase their best side. Maybe this rich brother is coming to find them. At this moment, every girl on the balcony leaned forward eagerly, much like Cinderella in a fairy tale waiting for her prince with the crystal shoe. However, in the next second, they saw a very beautiful girl with an extraordinary aura stepping out of the passenger seat of the Koenigsegg. Luo Hanji, with skin as white as snow, seemed to radiate a magical presence, completely shattering the hopes that everyone had held. Is there really someone so good-looking in our freshman class? Yeah. I didn't hear about anyone like this during the registration. She looks like she can compete with those older girls who have the title of campus beauty. At this moment, the girls felt a sense of unwillingness in their hearts. But there was nothing they could do. After all, in this society, the first thing people notice is looks, right? Boys in the opposite building also noticed the commotion downstairs. Wow! This new girl is too beautiful. She's really gorgeous. I think I can do it. I definitely have to pursue her. You? Did you even see who she got out of the car with? That's a wealthy brother. Just look at that supercar, we could never afford it in several lifetimes. The boys were hurt by someone's clear-headed remark, and their faces were full of jealousy and indignation. Damn it, why do all the good girls end up with these rich second-generation guys? Being rich doesn't mean they're pleasant to deal with. I bet the owner of this Koenigsegg is probably ugly and short and fat. People like that can only look at a bit of money, they might even ruin the appearance of the city when they show up. One boy, who had been supported by a sugar mommy due to his little good looks, pretended to be indifferent and spoke out, and his sour words immediately received support from several other disgruntled boys. Exactly, I think so too. Otherwise, how could he get all the good things? Looks like wealth is just the compensation for their spiritual losses from the heavens. Hearing this, the group laughed happily. At this moment, a pair of long legs wearing black dress pants stepped down from the Koenigsegg effortlessly. In the glow of the setting sun, Yifan stood still, casting a long shadow on the ground, and the golden sunlight hit his chiseled profile. A particularly handsome and beautiful face suddenly appeared in everyone's view. Ah! Is this the true appearance of the wealthy brother? He is this handsome. I can't take it anymore. I definitely have to marry him. Brother, I love you. At the moment they saw Yifan's true face, the girls on the balcony erupted into loud screams and shouts. Yifan's charm made them completely forget their reservations, just wanting to declare out loud how obsessed they were with such a handsome and rich brother. Brother, look at me. I'm Hong Duo Duo from the music department, my WeChat ID is 778. Get lost. Brother, don't pay attention to her. I am the one who truly cares for you. The scene suddenly became chaotic, with some people folding their love letters into paper airplanes and throwing them towards Yifan's direction. At this moment, Yifan was focused on moving Luo Hanji's luggage from the trunk, so he didn't pay much attention to what was getting louder upstairs. The girls saw Yifan carrying bags and luggage for Luo Hanji, and felt an overwhelming jealousy in their hearts. Did you see the muscle lines that showed when Brother Shenhao flexed just now? So manly. Yeah. Why can't I be the one next to him? On the other side, the boys also ogled Yifan's impressive looks and the girls' crazy actions. One by one, their faces turned green. Damn, how unfair can life be? Why does he get all the good things? How is it possible that this guy is not only rich but also so damn handsome? A few sour faces looked even more stinky, like they just crawled out of a cesspit, and after muttering some bitter words, they quietly gave up. Chapter 16. After sending Luo Hanji to the dormitory, Yifan gave a few brief instructions and then left. Just as he was about to drive back to the school parking lot, he received an invitation from the property manager, Zhou Chiwen, on his phone. It said there would be a self-service wine tasting event tonight on the top floor of the Beauties building in the capital, specifically for the residents of the Central Villa area. People living in the Central Villa area are all either rich or influential, with some resources and status. So, to put it simply, this kind of wine tasting event was just a networking opportunity for the wealthy. After thinking for a moment, Yifan decided that it would be good to go meet some friends, so he turned the car around and drove out of the school gate. On the top floor of the Beauties building, stars twinkled outside the all-glass roof. Several registrars in formal attire were checking the identity information of the guests. Such a wine-tasting event for a high-quality crowd is not open to just anyone. Therefore, it was very important to strictly prevent unauthorized people from entering the venue. Guests entered one after another, and the registrars momentarily relaxed, starting to chat about the information and gossip they knew. Have you heard? The owner of the Yuhai Tian Villa checked in today. Do you think he will come to the wine tasting tonight? Hard to say, with such high-profile big shots, how lucky could we be to see them just once? True, but I really want to see what he looks like. I bet he's the kind of experienced man who has been through a lot, a bit older but very decisive. The registrar's eyes sparkled as they spoke. Even though such big shots might be as old as their fathers or grandfathers, having a chance to connect with such rich people would definitely not be a loss. At this moment, Yifan stepped out of the elevator and walked toward the registration desk. The registrar at the front lifted her head to verify Yifan's information, but instinctively froze when she saw him. So handsome and so young. He must be the rich young master of some owner, right? Hello, welcome to the wine tasting event. Please show us your invitation, she said. Yifan opened the information interface and handed it over. In the next second, when the registrar saw the name on the invitation, her hand trembled while scanning the code. What the heck? This is Mr. Yifan, the owner of Yuhai Tian Villa. At this moment, 1,000 screaming chickens raced through the registrar's mind. The other two registrars noticed her odd behavior and came over to sneak a glance at the invitation. Holy moly! The person they had just been eagerly discussing turned out to be this young man who looked just like a college student. He is not just not old, he is freaking too young, okay? And he's so handsome. Is there a problem? When Yifan saw the registration clerk frozen with the phone in the air, he asked in confusion. No problem, sorry to keep you waiting. The clerk quickly suppressed his shock and excitement, tightly gripping the phone to scan for registration. Mr. Yi, you are all set, please come in. Yifan nodded and walked into the inner hall. Several clerks stared at his back, gripping each other's hands as they discussed excitedly about Yifan's wealth and handsomeness. As Yifan entered the hall, men and women in the room held their wine glasses, chatting while subtly glancing his way. Upon seeing a young man, they all turned back with uninterested expressions. The reason was simple, as their guess was the same as that of the registration clerk outside. So young, it must just be a rich second generation spending family money. Have you heard about that person from Yunhai? Not yet, I've asked around with some families, but I haven't heard that anyone has recently bought Yunhai. Isn't it those families that got it? Who else could it be? It can't just be some newly rich person, right? Yunhai Villa, as the central villa area's main source. Though in terms of price, it isn't exactly sky high. But this piece of land has its insider rules. Without connections and hard power, you can't get this house. The qualification to buy Yunhai is worth much more than the 1 billion on paper. It's not just about money. After chatting for a long time with no conclusion, the owners were even more curious about this mysterious new owner. Yifan had been walking around all day and was already hungry. The wine tasting event prepared many exquisite, easy-to-eat Michelin dishes for guests, so Yifan thought to grab something to fill his stomach. Just a few steps toward the table of dishes, Yifan suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Song Shumi? What's she doing here? Isn't she supposed to be working at Jinjiang now? Not far from Yifan, Song Jiro was gracefully holding a tray with wine glasses, dressed in a slim chipa with a slit on one side, her beautiful legs partially visible. At this moment, Yifan could understand why Song Jiro's looks were the highest so far. The reason is simple, this 172 centimeters curvy beauty really is impressive. Just as Yifan was about to greet her. At that moment, a drunken man staggered past Song Jiro. Song Jiro couldn't dodge in time, and the man bumped into the tray she was holding. The burgundy liquid instantly spilled onto the man's suit. Are you blind? Do you know how much my suit costs before bumping into me? Guan Mingze immediately began to curse, pulling at Song Jiro as if to teach her a lesson. Sir, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Song Jiro quickly apologized, her small face looking up, causing Guan Mingze to freeze for a moment. Damn, she's rather pretty. How about this? I'm not someone who deliberately makes things difficult. You, accompany me for a night, and I won't ask you to pay for the damage. What do you say? As Guan Mingze spoke, he lewdly let his eyes wander over Song Jiro, looking like he could drool at any moment. What? Upon hearing this request, Song Jiro's face turned pale with fright. Be a good girl and come with me, I will take good care of you. After saying this, Guan Mingze pulled harder, preparing to drag Song Jiro away directly. Chapter 17. With a loud bang, Yifan kicked Guan Mingze's hand away that was grabbing Song Jiro and pulled Song Jiro in front of him to protect her. Guan Mingze lost his balance and crashed into the nearby bar counter. Who the hell are you? How dare you meddle in my business? Guan Mingze got up in a flurry, spitting as he pointed at Yifan and began to shout. The others present also noticed the conflict, but their eyes were filled with disapproval of Yifan's actions. Guan Mingze was notoriously arrogant and overbearing among the homeowners in the central villa area. He had previously gotten lucky and made a fortune in the live streaming industry, quickly accumulating personal assets. So, he was basically a typical nouveau riche. Moreover, he often exploited the female streamers under him, and none of the women he desired had ever escaped his grasp. Everyone thought Yifan had gotten himself into real trouble by stepping up. Besides, in the entire central villa area, except for that one person, everyone else's identity and status were pretty much the same, so no one would intentionally stick their neck out to create trouble. Damn it! A brat with no maturity dares to show off in front of me. Get your master out here right now, and you both will kneel and apologize to me. Do you hear me? Otherwise, I will definitely fight you to the end. Guan Mingze shouted fiercely, looking like a ferocious beast that wouldn't let Yifan get away. Song Jiro never expected that her own issues would cause such trouble for Yifan, trembling in fear in his arms, but she tightly held onto him, afraid he would get into conflict and get hurt. Feeling the terrified quivering of the person in his arms, a wave of painful anger surged from Yifan's heart. Damn it, facing such a bully, what kind of young man wouldn't take action? Yifan directly threw a punch at Guan Mingze's face. The flesh on Guan Mingze's face instantly shook, and several teeth mixed with blood flew out of his mouth. You actually dare to hit me? Guan Mingzi shouted in disbelief, covering his mouth. I'll hit you, so what? Do I need to pick a date for that? Yi Fan responded, and before Guan Mingzi could retaliate in anger, he took several more punches from Yi Fan. Yi Fan had just taken gene upgrade fluid in the afternoon, so his physique was much stronger than an average young man. Not to mention, Guan Mingzi was nothing but a coward, and before long, he was beaten to the ground, looking for his teeth, unable to fight back at all. The surrounding homeowners furrowed their brows at this sight, all thinking that Yi Fan was narrowing his own path. Today's young people are still too impulsive. Sure, he was getting his anger out with those punches, but Guan Mingzi wasn't alone. That young man might really be in for it. Guan Mingzi, now lost and disoriented from the beating, still held his ground, shouting angrily while retreating, "You're absolutely dead now." He pulled out his phone and dialed a number, alone. "Get a few brothers up here right now. I've been beat up by a little brat, hurry up and take care of him for me." Hearing this, Song Jiro's fear for Yi Fan intensified, and tears streamed down her cheeks at once. She quickly tugged at Yi Fan's sleeve. "Yi Shixiang, how about I go apologize to that person now, and then you hurry and leave? It's useless to apologize to such a villain, he will only keep pushing further." Feeling heartbroken seeing Song Jiro so frightened, Yi Fan continued to comfort her softly. "Don't worry, with me here, nothing will happen." Then, Yi Fan also pulled out his phone and made a call. "Manager Zhou, right? I'm at a wine tasting and ran into a fool, come over here." The others, upon hearing Yi Fan call Manager Zhou, couldn't help but frown and shake their heads. What use was this young man calling the property manager of the villa area? A property manager was too busy dodging responsibilities, how could he possibly help him? Guan Mingzi also laughed. "You little brat, I almost thought you had some power when you were so arrogant just now. But it turns out you were calling the property management? Just wait, if I don't break one of your legs, I won't share your last name." At that moment, Guan Mingzi's subordinate, Along, arrived with a few young guys sporting yellow hair. "Boss, are you okay? Which punk hurt you?" Guan Mingzi pointed his chin at Yi Fan. "Damn it, it's that stinky brat. Beat him to death." Along and the others nodded, rolled up their sleeves, and rushed towards Yi Fan. "Stop." Zhou Qiwen, who received the call from Yi Fan, also arrived and quickly shouted as he saw them about to attack Yi Fan. Hearing Zhou Qiwen shout, Guan Mingzi spat out blood on the ground, looking displeased. "Manager Zhou, are you sure you want to interfere in our business as property owners? This kid offended me, and today I must take care of him. Don't blame me for not warning you first." Upon hearing this, Zhou Qiwen quietly glanced at Yi Fan. Since Mr. Yi called him over, he must have implicitly allowed him to reveal some things. Realizing this, Zhou Qiwen immediately adopted a serious expression, no longer addressing Guan Mingzi as owner, but directly calling out his name. "Guan Mingzi, are you sure you want to deal with the owner of the Yinhai Tian Villa in our center, Mr. Yi Fan?" As soon as these words came out, everyone's face was filled with shock. Some even dropped their wine glasses, which shattered heavily on the floor. The young man before them was actually the owner of the Yinhai Tian Villa they had just been discussing. Guan Mingzi's face changed drastically upon hearing this. If he was the owner of the Yinhai Tian Villa, even if he had 10 lives, he wouldn't dare to act tough in front of him. People with such a high-profile background definitely have terrifying identities behind them. But this man looked far too young. Could he really have such great power? Guan Mingzi still wanted to take a chance and asked, "Manager Zhou, are you serious?" Zhou Qiwen snorted coldly. "Guan Mingzi, I see you've messed up your brain from drinking. Do you think I'd joke about someone as esteemed as Mr. Yi Fan with you, a nobody?" Upon receiving the answer, Guan Mingzi's face turned pale quickly, even the drunken flush evacuating from his cheeks. He silently scooted backward, trying to pretend he hadn't done anything. Along and the few younger guys still didn't understand the situation and shouted, "Boss, are we still going to make a move?" Now all eyes in the room were back on Guan Mingzi. He was instantly terrified. Damn it, these idiots should have kept quiet at this moment. Seeing Guan Mingzi's cowardly look, Yi Fan smiled. "Of course, we should make a move. Just now your boss was saying he wanted to break one of my legs, right, Guan Mingzi?" Chapter 18. Guan Mingzi looked up at Yi Fan, unable to decide whether to respond or not. He could only quickly slap himself a few times and apologize to Yi Fan. "Mr. Yi, those words I said just now were nonsense. I was just having a moment of madness to say those foolish things. I apologize. Please don't take it to heart." "Brother Mingzi, how can you say that? Everyone here knows that in society, the most important thing in interactions is trust. It must be followed through." Yi Fan smirked coldly and continued, "But for this matter, Brother Mingzi, who do you think is more suitable to break whose leg?" Guan Mingzi instantly understood Yi Fan's meaning, trembling in fear. He wanted to plead for mercy again, but when he looked up, he met Yi Fan's determined gaze. Break my leg. Guan Mingzi trembled as he declared his deserved fate. Yi Fan nodded in satisfaction. Along still looked confused. Really, boss? You want to be so harsh on yourself? Damn it, you stupid fool. Why don't you hurry up and give me a quick end? Guan Mingzi gritted his teeth, venting all his anger on his clueless subordinates. Along and the others could only obediently follow Guan Mingzi's orders, stepping forward to punch and kick him. Then, they joined forces to attack one of Guan Mingzi's thighs. Ah. The entire scene was filled with Guan Mingzi's tragic screams, echoes that seemed to linger for 3 days. The matter settled, Zhou Qiwen repeatedly apologized to Yi Fan, who left directly with Song Jiro. Every owner who wanted to approach Yi Fan to hand him a business card was rejected without exception. For Yi Fan, these numb and powerful people tonight were simply not worthy of knowing him. The only gain from tonight was that Song Jiro was not harmed. As for making friends, Yi Fan clearly realized that only those who were at least 10 times higher than the ordinary people present would be qualified to know and cooperate with him in the future. Yi Fan walked quickly, pulling Song Jiro away from the Bay building. However, because Song Jiro was wearing high heels for work tonight, after a few more steps, she accidentally twisted her ankle. Song Jiro wanted to pretend nothing was wrong and keep walking, but the next second, she was directly picked up by Yi Fan. Senior brother, I can walk by myself. Now, their position was that Yi Fan was personally carrying Song Jiro in a princess hold, and the atmosphere was very ambiguous. Song Jiro's fair little face turned bright red. Yi Fan ignored her small protests and brought her to a nearby park, gently placing her on a bench by the roadside. After going to a nearby pharmacy to buy some ice packs and herbal patches, Yi Fan squatted down, holding Song Jiro's injured foot, ready to treat her. Song Jiro gasped and wanted to pull her foot back. To let senior brother touch her foot to treat her injury, this is too embarrassing. Senior brother Yi, I can do it myself. Be good, don't move. Yi Fan directly pulled back Song Jiro's smooth and slender ankle, applying an ice pack to her swollen wound. Listening to Yi Fan's order, Song Jiro obediently sat still like a robot, not daring to move. But when she saw Yi Fan's brows unconsciously furrowing, she instinctively reached out to gently smooth them. Yi Fan couldn't help but smile. What are you doing? I saw senior brother Yi looked a bit unhappy, so I thought I'd smooth your furrowed brow. Yi Fan found Song Jiro's explanation so cute that his smile whitened even more. However, he also realized that his temper tonight was indeed greater than usual. Especially when he saw Song Jiro's helpless and pitiful expression in the inner hall, he felt even more heartbroken and angry. Yi Fan thought, perhaps beautiful girls really make people feel more sympathy. By the way, why did you come here tonight? Didn't Jin Taiyuan have any work today? Actually, ever since you promoted me to restaurant manager, Manager Fan has been very considerate to me, so my working hours at Jin Taiyuan are not as long as before. So I thought I would take advantage of the extra time to do more part-time jobs. After all, working as an attendant in such a high-end hall, I can earn several thousand in one night. Song Jiro explained somewhat silly. After hearing this, Yi Fan couldn't help but click his tongue at Fan Hua in his heart. Last time he praised him for being smart, but how did this guy completely go in the wrong direction now? Yi Fan wanted him to keep Song Jiro at the restaurant more. Now it's good, he pushed the person out. Are you doing all this work because you lack money? Yi Fan asked. Hearing Yi Fan's question, Song Jiro bit her lip and after a long time, softly said yes. You can borrow from me, I have plenty of it right now, Yi Fan said naturally. After all, he wasn't bragging, he really had a lot of money. No, that's absolutely not okay. My parents taught me since I was little that I must be self-reliant. Moreover, brother Yi, you've helped me so much before. If it weren't for this kind-hearted senior, how could she suddenly become the restaurant supervisor at Jin Taiyuan, earning so much more than before? Yi Fan suddenly realized where the close feeling with Song Jiro came from. She was really similar to his former self, struggling through life. Because of the same experience, Yi Fan felt a bit heartbroken for Song Jiro at this moment. Then don't work part-time anymore, or as your boss, I'll have to cut your salary. To ensure that Song Jiro wouldn't face another situation like tonight, Yi Fan deliberately warned her fiercely. Okay, I won't dare anymore, brother Yi, I know I was wrong. Please don't cut my salary, alright? Song Jiro pitifully clasped Yi Fan's sleeve, admitting her mistake. When Yi Fan looked up, he saw Song Jiro unconsciously acting cute with her stunningly beautiful face. Ah, the beauty strike, Yi Fan's breath stopped, feeling warmth rush through his veins. Ahem. Alright, then just focus on your work from now on, don't think about these unnecessary part-time jobs, especially not in those complicated places, alright? Song Jiro quickly nodded like a little chick pecking at rice. Yi Fan had already planned in his mind that once they got back, he would let Fan Hua arrange a full workload for her, and then quietly raise her salary continuously. After the ice pack had done its job, Yi Fan again covered the swollen area with a traditional Chinese medicine patch to promote blood circulation. Fortunately, the injury is not too serious. After 48 hours, if you heat it a few times, you should recover soon. Okay, thank you, brother. When they returned to school, Yifan sent Song Ji-ro to the dormitory and was just about to go back when she called him. By the way, brother, the jacket you lent me last time is washed now. I'll go up and get it to return to you. Saying this, Song Ji-ro dashed upstairs. When she came down again, she had changed into her own clothes. It was an old sweatshirt that had been washed many times, fading a bit, with a few mended stitches showing. Yifan took the jacket. Free up your weekend, I'll take you out to buy clothes. Song Ji-ro wanted to refuse, but saw Yifan already turning away, waving his hand as he walked off. Inside her heart, for some reason, a small sense of expectation suddenly arose. Chapter 19. Yifan drove to the school parking lot and happened to meet 3 roommates who were returning to the dorm after dinner. Yifan stopped the car and greeted the 3 of them. Yang Zhenghao and Meng Guanghua immediately saw the Koenigsegg Yifan was driving and rushed over, wanting to touch this top sports car personally. Wow! So this is the feel of a $20 million car. It's so nice that I could just float away. Yang Zhenghao was lost in touching the car's body, his expression one of pure ecstasy. Meng Guanghua was also praising it continuously, squeezing the tires here and touching the brand logo there. Huang Yu, who had been focused on his phone just now, raised his head and saw the 2 behaving as if no one was around. Wait, why are these 2 guys touching someone else's car like this? Wouldn't the owner get angry? Huang Yu wanted to pull the 2 away while stretching his neck to check the car owner. He found out that the one in the driver's seat was actually their 3rd roommate, Yifan. 3rd brother. How did you end up in this sports car? Oh come on, 4th. You're so out of the loop. Didn't you hear us discussing while you were playing games last time? This Koenigsegg is all yours truly. What? Omega? Huang Yu was filled with unbelievable shock. Wow, 3rd brother, you've really hit it big. This car looks really expensive. Of course it's not cheap, this beauty costs almost 20 million. Meng Guanghua chimed in at the right moment. Huang Yu gasped, his mouth forming an O shape. This is too frightening. The price of this car could buy a villa in the capital. Alright, you 3 hurry up and get in. Last time, we promised to take a fun ride around the campus. Yifan called out. Yang Zhenghao and Meng Guanghua quickly climbed into the car, dragging the still-frozen Huang Yu with them. With a roar of the engine, in the night of Capital University, a dazzling silver-gray car raced through every nook and cranny of the campus. Everywhere the Koenigsegg went drew the attention of other students. Wow! This is the first time a beautiful girl has looked at me with such excitement. Yan Zhenghao winked at a girl on the roadside, who immediately blew him a kiss. Yifan chatted casually with his 3 roommates when suddenly the system's prompt sounded sharply. Ding! Detecting that Guan Mingze has been left with an incurable injury after a doctor's examination, congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission of punishing the evil and promoting the good and obtaining 100% shares of Mr. 13's bar worth 100 million. Asterisk. Unexpectedly, there was even a reward for dealing with that little rascal, Guan Mingze. Yifan was quite pleased with this unexpected joy and suggested. Brothers, I just happened to acquire a bar, how about we go have some fun there tonight? We finished exploring the campus anyway. The other 3 immediately nodded with wild excitement, executing a slick drift as the Koenigsegg sped towards Beijing Workers' Stadium West Road in the night. When Yifan parked the Koenigsegg near the entrance of Mr. 13's bar, Yang Zhenghao finally noticed that the bar Yifan brought them to was actually the most famous and high-end nightclub in the capital, Mr. 13's bar. My god, 3rd brother, the bar you bought is actually this Mr. 13's bar. Yang Zhenghao asked in astonishment. Yeah, what's wrong? Have you heard of this bar? Yifan replied. Although the system had given him the bar, Yifan himself didn't know much about these bars and nightclubs, so when he saw Yang Zhenghao's shocked expression, he became curious about the bar's background as well. Oh my goodness! Not just heard of it. This is Mr. 13's bar. It's ranked 2nd in the whole capital, and no one dares to claim the 1st. I remember the news said this bar was invested with more than 90 million. It can be said to be the most luxurious nightclub in the entire capital. Yang Zhenghao's explanation left Meng Guanghua and Huang Yu absolutely dumbfounded. Initially, they thought Yifan just casually bought a small and beautiful bar, and unexpectedly he snagged the best one in the entire capital. How rich must he be? After parking the car, Yifan led the 3 of them through the bar's main entrance. The security was preparing to have them line up for security check when the lights suddenly illuminated Yifan's face. The security immediately bowed respectfully to Yifan. Hello, boss. Then they directly escorted the 4 of them through the VIP passage, while other ordinary customers had to obediently continue lining up. Wow! Sure enough, being with this big boss, the service attitude is different. Yang Zhenghao marveled. You three are my brothers, no matter when you come in the future, my people will treat you like bosses too. Four people chatted and laughed as they walked into the inner hall. It wasn't even 10:30 yet, and Mr. 13's bar focused on high-end luxurious entertainment, so there wasn't the non-stop loud, bad-quality music blasting like in those low-end bars, but rather soothing and relaxing music was playing. Only after 10:30 would another world of revelry begin. Yifan quickly spotted the best seat with a clear view right in front of the DJ booth and walked over with the three others. As they approached the booth, another group of people came toward them. Leading them was actually Shirkai, the dorm leader from a different class who always targeted Yifan's dorm in school. Oh, isn't this Yifan? What's up? The poor guy from the dorm is now brave enough to come to a place like this? Shirkai sneered from above, and a few of his friends from other schools chuckled loudly at his words. And looking at you all, you want to sit in the booth we picked, too? Meng Guanghua felt angry at Shirkai's smug face. What does it matter where we sit? And who said this booth is yours? You think it belongs to you just because you saw it? Shirkai didn't expect Meng Guanghua, who usually let him mock him, to actually fight back. He was momentarily choked by his words. But with so many outside friends watching, he absolutely couldn't let these poor guys get ahead of him. Shirkai had a sudden idea and began to shout to those around him. I'm sorry to interrupt everyone. I have something I'd like your help to judge. Both I and these four want this booth, so I've decided to cover half of the night's total consumption. If they can put out more money than me, I'll give the booth to them. What does everyone think? When dealing with these poor guys, nothing felt better than crushing them with money. Just thinking about how Yifan and the others would sneak away with their tails between their legs already thrilled Shirkai to the core. As soon as Shirkai's words came out, the customers around immediately cheered and clapped. Since they were picking up the bargain, of course, they would cheer as loudly as they could. The whole venue suddenly shouted at Yifan, compete with him. Compete with him. Compete with him. Hearing the crowd's commotion, Yifan, however, appeared completely unfazed, directly bringing his three brothers and confidently sitting in the booth. Chapter 20. Shirkai never expected that Yifan would completely ignore him and directly claim the booth with his whole dorm. The onlookers still encouraged Yifan to compete against Shirkai. Shirkai, a bit angry, stepped forward and pointed at Yifan, saying, Don't think just because you're sitting here that it's yours. Either you compete with me on who spends more, or you better get out now. If not, even if you're sitting in the booth, I can still call security to kick you out. Yifan let out a cold laugh, directly slapping Shirkai's finger away with the drink order book. This is my place, and you think you can just challenge me? Who do you think you are? Not only are you unqualified to compete with me, but you also better not think about stepping in here again. After saying that, Yifan handed the drink order book to Yang Zhanghao to start ordering while he casually relaxed on the sofa chair with his arms outstretched. Shirkai was nearly choked with anger. You guys really are country bumpkins who've never been here. Do you really think just sitting in the booth makes you the owner? It's still not your place. At this moment, the crowd started booing and throwing jeers. The bar manager, Quan Pengyi, rushes into the inner hall after receiving word that the boss was coming, and at first glance, he saw his boss surrounded by people causing a scene. And some clueless person was standing in front of his boss, spouting outrageous words. Quan Pengyi instantly broke out in a cold sweat all over and hurried over. Ladies and gentlemen, please be quiet. A group of people looked on in confusion at the bar manager's sudden shout to stop. Quan Pengyi humbly bent forward and came before Yifan, as if he wanted to bury his head in the ground, giving Yifan a deep 90-degree bow. Boss. I am very sorry I arrived late and disturbed you and your distinguished guests. Hearing Quan Pengyi's words, the expressions of the others immediately showed shock. This young man is the owner of the top bar in the capital city. The beautifully made-up women shot admiring glances, and the men holding drinks curiously sized up Yifan, their eyes filled with envy. Stone Kai, who saw trouble, was completely stunned. This is Mr. 13's bar. To buy the entire place would at least require a small fortune. Yifan usually had such poor conditions at school, yet now it turns out he is the owner of Mr. 13's bar. This news is absolutely unbelievable. Stone Kai couldn't believe it, but the facts were undeniable. He had seen the manager here many times before. Since he wasn't some big shot, manager Quan always treated him indifferently. And now, this manager who looked down on him seemed terrified of Yifan and even called him boss. Everything pointed to the fact that Yifan really was the owner of Mr. 13's bar. Quan Pengyi took a step forward again. Boss, how about I immediately arrange a top-notch private room for you and your guests? No need, I just like sitting here, it's lively and the view is great, how nice. Yifan shot a glance at Stone Kai, and Stone Kai immediately shuddered. Quan Pengyi quickly caught the look and immediately pushed Stone Kai outside. You, sir, have upset our big boss, which means you've upset Mr. 13 as a whole. You better get lost now. From now on, we won't allow you back into Mr. 13. Stone Kai and a few friends exchanged glances, utterly ashamed but too afraid to retort. The crowd immediately turned against Stone Kai and his group, hissing and giving the thumbs down gesture to boo them. A few security guards came over and immediately escorted Stone Kai and his friends out of the bar. Quan Pingyi continued to appease Yifan and the others. "Boss, I'll bring you a set of the dragon suit first, you all drink up, and I guarantee tonight you'll be well taken care of." Hearing the term dragon suit, everyone felt a wave of envy. The black spaded dragon suit was definitely a symbol of prestige in the bar, costing 88,888 yuan a set. Others pooling money for a 41,999 yuan small dragon suit could brag about it for a long time, and now the boss casually could get a big one for free, drinking whenever he wanted. Indeed, comparing people just makes one furious. Yang Zhenghao watched as Stone Kai was ruthlessly kicked out, feeling a thrill of satisfaction. "Ah, this is so satisfying." Stone Kai thought he could compare himself to our third brother, but he didn't even need to look at him to drive him away. Exactly. He really thinks that little money he has could compare to our third brother. Meng Guanghua was overjoyed. "We finally avenged all the disdain we received from Stone Kai and his gang." Meng Guanghua, who usually took the most hits from Stone Kai's group, had to endure for the sake of his younger brothers. Now the pent-up frustration had finally eased a bit. He directly grabbed a bottle of alcohol and started to drink. Yifan subtly patted Meng Guanghua on the shoulder, vowing never to let his brothers suffer a single bit again. Quan Pingyi called over a few beautifully made-up girls dressed in revealing outfits. The other three had never seen such a scene, feeling excited yet inevitably a bit shy. "Brothers, let loose and have fun here, as long as you're happy. If the sky falls, I'll cover for you." Yifan heightened the atmosphere, and the other three gradually relaxed. The beautiful girl fed them drinks, and Yang Zhenghao was the first to get into the mood, drinking while telling jokes and flirting with the beauty, making her laugh uncontrollably in his embrace. Meng Guanghua was reserved and honest. When the girl fed him drinks, he hastily downed them one by one. His honest demeanor made the girl laugh, and she could only pat his chest, urging him to drink more slowly. Huang Yu was a complete social anxiety youth, his eyes constantly glancing at his phone to ease the awkwardness, making the attractive girl beside him twitch with anger. "Boss Yi, what kind of drink do you want? I'll feed you." The one sitting next to Yifan was the most beautiful in the booth. She spoke in a coy voice while deliberately rubbing against him. Yifan looked at her, scoring only 88, feeling a bit helpless. Previously, he had been spending time with beauties scoring above 90, now, this kind of girl, who couldn't bring him profit and wore heavy makeup, really left him uninterested. But the girl was skilled, and after several flirts, the fire inside Yifan began to rise. One hand wandered on the girl, while the other hand picked up the phone to call Xiao Shiting. On the other end, Xiao Shiting, just out of the shower, saw the caller ID and her heart skipped a beat. She quickly pressed the answer button. "Hello, is there something wrong, Mr. Yi, calling so late?" "Miss Xiao, I'm at Mr. Shisanjan's bar drinking with friends. Are you interested in coming over?" After making this request, both of them silently understood the implications and paused for a few seconds. Xiao Shiting naturally understood what this invitation meant at this hour. She had been holding on to her initial demeanor so she could strike true when meeting the right person. Thus, she had no reason to refuse Yifan's invitation. "All right, Mr. Yi, I'll be there soon." Xiao Shiting found her most expensive perfume and sprayed it on, then changed into a shoulder-bearing little black dress, slipped on a pair of smooth black stockings, and hopped into a car heading for Mr. Shisanjan's. Chapter 21. Before long, Xiao Shiting arrived at Mr. Shisanjan's bar, which had already entered the wild revelry stage. When she reached Yifan's booth, there was only Meng Guanghua left on the nearby sofa, fast asleep after drinking. Yang Zhenghao had taken the girl somewhere, and Huang Yu had gone to a nearby hotel to play games in a room. In the center sofa, Yifan was sitting side by side with a beautifully dressed woman. Upon seeing Xiao Shiting arrive, he waved his hand to send the woman away and invited Xiao Shiting to sit beside him. The woman shot Xiao Shiting a resentful glare but had no choice but to leave begrudgingly. Xiao Shiting sat beside Yifan, poured him a drink, but just as she brought it to his lips, she intentionally pulled her hand back and took a sip herself. With a tone and expression of mild complaint, she said, "So Mr. Yi already had company just now. Does that mean I interrupted you?" Yifan tilted his head to look at her, a mischievous smile on his lips. "Miss Xiao, are you jealous? How could I dare?" Xiao Shiting continued with a hint of sarcasm, "Mr. Yi, you're so excellent, naturally, many women want to approach you." "Since other women want to approach me, how about you?" Yifan asked directly. After their exchange of playful banter, they were at a stage of clear understanding. Xiao Shiting naturally had no need to pretend to be shy anymore. She slightly twisted her body closer to Yifan, and the shoulder-bearing dress subtly slipped down a bit, revealing her delicate and enticing shoulder and collarbone. Half of the Snow-White beauty was even more alluring. "If I say I just want to leap into your arms, Mr. Yi, will you agree?" Xiao Shiting intentionally breathed warm air near Yifan's ear, her lips feigning a casual brush against Yifan's earlobe. The heat within Yifan surged up instantly. This woman was indeed a seductress. Yifan placed his hand on Xiao Shiting's leg clad in black stockings, gently stroking it. Well, go ahead and try. With permission granted, Xiao Shiting took a black spade into her mouth and delivered a fragrant kiss to Yifan. The aroma of wine exchanged between their lips, making the ambiguous atmosphere even more enchanting, and their hands gradually grew restless. In the cramped booth, it wasn't long before Yifan embraced Xiao Shiting's slim waist and together they dove into the swirling dance floor. Their bodies pressed close while dancing, and soon Xiao Shiting's face turned crimson as Yifan ignited flames all over her body, making her gasp that her legs felt weak. Then, Yifan directly took Xiao Shiting to his luxurious big bedroom and the bar, exclusively for his use. They played until dawn, trying all sorts of moves. Both Yifan's body and spirit achieved great satisfaction. As sunlight streamed into the room, Yifan, upgraded by genes, was still very energetic after a night of fun. Xiao Shiting, on the other hand, was utterly exhausted. Seeing Yifan getting up to leave, she quickly wrapped her arms around his waist and cleared her hoarse throat to speak. Why are you leaving so soon? Can't you stay with me a little longer? Seeing Yifan appear completely unfazed, Xiao Shiting thought maybe she hadn't performed well, so she hurriedly explained with a touch of a spoiled tone. This was just my first time with you, you know. Yifan was somewhat surprised. He had not expected Xiao Shiting, who seemed so experienced, to still hold on to her principles. This instantly increased his fondness for her. I just have some things to attend to, and anyway, you're now my villa housekeeper, so I have plenty of time to accompany you. Yifan comforted softly, and with a mischievous smile, he pinched Xiao Shiting's nose. Only then did Xiao Shiting feel a bit more at ease, thinking of their beautiful life together in the future. Her cheeks couldn't help but heat up. After leaving Mr. Shirsan, Yifan went directly to the company where he had previously interned, which was a subsidiary of the Ichuan company he had won the last time. In the past, Yifan had always rushed to the subway like a struggling office worker. This time was different. He was going to drive his flashy supercar and clean out those pests who had previously troubled him. He took the elevator to the 15th floor, and as soon as he stepped into the company door, the receptionist greeted him immediately. Xiaofan, you haven't been here for a while, how come you suddenly became so handsome? The receptionist, Xiao Mei, was a young lady who had been quite nice to Yifan before, and they were a bit familiar with each other. Yifan smiled and stepped forward, directly reaching out to playfully hook Xiao Mei's finger. Xiao Mei, you've become a lot prettier recently too. Seeing Yifan's handsome face say such words, Xiao Mei's cheeks quickly turned as red as a tomato. In her eyes, Yifan had always been a clumsy and honest intern boy who didn't talk much. How did he suddenly become so charming upon returning? It made her long-dormant girl's heart start thumping wildly again. I'm going in to find HR now. Xiao Mei, you're busy. At this moment, Xiao Mei was left feeling a bit dizzy from Yifan's charm and could only nod foolishly as she watched him go in. Yifan was on his way to the HR office to identify himself and get the team leader Nie Zhang, who had been making things difficult for him, fired. Such a person, who was detrimental to internal unity, had no right to stay in his company. However, after just a few steps, Yifan ran straight into the frowning Nie Zhang. Upon seeing Yifan, Nie Zhang's anger immediately flared up. Oh! Yifan, you still dare to come back? You young people, is there really no drive at all when you're still so young? You actually dare to resign after only a few months. I guess you're here to officially process your resignation today. But don't think that by resigning you can stop working. Coincidentally, representatives from various subsidiaries under Ichuan will come here for a meeting. I currently need a handy worker. Right now, you need to go to the tea room to brew some tea, and then serve tea to all the executives. Nie Zhang hurriedly ordered a long list of tasks, his disgusting expression just like before. If it were the old Yifan, he would definitely feel angry and mistreated. However, Yifan now stood at the highest point, so looking at Nie Zhang's attitude, he felt an inexplicable urge to laugh. This might be what people often say: when you stand high enough, some people no longer have the qualification to make you angry. Yifan felt good at this moment, watching Nie Zhang spit flying as he spoke, suddenly feeling playful. What's the use of just firing him? He must scare this guy into peeing his pants. Yifan pretended to ask, somewhat troubled, do you really want me to serve tea? Nie Zhang appeared surprised that Yifan dared to ask back, of course. Don't think that starting tomorrow, you can just stay away from the company. I'll tell you, if you don't do a good job today, with my connections and capabilities, I can spread your name in the industry so that no one will dare to use you anymore. Do you believe it? After saying this, Nie Zhang hurriedly rushed toward the meeting room to prepare his PPT. If he performs well in front of the representatives this time, he would surely be on the promotion list next time. Just thinking about getting promoted and receiving a pay raise made him overjoyed. Yifan watched Nie Zhang's hasty departing figure, a smile rose at the corner of his mouth. Just in time, he was thirsty, so he decided to drink tea while listening to the internal meeting of the company. Chapter 22. Yifan brewed the most expensive De Hong Pao for himself in the tea room, then walked leisurely into the large company meeting room. When he opened the meeting room door, Nie Zhan was passionately explaining his plan on stage. But seeing him boast extravagantly while being only half aware of the specific details of the plan, Yifan knew that these plans were definitely squeezed out of interns under him. At this moment, the other representatives from subsidiaries in the meeting room were focused on listening to Nie Zhang's report, so nobody noticed Yifan coming in. Yifan slowly sat down at the last main seat directly opposite the reporting table, then blew on the hot tea in his cup and started to drink leisurely. When Nie Zhang saw Yifan engaging in such outrageous behavior, he immediately stopped his explanation and shouted at Yifan, "Yifan! What are you doing? I brought you in to serve tea to the representatives. What do you mean sitting there drinking tea? Do you think you can sit wherever you want?" The other representatives turned to see where Nie Zhang was pointing, and Zhang Jianming, the manager of the Yichuan headquarters, was instantly stunned when he recognized Yifan's face, standing up from his seat immediately. "Chairman! You also came to listen to the meeting." Hearing Zhang Jianming's address to Yifan, all the subsidiary representatives were left dumbfounded. They had heard the news of the head office's shares being acquired, but they never expected the acquirer to be such a young guy in front of them. The representatives stood up one after another, and under Zhang Jianming's lead, they uniformly bowed and greeted Yifan. "Hello, Chairman." But just moments ago, Nie Zhang, who had been cursing Yifan, now had his eyes wide open as if they would pop out. When he realized what was happening, he couldn't contain his extreme panic. The intern he used to exploit in every possible way is now the chairman who acquired the entire company group. And just a moment ago, he had been outside foolishly demanding Yifan to serve tea. Nie Zhang's legs trembled uncontrollably, and he gulped down wave after wave of saliva but still couldn't stop the fear in his heart. Seeing everyone bent over waiting for him to give the order to stand up, Yifan quickly waved his hand. "Everyone don't need to be so polite, Nie Group leader still needs me to serve everyone tea. Manager Zhang, should I serve you some first?" Zhang Jianming quickly waved his hands frantically to indicate it wasn't needed. "All of us here rely on chairman's brilliant talents to work at this company, how could we allow you to serve tea to us small fries?" After saying this, he immediately slammed his hand on the table and angrily yelled at Nie Zhang. "Nie Group leader! Have you lost your mind? Not only did you fail to arrange a proper seat for Chairman Yi at the meeting, you actually dared to let Chairman Yi come in and serve tea. Have you lost your sanity?" I. Nie Zhang could no longer dare to retort a single word. If he had known that Yifan was now the chairman of the group, even if he had 10 times the courage, he would never have dared to do such a thing. "What? Now you're so guilty you can't say a word? Still serving tea? I think you, who have no insight, need to drink something to wake up." As Zhang Jianming said this, he immediately picked up a bottle of mineral water and splashed it on Nie Zhang's face. At this moment, whatever Zhang Jianming did was not too much. This Nie Zhang has offended his own chairman. If he didn't make this punishment clear enough, how would the big guy save face? Of course, no one at the scene knew that this was exactly the effect Yifan wanted to achieve. Yifan found the scene in front of him quite interesting, and the tea tasted even better. "Manager Jiang, our company has always been guided by a people-oriented business philosophy, but if there are always a few rotten apples squeezing the new hires, our company's reputation wouldn't sound good, right? I know you all are busy, but you still have to pay attention to those corners and crevices." Hearing Yifan's earnest words, Zhang Jianming immediately understood what his chairman was hinting at. He hurriedly bowed again to apologize. "I'm sorry, Chairman Yi. It's my inefficiency that caused this oversight. I will handle this matter seriously and investigate previous unfair practices in the company comprehensively, and also fire those involved. Especially you. Nie Zhang. You immediately go to HR to collect your termination notice. You're fired." Nie Zhang was completely dumbfounded. He originally thought this meeting would help him advance a level. How could he now even lose his job? "I was wrong, Chairman Yi. Please give me one more chance." Nie Zhang wanted to grab Yifan's pant leg to plead, but the next second he was dragged out by the security called by Zhang Jianming. The commotion in the conference room had long been heard outside, and the colleagues at their desks stared blankly at the weeping Nie Zhang being dragged away. But at the same time, they were also extremely happy about this, as the whole company had long suffered under that scoundrel Nie Zhang. They just didn't know which executive had such a kind heart to help them solve this tumor today. Everyone curiously watched the movements in the conference room. Soon, several other company representatives crowded around Yifan as they walked out together. "Ha? Isn't that our previous colleague, the little intern Yifan?" "Yes, that's him. But why do the big shots seem so polite to him?" All the colleagues looked at the several executives walking towards them in confusion. Zhang Jianming quickly called for his colleagues at their desks to stop their work. "Everyone stop for a moment, this is our company's chairman, Mr. Yifan. The chairman specially came to visit us, let's applaud and welcome him." "What? What?" Colleagues looked at each other in disbelief, each face filled with shock. A few executives had already started to clap. After a moment of pause, the colleagues finally joined in, clapping enthusiastically. This is too magical. The chairman is actually beside me? Really, looking at Chairman Ye's age, who would imagine his true identity is so impressive. Yeah. I remember when Chairman Yi and I were both interns in the same batch, but before I even got confirmed, he was already the chairman. Is this the gap between people? After everyone from various departments greeted Yi Fan, the executives surrounded him to send him off. Xiaomei at the front desk saw the executives come out and was about to say goodbye, but she heard them respectfully calling Yi Fan Chairman Yi. At the same time, a group email from the chairman pinged in her inbox. Xiaomei covered her mouth in disbelief. But just now, she had called Chairman Yi Xiao Fan. Isn't that too outrageous? Yet seeing Yi Fan's confident demeanor among the executives filled her heart with admiration she had never felt before. After leaving the company, Yi Fan got into his Koenigsegg. All the accounts had been settled. Next was the time to enjoy himself. Yi Fan planned to first tally up what he currently owned, then make further arrangements. Chapter 23. After parking the car back at the school parking lot, Yi Fan walked while counting his assets in his mind. 60% shares of Jinjiang Group worth 50 billion, a 1 billion villa in Yanhai, 55% shares of each yuan company worth 10 billion, a 100 million bar called Mr. Shirsan. And there's also over 1.4 billion in cash in the bank. There's no need to count the Koenigsegg, over 20 million is just a drop in the bucket. After converting the assets, Yi Fan realized that his net worth was nearly 40 billion, not even reaching 50 billion. This won't do. The progress is a bit too slow. Yi Fan couldn't help but yell in his heart. Heavens, why don't you send me a real gold digger? With a troubled expression, Yi Fan walked through the school path, overhearing a heated discussion among a few boys. If we could choose one school beauty as a girlfriend, who would you choose? Actually, compared to the school beauties, I think that graduate student from the international department has more flavor. Are you talking about that famously rich girl, Yukur, who has many backup boys? You can't deny her natural charm, it's truly unforgettable. Plus, I heard that although she has many backups, she spends money and accepts gifts without hesitation, but many boys willingly hang on her hook. So far, none have actually been able to take her out. Not to mention, forget about going out, there are hardly any who could even add her on WeChat. Damn, if I had money, I would really love to try to chase that tough woman. The boys sighed in regret, but of course, they were just thinking, in the past, those who threw money at Yukur didn't end up well. Yi Fan listened to their conversation and suddenly became energized. What they were talking about was exactly the gold digger he needed right now. As long as he could spend money to get rewards. He was too lazy to care about character. If someone's character is really bad, then just use each other and move on. Anyway, Yefan would never lose out. Yefan quickly blocked a few boys. Hey guys, how can I find that money-loving senior? The boys looked at each other when they heard Yefan's question. One of them quickly put on a for-your-own-good face and patted Yefan on the shoulder, advising him. Brother, I advise you not to get into this muddy water. Many boys before you have been like you, not believing in evil, and they ended up getting badly drained by Yukur, losing everything in the end. This woman only loves herself, we must not follow in their footsteps. Yefan smiled faintly. If we're talking about blood-sucking, then he was the one with a system that sucked the blood of gold-digging women. It's fine, you just tell me. I'm just listening casually. Sai, since you want to know so much, let me tell you. Right now, their international department should be having equestrian class on the school racetrack. The boy wanted to persuade Yefan again, but found that after Yefan got the answer, he just waved goodbye to them and walked towards the racetrack. A few boys watched Yefan's departing figure, unable to resist letting out a sigh. Another good young man is heading down the road of no return. Yefan arrived near the racetrack, where a group of men and women dressed in riding gear stood in the inner circle, waiting for class to start. At a glance, Yefan spotted a particularly alluring figure among them. Even wrapped in layers of riding clothes, the woman's curvy body was still outlined perfectly. Her extremely flattering waist-to-hip ratio highlighted her sexy femininity, thick wavy hair draped over her shoulders, and bright red lips painted a vivid hue. She was indeed a dazzling flower of wealth in this world. No wonder so many men were tumbling over themselves to get close. In what should have been a serious class, Yukur was surrounded by boys asking her trivial questions. However, they were only asking if she was thirsty or hungry. Yukur frowned impatiently at the drinks and snacks they held. She didn't need those bites to eat or drink. Using food to get close to her was too cheap. As Yefan walked closer, he assessed Yukur's beauty score. She actually had a score of 94. That was much higher than Yefan had imagined. This meant that a large number of valuable rewards were waiting for him ahead. Yefan quickened his pace with excitement and went directly to Yukur. Hello beautiful, how much to add you on WeChat? Just throw out a number. Specialized in specific targets, Yefan didn't need to use any roundabout tricks, he went straight for the point. Yukora was a bit surprised by Yefan's directness. It was the first time she had met a man so straightforward. However, she had never hidden her gold-digging nature. Yefan's directness actually brought a hint of pleasantness to her face. Moreover, being familiar with luxury brands, she quickly realized the man in front of her was wearing Versace, he should have some wealth. Not to mention that his looks were way better than others who had pursued her before. Yukora flicked her hair, and the fragrant aura instantly captivated the nearby crowd. Considering how interesting and handsome you are, I can offer you a friend price a bag around 40,000 to 50,000, and I'll give you my WeChat. Upon hearing this number, the boys who were originally surrounding Yukora silently stepped back a few paces. However, at this moment, Yefan's reaction was just this. Those boys had been so earnest in their warnings earlier. He still thought, how big is this woman's appetite? In the end, she only wanted a bag worth 40,000 or 50,000? This is not a gold digger. Clearly, she is a good woman who is frugal and manages her home well. At this moment, Yukora had no idea that several tens of thousands of yuan, which could cover an ordinary college student's living expenses for a year or two, was just the price of a meal for the man in front of her. Yifan couldn't help but shake his head. He had never spent less than 100,000 yuan on any of the girls before, and this 40,000 or 50,000 was simply too little for him. Seeing Yifan shake his head, Yukora thought he found it too expensive and turned to leave. At this moment, Yifan suddenly pointed at the 3 foreign horses that had been released for class in the stable and said, "How about this? I will buy all 3 horses for you as a gift for our first meeting." Yifan had some knowledge of horse prices. These 3 foreign horses were of good quality, and each one should be worth at least 100,000. In total, the price was indeed a decent gift. However, as soon as Yifan said this, the people around burst into laughter, and several boys pursuing Yukora mocked him even more, laughing heartily. Chapter 24. Yang Zhua, who had been the most attentive to Yukora, was the first to speak up in front of everyone. "Classmate, these horses we have for class are all borrowed with friendship from our school sponsors, and these are not just some domestic horses worth a few thousand, they are foreign horses worth starting at 100,000. Not to mention one of them has a market price of up to 200,000. With such a price, you just mentioned wanting to buy all of them? Isn't that a bit too much?" Yukora also thought Yifan was boasting a bit too much. Though she was materialistic, she wasn't completely clueless. First of all, how could a man meet her for the first time and spend so much money on her? Secondly, these 3 horses were worth several hundreds of thousands. No matter how rich a second-generation heir was, he would have to think twice about such an expense, right? She figured Yifan must not know the prices of these horses and accidentally made such a bold claim. Yifan cast a faint glance at Yang Zhua, who looked like a righteous knight, and found it somewhat amusing. He didn't respond to him but turned directly to chat with the manager who was leading the horses. "Uncle, is 600,000 enough to buy these horses?" The manager frowned upon hearing this. Was he joking? A student could actually afford 600,000 to buy these horses? Moreover, 600,000 was beyond the mark, far exceeding what they needed. If he really had that money, the sponsors would have no objections. But the problem was that a student couldn't possibly have that much money. The uncle waved his hand, signaling Yifan to stop joking. But suddenly, Yifan thought that to trigger a higher reward, he should offer more. So he spoke again. "How about this? I will transfer you 2 million, and you can just fill in this beautiful lady's name as the owner of the horses." This is hilarious. Are you getting more outrageous? 2 million? Are you really just talking big without thinking? Yang Zhuo and several other boys laughed even more recklessly at Yifan, and Yang Zhuo even made a point to boast about himself in front of Yukora at the end. "Kor, do you see? What good are these pretty boys who are just empty-headed? A man like me who is wholeheartedly devoted to you is the one you should entrust your life to." Yukora shot him an eye roll. Although the new guy exaggerated a bit, at least he was good-looking. He was pleasant to look at. How could this short and mediocre Yang Zhuo have the nerve to belittle others to elevate himself? Even if she was materialistic, she was still a materialistic girl with standards of beauty, okay? On the other side, the old administrator did not want to delay the class any longer and advised Yifan. "You, a young and promising man, should not boast here. It's better for you to leave quickly." "Oh, uncle, just show the payment code directly. You can tell if I have money in an instant." Yifan felt a bit numb. These days, even when he wanted to spend some money, he had to coax and plead. What kind of world is this? The onlookers around, who were enjoying the show, began to cheer as well. "Exactly, uncle. Let him embarrass himself if he wants. Let's see, this wealthy big brother, will he transfer a few cents or tens?" The sarcastic remarks blended into laughter all around. The old administrator had no choice but to display the payment code. Yifan took out his phone and operated it. The smiles on everyone's faces waiting to burst into laughter became more and more obvious. The transfer was completed, and a mechanical female voice immediately announced. Wealthy treasure received, 2 million yuan. Ha! The laughter that should have poured out suddenly stopped. Everyone opened their mouths, their expressions shocked as if their jaws had dislocated and could not close completely. Yang Zhuo grabbed the administrator's phone in disbelief, and others quickly gathered to see. 10, 100,000. 100,000, million. It was indeed a perfect 2 million yuan. This is terrifying. What kind of rich person would casually say it and immediately throw out 2 million to buy 3 horses that aren't even of equal value? Everyone was drenched in cold sweat in an instant. As for Yukur, the recipient, she was also full of surprise upon seeing the number. Ding! Congratulations, host, for spending 2 million yuan for a high-value 94-point woman, triggering a critical hit reward, receiving 75% shares of Bali real estate worth 100 billion, and mastery in equestrian skills. Wow, wow. The most profitable real estate industry, and it's the nationwide famous Bali Group worth 100 billion. Yifan's heart was filled with ecstatic joy. This round, he had utterly gained a fortune. Ding! Congratulations, host, your asset accumulation has reached the 100 billion level. The system will soon upgrade to the intermediate rebate system. Woohoo! So the system can upgrade. This round is a complete blessing upon blessing. A blue progress bar flashed in front of Yifan, quickly jumping from 0 to 100%. Congratulations, host, for completing the system upgrade. Now, additional module introduction for the host. The intermediate rebate system will open the random task drop module. From now on, the system will drop tasks in specific scenarios, and the host can choose to accept or decline. Completing tasks will yield specific rewards. After hearing the system's announcement, Yifan nodded in satisfaction. This random task sounds quite good. It's yet another way for him to earn rewards. Yifan felt like he had been communicating with the system for a long time in his mind, while in reality, only a few seconds had passed. The expressions on the faces of the people around were still in shock. Then the boys who had originally laughed at Yifan were so scared they didn't dare to utter a word, quickly lowering their heads and retreating, while the girls all looked at Yifan with admiration in their eyes. Yifan directly approached Yukur. Beauty, these 3 horses will all belong to you from now on. You can decide what to do with them. Upon hearing Yifan's affirming words, Yukur's gaze towards him completely changed, shifting from curious scrutiny to full admiration and longing. This man before her was just too outstanding. To be so generous on their first meeting, he was simply the Prince Charming who had jumped out of her dreams. Yukur took Yifan's phone, added her WeChat, kissed the screen, and then slowly returned it to Yifan's arms. Yang Zhuo, watching Yukur's gaze filled with admiration for Yifan, was furious beyond measure. Quickly think of another way, thinking that he must make Yifan lose some face. Chapter 25. At this moment, 3 sweating blood horses moving their hooves caught Yang Zhao's attention. Got it. My horsemanship skills are among the best in the entire imperial capital. Using this to slap the face of that arrogant little pretty boy, isn't it the most suitable way? Yang Zhao immediately walked up to block the space between Yifan and Yukur, shouting out loud. Humph, what's wrong with having a little money? Do you dare to compete with me in a horseback riding contest? Let's see who is the real capable man. Yifan was amused by Yang Zhao's amazing way of thinking. 2 million spent is not a real man, but he riding a few laps makes him a real man? Besides, with his current wealth, if a little nobody came looking for trouble, he would have to deal with it. Wouldn't that mean he would be busy every day? But before Yifan could speak, Yukur, standing beside him, defended him first. Yang Zhao, can you stop embarrassing yourself and bothering me here? What kind of person is Yi classmate? Do you even deserve to compare with him? I advise you to tidy up and quickly go away. Stop saying these nonsensical things here. Cool. I'm doing this for you to see who is the real good man you can trust. Trust me, no one in this world can treat you with such deep feelings like I do. Yang Zhao continued to express his infatuation to Yukur, while fiercely glaring at Yifan as if he was going to make him pay. Yifan had already completely categorized this person as someone with low intelligence and didn't bother to give him another glance. Just as he was about to leave, a system notification sounded. Ding! Mission dropped. Compete in a horseback riding contest with Yang Zhao. Winning will reward you with Hand of the Holy Doctor. Yifan's steps stopped. Damn, this system is too annoying. He was just thinking about not competing, and now there's a reward tempting him. Yifan checked the introduction of Hand of the Holy Doctor and found that with this skill, he could diagnose various ailments with just one hand, and also provide corresponding treatments, curing all diseases. Oh my god, doesn't that mean having this skill is like he could transform into a miraculous doctor in the world? This reward, he absolutely must have. Just right, he had just gained mastery in horsemanship skills, so let's just show this low IQ guy a little something. Yukur still wanted to help Yifan teach Yang Zhao a lesson. At this moment Yifan slowly raised his hand and said, "It's fine, anyway, I'm just idle, so let's compete with this guy as a way to stretch my body." Yukora was a bit surprised upon hearing this, and her gaze towards Yifan had a few more shades of tenderness. This man is actually willing to compete with this idiot Yang Zhao for her. It seems he really values her a lot. Yukor felt a sweetness in her heart and quickly gave Yifan's cheek a gentle peck. This scene made Yang Zhao's anger surge to the top of his head. The woman he had been pursuing so hard actually kissed the little pretty boy in front of everyone. He must use his superb horsemanship to make this Yi lose all face, so he would never dare to appear in front of Yukor again. Yang Zhao quickly took the opportunity to rush over and choose the best and most expensive blood-sweating horse among the three. "Yang Zhao, what do you mean by taking the best horse? Don't forget that these 3 horses have all been bought by Yi classmate." Yukor quickly stepped in to uphold justice. "I see Yi classmate is so confident, it should be no problem for him to choose any horse, right?" Yang Zhao said with a shameless face. "I didn't expect Yang Zhao classmate to be so insightful. My strength is indeed much better than yours. Since Yang didn't have confidence, I'll borrow this fine horse for you first. I just don't like places others have sat on, so you don't have to thank me too much." Yifan responded to Yang Zhuo's words, which only made the latter feel embarrassed. Yang Zhuo couldn't gain any advantage, so he could only sulk and head to the starting point of the race. The sand area used for equestrian classes at the Imperial Capital University wasn't particularly large, so the competition they chose was a show jumping event that allowed both of them to compete simultaneously on either side of the sand ground. The rules of the show jumping event were that on sand measuring 90 meters long and 60 meters wide, the rider had to jump over all the obstacles set in the arena according to the specified route and order. If the rider knocked down an obstacle, exceeded the time limit, refused to jump, or fell off the horse, they would be penalized. Simply put, the one who completed the course most smoothly with the fewest mistakes would score the highest and win. To increase the difficulty, Yang Zhuo suggested combining the A-line and B-line obstacles into a single line, so that completing the entire course would be considered finishing the competition. Yifan wasn't afraid at all and readily agreed. A crowd quickly gathered outside the sand area. "Who do you think will win, this rich guy or Yang Zhuo?" "I think Yang Zhuo will win. Isn't his horsemanship always impressive? I heard he even won awards in the city. Poor rich guy, he was already showing off successfully, why does he have to compete with Yang Zhuo?" The crowd shook their heads, muttering and discussing. Upon hearing this, Yukor quickly scolded those who were discussing. "What are you all talking nonsense about? My brother Yifan would never lose to that so-called Yang Zhuo. Ever since Yifan showcased his extraordinary wealth, in Yukor's eyes, he has been the ultimate good man. Such a man, how could he possibly lose? Even if he accidentally lost, it wouldn't be Yifan's fault." Anyway, Yukor had automatically put on her exclusive invincible filter for Yifan, not allowing anyone to say anything bad about him. The crowd had to quickly shut their mouths, feeling disheartened. At this moment, Yang Zhuo was mounted at the starting point, feeling proud inside. The classmate serving as the referee rang the bell to start the race, and Yang Zhuo immediately rushed past the marker pole. Yifan started off elegantly and unhurriedly. Yang Zhuo first jumped over a 1.2 meter high obstacle, which was an easy hurdle for his skills. He glanced over at Yifan, seeing that he hadn't yet reached the first obstacle, and a smug smile immediately appeared on his face. Next, as long as he kept his mistakes within 3, he could definitely crush Yifan into dust with high spirits. Yang Zhuo continued to jump over a 1.4 meter high fence obstacle, followed by a double obstacle of the same height. While clearing the double obstacle, the second part of the obstacle was accidentally kicked down by the horse's leg. Fortunately, this mistake was within his expected range. It was nothing at all. Yifan, that guy, would be lucky to make it over the previous fence obstacle. He had nothing to worry about. With this thought, as Yang Zhuo considered turning around to ridicule Yifan, who was still far behind in his score, he suddenly saw the latter shaking his head for no reason. Yifan, seeing Yang Zhuo make his first mistake, felt quite disappointed with his level. He had originally thought that Yang Zhuo was a worthy opponent. But who would have thought he would make a mistake so quickly? Since that's the case, there was no need to play nice with him anymore. It was time to go for the quick and decisive victory. Chapter 26. TCH, still shaking your head? What are you pretending for? Yang Zhuo casually turned his head, preparing to continue with his competition. Suddenly, a rapid sound of hooves erupted. Behind him on the right track. A strong gust of wind rushed toward him, stirring up many grains of sand and dust in the air. What's happening? Yang Zhuo turned around and saw Yifan and his horse, the sweat blood horse, moving in perfect harmony as if they were one, effortlessly leaping over 2 obstacles in the blink of an eye. The arc and speed of the jump were smooth as if walking on flat ground, with no hesitation or pause at all. Before long, Yifan had ridden his horse to the same position as the obstacle where Yang Zhuo was. Seeing this scene, Yang Zhuo was completely stunned and his expression reflected his shock. How could anyone control a horse to such a smooth level? This was completely on par with international competitors. The crowd surrounding the field was also in awe, astounded by Yifan's superb equestrian skills. Wow! Wealthy brother's horse skill is incredible. I think compared to those Olympic athletes, he is more than enough. Not just that. Wealthy brother's level could crush the contestants you're talking about. Just look at his proficiency and smoothness in jumping obstacles. I dare say there's no second one in our country right now. It seems Yang Zhuo is going to lose badly this time. His skills are good, but compared to a talent like this, he cannot even compare to a finger. Yukor also didn't expect Yifan to be so outstanding. Amidst the praises from the crowd, Yukor's admiration for Yifan soared to new heights. All the teasing comments fell into Yang Zhuo's ears, and he refused to believe that even his proudest skill, horse riding, could be beaten by Yifan. He quickly turned back to pull the reins, trying to finish all the obstacles as fast as possible. However, at that moment, a loud neighing passed by his ear. Yifan had already ridden past the obstacle parallel to Yang Zhuo, leaving behind a swift and handsome figure. Yang Zhuo tightened the reins too abruptly, causing his horse to panic and throw him onto the sandy ground in a mess. He hurriedly tried to climb back onto the horse to chase after Yifan, but before he could even touch the reins, the triumphant bell of Yifan successfully clearing the last 1.8-meter high obstacle rang out. Moreover, throughout the entire obstacle race, Yifan had not made any mistakes that could incur penalties, making him the unchallenged perfect winner. No! Yang Zhuo knelt on the ground in disbelief, shouting angrily to the sky. As a man, his dignity was completely defeated today by another man named Yifan. And he had been defeated twice. Amidst the spontaneous applause from the crowd, Yukor joyfully stepped towards Yifan, actively straightening his clothes and brushing off the sand that had clung to him. Student Yi, you are so amazing. Could you please teach me equestrian skills next time? Yukor flirtatiously leaned against Yifan's arm, praising him, and Yifan enjoyed her flattering attention. As expected of a gold digger who can provide emotional value, Yifan felt quite impressive at that moment. Sure, next time there's a chance, I'll personally teach you step by step. Yifan deliberately emphasized step by step, making Yukor punch him lightly in playful annoyance, saying you're so annoying. The equestrian instructor who had just arrived saw Yifan's performance and hurried over to shake his hand and introduce himself. Sir, your skills are so good. I wonder if you would be interested in teaching these students equestrian skills. The instructor knew that his skills were far from Yifan's, and if Yifan could come, he wouldn't mind stepping back and yielding his position. What? Wealthy brother is actually just a senior student. Yifan's words instantly shocked the surrounding graduate students. The outside world has evolved to this point? A student who hasn't even graduated from college can throw around 2 million at will. And casually show off horsemanship skills that can directly outshine many international competitors. The horsemanship teacher obviously didn't expect that Yifan's excellent skills were just that of a student in school. And could only shake their head in regret and leave. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task and gaining the Holy Doctor's Hand reward. With the system's announcement, a force surged from the ground into Yifan's body. And soon that power concentrated in the palm of his right hand. Yifan slowly opened his right hand, and that force began to surge violently in his palm. As if possessing endless healing energy. At the same time, countless medical knowledge sprouted in Yifan's mind like mushrooms after rain. Having received the reward, Yifan naturally wouldn't waste time here. Alright, you go to class, I won't disturb you, we'll contact again when it's convenient. Yukor wanted to know more about Yifan. But seeing him wave his hand and turn to leave, she found herself momentarily confused. This man has done so much for her, and now he says nothing and just wants to leave? As Yifan turned around, a knowing smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had already done enough in taking the initiative. No matter how much he wanted that reward, Yifan wouldn't fall back into the state of being a dog like before. Not even engaging in behaviors that even vaguely resembled it. Now that his bait had been cast, it was necessary to play hard to get. In the future, any interaction between them would wait until Yukor took the initiative to approach him. The class hadn't ended yet, watching Yifan calmly leave. Yukor hurriedly pinned his WeChat to the top, planning her next step after this was over. As Yifan emerged from the sandy arena of the horsemanship class and passed by the nearby school playground, he suddenly heard a commotion nearby. Turning his gaze, it appeared that someone had collapsed on the ground. Yifan quickly walked over and found that the person who had fainted was actually Ruan Silu. He rushed over, and at this moment, Ruan Silu was surrounded by anxious classmates who didn't know what to do. Please make way. Yifan swiftly maneuvered through the crowd and knelt down to check Ruan Sili's condition, the moment his right hand grasped her wrist. Yifan's mind flashed with the diagnosis of myocardial ischemia. It turned out to be caused by excessive exercise leading to myocardial ischemia. Knowing the cause, Yifan also knew which treatment method to use. He moved his right palm to the position of Yuan Sili's heart, preparing to use his palm force to accelerate the blood flow in her body to supply the ischemic area of the heart. Looks like this student knows first aid techniques. I guess he's going to perform CPR on the school beauty. The surrounding students watched Yifan confidently execute his actions, feeling reassured to see him in action. However, after placing his hand in the designated position, Yifan didn't perform the compressions everyone expected, and simply kept his hand resting quietly. The onlookers were baffled. Oh my, this person isn't trying to take advantage of the situation, are they? A righteous male classmate among the onlookers immediately shouted to stop Yifan. What's wrong with you? The school beauty's life is hanging by a thread, and you're taking advantage of her. After saying this, he was about to pull Yifan away to take over the first aid. However, at that moment, the originally pale and unconscious Yuan Sila slowly opened her eyes, and the color slowly returned to her face. She's awake. Yuan Xiaohua has woken up, someone reminded. The righteous male classmate stepped back in surprise repeatedly. Wow, so this can really cure illnesses. Should I try this next time too? At this moment, Yuan Sile opened her eyes and saw Yifan's handsome face looking at her with concern. How come just a few days apart, he looks even more handsome? Yuan Sile's heart, which had just regained some strength, began to race again because of Yifan's charm. The next second, she noticed that Yifan's hand was resting right over her heart. Yuan Sile's face quickly turned bright red. Yifan, what are you doing with your hand? Yifan calmly replied, oh, I'm treating your illness, it will be fine in a while. Yifan pressed his palm down, and Yuan Sile felt an even clearer sensation, warmth rippling through her, making her heart feel warm. It seems Yifan is really treating her illness, but this way of treatment is so embarrassing. After a while, Yifan slowly withdrew his right hand. How do you feel now? I feel quite good. Yuan Sile was so shy that she forgot to question how Yifan could cure her like this, and quickly stood up thinking to change the subject. By the way, last time I asked if you wanted to join me for the glow run, why haven't you replied? Didn't I reply? Yifan took out his phone, opened the interface, and realized that after he answered Yang Zhanghao about what Yuan Sile wanted from him, he really just glanced at the message and forgot to reply. Moreover, with so many beautiful women around recently, he had almost accidentally overlooked this sporty girl. I accidentally missed replying, but with your condition, you should take good care of yourself for a while, maybe avoid intense workouts. Otherwise, if something happened to Yuan Sile, wouldn't he lose another person to spend money on? He wouldn't allow such a thing. Hearing Yifan say this, Yuan Sile thought he was quite concerned for her, and her earlier small anger instantly vanished. You still look a bit weak, let me take you for some nourishment. After saying this, Yifan directly pulled the puzzled Yuan Sile into the car, heading towards the luxurious wellness hotel, Wanjina Hotel in the city center. The bully real estate company Yifan had acquired is best known for real estate investment and development, but it actually has two major business clusters, quality life services and industrial finance. These cover fields such as construction, property management, economy, business, hotels, education, cultural tourism, and financial control. It's truly a versatile warrior. The Wanjina Hotel, which Yifan was taking Yuan Sile to, is the most famous hotel under his bully real estate. His excuse to take Yuan Sile for nourishment was mainly just to check on his own assets. The speed of the Koenigsegg brought the two to this hotel, which is praised as the top healing hotel in all of Huagua, in just a few minutes. Not only does it provide every guest with an unparalleled healing experience, but it is also famous for its nutritious and delicious specialty health restaurant. Many wealthy and influential individuals love to come here, and many businesspeople and elite bosses are keen on discussing partnerships with clients here. Yuan Sile saw Yifan bring her to the hotel, feeling a wave of surprise and a hint of anticipation inside her. Isn't this pace a bit too fast? But she indeed has a good impression of Yifan, especially after he saved her life. Her feelings for him have completely changed. The food at the special health restaurant on the second floor is really good, suitable for someone like you to replenish your nutrition. You can take a look at what you want to eat later. Yuan Sila was still in the middle of a crazy brainstorm when she suddenly heard Yifan say this, realizing she had misunderstood. So you brought me here to eat. Luckily, I almost thought. Yuan Sila quickly covered her mouth. Yifan promptly noticed the implication, almost thought? Thought what? Seeing Yifan's deliberately mischievous smile, Yuan Sila felt so embarrassed. Nothing. I didn't think anything. Yifan laughed and patted her head. What are you thinking? With your current body, even if you really want to ask me to exercise, you have to wait for a while after your recovery. Yuan Sila heard the deliberately emphasized word exercise and immediately understood that he wasn't speaking literally. You bad guy. Normally, Yuan Sila should have hated boys talking to her this way, but somehow Yifan's mischievous look made her heart flutter more and more. The two of them arrived at the restaurant. Yifan quickly selected various nutritious health dishes from the menu, and soon, all kinds of nutritious dishes were served one by one. Cordyceps pork rib abalone soup, imperial Buddha jumps over the wall, braised fish fin, stir-fried chicken tongue, coconut milk rock sugar bird's nest, etc., covered the entire table, totaling nearly 200,000 yuan worth of dishes. Ding! For a 93-point high-value woman spending 198,000 yuan, trigger critical hit, rebate 200 times, congratulations on earning a rebate of 39.6 million yuan. Yifan was a bit surprised. This was the second time he spent money for Wan Silo, and both times triggered a critical hit. It seemed that Wan Silo was indeed someone worth nurturing. Seeing Yifan happily paying the bill, Wan Silo thought he was pleased with the meal's value, so she took a look at the bill. When she saw it, her jaw almost dropped in shock. This meal actually costs nearly 200,000. Wan Silo looked at Yifan, unable to believe it. Yifan scooped a piece of fish fin into his mouth and casually said, "Yeah, these ingredients plus the level of 5-star chefs make it quite worth it." Is this really considered worth it? So this is how wealthy people define value. And for someone who can spend 200,000 in one meal, how terrifying must Yifan's true wealth be? Wan Silo was stunned, too scared to think further, but looking at each dish, she still couldn't bring herself to touch them. If a dish fell from the table, that would be like losing thousands of yuan. Yifan saw Wan Silo's dilemma and directly moved the bird's nest in front of her. "You can eat it without worry. It really isn't expensive for me. Plus, if you don't eat it and the waiter throws it away later, that would really mean money down the drain." Hearing this, Wan Silo finally dared to pick up her chopsticks. At that moment, she remembered to ask Yifan how he brought her back from the hands of death. After all, the idea that just placing a hand could cure illness sounded too incredible. Chapter 28. Upon hearing Wan Silo's question, Yifan quickly thought of a suitable explanation. "No, I don't just cure illnesses by placing my hand. Actually, I was pressing the corresponding acupoints on your body, stimulating the blood flow back to the heart, then your myocardium ischemia symptoms got relieved, and that's why you woke up so quickly." Yifan answered without changing his expression or heartbeat. This answer was crafted so well, it made perfect sense. Even he believed it himself. Sure enough, Wan Silo, who didn't know much about medicine, believed Yifan's explanation immediately. "Wow! You are really amazing. Not only have you accumulated so much wealth at a young age, but you are also so skilled at curing illnesses and saving people." Wan Silo sincerely praised him. He began to admire Yifan even more. The man before her was thousands, if not tens of thousands, times better than those boys who only used money to impress her. The reason Wan Silo had always been single since birth was because her standards for boyfriends were extremely high. But now, she felt like she had found an excellent man who perfectly matched her criteria for a partner. "By the way, your myocardial ischemia won't heal completely in a short time, you still need to continue with long-term care and treatment." Yifan's reminder pulled Wan Silo out of her beautiful fantasies, and she subconsciously asked, "So, what methods are there for treatment?" "The best method, of course, is to massage the acupuncture points near your heart, just like I did before. This is the method with the least side effects. You can think it over." Yifan's treatment directly used his palm power, and this supernatural, mysterious force was definitely much more effective than taking medicine. Yifan's words immediately pulled Wan Silo back into the previous scene. A blush quickly climbed back onto Wan Silo's cheeks. At this moment, Yifan added with a mischievous smile, "By the way, if the treatment involves direct skin contact, the effect is even better." Hearing what Yifan said, Wan Silo's face turned completely red, and she immediately cursed pervert under her breath while digging into her food. However, while eating, she seriously contemplated this method. The two finished their meal and were ready to leave. "Sister and I." Suddenly, Wan Silo joyfully grabbed the arm of a woman in a tight-fitting suit and high heels who was passing by. An Lang Yue stopped in her tracks, and upon seeing Wan Silo, her expression transformed from cold to warm and friendly. "Sile? What are you doing here?" "Sister and I, let me introduce someone to you, this is my classmate, Yifan." Wan Silo quickly pulled Lang Yue over to introduce Yifan to her. At this moment, Lang Yue finally noticed that the handsome man standing next to Wan Silo was with her. "Hello, I am Lang Yue." When facing Yifan, Lang Yue put on an indifferent expression that signaled to keep distance, her whole presence radiating an air of cold pride. Yifan looked at Lang Yue, whose beauty was no less than Wan Silo's, and squinted at her, estimating her looks 94 points. "Hello, I am Yifan." After the two introduced themselves, Wan Silo immediately added for Yifan. "Yifan, sister and I are best friends, and she is our senior at the Imperial Capital University. Her grandfather is also one of the shareholders of the university, and she herself is the president of the NI Group." NI Group? Previously, at the wine tasting event, Yifan had been hearing the property owners talk about the major families of the Imperial Capital, and it seemed there was indeed a NI family among them. It seemed this woman was quite impressive. At such a young age, she had already become president of the family business. But with such a high score, women like her usually do not lack money, and their standards are quite high. They have seen everything good and expensive. Trying to spend money on them was definitely not an easy task. After understanding this, Yifan suddenly lost interest in Ni Lingyue. Moreover, he could see that Ni Lingyue's attitude toward him also carried a strange scrutiny. It should be that feeling of all girls being unimpressed with their best friend's boyfriend. Sure enough, the next second, Ni Lingyue gestured for Yifan to wait a moment before suddenly pulling Ruan Sile into a nearby private room. In the golden private room. Sister Ni, why did you suddenly pull me in here? Ruan Sile asked, confused. You tell me honestly, is that guy outside your boyfriend? Ni Lingyue asked. Ruan Sile heard this, and her ears instantly turned red. We haven't even started, we are just ordinary classmates right now. Looking at the shy little girl, Ni Lingyue immediately realized her best friend was falling for him. Then tell me, what are his specific qualities? A pure girl like you, who has never been in a relationship, shouldn't be easily fooled by a handsome face. To be honest, Ni Lingyue's first impression of Yifan was quite ordinary. There was no other reason, except that this boy was simply too handsome. Ni Lingyue had dealt with many men in business, and generally, even the slightly handsome ones weren't of good character. A guy as handsome as a celebrity, in Ni Lingyue's view, had an 80% chance of being a bad person. So she quickly wanted to pull Ruan Sile to clear the situation, to help her out or to wake her up and prevent her from diving in headfirst. Oh no, Sister Ni, Yifan is really super nice. The first time we met, he spent 500,000 to get rid of a guy who was persistently pestering me. And not only is he handsome and wealthy, but he is also skilled in medicine and so polite. I dare say, you can't find a man this good in the entire capital. Ruan Sile praised Yifan with starry eyes. Ni Lingyue felt even more uneasy after hearing this. She knew many wealthy young men, and most were spoiled rich kids. Not only causing trouble but also handsome and skilled in medicine? Let alone in the capital, even throughout the whole country, there couldn't possibly be such a person. Her best friend was completely trapped. Ni Lingyue's internal alarm bells were ringing loudly, while Ruan Sile instead started to advise her. Sister Ni, you're criticizing me, you've been buried in work for so many years and haven't dated anyone either. You really should consider finding a partner. Ni Lingyue quickly interrupted Ruan Sile, wanting her to see reality, but before she could speak, a man wearing a gold chain suddenly pushed open their private room door and barged in. The man, Sun Dahai, was the owner of a materials company in the capital. He had originally arranged to meet someone in the wellness restaurant of the Wenji Hotel for a collaboration, but when he arrived, he found that all the private rooms were fully booked. He had tried other rooms but, seeing men inside, didn't dare to do anything too outrageous. Finally catching a room that was only occupied by girls, he decided to kick them out and use the room for the big shot he was about to meet. Ni Lingyue, looking at the man who had barged in and was about to chase them away, changed her expression and instantly became angry. Who are you? Who allowed you to barge into our private room? This room was reserved by me, do you think we have to leave just because you say so? Hearing this, Sun Dahai furrowed his brows and threw down some more $100 bills. Miss, I'll add some money for you. This money is enough for you to book 2 rooms. I advise you to take it and leave, don't push your luck. Take the money and get out quickly. I still have a tight schedule. Ni Lingyue was completely amused by Sun Dahai's actions. Do you really think that you can do whatever you want just because you have a little money? Let me tell you, we don't need your petty cash. If you don't leave, I'm going to call the staff to have you escorted out. After saying this, Ni Lingyue saw that Sun Dahai was still indifferent, so she immediately pressed the service bell. The waiter hurried over, Sir, how may I serve you? Ni Lingyue pointed at the rough and fearsome Sun Dahai, this rude man doesn't know where he came from, disturbing our meal and trying to take over our private room. Please deal with this quickly. After understanding the situation, the waiter attempted to ask Sun Dahai to leave. However, Sun Dahai not only did not move a step, but coldly snorted and stepped forward to threaten the waiter. Do you know who I am inviting later? I am inviting the big boss on top of your hotel, Director Zhao Tianrui from Bully Real Estate. If you make me neglect Director Zhao because of your interference, do you think you can bear this responsibility? The waiter did not expect this coarse man to be inviting the heavy hitter from their hotel's parent company. Under Sun Dahai's threats and persuasion, she could only turn to persuade Ni Lingyue and Ruan Sile to leave. Ni Lingyue had never encountered such an unreasonable situation and was unwilling to give up her private room no matter what. Humph. You wild woman actually refused to eat the toast and instead drink the punishment wine. Since you won't leave, don't blame me for being ruthless. After saying this, Sun Dahai grabbed a bottle of wine from the table and slammed it hard on the table. Glass shards immediately exploded, and a larger piece flew directly to Ni Lingyue's calf, cutting a huge gash. If you don't leave, I can't guarantee that these broken bottles won't land on you. Sun Dahai threatened wildly, but his arrogant face did not last long before a foot landed heavily on his back, kicking him a long distance away. Who the hell dares to kick me? Sun Dahai turned back, only to see the tall and upright Yi Fan standing at the door of the private room. Though young in appearance, he inexplicably radiated a mature aura beyond his years. Yi Fan. Good thing you arrived just in time. Ruan Sile had been scared out of her wits since Sun Dahai began smashing the wine bottles, and upon Yi Fan's appearance, she couldn't help but rush into his arms. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Yi Fan gently patted Ruan Sile in his arms, comforting her. He had been wondering why the two girls hadn't come out for a long time, and when he heard a loud noise from their room, he came over despite the risk of offending someone. He didn't expect to find a man causing trouble there and kicked him down without hesitation. With pain shooting through her leg, Ai Langyue watched her best friend being softly comforted by Yi Fan in his embrace, and for some reason, feelings of envy suddenly surged within her. Could it really be like Sile said, that she should also find someone to date? It took Sun Dahai a long time to get up after Yi Fan's kick. You dare to kick me? I tell you, you're going to regret this. Sun Dahai yelled angrily at the waiter while rubbing his waist. Why aren't you quickly calling your manager over? Just tell him that Sun Dahai has been attacked. The waiter was so scared she almost cried and quickly nodded, rushing out to find the manager. Humph, you're still trying to be a hero here, huh? Just so you know, Manager Goi Taiha here is my man. When he comes, you'll wish you hadn't. Yi Fan frowned upon hearing this. Why is it always this kind of corrupt game where someone in power abuses their position for personal gain? Every time he came to his own business, did he have to go through a cleaning session to eliminate the rats? But after a moment, he understood this natural occurrence. In this world, isn't it true that bright places are always accompanied by the infinite darkness breeding in the corners? Wherever there are people, wherever there is power, there will always be. There will inevitably be some things that cannot see the light. Perhaps, this is human nature. Outside the private room, hurried footsteps approached. It was Gui Taiha bringing several security guards. Manager Gua. This is the person who kicked me. Hurry up and arrest him. And these two women, quickly get them out. Mr. Zhao is about to arrive, and you wouldn't want Mr. Zhao to see a joke, right? Gui Taiha nodded upon hearing this. Sun Dahai had given him benefits after securing a deal with his board, so he naturally wanted to help Sun Dahai with this small matter. Ladies, please hurry and leave with us. And sir, we need to hold you accountable for causing a disturbance in our hotel, please cooperate. Otherwise, it'll be embarrassing if we have to call the police. Gui Taiha warned sternly. Ai Langyue wanted to argue, but she suddenly saw Yi Fan laughing out loud in front of everyone. What are you laughing at, sir? I've warned you once. Do you really want to escalate this to the point of police involvement? Yi Fan stopped laughing, but the cold smirk on his lips remained. I'm laughing because your behavior here is exactly as I imagined, a perfect way to ruin the reputation of our bully. Gui Taiha looked at Yi Fan in confusion, clearly not understanding the meaning of his words. At this moment, Sun Dahai's previously arrogant face suddenly changed as he saw a figure approaching from outside the private room, and he immediately went out to greet it, flattering and fawning. Mr. Zhao, you're here. I'm sorry to make you see this joke. We have a small misunderstanding in our box, but once Manager Gua sorts it out, we can sit down to discuss the specifics of our cooperation. Sun Dahai stretched out his hands respectfully to shake Zhao Tianrui's hand, and Zhao Tianrui, initially disinterested, suddenly wore an expression of surprise and respect, extending his hands as if to shake. Sun Dahai was overjoyed. He hadn't expected Zhao Tianrui to regard him so highly today. However, just as he was about to connect hands with Zhao Tianrui bypassed him and rushed straight to Yi Fan, who was standing calmly beside them. Mr. Yi. It's truly better to see you in person. What a coincidence to meet you here today. Zhao Tianrui's old, wrinkled face was filled with a respectful smile as he warmly shook Yi Fan's hand. Everyone present saw the Bali director treating Yi Fan with such respect and couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Noticing the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, Zhao Tianrui quickly introduced to Sun Dahai and Gui Taiha. Manager Gua, boss Sun, because Mr. Yi just acquired shares in our real estate, you might not have heard the news yet. The person in front of you is Mr. Yi Fan, who just acquired 75% of Bali Real Estate's shares. He is now our undisputed largest shareholder and the highest leader of our entire board. As Zhao Tianrui introduced, he couldn't help but applaud. Ai Langyue and Ruan Sile were clearly surprised by this information. The former felt a bit of curiosity towards Yi Fan, while Ruan Sile admired him even more. However, upon learning Yi Fan's true identity, Sun Dahai and Gui Tai had turned pale as if they had seen a ghost. The person they had shouted to settle accounts with was actually the new owner of Bali Real Estate. Young and handsome like this, they hadn't thought of Yi Fan as someone with status at all. As a result, not only did he possess identity and status, but he was also a top-level boss capable of crushing them. Sun Dahai was drenched in cold sweat, and Gui Taiha's hands and feet began to tremble uncontrollably. This is the end, they have offended such a big shot, dying hundreds of times wouldn't be enough. Zhao Tianrui looked at the obviously unreasonable behavior of Sun Dahai and Guitaya, frowning slightly. These two usually seemed quite alert, why did they now not even understand the most basic courtesy in front of their own chairman? What's wrong with you two? I introduced Chairman Ye's identity, and you two are standing there dumbfounded without greeting him, what do you want to do? Only then did Sun Dahai and Guitaya slightly come to their senses after being scolded, hurriedly trembling as they greeted Yifan. Chairman Yi, hello. Yifan lowered his gaze at their greeting, his usual calm demeanor seemingly harboring a formidable authority. Sun Dahai and Guitaya shivered again at Yifan's expression. Zhao Tianrui was very dissatisfied with the state of the two, and was just about to scold them when Wan Sil stepped forward. Hello, Director Zhao, actually, it's like this. Just now, my friend and I were chatting nicely in this private room when this man named Sun Dahai rushed in wanting to drive us away and occupy our room. We refused, and he smashed a glass bottle, threatening to do something to us. Luckily, Chairman Yi came in to rescue us, but here, Manager Guo and Sun Dahai actually colluded to continue pressuring us, even saying they would hold Chairman Yi responsible. What? After understanding the whole situation, Zhao Tianrui's face changed dramatically, slamming the table in disbelief. Sun Dahai. Guitaya. You two have some guts. How dare you do such a thing to our most esteemed chairman? Zhao Tianrui's furious wrath scared Sun Dahai and Guitaya so much that they instantly weakened and knelt down. Director Zhao, it was all Sun Dahai who started this. I was also worried about offending you. If I had known Chairman Ye's identity, I would never dare to do this. Guitaya quickly shifted all the blame onto Sun Dahai. Sun Dahai didn't expect Guitaya to be so disloyal, but since he was indeed the first to stir things up, he couldn't argue back and could only knock his head on the ground, desperately asking for Yifan's forgiveness. Chairman Yi. It's the offense of a petty person. Please consider that our company has been cooperating with your esteemed company for so long and forgive me this once. Yifan was too lazy to listen to these two making excuses. After all, at his level, his subordinates would naturally know how to handle those who offended him. Yifan faintly glanced at Zhao Tianrui. Zhao Tianrui immediately stepped forward to kick away Sun Dahai's hand, which wanted to grab Yifan's pants. How dare your filthy hands reach for our Chairman Yi? And you even dare to mention cooperation? Our company cooperating with yours is merely us generously sharing some soup with you. Since you had the guts to offend our Chairman Yi, from today on, our Bully Real Estate's cooperation with your company is officially terminated. And for the losses incurred because of you, our Bully will continue to pursue your company's responsibility. With Zhao Tianrui's command, Sun Dahai's long-desired cooperation was sentenced to death. Sun Dahai collapsed weakly on the ground, crying like a 200-pound child. Having dealt with Sun Dahai, it was naturally Guitaya's turn next, who neglected his duties and couldn't tell right from wrong. Guitaya. Do I need to say more? Go get your resignation contract from HR. After this, in the entire hotel industry, no company will dare to accept you. Guitaya didn't expect that for the trivial benefits of getting through the back door, he would lose such a good job and be banned by the entire industry. In his pain and regret, he looked at Sun Dahai beside him and felt such anger that he immediately crawled over and wrestled with him. Chairman Yi, are you satisfied with this handling? Zhao Tianrui cautiously reported to Yifan, asking. Director Zhao, you have your own reasons and experience in doing things, so naturally, I am satisfied and trust your method. Yifan expressed his quiet approval of Zhao Tianrui's approach without showing any signs. Hearing this, Zhao Tianrui finally dared to relax slightly, bringing Sun Dahai and Guitaya, who were struggling, out of the private room with several security guards, leaving the space for Yifan and the others. Yifan, I didn't expect you to still be the chairman of Bali Real Estate. That's really impressive. Wan Sil couldn't hide her admiration at all, her hands formed into fists supporting her chin, looking at Yifan with starry eyes. And Ai Lang Yue also broke her usually cold demeanor and spoke up proactively. Thank you. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have solved this trouble so quickly today. Yifan nodded slightly, indicating that they need not mind it. As the three prepared to leave the private room, Wan Sil noticed from Ai Lang Yue's walking posture that she was injured. Sister Ai, you were cut by glass shards just now. Your leg is still bleeding. It's nothing, just a small injury. I'll find a little clinic to deal with it after we go out. Wan Sil hurriedly stopped her from continuing to walk. No. This wound is too big, it's dangerous if you don't treat it. Right. Yifan is very skilled in medicine. Wan Sil quickly turned to Yifan and requested, Yifan, could you please check on Sister Ai first? Chapter 31. As soon as Ai Lang Yue thought about letting Yifan examine her calf, she felt inexplicably shy and nervous, quickly waving her hand to indicate it was unnecessary. Yifan looked at the cut on Ai Lang Yue's leg, which was at least 7 or 8 centimeters long, and indeed posed a significant risk of infection if not treated in time. Yifan nodded to Ruan Sil to indicate he would help, moving closer to examine Ni Lengyue despite her reluctance. Ni Lengyue had no choice but to let Yifan examine her calf obediently, her delicate fingers sometimes pressing on Yifan's shoulder just to maintain balance. The exposed area of the wound is quite large, it needs immediate treatment. To avoid revealing his divine healing hands, Yifan stood up and whispered a few words to the waiter, asking her to bring some gauze and regular ointment. After all, Ni Lengyue was an experienced female president and definitely wouldn't be as easily fooled as Ruan Sil, the naive college student. The waiter brought the gauze and ointment, and after applying the ointment to the wound, Yifan covered it with gauze, applying pressure with his right hand while secretly using his palm strength to treat Ni Lengyue. Yifan's palm strength could make wounds heal quickly, so the growth of flesh around the wound caused Ni Lengyue to gasp in pain. In a moment, Yifan lifted the gauze to wipe away the ointment, and the original wound only left a faint mark of healing. This was still Yifan holding back deliberately, otherwise, Ni Lengyue's calf would have been as smooth as if it had never been injured. Ni Lengyue looked at the wound and couldn't help but cover her mouth in surprise. In just a short time, Yifan was able to heal the wound to this extent. With his superb medical skills and his status as the chairman of Belle Real Estate, Ni Lengyue then realized that everything her friend said was true. The man before her was truly outstanding to a terrifying degree. Ni Lengyue's attitude towards Yifan unconsciously grew with admiration and respect that she didn't even notice. "Mr. Yifan, how did you manage to treat the wound to this extent so quickly?" Ni Lengyue couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. "Oh, that's not difficult. The ointment I applied to you earlier is actually my special formula. It has a miraculous effect on healing wounds," Yifan replied calmly with the excuse he had already prepared. "I see, I didn't expect Mr. Yifan to be so young and so outstanding in all aspects. I hope we can have a chance to cooperate in the future." Ni Lengyue took the initiative to extend her hand to shake Yifan's hand in thanks. Yifan reached out and shook Ni Lengyue's 5 jade-like fingers, watching her expression soften as she clearly lowered her guard. A slow smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. It seems that there might still be a chance to receive a reward after all. Yifan secretly included Ni Lengyue in his list of potential targets for future investments. Ruan Sil was overjoyed to see that Ni Lengyue had changed her attitude toward Yifan. The three of them chatted and laughed as they left the Wenji Hotel. After Yifan and Ni Lengyue exchanged WeChat contacts, Ni Lengyue returned to her company, while Yifan drove Ruan Sil back to school. Today was Friday, and Ruan Sil had class in the afternoon. After she got out of the car and left, Yifan was casually scrolling through his phone when he received a message from Yukur, whom he had interacted with in the morning. "Junior Yifan, where are you right now? I've finished my classes already, what are you up to next?" The message was accompanied by a cute cat emoji, a common playful expression for girls to show off their charm. Yifan's lips curled up into a smile. "Come to the school gate now, and I'll take you out for some fun." Yukur, who had been glued to her phone screen in her dorm, felt her heart leap with excitement as soon as she saw Yifan's message pop up. "Okay, I'll get ready and be there soon." After saying this, Yukur quickly grabbed her most glamorous off-shoulder lace red dress, slipped on a pair of pointed high heels, sprayed on a sweet fruity perfume, and grabbed her designer handbag before heading out. On the school road, Yukur's stunning figure immediately attracted many curious gazes. "Isn't that the famous gold digger senior? She's dressed up so lavishly, where is she going? Yeah, didn't we hear that she rarely goes out with boys? Maybe we should follow and see what's going on." In no time, a group of students gathered around Yukur, all eager to gossip about her. Yukur had long since gotten used to being the center of attention, so she continued walking towards the school gate without slowing down. At the school gate, Yifan was sitting in his Koenigsegg, idly tapping his fingers on the steering wheel while waiting. Suddenly, from a distance, he saw a large crowd gathering near the school gate. When he looked closely, he saw that right at the front of the crowd, in the center, was Yukur, who had said she was coming to find him. No wonder a gold digger like her was being chased by so many people. At this moment, Yukur had changed into makeup and attire that suited her even better than the professional equestrian outfit she had been wearing in the morning. She looked dozens of times more beautiful and seductive. She was a walking, breathing masterpiece of beauty and allure. Yukur glanced around the school gate and saw Yifan sitting in the Koenigsegg, waving at her. Her heart filled with joy at the sight. As expected, he was truly a man of wealth, even his car was so extravagant and cool. Yukur quickly picked up her pace and walked over to the car. The onlookers watched as Yukur stepped onto the Koenigsegg without hesitation, their mouths hanging open in disbelief, as though they could swallow an entire egg. "Oh my god! Senior Yukur really got into someone else's car. That's right, that's the rich guy's Koenigsegg. This guy is really amazing. He even managed to get someone like Yukur, a gold digger, to be his." The crowd couldn't stop gossiping as they discussed the shocking sight. A few of the boys who had pointed out Yukur's location to Yifan earlier that morning just happened to pass by. Seeing Yukur happily sitting in the sports car, they all rubbed their eyes in disbelief. This is the gold digger Yukor we were talking about in the morning. In just a few hours, she's already gotten into a man's car. Who on earth is the owner of that car? How did that gold digger, who no one could ever attract, get moved by him? I must find out who that man is. A few boys quickly stretched their necks to look at the driver's seat, at which point the window of the Koenigsegg slowly rolled down. When they finally saw the driver's appearance, they all couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Chapter 32. Wow! Isn't that the guy from this morning who was asking about Yukor? So he is the owner of the Koenigsegg that has been the talk of the campus lately. Now he even got their beloved gold-digging senior who had never been moved by anyone into his car. Thinking about it this way, their persuasion of Yifan this morning was just pure clown behavior. The boys felt extremely awkward. Just then Yifan saw them too. Brothers, what a coincidence! Thanks for this morning. For Yifan's thanks, the boys could only force a smile, revealing expressions even uglier than crying to indicate no need to thank them. They watched Yifan drive away with their beloved senior, the car's shadow speeding into the distance. Inside the car, Yukor excitedly leaned her two little fingers against each other and asked, Yifan, where are we going? Of course, to your favorite place, Yifan raised an eyebrow and replied. Yukor felt a bit puzzled, but couldn't help but feel excited. Not long after, Yifan drove the car to the most famous department store in the capital under the SKP Mall building. Yukor looked at the building outside the car, her eyes suddenly sparkled with light. Oh my! How could there be such a good man in this world who understands her so well? He surprisingly brought her out for the first time to the best department store in the entire capital. It should be known that SKP in the capital is a legendary place that once broke the myth of daily sales exceeding 1 billion. On a certain social media platform, it was categorized as a top department store that even those with monthly salaries of 100,000 would not dare to visit. She felt she could almost love this man in front of her to death. Yifan first took Yukor to the Chanel store in the SKP. In here, you can pick any bags or clothes you like, just grab what you want, don't hold back on spending. Yifan directly waved his diamond card from the Shai Bank in front of Yukor and the sales staff. They naturally understood the value of this card, and Yukor was overjoyed, the sales staff hurriedly working hard to recommend and bring clothes and bags for her to try on. Ding! For 1,015,000 spent by a high-value woman with a score of 94, triggered a critical reward. Congratulations on acquiring SKP department store valued at 20 billion. Wow! Yifan showed a satisfied expression. This store king, with the highest sales per square foot in Asia and second in the world, is now his. Yukor looked at the big bags next to her, her face full of the expression of happiness that seemed to touch the sky. Yifan told her to tidy up and then continue to fight at the next store. Yukor quickly regained a bit of rationality from her excitement and pretended to decline. Yifan, you've already spent so much money on me today, I'm actually very satisfied already. Yifan clicked his tongue a little displeased. Kor, don't pretend in front of me. Do you know what I admire most about you? Yukor shook her head in confusion. I don't know. What I like and admire most is that you can spend money and dare to spend money. This fully proves that you are different from those ordinary women outside. I just don't like those women who think all day about saving money for me. It makes me feel like they are too polite and too distant from me. They don't treat me as one of their own. Seeing Yukor being a bit confused and hesitant to believe Yifan's new theory, Yifan continued to add. And you know what? Someone once calculated for me that a stunning beauty like you, spending my money, really boosts my fortune. Oh. So that's how it is. Yukor finally understood and nodded in realization. Rich big shots are somewhat superstitious, she had heard about this. So she could understand why Yifan urged her to spend money. Alright then, let's keep shopping. For you, brother Yifan, let's increase your fortune even more. With their agreement reached, Yifan brought Yukor to a Hermes store that was even more expensive than Chanel. Yifan allowed Yukor to wander among the luxurious items while he settled into a leather sofa in the center of the store, leisurely looking at his phone. Anyway, he just needed to let Yukor handle the spending while he waited for the rebate and rewards. While Yifan sat leisurely, Yukor was energetically battling on the buying battlefield, surrounded by eager salespeople. At that moment, a man and a woman walked into the store, and seeing that no one approached them, they frowned and became upset. What's wrong with your store? Why don't you know to send someone to attend to your customers? The dissatisfied female voice rang out. Yifan had a vague feeling that the voice sounded familiar. Putting down his phone, the person who appeared in his sight turned out to be his first love, Yi Xiaoxiao, who had dumped him after the college entrance examination because he was poor and had no future. Yifan? What are you doing here? Yi Xiaoxiao looked at her former boyfriend, who was clearly several times more handsome than before, with surprise in her tone. And this was the Hermes store in SKP. How could a poor guy like Yifan afford to shop here? The man Yi Xiaoxiao was holding onto was called Gu Zhengyu, her current boyfriend. Seeing Yifan sitting alone on the sofa, Gu Zhangyu, who had a tendency to be domineering, walked right up to him with Yi Xiaoxiao. You must be Xiaoxiao's broke first love, right? Thanks to you, I could be with Xiaoxiao. Dude, as a token of my thanks, why not choose something you like here at Hermes, and I'll pay for it. Consider it a gift from me. Gu Zhangyu spoke with a full face of arrogance, clearly intending to mock Yifan. Yi Xiaoxiao immediately stopped him. Zhangyu, why are you being so kind? You really don't need to spend money on this poor loser. After saying that, the two immediately started to flirt with each other. Yifan almost felt like throwing up watching the two. If you're going to take those shabby shoes, then just take them. What do you mean by wearing them here to stink me out? Didn't you notice that the air became murky as soon as you two came over? Yifan waved his hand in front of his nose, trying to fan away the bad air brought by the two idiots, which made the once high and mighty Yi Xiaoxiao and Gu Zhangyu feel embarrassed and defensive at once. Humph, what's the use of just being sharp-tongued? I was originally considering that you came alone to this mall, feeling lonely, that's why I thought of pitying you because of Xiaoxiao. Since you're jealous of me and Xiaoxiao to the point of saying such nasty things, I believe this upscale place doesn't welcome someone like you. Gu Zhangyu became more and more angry, wanting to find staff to kick Yifan out. Just as he was searching for a staff member with his eyes, Yukor came bouncing out from inside with several classic bags and happily sat next to Yifan. Gu Zhangyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this not the Miss White Moonlight he has been desperately pursuing in vain, Yukor? Chapter 33. Yukor excitedly raised her bag and asked Yifan. Yifan, junior brother, which of these bags do you think suits me best? I would love to hear your suggestion. Our sister Kor is so beautiful and generous, of course, she can handle any bag. Trust me, take them all. Yifan, you are really too good to me. Just as Yukor was cuddling up to Yifan's arm to express her gratitude, Gu Zhangyu's incredulous voice came from nearby. Kor, you are here shopping today too? Gu Zhangyu's voice carried a careful flattery, proving how important Yukor was in his heart with every tone and attitude. Hearing this somewhat familiar voice, Yukor turned her head, only to find it was Gu Zhangyu, who had been sending her gifts and trying to pursue her. Her brows furrowed in displeasure. Gu Zhangyu? What are you doing here? Didn't I return the bag you sent me a couple of days ago? Are you really chasing me all the way here? Yukor and Gu Zhangyu were classmates in middle school. Since then, Gu Zhangyu had fallen for Yukor and regarded her as his one true love, his white moonlight. Unfortunately, Yukor just inexplicably found Gu Zhangyu displeasing, especially his clingy behavior made her extremely annoyed. So even though she was materialistic, she never even bothered to look at the things he gave her. Meanwhile, even while being with every girlfriend afterward, Gu Zhangyu would still find various opportunities to inquire about Yukor's situation and send her gifts, all just to leave some impression on her. Even after he seemed to have a stable and affectionate relationship with Yi Xiaoxiao, Gu Zhangyu still relentlessly sent gifts to Yukor to win her favor. Next to him, Yi Xiaoxiao's face turned sour upon hearing Yukor's words, looking worse than a toilet pit. But considering that Gu Zhangyu was her most important golden husband now, she didn't dare to directly turn against him. So she tugged at Gu Zhangyu's sleeve, trying to pull him away. However, Gu Zhangyu at this moment had eyes only for Yukor, and he raised a hand to shake off Yi Xiaoxiao's grip and asked Yukor in heartache. Kor, who is that man on the sofa to you? Seeing Gu Zhangyu's infatuated expression, Yifan couldn't help but chuckle. His first love girlfriend was merely someone else's backup. And the gold-digging sister beside him was the true love this fool yearned for. This was getting interesting. Yifan confidently crossed his legs and casually pulled Yukor into his embrace, wanting to see how this show would unfold. Yukor felt her heart racing as she was embraced by Yifan. Just when she was happily shy, seeing Gu Zhangyu's hurt and angry expression made her instantly upset. Gu Zhangyu, are you out of your mind? What does my relationship with anyone have to do with you? And why do you call my junior brother Yifan that man? My junior brother Yifan is the best man in the world. Who do you think you are? Just a spoiled rich kid living off your parents, you think you have the right to shout here? Gu Zhangyu was publicly scolded by Yukor, and he looked utterly shocked. He glanced at Yukor with a wounded expression before suddenly turning to Yifan with a fierce look and angry stare. Kor, are you being deceived by him? He was dumped by my girlfriend before because he didn't have good conditions. My conditions are way better than his. If there's anything here you have your eyes on, I can buy it all for you. Gu Zhangyu's words completely made Yi Xiaoxiao, his legitimate girlfriend, unable to hold back anymore. Brother Zhangyu, is it too much for you to flatter another wild woman in front of me? Yi Xiaoxiao said, with a choked voice, grasping Gu Zhangyu's hand to complain. However, Gu Zhangyu just turned his head to glance at her, then yanked his hand away forcefully, even ignoring Yi Xiaoxiao as she lost her balance and fell to the ground. Are you even worthy to be compared to Kor? I don't have time to play with you right now. If you're smart, just wait for me over there quietly, or don't blame me for hitting you later. The two who had just been sweet and loving in front of Yifan now transformed into a pair of resentful couple. All that was left was the man's annoyance and impatience and the woman's hurt and silent grievance. Yifan couldn't help but want to applaud. This is probably called, showing off love leads to a quick death, right? Especially in the realm of malice, showing off love comes back instantly, just like karma. After hearing Gu Zhongyu's words, Yukora suddenly realized that Gu Zhongyu and his current girlfriend also had such grudges with Yifan. That woman really has no vision. She actually hurt someone as good as Yifan's junior brother before. Yukora couldn't tolerate this. After thinking about it, she had to help Yifan vent his anger. Gu Zhongyu, did you just say that you can buy anything I want here, right? Yukora suddenly asked. Gu Zhongyu's eyes lit up with hopeful light, nodding his head continuously like a garlic pounder. Of course. No matter what you fancy, I can buy it for you. Hearing this, Yukora pointed her beautifully manicured index finger thoughtfully to her lips. Then she extended her delicate finger, pointing to a whole wall filled with bags on the opposite side. Then I want all the bags on that whole wall, can you do it? Gu Zhongyu followed Yukire's direction and looked over. The entire wall was lined with high-end Hermes bags. Although Gu Zhongyu was a rich second generation, he had to report his spending to his family. With his personal living allowance, even buying just one was very difficult, let alone the entire wall. Gu Zhongyu showed a troubled expression and said, what I just said was anyone, suddenly pointing to a wall, I. Upon hearing this, Yukora immediately huffed, I knew you couldn't do it, so I never planned to rely on you. After that, she leaned her head on Yifan's shoulder and acted cute, appearing delicate and vulnerable. Junior brother Yifan, these bags are just pocket money for you, right? Yifan saw through Yukire's little scheme and affectionately rubbed her small, exquisite nose. Of course, as long as senior sister Cora likes it, money is not an issue for me. After saying that, Yifan was about to call the sales clerk over to check out. Seeing Yifan's actions, Gu Zhongyu immediately laughed mockingly. Wait, have you never bought luxury items and don't have an idea about the price of Hermes bags? Do you know how much all those bags on that wall cost? You dare to say you will pay? Yi Xiaoxiao obviously didn't believe Yifan could have such big capabilities either. She crossed her arms and stood by Gu Zhongyu's side, thinking about how Yifan would embarrass himself later. Chapter 34. Several sales clerks hurriedly came to calculate the price of the bags. Then they took the diamond card Yifan handed over. Just as Gu Zhongyu and Yi Xiaoxiao lifted their chins, ready to laugh loudly at the insufficient balance announcement, the POS machine among the sales clerks successfully read the diamond card, and the payment receipt slowly printed out. Ding! For a high-value 94-point female spending 13.8 million yuan, a critical reward is triggered. Congratulations on receiving 100% equity of Yuwu Entertainment Media Company worth 2 billion. The third critical hit succeeded. Yucker is simply a huge blessing for herself. This gold digger really did not make a wrong choice. Yifan looked at the beautiful Yucker by his side and felt even more delighted. Sir, your payment has been successfully processed. We will now package these purchased items for you and the young lady. What? What? Hearing the sales assistant confirm the successful payment, Gu Zhongyu and Yi Xiaoxiao's faces changed more dramatically than a chameleon. How could this be possible? How could Yifan have taken out so much money at once? The two hurriedly rushed in front of the sales assistant and snatched the receipt paper from the POS machine to take a look. 13.8 million. This guy spent 13.8 million all at once. Gu Zhongyu's incredulous voice filled the entire store. Yi Xiaoxiao gasped and covered her mouth, her gaze toward Yifan completely changed. Clearly, she had left Yifan before because of his poor family background. Yet now, he had become a big shot who could spend over 10 million without blinking an eye. At this moment, Yi Xiaoxiao felt an unwillingness in her heart, her gaze towards Yifan now tinged with a hint of longing. Meanwhile, Yifan was in a good mood because of his new bonus, casually pointing at a row of luxury goods for the staff to wrap up for Yucker. Ding! Spending 1.2 million triggers 8 times rebate, obtaining a rebate of 9.6 million. Oh my dear! You are just too good to me. Yucker was completely captivated by Yifan's generosity. Her heart and eyes were filled with Yifan alone, and she believed she would never meet a better man than him again. Thinking of this, Yucker entirely threw away her previous notions of being reserved to attract men and immediately leaned down to give Yifan a kiss on the cheek. I like you the most, Yifan. Seeing Yucker's affectionate and flattering behavior towards Yifan, Gu Zhongyu felt his heart bleeding. But the Yifan in front of him was already someone he could no longer provoke easily. Thus, besides feeling powerless with rage, Gu Zhongyu had no other way to stop Yucker from rushing into Yifan's embrace. Feeling Yucker's soft lips touch his face, Yifan grinned and gave her waist a little pinch. When he looked up and saw the two annoying flies still in front of him, Yifan frowned and called over a few staff members. These two are too bothersome here, affecting my mood. Okay, sir, we will take care of it right away. A big client spending over 10 million versus customers who came in and squawked for a long time without spending a dime. The staff could clearly tell the difference. Several staff members immediately made gestures hoping Gu Zhangyu and Yi Xiaoxiao would leave. Humph. The staff of this store takes your orders. I don't believe every store can kick us out like this. Gu Zhangyu did not dare confront Yi Fan directly but could only let out a few harsh words to vent his frustration. Then, under the staff's urging, he pulled the reluctant Yi Xiaoxiao away. Yi Fan rubbed Yucker's smooth little hand, the corner of his mouth curving into a slight smile. If it weren't for this reminder, he would have almost forgotten that this SKP was already his own property. Since he was so tough, let him see if every store can turn him away. Yi Fan dialed the number of the SKP management on his phone with one hand, quickly conveying a few words. At this time, Yucker looked at the big and small bags at her feet, quickly picking up the packaging bags of a few bags that had just taken up the whole wall. Yi Fan, these bags were just something I casually said to make you feel better before, now you should return them. Yucker now completely regarded Yi Fan as the man she sincerely wanted to support. In front of the man she truly liked. She still knew how to consider the other person. Yi Fan was clearly a bit surprised by Yukor's behavior, and unconsciously softened a little in his heart for her. However, there was certainly no going back. Yi Fan didn't want the entertainment media company he just acquired to slip away. Sister Core, I told you, once the money is spent, it can't be asked back. If you really care for me, you should just keep these bags with peace of mind. No more silly remarks like this, understood? Yi Fan's slightly domineering words not only didn't make Yukor feel resistant or impatient, but instead completely conquered her with his displayed masculine charisma. Yukor had no choice but to obediently nod her head, thinking that she must repay Yi Fan's kindness in other ways within her capabilities in the future. Gu Zhangyu and Yi Xiaoxiao were driven out of the Hermes store, both carrying their own thoughts, but still pretending to be a loving couple as they entered another store to act as if nothing had happened. However, as soon as they walked into a Nike specialty store, the staff inside raised a plastic sign saying no entry. What's the problem? There are still plenty of customers inside. Why are we not allowed in? Gu Zhangyu muttered, and then took Yi Xiaoxiao to try to enter another Dior store. This time, before they even stepped through the door, a staff member came over with a broom and started sweeping the floor at their feet, directly driving them out. What is this? Is this the way you treat customers in your store? Do you really think I'll complain about you? Gu Zhangyu was puzzled and started to scold the few staff members. Yi Xiaoxiao also shot a fierce glance at a few staff members, saying, exactly. Do you believe I'll complain about you? The staff members immediately laughed. If you have the ability, go ahead. To tell you the truth, you two have provoked our entire SKP's person in charge, Chairman Yi Fan. Now, no store in the entire SKP will welcome you. If you're smart, leave quickly. Don't pollute our air and increase our workload. After saying this, the staff members disdainfully glared at the two and returned to their own store to get busy. At this moment, Gu Zhangyu and Yi Xiaoxiao finally understood how unusual their experience had been since leaving Hermes. Yi Xiaoxiao, how come your ex-boyfriend is actually the chairman of SKP? If I had known this, I wouldn't have embarrassed myself so much today. Gu Zhangyu scolded while pulling on Yi Xiaoxiao's arm. Yi Xiaoxiao felt both confused and regretful inside. If she had known earlier, how could she have given up on Yi Fan for this useless Gu Zhangyu? The two were feeling frustrated when they wandered around a few circles and happened to run into Yukor and Yi Fan, who were just coming out of the Hermes store. Behind them was a group of staff members helping to carry bags. Chapter 35. Yukor saw Gu Zhangyu and Yi Xiaoxiao dazedly blocking the middle of the path and immediately impatiently reminded them. Please move aside, don't block the way. Then she elegantly linked her arm with Yi Fan's and passed by the two who had faces darker than a cesspit. The staff members behind, in a hurry to follow, accidentally bumped into Gu Zhangyu and Yi Xiaoxiao, making them dazed. Yi Xiaoxiao looked at Yukor beside Yi Fan with an air of superiority, feeling unbearably jealous. This was supposed to be her place. After thinking for a moment, Yi Xiaoxiao shook off Gu Zhangyu, who was trying to grab her hand again, and said seriously. Gu Zhangyu, let's break up. I realize I still can't let go of Yi Fan, let's end it here. Gu Zhangyu didn't expect that he would lose both his first love and current girlfriend to the same man in one day. He stared at Yi Xiaoxiao in disbelief. Are you serious? Of course. Compared to Yi Fan, you are really far behind. Not to mention how you treated me in Hermes just now. Just stop here, don't contact me again in the future. Yi Xiaoxiao's face was full of determination. At this moment, she had made up her mind that no matter what method she used, she would definitely return to Yi Fan's side. They say that love during school is the most unforgettable. She doesn't believe that Yi Fan could have no feelings for her at all. After formally breaking up with Gu Zhangyu, Yi Xiaoxiao left without looking back. Only Gu Zhangyu remained alone in the middle of the vast shopping mall, holding his head, kneeling on the ground, crying in anguish. Yukor looked at the trunk of the Koenigsegg, filled with luxury bags, sneakily took out a small gift bag, and cheerfully sat in the passenger seat. Yifan was driving and soon noticed that the woman beside him seemed to be intentionally making small movements. A glance out of the corner of his eye made Yifan's breath catch. At this moment, Yukor had taken out a black stocking from the special gift bag, tossed her high heels under the seat, and began to adorn her beautiful legs. The delicate calf skin, highlighted by Balenciaga's sophisticated black stockings, became even more enchanting and alluring, portraying a charming beauty that speaks of desire and temptation. "How is it, Yifan, Jr., does this look good on me?" Yukor crossed her legs, rubbing to showcase the smooth texture of the stockings. "Want to feel how silky it is with your hands?" Yifan's internal heat surged up rapidly. This woman is indeed a seductress. There was no way out. Under Yukor's soft coaxing, Yifan could only free one hand to feel that extraordinary touch guided by her slender fingers. Indeed, just as silky as Dove chocolate. You can't touch anywhere else on purpose, okay? Yukor pretended to warn fiercely. Yifan feigned ignorance and asked, "What does anywhere else specifically refer to, senior sister?" "You bad guy. Knowing it, you still ask." Yukor playfully punched Yifan's chest lightly. The atmosphere in the car was just right, when suddenly the system's voice rang out. Ding! Mission dropped. Ride a bicycle with Yukor around Imperial Capital University. Upon completion, receive a bottle of intermediate gene upgrade liquid. Ha! Riding a bicycle around campus? What a strange task. However, the last basic upgrade liquid had improved Yifan's appearance and physique significantly, so he was quite looking forward to the effects of the intermediate upgrade liquid. There was no choice, everything for the reward. "Senior sister Kor, when we get to school, how about I ride a bicycle to take you around the campus?" Hearing Yifan's proposal, Yukor immediately showed a face full of joy. "Really? Then wouldn't we be just like the sweet male and female leads in an idol drama? Great, great. As long as it's something Junior Yifan wants to do, I'm very willing to cooperate." No wonder they say that gold-digging girls provide high emotional value. A woman who is so obedient and sensible, who does whatever you ask, which man wouldn't love that? Arriving at the entrance of Imperial Capital University, Yifan first let Yukor off. He told her to wait there while he parked the car and then rode the bicycle over to pick her up. Yukor obediently nodded and quietly stood by the road waiting for Yifan. However, Yukor is indeed a striking presence wherever she goes. Now wearing an eye-catching lace-red dress and elegant black stockings, it didn't take long before she attracted the attention of numerous classmates passing by after school. A 2 million renminbi Mercedes-Benz G-Class slowly drove over and stopped beside Yukor the next second. In the driver's seat was a sophomore junior, Ji Lingchang, who had also pursued Yukor before. "Sister Kur, you look so beautiful, where are you going? Why not just get in my car and I'll take you for a ride?" Yukor glanced at the person lightly, and then without saying a word, she lifted her chin and looked elsewhere. Ji Lingchang was not deterred by Yukor's disregard. It wasn't the first or second time this had happened. So at this moment, he not only didn't feel discouraged but also wanted to try harder. "Sister Kur, just give me this one chance. I promise to take you to fun places. I can also buy you anything you want." Yukor was a bit annoyed by Ji Lingchang's self-promotion and was about to tell him to go away when she saw Yifan appear on a bicycle. Her impatient expression instantly transformed into one of ecstatic joy, and she immediately leaped towards Yifan. When Ji Lingchang saw Yukor running to a man on a bicycle, happily sitting on the back seat, he felt like his entire spiritual world had collapsed. Why would Yukor, the infamous gold digger, choose to sit on a man's bicycle instead of his luxury car? And why did she look so happy, something she couldn't even pretend to be? Not only Ji Lingchang, but also passerby classmates were completely shocked. Was everyone in a dream before it even got dark? The money-loving gold digger was now playing pure love too. Everyone, without exception, had their mouths wide open, unable to close them for a long time. Ji Lingchang couldn't hold it any longer and leaned out of the car window, immediately questioning Yukor. "Sister Kur, that's a bicycle. And it's a shared bike. Why would you rather choose a man on a bicycle than choose me?" At this moment, Yukor had already settled comfortably on the back of Yifan's bicycle, her delicate fingers clutching the corner of Yifan's shirt, her face beaming with a smile full of happiness. "No reason, probably just because you're not Yifan, junior brother. As long as it's Yifan, no matter what kind of wheels he rides to take me, I don't care as long as I can be with him, I will be happy." This statement struck Ji Lingchang and the watching classmates like a bolt of lightning. In utter shock, the crowd could only watch as Yifan rode off on the shared bicycle with the enchanting Yukor, taking her farther and farther away. Chapter 36. The two, a match made in heaven, even while riding a bicycle, were a stunning sight on campus. Especially when other classmates discovered that the one sitting on the bicycle's back seat was the infamous gold digger sister Yukor, they couldn't help but take pictures. In no time, the search term gold digger Yukor would rather sit on the back of a bicycle crying swiftly soared to the top of the university forum of the capital. The entire campus was suddenly engulfed in intense discussions about the gold digger turning over a new leaf. Many rich second-generation students who had unrequited love for Yukor wept bitterly, not understanding where they had lost. Some even took the lead in forming a heartbroken alliance to mourn their completely extinguished chances of winning Yukor's heart. Meanwhile, Yifan and Yukor were completely immersed in the beautiful scenery of the campus evening, with Yukor's arms tightly wrapped around Yifan's waist. She never imagined her heart could be so close to a man. As the bicycle arrived at the entrance of Yukor's dormitory, a sudden break caused her to directly lunge onto Yifan's back. With a triumphant laugh, Yukor playfully pinched Yifan's side, teasingly scolding him, "So annoying. The bag and luxury goods I bought for you today have just been sent to the dorm by a reliable classmate I hired. You don't have to run around anymore." Hearing Yifan's words, Yukor felt her heart soften again. This man is always so considerate. I really have no way to resist him at all. Thank you, brother Yifan. Today is the happiest day I've had in many years. Is just a verbal thank you enough? Yifan teased deliberately. Yukor liked Yifan's playful side sometimes, her eyes curved happily, and she immediately hugged his arm and kissed him on the cheek. Then, feeling shy in a way she didn't expect, she ran up to the dormitory building. While running, she tried to suppress her wildly beating heart. This man was simply too charming for her to handle. Downstairs, Yifan watched Yukir run away and couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was a call from Luo Hanji. Pressing the answer button, he heard Luo Hanji's somewhat distressed and scared voice come through the phone. "Hello, is it brother Yifan? I was planning to go eat at this time, but now there are strange people shouting my name and asking me to come out in front of my dorm." A momentary sob in her voice was forcefully suppressed by Luo Hanji. "Can you come pick me up? I'm a bit scared." Upon hearing this, Yifan furrowed his brow and quickly comforted her. "Sister Hanji, don't be afraid, I'm coming over right now, just wait for me." Thank you, brother Yifan." After receiving Yifan's response, Luo Hanji's fear finally eased a bit. She peeked out of the dormitory building and saw the boy leading the group still shouting her name through a loudspeaker, surrounded by classmates watching the commotion. She could only silently pray for Yifan to arrive quickly to rescue her. Yifan arrived near the dormitory building where Luo Hanji was in no time. From a distance, it looked like a group of people in front of the dormitory was surrounding a lot of candles arranged in the shape of a heart. Inside, Luo Hanji looked out. As soon as she saw Yifan appear, she immediately ran over to him with small hurried steps. Yifan quickly reached out to protect her. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." The boy with the loudspeaker saw Luo Hanji rushing out, and quickly brought a few friends to run toward her direction. "Hanji, don't run. If you listen to my confession, you'll understand how sincere I am about you." Yifan recognized the familiar voice and slowly lifted his head. The boy holding the loudspeaker froze as he saw Yifan's face. Yifan rubbed his forehead in helplessness. "Why is it you again? Aren't you the so-called professional at confessing? Or do you have some confession club that specializes in catching beautiful girls to meet your KPI?" The one confessing to Luo Hanji was none other than Lu Gaoyuan, who had previously stopped Wan Sao from leaving, insisting on declaring his feelings. Lu Gaoyuan never expected to run into Yifan again while confessing. Yifan's teasing made him feel a bit embarrassed. He quickly lifted the loudspeaker to bolster his confidence. "What are you talking about? Every time I confess is sincere. Don't ruin my reputation in front of Hanji. And don't think you're something special just because you have money. For this confession, I even specially invited a capable brother to help me." Lu Gaoyuan proudly pointed to the decorated confession area beside him. "He will come to help me complete this grand confession. No matter how much money you can offer, you cannot ruin my confession this time. Ha ha ha." After that, Lu Gaoyuan imitated the villains from TV shows and laughed. After a few laughs, he realized he was being too silly and quickly stopped. Boring fool. Yifan was speechless. He didn't want to waste any more air talking to such a self-centered idiot. Yifan held Luo Han in his arms, wanting to take her away immediately. At this moment, Lu Gaoyuan looked towards Yifan's back, his eyes suddenly brightened, and hurriedly approached. "Bro! You finally came. I haven't even started my confession, and this girl is about to be taken away by a bully. Who? Who is so bold to take away the girl you want to confess to? I want to see what he looks like." Listening to the foolish conversation between the two, Yifan did not see the person, but inexplicably felt that the voice of the new man was somewhat familiar. He turned around to take a look. "Oh. It really is an acquaintance again. What? Last time you said you were going to the hospital to register for a brain checkup, and the doctor didn't want to take you because he thought you were hopeless, right? So you're out wandering again today?" As Yifan threw out a few questions, Feng Likun, who was walking with Lu Gaoyuan with his arm around his shoulder, froze in his sleazy smile the moment he saw Yifan's clear face. "Damn it! How is this rich brother here again? Could it be that the girl Lu Gaoyuan wants to confess to is?" Feng Likun cast a fearful glance at the sister in Yifan's arms. Damn it, it really is that pure schoolgirl I tried to flirt with last time but ended up provoking the boss instead. Lu Gaoyuan, you stupid brat. For something as simple as a confession, you made such a big trouble. And calling him to deal with the rich brother, isn't that just dragging me to accompany him to die? Feng Likun fought back and forth, and the only way to resolve the situation in front of him seemed to be one. Chapter 37. Bro, I've set up the venue, you help me chase this person away, and then I'll officially start my confession. Lu Gaoyuan cheerfully said his arrangement, warming up to Feng Likun. The next second, however, Feng Likun suddenly turned around and gave him a loud slap. The crisp sound of the slap startled everyone, and Lu Gaoyuan covered his face in grievance, not knowing why he was treated this way. What bro? Who is your bro? Feng Likun decisively distanced himself from this matter. A person who can drive a million-level racing car must have a fortune that counts in the dozens of targets and beyond. If I let the rich brother get unhappy this time, don't talk about dealing with him in the future, I might not even know how I would get killed. Feng Likun has always considered himself a wise man who knows the times. At this moment, the correct choice must be to flatter the big brother crazily to possibly make up for the mistake that Lu Gaoyuan made. Do you know who is standing in front of you? This person is the wealthy brother of the Kanasek car owner, who is quite famous at our capital university. Can a woman like him be coveted by a small character like you? You can forget about calling me brother today, even if you call me dad, I wouldn't help you with such a shameless matter. Feng Likun mustered all his strength to scold Lu Gaoyuan, instantly transforming himself into an embodiment of justice, while showering Yifan with flattery to show his respect for him. Lu Gaoyuan was scolded until he couldn't find his way, and upon seeing that his usual big brother, whom he relied on, was actually so fearful of Yifan, he was instantly dumbfounded. What are you still standing there for? Hurry and bow to the wealthy brother and apologize properly. Feng Likun smiled in a flattering way at Yifan, then forcefully patted Lu Gaoyuan's head. Only then did Lu Gaoyuan finally react foolishly and hurriedly apologize to Yifan. I'm sorry, wealthy brother. It's all my fault for being blind and disturbing you and classmate Hanji. Please forgive me just this once. As Lu Gaoyuan apologized, his tone was completely devoid of the previous ignorance and arrogance, replaced instead with a full sense of fear and trembling. Yifan glanced at the fawning Feng Likun, gave a cold snort. At least you know what's good for you, take your little brother aside and give him a good education. If you dare to offend me again, just imagine the consequences yourself. Yes. Thank you, God wealth brother, for your generosity. We will definitely teach this little brat a lesson. Feng Likun quickly lined up with the brothers who came with him into two rows, respectfully giving way to Yifan and Luo Hanji, watching them leave with utmost reverence on their faces. After Yifan and the two walked far away, Feng Likun finally turned around and began to beat up the troublemaker, Lu Gaoyuan, with cries reverberating throughout the campus. Once the commotion was resolved, there wasn't much food left in the school cafeteria, so Yifan decided to take Luo Hanji to a mid to high-end specialty restaurant in the capital called Su Xianguan for a meal. While Luo Hanji went to the restroom, Yifan took out the intermediate gene upgrade liquid he obtained after completing his task that afternoon and drank it in one gulp. A hot energy immediately surged inside Yifan's body, and it felt as if countless hot breaths were pouring out from every pore of his skin. 30 seconds later, the strange sensation in his body returned to normal. Through the reflection of the mirror-like cutlery on the table, Yifan saw that the skin on his face had become tighter, and every feature on his face looked much more exquisite and eye-catching. If before he was at a level of schoolyard beauty, now Yifan was undoubtedly a true school heartthrob, even capable of becoming a small online celebrity relying solely on his looks. Yifan could obviously feel that the function of his eyes had also improved a lot, his field of vision was much wider and clearer than before, and his brain was in an unprecedentedly clear and bright state. As for his strength, there was no need to say more. Yifan felt that he could easily punch through a group of people who were no match for him, and even with the stainless steel spoon in his hand, he had to restrain his strength to avoid bending it. Ha! So the intermediate upgrade liquid can achieve such extraordinary effects. If I drink the advanced upgrade liquid in the future, won't I completely turn into a magical existence like an extraordinary person? Thinking about how he might become infinitely powerful in the future, Yifan couldn't help but feel a hint of excitement rising within him. But why has Hanji been in the restroom for so long? Just as Yifan was wondering, he suddenly heard a cry for help coming from the direction of the restroom hallway. Yifan brother. Save me. They're trying to take me away. Oh no. Yifan immediately moved, rushing to the hallway. He saw a well-dressed man grabbing Luo Hanji, attempting to drag her away, while tears streamed down her anxious face. With a swift flying kick, Yifan sent the man flying and pulled Luo Hanji into his embrace to protect her. In broad daylight, you dare to abduct someone here. The man, when daying, who was kicked away, fell heavily to the ground, and when he turned his head laboriously, he found that his good deed had been ruined by a pretty boy. Damn it, now everyone dares to come close to me, ha! What are you guys still standing there for? Are you just going to eat and not do anything? Wen Daying shouted angrily at several muscular men dressed as bodyguards who quickly surrounded Yifan. Yifan sneered, "You're seeking death." He still held Luo Hanji firmly with one hand while throwing punches with the other hand at anyone who approached him. Before long, 7 or 8 sturdy men lay sprawled on the ground, some spitting blood while others looked for their teeth. Seeing this scene, Wen Daying's previously arrogant expression was now mixed with a bit of fear. These bodyguards had all been specially selected from a security company and were all experienced fighters. How could this pretty boy knock someone down with just one punch? It simply defied logic. However, seeing Luo Hanji so close, Wen Daying was determined not to let her escape again. "You actually dare to beat me and my men like this? Do you know who I am?" Faced with Wen Daying's incompetent shouting, Yifan laughed. "I don't care who you are. I see you still have the strength to talk, so the beating you took before must not have been hard enough. Let me see, which hand was it that pulled you earlier?" Yifan recalled for a moment, then walked over to the lying Wen Daying and brutally pressed down hard on his right hand's fingers with his toes. "Ah!" A wailing cry filled the entire restaurant, making other guests stretch their necks to watch the excitement. "You're absolutely finished. I'm the only son of the Wen family, one of the 7 great families of the capital, and also the future heir of the Wen Group. You dare to treat me like this, my father will definitely not let you go." Hearing Wen Daying's threat, Luo Hanji hurriedly grabbed Yifan, her face full of tears from fear and guilt. Seeing Yifan step back a few paces, Wen Daying thought Yifan was scared and shouted for a waiter to call the boss over. Chapter 38. The nearby waiter had already been scared out of his wits by this brutal situation and quickly obeyed Wen Daying's order to summon the boss. Before long, the owner of Shushang restaurant, Wei Shida, hurried over. Seeing Wen Daying lying on the ground in a sorry state and his bodyguards injured all over, Wei Shida immediately panicked. How could the prince of the Wen family get beaten up like this in their restaurant? When it comes to settling accounts, would their Shushang restaurant also get involved? "Young Master 1. Are you okay?" Wei Shida rushed over to help Wen Daying up, but Wen Daying struggled for a long time and couldn't sit up. Helpless, Wen Daying could only lean against Wei Shida as he fiercely ordered him. "Boss Wei, if you don't want my Wen group to give you trouble at Shushang restaurant, you should immediately gather people and catch this pretty boy right now." Hearing this, Wei Shida felt quite troubled. "Goodness, you brought so many professional thugs and still got beaten like this, what can my ordinary waiters and security do?" Wei Shida looked at Wen Daying and then at the tall Yifan, his face full of helplessness and bitterness. "Boss Wei, are you deaf? Didn't you hear me?" Hearing this, Yifan shook his head. In this day and age, it's not easy for a boss to encounter such arrogant and brainless people. But he did come up with a good idea. "Boss, I actually have a deal I want to make with you, name a price, and I'll buy your hotel right now. You can continue running your business, and if others want to cause trouble, that account will be on my head. What do you think?" Yifan had already thought it out, buying the restaurant and filling in the ownership in Luo Hanji's name. It also counts as spending money for her, and the first time must pack a punch. Upon hearing this, Wei Shida felt it was a good idea. He was already tired of flattering and fawning over these rich young masters, and this way he could focus on his own career. However, Wen Daying immediately laughed upon hearing Yifan's words. "What nonsense are you dreaming about, you pretty boy? Even for someone like me from a prestigious family, it's hard to come up with a sum to buy Shushang restaurant at once, let alone you. You want to buy it outright?" Wen Daying has always looked down on these pretty boys who only had looks. Such men, at first glance, rely on hugging wealthy women's thighs to live, and now they're here pretending to save the day like they're righteous. What a show. As for buying the restaurant, that's even more impossible. He didn't believe that a pretty boy of this age could have a large sum of cash flow to use as he wished. However, to humiliate Yifan, Wen Daying began to urge Wei Shida. "Boss Wei, since this pretty boy said he wants to buy Su Xian restaurant, why don't you give him a quote? Let him see how foolish his words really are. 12 million. If you can pay in full right now, then Su Xian restaurant is yours." Wei Shida also felt that this matter had little hope, so he just reported the price and conditions flatly. 12 million is too little. Let's make it an even number, 20 million. I will pay right now, and then the future owner will be this young lady beside me. After Yifan finished speaking, he took out his phone and asked Wei Shida to show the payment method. Wen Daying laughed even louder when he heard Yifan's words. "You're making me laugh. You want to raise it by 8 million? Have you ever taken a business course? Are you trying to buy a store and give it away? You can't even pretend properly. Spending 20 million to buy a store and give it to a woman? Any real wealthy boss would never do such a losing deal." Wen Daying became even more convinced that Yifan was just talking nonsense. Wei Shida helplessly showed the payment method. The next second, wealth magic has arrived, 20 million. The entire venue fell silent. The announcement echoed throughout the restaurant, and the conversations and sounds of other diners instantly vanished, as if the mute button had been pressed. I didn't hear wrong, did I? That young man really spent 20 million to buy Su Xian restaurant. Oh my god. That announcement was absolutely true. But isn't this guy a bit too handsome and too young to spend such money? Suddenly, all the gazes focused on the Kong Yifan, who had just finished paying. Wen Daying and Wei Shida were dumbfounded. Wen Daying looked at the handsome man in front of him with an expression of disbelief. Damn, 20 million. He actually said he would pay it on the spot. How is this possible? Wei Shida realized that he was now free of trouble. He jolted and immediately stood up, causing Wen Daying, who had been leaning on him, to fall again, gasping out another mouthful of blood. Damn you, Wei Shida. Cough. Hello, boss. What can I do for you? Wei Shida hurriedly went to Yifan, seeking his instructions, and suddenly remembered that Yifan said the restaurant was a gift for the lady beside him, so he bowed again to Luo Hanji. Our restaurant still needs to do business, let's throw out these people who have been causing a ruckus on the ground. We don't want our guests to be disturbed. Yifan subtly pointed at the people on the ground with his eyes. Wei Shida immediately nodded to accept the order. The new owner's skills were beyond what their staff could handle, but the several people lying on the ground were easy to deal with. Several waiters and security guards teamed up to lift Wen Daying and a few bodyguards and throw them out of Su Xian restaurant. Goodbye. Wei Shida cleared the people away with a bright smile and immediately printed the contract, handing it to Yifan for signing. Yifan pushed the contract to Luo Hanji. Hanji, from now on, you are the owner of Su Xian restaurant. This action quickly made the nearby female waiters and female guests' eyes sparkle with hearts. They never expected that this handsome guy was actually telling the truth. He really was going to give this restaurant to that beautiful lady. What a wonderful man! Luo Hanji was so shocked that she hurriedly wanted to refuse. Yifan could only whisper to deceive her, saying that he was just letting her temporarily take over the restaurant for some special reasons, and he would take it back when needed. Upon hearing this, Luo Hanji finally dared to sign her name on the contract. After all, brother Yifan had helped her so much and always protected her, he definitely wouldn't harm her. Ding! Spend 20 million for a 93-point high-value beauty. Trigger critical reward, congratulations on obtaining 65% shares of Diadu University and a private hospital worth 50 billion. Chapter 39. Yifan never expected that he now actually owned shares in the school and a private hospital. His assets were becoming more and more complete. During the meal and chat with Luo Hanji, Yifan learned that she had delayed her enrollment due to the trouble caused by Wen Daying earlier. After the college entrance examination, that person just happened to come to watch a performance and then said he had fallen for me, asking around for my information to make me his girlfriend. To avoid him finding out which university I would attend, my parents could only take me back to my hometown for a while, and then I found the opportunity to come back to D Capital University to enroll. Remembering that time of hiding everywhere, Luo Hanji couldn't help but sob while speaking. Sister Hanji, don't worry. From now on, with me around, no matter what kind of family he comes from, no one in D Capital can touch you. Just focus on enjoying your university life. With Yifan's manly comfort, the complaints Luo Hanji had been carefully hiding finally burst out, and she couldn't help but rush into Yifan's arms, crying loudly. The next morning, Yifan woke up early. Today was the first weekend after he got the system, and the first thing he needed to do was, of course, to fulfill the plan of taking Song Jiro shopping for clothes. When Song Jiro came down from the dormitory building, she was still wearing that patched-up hoodie from before. Yifan was a bit puzzled. After you became the restaurant supervisor in Taiyuan, shouldn't your salary be much higher than before? Why don't you even want to buy a new piece of clothing for yourself? Song Jiro glanced sideways awkwardly and stuck out her tongue, saying shyly, I don't have a strong desire for these things. Clothes are fine as long as they can be worn. Upon hearing this, Yifan couldn't help but shake his head. If it weren't for Song Jiro's good looks, such a plain outfit would have made her blend into the crowd like an ordinary person. Song Jiro still wanted to push off the shopping, but Yifan immediately put on a sad expression, and the little girl ended up obediently getting into the car with him. If he had known that playing the pity card was effective, Yifan would have used it on his little junior sister from the beginning. After all, Song Jiro was currently the highest-rated girl among all the available critical reward candidates. This naturally also meant that behind her, there were endless high-value rewards waiting to be uncovered. The two of them arrived at the commercial street near D Capital University. Every time they entered a brand clothing store, Yifan would have the shop assistant wrap up all the clothes that Song Jiro was interested in, placing bulk orders and settling the payments at once, letting each store divide the money later. Although this method was quite strange, the staff, seeing the Koenigsegg hypercar he drove in, gladly agreed to this approach. Ding! For spending 360,000 on a 95-point beauty, a critical reward is triggered. Congratulations, you have obtained 70% of Guanghua securities worth 120 billion. 360,000 exchanged for assets worth 120 billion. It was indeed extremely cost-effective to spend money on junior sister Song. Now he was directly making a fortune. While Yifan was excited, on the other side, Song Jiro heard the amount spent and her small face couldn't help but frown. How could he spend so much money just for some clothes? With tens of thousands spent all at once, the speed of spending made her wonder if Yifan's family printed money. Yifan, can I return some of these clothes? As soon as Song Jiro cautiously asked this, she was immediately stopped seriously by Yifan. Of course not. Clothes are meant for you to wear, and if it's because you want to save money, then... These shops do not accept full refunds. If you return it, it will only waste more. Yifan advised with pinpoint accuracy. Song Jiro furrowed her brow even deeper upon hearing this. By the way, didn't you say you were short on cash last time? Just tell me the amount, and I'll write you a check right now. Although Yifan wasn't sure if directly transferring money counted as treating a girl, it was worth a try. Moreover, Song Jiro helped him with so many rewards, even if it was just to express some gratitude, it was fine. Song Jiro quickly shook her head, pretending to be foolish and insisting she had never said anything about being short on money. At that moment, a phone call suddenly came through to her cell phone. Hello, Mom? What's wrong? Oh no, darling. It's bad. The special needs hospital room you just paid for with your advance salary, your dad was just transferred in less than a day, and today a director suddenly came and said that your dad can't stay in this room. He said that this room has to be given to someone else, and we must move out within 2 hours. But you know your dad's condition can't be moved around too much. What should we do, darling? Upon hearing the whole story from her mother, Song Jiro became anxious. Mom, don't let dad move yet, I'm going over right now to see what's going on. Wait for me, I'll be there as soon as possible. Yifan watched her anxious expression as she spoke on the phone. After she hung up, she wanted to ask Yifan to give her a ride, but he had already pulled her into the car. Where to? Yifan asked. To Dixin Private Hospital on Sand Street in the capital, thank you, brother Yifan. What a coincidence. It was exactly the hospital he had just secured the night before. From the content of Song Jiro's phone conversation, Yifan roughly understood what had happened. This was interesting, he wanted to see who dared to act so brazenly in his territory. With a stomp on the gas, Yifan drove straight toward Dixin Private Hospital with Song Jiro. At the entrance of Dixin Private Hospital, Yifan casually found a temporary parking spot and stopped the car. Just as Song Jiro was about to thank Yifan for bringing her, she saw him get out of the car too. I'm familiar with this hospital, if you encounter any issues later, I can help you out, as we're colleagues. You wouldn't refuse me on such a small matter, would you? Yifan teased lightly. Hearing Yifan's words, an endless warmth surged in Song Jiro's heart. Thank you, brother Yi. Yifan patted Song Jiro on the head to comfort her, and the two hurried to the floor where Song's father was staying. Before they reached the hospital room door, they heard a man inside speaking in an overbearing tone. Anyway, you can't stay in this room anymore, regardless of whether you paid or not, you must leave immediately. After this, they heard the sound of heavy objects being moved inside. Song Jiro rushed into the room to protect her father's bed. Yifan timely shouted at the few people who were moving things. What are you guys doing? They paid to stay in the hospital, you can't just kick them out. The financial director, Zhu Yida, who had just been harshly confronting the Song couple, turned to see that it was just a young guy, and his attitude became even more arrogant. Chapter 40. Kid, don't pretend to be a hero here. I'm just following the hospital's rules. Even if I wasn't, what could you do about it? Zhu Yida shamelessly made this statement, then turned around to instruct a few staff members to move the Song couple's belongings. Hurry up, or when the big client arrives and can't check in on time, just wait and see how I will hold you accountable. Hearing this, the staff had no choice but to disregard the pleas of Song's mother and Song Jiro. Hurry up and clean the hospital room. Yifan frowned, looking at the financial director badge hanging on Zhu Yida's chest, wanting to explode. Suddenly, a familiar impatient voice came into Yifan's ears as the man entered the hospital room. Director Zhu, my hospital room, have you fixed it after all this time? When Daying, his 5 fingers wrapped in thick gauze, was pushed in on a wheelchair. Yifan turned his head to look and almost burst out laughing. Is this called old enemies meeting on a narrow road? Looking at the injuries on him, they should be the result of the lesson he taught him yesterday. When Daying saw Yifan appear in the hospital room, he immediately became excited. You violent thug. I was just thinking about how to find you to settle the score for leaving me like this, but you show up on your own today. Daying immediately wanted to call his bodyguards to catch Yifan. But when he turned around and saw that besides the nurse, there was no one behind him, he remembered, damn, his bodyguards were still lying in the hospital room. Realizing this, Daying's arrogant aura diminished significantly, and he could only urge Zhu Yida to quickly clear out the idle people from the room. Still unwilling to give up, he started to threaten Yifan in front of him. As for you, just wait. I will settle the score with you sooner or later. At this moment, seeing Song Jiro and the others looking helpless, Yifan was too lazy to play any cat and mouse game with Wen Daing and Zhu Yida. Zhu Yida, right? As the owner of this Daxin hospital, I order you to stop driving the Song couple away immediately. In my hospital, you still want to open the back door for others in front of me? I see you are not planning to keep this job, right? Yifan's powerful aura immediately shocked Zhu Yida. He indeed heard about the change of ownership of the hospital yesterday, but it couldn't possibly be this young man in front of him, right? Just as Zhu Yida hesitated, Wen Daing laughed mockingly. I mean, you don't actually think that buying a restaurant for 20 million yesterday means you can buy this hospital too, right? It's scary to say, but a private hospital like Daxin, it's not something your little money can handle. The starting point here is at least 100 million. Do you really think that by talking big last night, you can turn this hospital into yours? Wen Daing shook his head confidently, filled with contempt. It seemed that this man in front of him was just a little rich bumpkin. If their Yuan group targeted him, it would be easy to bring him down. I didn't expect you, a wasteful son, to understand the market. This hospital is indeed worth quite a lot, just about 50 billion. But there's one thing you're wrong about, I am not trying to buy it now, I have already bought it long ago. After saying this, Yifan directly dialed the director of Daxin Hospital. Director Su, right? I'm currently in VIP Special Needs Room 005 of our inpatient department, you need to come over immediately. Looking at Yifan acting as if it was all real, Wen Daing still curled his lips in disdain. Come on. This is 50 billion. Even their Yuan group couldn't maintain this market value every year. How could this pretty face directly claim to be the owner of Daxin? Who would believe that? Could it be that a 20-something young man could match the scale of their entire Yuan group? This was simply impossible. Wen Daing firmly believed in his judgment and quickly instructed the nurse to push him to the bedside. His body was precious, he had no time to waste with these lower-class people. Yifan naturally would not let Wen Daing approach the sickbed by half a step, as he extended a foot and easily trapped Wen Daing's wheelchair, preventing it from moving at all. Wen Daing was furious. Director Zhu, why aren't you coming over to help and drive this person out? Zhu Yida, who was trying to please Wen Daing for some private gain, immediately stepped forward to ask Yifan to leave. At that moment, hurried footsteps came from outside the ward. A middle-aged man's powerful voice suddenly broke out, Boss Yi. I didn't expect you to come for an inspection at our Daxin hospital today. You are truly hard-working. Director Su Runping quickly rushed in with outstretched hands to shake hands with Yifan, only to realize that the originally quiet and comfortable ward was unexpectedly crowded with more than 10 people. Director Zhu. Why is there already a patient in the sickbed, and now there's another one in a wheelchair? Su Runping immediately called Zhu Yida to understand the situation. At this moment, Zhu Yida was also a bit dazed. Just now, this person had called to ask the director to come over, and now the director was here. Was this a coincidence, or did the director truly come here because this young man called for him? Besides, the director seemed to be calling him Boss Yi. Could it be that he really is the big boss of our hospital? Director Su. May I first ask you a question? Which Boss Yi did you just call? Which company does he own? Seeing that Zhu Yida not only didn't answer his question but instead asked him a question back, Su Ruinping's face suddenly turned a bit ugly. However, he still respectfully nodded at Yifan and began to introduce him to everyone in the ward. Director Zhu, and all the staff members, this news was supposed to be officially announced in a few days, but since Boss Yi is here today, it's time for you to meet our new boss. While speaking, Su Runping gestured solemnly towards Yifan. This gentleman standing in front of you is the new boss who just bought our Daxin private hospital, Boss Yifan. Let's give him a warm welcome. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire VIP special needs ward instantly fell silent. The staff were all shocked, stopping their work and daring not to touch anything belonging to the Song couple, leaving only the beeping sound of medical instruments in the room. Cold sweat quickly flowed down Zhu Yida's forehead as he looked at Yifan with a gaze full of fear that he was done for. At this moment, Wen Daing was so shocked that he almost fell from his wheelchair. Chapter 41. This pretty boy is actually the boss of Daxin Hospital. How is this possible? Wen Daing's face showed the most shocked expression he had ever had in his life. This also means that this person named Yifan possesses an equivalent worth equal to their entire Yuan family group. Everyone here was still absorbing this shocking fact. On the other side, Yifan meaningfully spoke up. Director Su, it turns out that this introduction about my identity really needs you to do it personally for it to be effective. Just now, I asked this Director Zhu to drive out the relationship client he brought in, but he was still unwilling to listen. Upon hearing Yifan's words, Su Runping fully understood what had happened in this ward. He immediately instructed the caregiver behind Wen Daing. You need to take this gentleman in the wheelchair out of the ward immediately. Since he didn't make an appointment in advance, he naturally has no right to come barging in and take over our other patients' rooms. Hearing this, the caregiver instantly went to take Wen Daing out of the ward. Wen Daying didn't expect that he would actually reach a point where he couldn't even get a sickbed. Having grown accustomed to a young master's demeanor, he immediately began to protest loudly. Director Su. No matter what, I am the only young master of our Wen group. How can you not give me even this little respect? Mr. Wen, regardless of which young master you are, here I only listen to our boss Yi, and our Dashin has always valued reputation. You should look for another way to skip the line. Su Runping finished speaking, immediately waved his hand, instructing the nurse to transfer Wen Daying out of the ward. Wen Daying sat in a wheelchair, struggling to twist his body to turn half his head to curse, but at this moment, no one cared about what he was saying. Zhu Yida wiped the cold sweat soaking his clothes, planning to sneak away quickly to avoid further trouble, when Su Ruinping's loud shout stopped him. Well, you, Zhu Yida. If today wasn't for Boss Yi happening to come to our hospital, wouldn't our Dashin's good reputation be ruined by you alone? You ignored hospital rules and wanted to kick a patient out of the special ward to profit yourself. Is this the good deed you, as the financial director of Dashin, have done? If it weren't for Boss Yi discovering your actions, I can't imagine how much trouble you would create using your position. Su Runping scolded passionately, unable to hold back his cough. Moreover, I now seriously suspect that during your time managing Dashin's finances, you might have done something to pocket money for yourself. I will have the relevant departments investigate you, and you must come with me now. You won't escape paying your debts. Having his boss humiliated by Zhu Yida made Su Runping determined to take him down. He also intended to establish the authority of the new boss, so the staff wouldn't dare to clash with Yifan again. Zhu Yida knew he was in deep trouble, arguing was useless, so he could only obediently follow Su Runping to confess. The other staff members quickly bowed to Yifan to say goodbye and immediately left the special ward one by one. The ward, which had been noisy and chaotic just moments ago, now remained calm with Mr. Song Jichang lying on the bed and Mrs. Song Lin Peichin and Song Jiro finally relaxed. Sir, thank you so much for today, my old partner was spared from a lot of trouble because of you. Lin Peichin said with a face full of gratitude, wanting to thank Yifan, while Song Jiro held her, preparing to bow deeply. Yifan quickly reached out to support their arms, stopping them. Auntie, you mustn't. This hospital is mine, it's right for me to manage my staff. As long as uncle isn't disturbed, you don't need to take this too seriously. Upon hearing Yifan's appropriate response, Lin Peichin wiped away her grateful tears, her eyes full of appreciation for Yifan. After speaking, Yifan helped rearrange the ward layout that had been disturbed. At that moment, Lin Peichin quickly pulled Song Jiro aside to ask, Child, where did you meet such a wonderful young man? So young and already the boss of Dashin? Regarding Yifan being the boss of Dashin, Song Jiro hadn't expected it herself. Although Yifan already had the huge Jinjiang Group, it was completely unrelated to the medical industry like Dashin. She never expected her senior brother's business to be this broad. Mom, the gentleman you're talking about. In fact, he is my senior brother at school, and I didn't know before coming here that he is the boss of Dashin. However, the restaurant where I have been working, Jinjiang, is also under his group, and it is because of him that I could be directly promoted to the position of restaurant supervisor. Hearing that Yifan is actually Song Jiro Sr., Lin Peichin was immediately even more shocked. A young man who hasn't even graduated from university already owns so many remarkable businesses, and he is also so sophisticated in dealing with people. After silently admiring, Lin Peichin looked at her daughter and couldn't help but start to worry. Nan, I usually see that there are no boys around you. You came here with this classmate Yi today, so tell me honestly, do you like him? Song Jiro was taken aback by her mother's sudden question. Her ears and neck instantly turned bright red. Mom! What nonsense are you talking about? I only feel grateful to Brother Yi, I wouldn't think about anything else. Moreover, I've already decided, I will stick by you and Dad for life, going nowhere. Upon hearing this, Lin Peichin jokingly poked Song Jiro's head with her finger. You silly girl, stop saying such things. How can a girl not get married in the future? Actually, what I mean is, you know that your dad and I are not your biological parents. If you really like a good person, you shouldn't worry about us and pursue your happiness bravely. These years, you have been working hard and living frugally for your dad's illness. I feel so heartbroken watching you, and all I hope is that you can live a happy life in the future. Lin Peichin was expressing her heartfelt words while patting Song Jiro's hand, and Song Jiro couldn't help but have her eyes quickly redden. Not at all. I want to accompany you for the rest of my life. You can't chase me away. While the two were talking intimately, Song Jichang suddenly started coughing violently in the hospital bed, and the originally stable monitor began to make alarming buzzing sounds. Chapter 42. Honey. Dad. The sudden change in Song Jichang's condition frightened both Lin Peichin and Song Jiro. The two hurriedly rushed to the bedside to check on him. And when the monitor began to sound the alarm, Yifan had already come to Song Jichang's side to examine him. As soon as Yifan's holy physician's hand touched Song Jichang's wrist, the condition of the cerebral aneurysm clearly emerged in Yifan's mind. Generally speaking, cerebral aneurysms are not classified as hard-to-treat illnesses. However, due to the hidden location of the aneurysm and its close connection to nearby brain nerves, the risk and difficulty of surgery are extremely high. This is also the reason why the attending physician has only opted for conservative treatment for Son's father all along. However, with Yifan's current medical skills, curing Son's father would be just a simple task for him. Yifan first transmitted some of his power to temporarily relieve Son's father's condition and then turned directly to Son's mother and daughter to propose his suggestion. Auntie, Jiro, if you trust me, I would like to personally perform surgery on Uncle Son. I can also guarantee that after this surgery, I will surely return a completely healthy husband and father to you. Upon hearing Yifan's suggestion, Lin Peiqin and Song Jiro both showed some surprise that was hard to hide. So brother Yi, you are also skilled in medicine? Song Jiro asked curiously. Well, I am the boss of Dashin, after all. If I didn't understand medicine, I wouldn't have bought Dashin. Lin Peiqin and Song Jiro nodded in apparent confusion. After a moment, Lin Peiqin solemnly spoke up and asked Yifan. Mr. Yi, my old partner's condition is becoming more unstable day by day, and if you really have a way, we are willing to believe you and take this chance. After hearing her mother's words, Song Jiro firmly nodded to Yifan. Don't worry, Auntie, I keep my word. Without delay, Yifan quickly called a few staff members to help prepare the operating room and some tools. This preparation was mainly to reassure Lin Peiqin and Song Jiro. In fact, Yifan only needed a few clean silver needles to treat Song's father. While the staff were making preparations, Song Jichan's attending physician, Hua Zhiyong, hurried into the ward. What are you doing? Why are you suddenly going to operate on this patient? His body cannot bear the great risk of such a surgery right now. Hua Zhiyong quickly stopped one of the staff members to ask about the situation. At this moment he learned that this was actually the idea of the hospital's owner, and that this owner was now saying he would perform the surgery himself. He hurried over to Yifan's side. Boss, you just arrived, so you might not fully understand Song Jichan's condition. His situation can only be treated conservatively. I have considered surgery, but right now, no doctors in the entire Hua country can handle such a precise operation. Hua Zhiyong was earnestly trying to persuade him. Hua Zhiyong himself was already one of the top cancer doctors in the entire Hua country. He couldn't imagine that there would be any other experts who could tackle the problem of Song Jichang's condition. Moreover, not to mention, he had never heard of his own boss's name in the industry. Generally, medical experts capable of performing surgeries at this level must be well known in the entire medical field and at least of middle age. They could never be such a handsome young man. In summary, from all aspects of the situation on site, this surgery seemed too unreliable. Even if you are our Dashin's boss, as a doctor, I still have to be responsible for the patient. Seeing that others were preparing but not listening, Hua Zhiyong had no choice but to raise his voice and stand in front of Yifan. Yifan helplessly glanced at him. He was a dedicated and responsible doctor, but always blocking like this would only delay matters. Having no other choice, Yifan suggested, I have already obtained the consent of Mr. Song's family for the surgery. If you really are not at ease, why don't you come to the operating room as well? That way, you should feel more at ease, right? Hua Zhiyong thought for a moment, considering that if he noticed any errors in the steps later on, he could stop it in time, and nodded in agreement. A group of people, Yifan, Hua Zhiyong, and several medical staff entered the operating room, while Lin Peiqin and Song Jiro leaned on each other outside the operating room, praying for everything to go smoothly. As the surgery officially began, Hua Zhiyong was about to see which scalpel Yifan would use, to see if he indeed had surgical skills. The next second, he saw Yifan actually picking up several silver needles placed on a nearby plate. What is the boss going to do? Could it be that he would not use a scalpel, but directly treat Song Jichan with acupuncture in this operating room? This seemed a bit ridiculous. In fact, when Hua Zhiyong was young and first studied medicine, he initially encountered traditional Chinese medicine, but because his talent in understanding traditional medicine was not high, he later specialized in Western medical treatment methods. Yifan's actions made him curious for a moment. He focused intently on every move Yifan made, then he saw Yifan placing silver needles on Song Jichang's forehead, at the Yin Tang point, Shin Ting point, and Shang Xing point. Then, he placed silver needles at several other points around the ears at the same depth as well. Hua Zhiyong looked at the silver needles forming a line on the corresponding acupuncture points, a sense of déjà vu rising in his heart. Wait. Could this be the long-lost 7-star 100 resolutions technique that can dissolve any stagnation and knots? Similar needle techniques, Hua Zhiyong had seen in ancient books before, but he had only glimpsed a small incomplete part, because his master said this was a secret technique of traditional Chinese medicine that had been lost for nearly 1,000 years. Where did this boss Yi learn this secret technique? The most important thing is, can this needle technique really cure Song Jichan's illness? With great curiosity, Hua Zhiyong continued to observe, completely forgetting that he had originally intended to stop Yifan. Yi Fan, of course, wouldn't be distracted by Hua Ziyang's reaction. He was focused on gathering all his power in the palm of his right hand, then allowing it to flow through the silver needle into the corresponding acupuncture points on Song Jichang's head. The tail end of the silver needle, touched by Yi Fan, ignited with a faint blue flame, a sight that left Hua Ziyang speechless with shock once again. When the 7 stars connect, the blue light must appear. Could this really be the complete 7-star 100 resolutions technique? Chapter 43. Hua Ziyang opened his eyes wide, his gaze closely following Yi Fan's movements, afraid that he would miss any detail. Yi Fan continued to apply the needles to Song Jichang at his own pace. Before long, groups of black gas were released along the tail of the silver needle. These were the forms expelled after dissolving Song Jichang's brain aneurysm. Hua Ziyang, adjusting his glasses, observed the floating black gas closely, just as he saw Yi Fan had already begun to remove the needles, speaking in a relaxed tone. "All right, Mr. Song's brain aneurysm has all been dissolved and expelled. Let him rest a while longer, and he'll be able to regain normal movement." "What? So, this is already the end of the treatment?" Hua Ziyang's face was filled with disbelief. "If you don't believe it, just take an MRI, and you'll know," Yi Fan said helplessly. As DXIN, a well-known private tumor hospital in the capital, the medical equipment here was very advanced and complete. Thus, the intraoperative MRI technology that other hospitals lacked was available here, so Hua Ziyang immediately ordered several medical staff to conduct imaging examinations on Song Jichang's brain. The results showed that the imaging information of Song Jichang's brain revealed no trace of his original brain aneurysm. The entire brain looked healthier, as if it had never suffered from any illness. This is too magical," Hua Ziyang couldn't help but exclaim. Yi Fan began directing some staff to move the imaging device aside, pushing Song Jichang out of the operating room, so as not to keep the anxious Song mother and daughter waiting outside. As soon as the operating room door opened, Lin Peichin and Song Jiro hurriedly surrounded him. "Don't worry, the surgery was very successful. Uncle Song will wake up soon," Yi Fan explained. "Thank you so much, Mr. Yi. You are a great benefactor to our Song family." Tears of gratitude welled up in Lin Peichin's eyes, and as she spoke, she was about to kneel down to Yi Fan. Yi Fan quickly prevented her. At that moment, a white figure suddenly dashed out of the operating room and knelt in front of Yi Fan faster than Lin Peichin. When everyone focused their eyes, they found that the kneeling person was actually Hua Ziyang, who had wanted to stop Yi Fan from performing the surgery. Hua Ziyang knelt down, clasping his fists, and said, "Boss Yi, your medical skills are beyond my reach. Please accept me as your disciple." Hua Ziyang publicly bowing to become a disciple instantly shocked everyone present. Several patients passing by looked on, unable to believe what they were witnessing. A medical expert, a professor over 50, is now kneeling before a young man in his 20s? And he even wants to call him his master. Dr. Hua Ziyang is already a top medical expert in the country. What level of skill and power does this young man possess to make him lower himself and publicly seek to be his disciple? Lin Peichin was also stunned by Hua Ziyang's sudden act and could only step aside with Song Jiro to give him space. At this moment, Hua Ziyang didn't care about what others were saying. He maintained his pious and respectful posture, his face full of earnest request. As more and more onlookers gathered, Yi Fan could not resist Hua Ziyang's stubborn temper and reluctantly agreed to be his verbal master, finally allowing this little master-disciple incident to pass. Yi Fan removed the cerebral vascular tumor from Song Jichang. Though it didn't take much time, it did consume a lot of energy, which had a significant impact on his physical strength. Therefore, in the following days, Yi Fan thought about how he had accumulated a decent amount of wealth and paused his tasks of spending money to earn rewards, opting to visit his villa in Yunhai for a day. Yi Fan entered the villa using his fingerprint, looking at the villa he hadn't visited since the first day he toured it, and felt a wave of emotion. Indeed, while making money, one must learn to enjoy life. Otherwise, what good is the money earned? Yi Fan decided that he would indulge himself thoroughly from now on. But where has his villa housekeeper gone now? As Yi Fan searched for Qiao Shiting's figure, the next moment, he saw her rushing out with a golf club. When she saw that the person was Yi Fan, she breathed a sigh of relief. "Mr. Yi, it's you. You scared me. I thought some bad person had broken in," Qiao Shiting said, patting her chest in relief, then hurriedly came to Yi Fan to take off his coat with a bit of teasing. "Mr. Yi, have you been busy lately? I've been guarding the villa these days thinking I've been cast aside. Turns out what you said before about us having plenty of time was just a lie." Since their warm night together last time, she hadn't seen Yi Fan for a long time. But at the same time, she knew that a wise woman should not disturb a man when he doesn't need her. So even if Qiao Shiting missed Yi Fan terribly, she dared not to send him frivolous messages. Fortunately, her silent waiting finally got a response. Yi Fan hadn't forgotten her, so at this moment, she dared to half-joke about it. Yi Fan lightly pinched her waist with a smile, and Qiao Shiting couldn't help but let out a gasp. "I've indeed been a bit busy, so now that I finally have some free time, I came to find you. Don't worry, the promised plenty of time will not be 1 second less for you." After saying this, Yifan directly picked up Xiao Shiding and walked towards his exclusive master bedroom. After a battle, Yifan was surprised to find that his physical strength could actually be restored through exercise. Yifan felt full of vitality and played with Xiao Shiding all around the villa. On the all-glass floor-to-ceiling windows of the villa, 10 fingerprints were clearly visible. At this moment, if anyone passed by outside the villa, they could see clearly the playful scene of the two. Xiao Shiding could only shyly turn her head away from the villa's unobstructed view while begging for mercy under Yifan's increasingly vigorous advances as he regained his energy. Afterwards, Yifan sat leisurely on the leather sofa, lighting a cigarette, watching the big movie playing on the 120-inch projector in the living room. Meanwhile, Xiao Shiding put on an apron, enduring her sore waist, preparing Yifan's favorite home-cooked dishes for dinner. How can Mr. Yi be so amazing? Xiao Shiding was still savoring Yifan's strength at this moment. Although she didn't have other experiences to compare, according to her girlfriends, Yifan was obviously hundreds of times better than their men. As she thought about it, Xiao Shiding started to feel grateful for her luck. Mr. Yi was so wealthy and charming, and his strength was so formidable. He was simply a great man, hard to find even with a lantern. No matter what, she would wholeheartedly focus on Mr. Yi from now on. While Xiao Shiding was feeling blissful, Yifan had already come up behind her and wrapped his arms around her waist. "I'm hungry," Yifan said. Hearing this, Xiao Shiding immediately comforted him. "The food will be ready soon, just wait a little longer and you can eat. Since the dishes aren't done yet, then I'll eat you first." In an instant, the kitchen became busy with a different kind of activity. Chapter 44. The next morning, Yifan was awoken by sunlight that spilled in after the smart curtains opened. His arms were filled with something, and when he looked down, it was Xiao Shiding, curled up and sleeping soundly in his embrace. Yifan decided to wake Xiao Shiding in an unusual way. Before long, Xiao Shiding woke up in surprise, her face flushed. "Mr. Yi, you're so bad. Do you like it?" Yifan pretended to ask with effort. "I like it. I like Mr. Yi the most." What should have been a warm morning suddenly became heated because of their interaction. After their morning exercise, Yifan was picking out shirts and pants from the wardrobe, while Xiao Shiding nearly drooled at his defined abs and V-line. How can this man be so flawlessly perfect? Xiao Shiding's heart raced madly when a text message interrupted her excited daydreaming. "Mr. Yi, our car dealership sent an invitation saying there's a small auction hosted by our dealership tonight on yacht number 8. It said there will be some very valuable license plates up for auction. Are you interested in attending?" "An auction? That sounds like something related to spending money." Yifan loves nothing more than spending money. So of course, he would go to this event. "I'm very interested. Dress up a bit tonight, and let's go together." Xiao Shiding was overjoyed at Yifan's invitation and immediately jumped up to kiss him on the corner of his mouth. "Mr. Yi, you're too good to me. I like you the most." Xiao Shiding got up in a hurry, completely forgetting that she was completely bare. Yifan looked at the sudden display of beauty before him and casually threw the shirt he was holding back into the wardrobe, directly lifting Xiao Shiding and starting a new round of playful games. In the evening, they finally got dressed and set off from the villa, getting into a Koenigsegg to head to the celebrity dock where yacht number 8 was located. At the dock, the wooden bridge was covered with an elegant red carpet. Men and women dressed in fine clothing walked arm in arm, and after verifying their identities with the staff, they boarded yacht number 8 in an orderly manner. Xiao Shiding, wearing a $1 million high-end gown, clung to Yifan's arm, who was in a custom suit, as they approached the staff. A few staff members were car salespeople at the same level as Xiao Shiding, and when they saw her in such a glamorous outfit, they instantly turned green with envy. They looked at Yifan, who stood beside her with an impressive demeanor, and each had expressions of regret, wondering why such a great bachelor wasn't theirs. After checking Yifan's invitation, the staff could only watch enviously as the two entered the yacht. Yifan and Xiao Shiding entered the venue and, guided by the staff inside, arrived at their VIP seats to sit down. Not long after the two sat down, Yifan noticed a familiar figure leaning on a cane, following behind a man dressed like a spoiled rich kid. "Is that again Wendaying, that little wretch?" Yifan looked at the incoming person helplessly. Wendaying was excitedly scanning the room, but his face instantly fell upon seeing Yifan's face. "Mr. Yi, do you know Master One from the One Group?" Xiao Shiding followed Yifan's gaze and quickly matched the two arrivals with the characters she had heard about. "I suppose you could say we know each other, in that don't know each other until you fight kind of way." Yifan recalled Wendaying's cowardly appearance and chuckled, then asked, "Do you know them well?" "Not exactly well, but since those two are young masters from the 7 prominent families in the imperial capital, I have heard some colleagues talk about them." "I keep hearing about these influential families in the imperial capital. Who are they really? Just give me the rundown." Yifan, being a newly risen nouveau riche, knew little about these upper-class figures in the imperial capital, so it was necessary for him to gather some information from professionals like Xiao Shiding who dealt with wealthy people. Actually, Mr. Yi, the 7 prominent families in the imperial capital are the 7 families with the longest history, the widest connections, the most influence, and their own large family groups. Among these 7 families, due to differences in history and revenue, they are divided into 3 smaller families and 4 major families. The 4 major families, from strongest to weakest, are the Shangguan family, the Luo family, the Yanai family, and the Gu family. And the 3 smaller families are the Tang family, the Gao family, and the Wen family. The one Master Wen has been closely following is the second son of the Gao family, Gao Zixing. After Qiao Shiding finished explaining, Yifan finally understood these 7 families. Well, this is quite complicated. Given how Wen Daing had been beaten by himself and dared not speak out, it seemed that these families were not as unbreakable before him as he thought. Yifan suddenly had an interesting thought: if he continued to accumulate wealth like this, perhaps one day these 7 prominent families would have to respect him. Now that Yifan had learned about the 7 families, he lost interest in staring contests with Wen Daing. He sat in his seat, wrapping his arm around the soft and exquisite Qiao Shiding, quietly waiting for the auction to begin. On the other side, Wen Daing was furious after seeing that Yifan didn't take him seriously at all. He might not have the financial power to confront that person named Yi, but today he had come with his big brother. He had to make his brother help him vent his anger. Wen Daing quickly approached Gao Zixing to complain and play the victim. Zixing, that little bastard who beat me to this state is right here in the auction house. He's the one hugging that woman in the blue dress. Wen Daing pointed at Yifan and Qiao Shiding and continued, Zixing, you have no idea how arrogant that guy is. He doesn't take us prominent families seriously at all, and he even said he would use money to crush us whenever he sees us. You must hit him hard today and take revenge for me, brother. Gao Zixing frowned upon hearing this and looked in the direction Wen Daing was pointing. He immediately saw Yifan sitting like a big boss and instantly felt even more displeased with this person. Not to mention, the woman he was hugging actually had quite a charm. He then glanced at his companion beside him. Compared to the two, it instantly felt a bit dull beside me. It's that guy with the pretty boy look, right? Gao Zixing asked. That's right. Brother Zixing, you must take revenge for me. Don't worry. Today, I'll definitely show this guy what it means to be a young master from a prominent family. Let's see if this wannabe can still show off in front of us after this. Gao Zixing coldly snorted and then took his companion and Wen Daing to sit not far from Yifan in the same row. The auction began, and the first item up for bid was the valuable license plate mentioned by Qiao Shiding earlier. The auctioneer displayed the license plate, and the guests in attendance couldn't help but gasp. It was actually a Beijing A license plate with a leopard number. You must know, a regular Beijing A license plate starts at 15.2 million, let alone this leopard number. Dear guests, we are now presenting our first auction item, the Beijing A 11111 license plate. The starting bid for this item is 25 million, with bidding increments of 250,000. The auction for this round officially begins. As soon as the auctioneer's call rang out, the guests below began discussing it, creating quite a ruckus. Clearly, many people like the Beijing A 11111 license plate very much. After all, such a special license plate has significant market value, not to mention it reflects personal prestige. Yifan raised his paddle first, 30 million. As soon as he spoke, all the other guests turned their attention to Yifan. Are the young people today really this fierce? He just came in and hiked the bid by 5 million. How are the rest of us supposed to compete? The auctioneer obviously got excited. Alright, we have our first bidder, Mr. 006, 30 million for the first time. Some guests who had initially wanted to raise their paddles reluctantly lowered them, cursing the younger generation for spending money so freely while feeling a mix of envy and regret. Brother Zixing. The one bidding now is that pretty boy. You've got to take him down. Wen Daing quickly reminded Gao Zixing. Gao Zixing also noticed Yifan's unusual move. It seems this guy really has some skills. Daring to raise the bid this high right from the start. Don't hurry, I was just about to deal with him. After saying that, Gao Zixing immediately raised his paddle, 35 million. This bid stunned the crowd again. What's happening today? It just started, and these two are already going all out. The new bidder seems to be the young master of the Gao family? Looks like he wants to challenge the first young man. Then this license plate should still be taken by young Master Gao. After all, he is one of the top 7 families. Anyone with good sense would do this favor. Not necessarily. Look at that young man starting so aggressively, he might be tough. Can he really hold up against the deep-rooted aristocrats? I still guess he'll have to back down soon. Various discussions quickly spread throughout the auction house, everyone curious to watch this contest between old and new powers. Gao Zixing heard that most of the people sided with him taking the license plate, and the smile on his face widened. His raised bid of 35 million already exceeded the market value of the Beijing A 11111. He couldn't believe that pretty boy could bid higher. In this smoke-free war, the only victors would be the representatives of their families. Gao Zixing was feeling pleased, while Wen Daying was excitedly massaging his big brother's shoulders, celebrating his victory in advance, deliberately making a disgusted face to provoke Yifan. Yifan looked at Wen Daying and Gao Zixing, who had the smug look of the small-minded achieving success, with a cold smile on his lips. Then Yifan raised the sign again and shouted a number that nearly scared everyone in the room to death. 70 million. What? What? The auctioneer, who was used to seeing storms and tides, instinctively expressed his shock, then hurriedly moved his hammer and shouted. Mr. 006, 70 million, first call. This immediately doubled Gao Zixing's price. Everyone in the room looked at each other, their eyes revealing a complete disbelief. This is too crazy. Gao Zixing was caught off guard by Yifan's move, standing up from his seat in anger, pointing at Yifan and yelling. Sir, this is an auction, all numbers shouted here need to be paid in real money later. You're not treating this like a game, are you? Gao Zixing couldn't believe that a nameless person younger than him could come up with so much money just to buy a license plate. Although the Beijing A11111 license plate is indeed valuable, it's not worth a crazy price like 70 million. No matter how rich someone is, they can't make such a clearly losing deal. Facing Gao Zixing's obviously emotional questioning, Yifan only smiled lightly. There's no need for young Master Gao to act like a cornered dog in such a small matter. Anyway, the numbers I shout, I can definitely pay for them. But young Master Gao, you also like this license plate a lot, right? Don't waste everyone's time with your words. If you have money, hurry up and raise your bid, I'm still waiting to match you. Yifan's nonchalant attitude almost drove Gao Zixing to the edge. Especially the latter part where he urged him to raise the bid, clearly showing that he completely looked down on him. Gao Zixing was so angry that he was blowing his beard and glaring, but to bid more than 70 million for a license plate, he really didn't have the capability. The Gao family's money was not just his, and his family would never allow him to spend so much money at such a leisure-based auction. Mr. 006, 70 million, second call. With another hit of the hammer from the auctioneer, all eyes in the room were fixed tightly on Gao Zixing, wanting to see if he could regain some face for his family. However, as the third hammer was about to fall, Gao Zixing still hung his head with no response. Everyone had come to a conclusion in their hearts. In this round, Gao Zixing was utterly defeated. At the same time, the crowd in the auction house grew more curious and appreciative of the greatly victorious Yifan. Chapter 46. On Yifan's side, the system prompt in his mind seemed to keep echoing. Originally, he only liked this license plate a bit, because for such an asset that cannot be refunded, Yifan was actually unwilling to spend too much premium on it. However, just after he shouted 30 million, the system timely informed him that if he purchased asset-based products at a high premium, the premium part could be refunded. With this prompt, this license plate he would definitely obtain. Plus, with Wen Daying and Gao Zixing's brainless provocation, Yifan's interest grew even more. Since they wanted to be slapped in the face, he would certainly satisfy their wishes. As the auctioneer's final hammer came down heavily, he announced in his warmest voice. Congratulations to Mr. 006 for successfully acquiring this Beijing A11111 Leopard license plate at a price of 70 million. Warm applause erupted in the room, each sound seemed to hit Gao Zixing's face like a heavy slap. His face looked terrible, and even Wen Daying sitting beside him dared not utter a word. After the explosive start, the following auction proceeded in an orderly and smooth manner. Yifan looked around at the items on display. They were all ordinary antiques, and their collectible value was not high for him, so Yifan did not raise his paddle. The guests below finally had a chance to show themselves, each person taking turns to bid, playing joyfully with the tens of thousands in price increments. Seeing that Yifan had no more activity, Gao Zixing's confidence gradually returned, and he successfully bid on an antique teacup worth over 100,000 as a temporary trophy. Soon, it was time for the highlight of the auction to come out. The auctioneer showcased a pure white, shining pearl necklace displayed in a glass cabinet to everyone. Hello, distinguished guests. Now in my hand is the highlight item of this auction, an exquisite double-strand natural pearl necklace from Baroda. The starting price for this item is 31 million yuan, and the bidding increment is 500,000 yuan. The auction for this highlight item is officially starting now. Once this item was announced, the guests in their seats suddenly became restless. Everyone here had a certain level of sight and identity, so they could naturally tell that this jewelry, at this price level, was surely a priceless treasure. Several people had already started eager to raise their paddles. Linda, the companion beside Gao Zixing, began to act cute with him at this moment. Zixing Appa, this necklace is so beautiful. Do you want to bid for it? Linda grabbed Gao Zixing's arm and played coy, her meaning clear, hoping he would get the necklace for her. Seeing the woman so flattering, Gao Zixing's heart swelled with excitement. In fact, he also wanted to bid on this pearl necklace, but of course, it was for himself to keep for value appreciation. With his current wealth, buying a necklace worth tens of millions for a woman was no joke. At most, after winning the necklace, he would let this woman touch it a few times, and that would be it. Moreover, that pretty boy had already spent 70 million during the license plate bidding, so there was absolutely no way he could compete with him for this necklace. Gao Zixing had already made up his mind to seize the opportunity of this highlight item and make a comeback. On the other side, Xiao Shiting was originally feeding Yifan sweet, refreshing green grapes, but when she saw the Baroda necklace appear, her eyes instinctively froze. What a beautiful and special pearl necklace! Xiao Shiting marveled in her heart, then calmly withdrew her gaze and handed another green grape to Yifan. This time, however, Yifan directly bit her finger. Xiao Shiting came back to her senses, her face instantly flushed red. Mr. Yi, there are so many people here. Do you want that necklace on stage? Yifan asked. Xiao Shiting did not expect Yifan's gaze to be so sharp, capturing even the few seconds her eyes lingered. No, I just looked at it a few more times, Xiao Shiting defensively concealed her thoughts. Hearing this, Yifan mischievously pinched her waist. Your body is soft, but your mouth is quite tough. If you like it, I'll bid for it and give it to you. As my woman, the least you need to worry about is spending money. Yifan's domineering and generous words suddenly made Xiao Shiting's heart race again. She also did not care that others were nearby, directly wrapping her arms around Yifan's neck to give him a sweet kiss. Gao Zixing happened to catch a glimpse of this scene, and his inner anger and jealousy flared up again, further solidifying his intention to crush Yifan. So, he immediately raised his paddle and shouted, 36 million. Another direct increase of 5 million. The guests looked toward the sound and found that the bidder was Gao Zixing, instantly understanding his intention to regain the upper hand. Seeing this, Wen Dang immediately helped Gao Zixing create a momentum, his face full of a petty man's smugness as he provoked Yifan. What's up, Yifan? Weren't you very ambitious just now? In this round, let my brother Zixing teach you what it means to have the demeanor of a noble family's heir. Gao Zixing, flattered by Wen Dang's words, felt his mood lift to the extreme. He deliberately cast a contemptuous glance at Yifan as a superior looking down on someone. However, Yifan simply curled the corner of his mouth as he watched the ecstatic expressions of the two. Then Yifan raised his paddle, 37 million. Wen Dang was overjoyed to hear Yifan only raised the bid by 1 million, and rushed to Gao Zixing's ear to share his analysis. Brother Zixing, this guy is clearly running out of money and bluffing. In this round, you will definitely strike him hard and restore the face of both the Wen and Gao families. Seeing this, Linda continued to act cute. Exactly, Appa, just put in a little more effort, and this necklace will be ours. Gao Zixing, encouraged by their analysis, felt victory was within reach. He simply steeled his heart, raised his paddle again, and shouted his final number. 42 million. The crowd erupted in an uproar. It seemed today was indeed a battle of dignity. In total, Gao Zixing had single-handedly raised the final item's price by 10 million. Setting aside Yifan's special case of spending nearly 3 times the amount for a license plate, Gao Zixing's bidding was certainly a significant outlay. Everyone had already concluded that this necklace belonged exclusively to Gao Zixing, especially since Yifan had already spent 70 million. If he were to acquire this necklace, his total spending today would exceed 100 million. No matter how they reasoned, they couldn't imagine anyone making such extravagant bids at this small, private auction. Chapter 47. 42 million for the second time. The auctioneer slammed the gavel again. 42 million for the third. Just as the auctioneer was about to call out the last time, Yifan, under everyone's gaze, lifted his paddle once again. 84 million. When Yifan finished speaking, the entire room erupted into chaos. Another outrageous jump in price, doubling. Did a pearl necklace starting at 31 million need to be fought over to such an extent? Gao Zixing's mouth, which had been grinning widely, instantly fell. What the hell, 84 million? Adding the previous 70 million, that totals over 150 million. Who has that much money to spend so recklessly? While Gao Zixing was still processing the number, Yifan shouted. Wen Dang dared not speak, and Linda looked confused, still holding onto Gao Zixing's hand, trying to act cute to get him to raise the bid again. Gao Zixing, already shaken by Yifan's actions, lost control of his emotions after hearing Linda's continuous whining, and slapped her. What are you whining about? How can there be such a greedy woman in this world? I'm the man here making decisions, and you have the nerve to keep urging me. Gao Zixing's act of hitting a woman was clearly seen by everyone present, and the guests began to point and discuss him. This Gao family young master is behaving too lowly. Unable to outbid someone, he starts venting his anger on a woman? Exactly. And that slap was quite something. That woman's face looks swollen from it. If this young Master Gao hadn't tried to save face by competing with that new rich young man, he wouldn't have ended up in this humiliating situation. It seems that the young man named Ji has more grace. And with such an astronomical bid, how wealthy must he be? The atmosphere in the room shifted instantly after Yifan's twofold counterattack. Gao Zixing's act of hitting someone due to losing control of his emotions caused his image to plummet to the lowest point. Now he not only failed to regain the limelight that Yifan had taken, but he also completely tarnished his own reputation. Gao Zixing slumped helplessly in his seat, his face filled with despair. However, deep down, he still held a tiny glimmer of hope that Yifan had only called out a sky-high price on the surface, and that during the settlement, he would reveal his true lack of money. Although in this type of auction, personal credibility is linked, and it is rare for someone to bid and not buy. But at this moment, Gao Zixing could only cling to that hope, otherwise he really could not accept that someone who had always been a favored child of heaven could be beaten down by some unknown brat. The auctioneer on stage maintained his professional demeanor and, after restoring a relatively quiet atmosphere in the hall, brought down the final hammer on the last item. 84 million, third time. Congratulations to Mr. 006 for successfully bidding 84 million for a double row of natural Baroda pearl necklace. The applause erupted like thunder. Since this small auction adopted an immediate payment method with relevant certificates and prizes issued on the spot, after the applause continued for a while, staff began to circulate among the guests to register the buyer's payment methods. Yifan handed over the diamond card, and the staff's eyes lit up as they quickly took the diamond card with both hands. Ding! Spending 45 million yuan, congratulations to the host for triggering a 10 times rebate, receiving a rebate amount of 450 million yuan. Ding! Spending 84 million yuan, congratulations to the host for triggering a 21 times rebate, receiving a rebate amount of 1.764 billion yuan. A faint smile curved at the corner of Yifan's mouth. This world is merely a money playground for Yifan. Even if wealthier people appeared before him, they would only face defeat. On the other side, Gao Zixing anxiously waited in his seat. He prayed with all his heart that the auctioneer would announce that Yifan was disqualified from owning the item due to insufficient funds and would be placed on the auction association's blacklist. However, contrary to his imagined scenario, the auctioneer returned to the stage beaming with happiness, excitedly beginning to announce the results of the auction. Hello, dear guests, I now have the statistical results of this auction in my hands. This auction totaled 210 million yuan. Congratulations to Mr. Yifan, number 006, for becoming the highest bidder with a payment amount of 154 million yuan alone. To thank Mr. Yi for his support, this auction will also set up a special award for him. The prize is a personal yacht worth 8 million. All the guests applauded to congratulate Yifan, and began to discuss and praise the matter. This is the first time I've heard of such a special award set for bidders in all the auctions I've attended. But for a bidder to put out over 100 million at an auction of this caliber, Mr. Yi truly deserves this honor. Yes. Being able to take out over 100 million at once, this Mr. Yi must have an industry behind him that's unfathomably vast. Today's young people are incredibly impressive. A few wealthy young ladies looked on with envy as they saw Yifan personally putting the newly bid Baroda necklace on Xiaoshitting. How come such a good man isn't known to my parents? Those unsuitable blind dates they have arranged for me can't compare at all to this handsome and wealthy Mr. Yi. Yes. I really envy that woman next to Mr. Yi. She is so rich and he spoils her so much. Sigh. It's just that comparisons can make people feel so small. At this moment, everyone's attention and discussion centered around Yifan, and no one noticed the same Gao Zixing and Wen Daing sitting nearby him. Gao Zixing was feeling humiliated today and wished he could leave this place immediately. When the yacht's opening finally reopened, he quickly stood up, wanting to escape this embarrassing situation. As soon as he stood up, he saw Wen Daing also getting up, trying to leave with him, but he couldn't help but find his usual buddy very annoying at that moment. Damn it! If it weren't for helping you out, I wouldn't be so embarrassed today. For the next little while, don't show up in front of me. Gao Zixing could only vent his frustration on Wen Daing and pushed him aside before striding out of the auction hall. Wen Daing was scolded and looked like he was struck hard but dared not retort. He quietly endured it, feeling furious as he watched Yifan's situation flourish, and soon he could only leave in a dejected manner. On Yifan's side, Xiao Shitting was posing to show off the pearl necklace on her collarbone. Mr. Yi, do I look good wearing this necklace? It looks good, but if it moves, it will look even better. Xiao Shitting sensed his slightly improper expression and couldn't help but lightly punch him with her small pink fist, her heart starting to anticipate more. Chapter 48. The private yacht Yifan received had now docked next to yacht number 8. Yifan gently wrapped his arm around Xiao Shitting as they stepped off yacht number 8, and her colleagues, who were sending off the guests, looked at the pearl necklace around her neck with envy and red eyes. As the other guests gradually left Red Star Wharf, Yifan had already taken Xiao Shitting onto his private yacht. On the yacht, besides 2 or 3 staff members managing the basic operations at the driving position, the rest of the space was completely exclusive for Yifan and Xiao Shitting. The yacht's interior was adorned with high-end handmade decor, equipped with various coolers stocked with food and drinks, a home theater with high-quality sound systems, and luxurious sofa beds. The two of them enjoyed eating and drinking for a while and then played around inside the entire cabin. Their laughter blended with the sound of the waves, and they spent an incredibly joyful day and night on the yacht. When Yifan returned from the yacht with Xiao Shitting, he recalled the assets he owned. He realized that the entertainment company he had acquired a long time ago had not been inspected yet. And usually, such media and entertainment companies often have the highest number of beautiful women. Maybe he could discover a few girls scoring over 90 who could earn rewards by going to check it out. Thinking this, Yifan immediately drove to the nearby branch of Yahoo Entertainment Media Company. This branch of Yahoo Company was located in a building that housed several media companies. Yifan took the elevator to the 21st floor. After exiting the elevator, he was following the sign to find Yahoo Entertainment when he suddenly heard a familiar voice coming from the corridor. After undergoing transformation with the intermediate gene-enhancing liquid, Yifan's hearing abilities had also greatly improved. Thus, even after several doors intervened, Yifan could clearly hear the conversation coming through.
How is it? Did you put the drug in? Don't worry, boss, it's already in her tea.
I saw her pick it up and drink it when I left.
Well done. Once I get my hands on her, you'll be rewarded.
Yifan listened to the lewd and giggling voice, feeling a wave of unease wash over him. The voice was too familiar, it must have belonged to someone he had taught a lesson before. Yifan was thinking when the escape door in the hallway was pushed open, and two men entered one after another. The one in front was indeed Guan Mingze, the man whose leg Yifan had crippled for harassing Song Jiro. He was still leaning on a crutch, and as he stepped onto the floor, the ambiguous smirk on his face froze upon seeing Yifan.
Mr. Yi, what a coincidence!
Guan Mingze's eyes darted left and right, filled with guilt. Surely, what he discussed with his underling earlier couldn't have been overheard. Yifan watched Guan Mingze avoid his gaze, letting out a cold, disdainful laugh. Guan Mingze, you really are something. How is it that even with one leg ruined, you still have the ability to harbor such twisted thoughts?
Mr. Yi, what do you mean?
I don't understand what you're saying. Guan Mingze's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. Could he still be heard from this distance?
This can't be. Still trying to argue? What you said in the hallway just now, I heard every word.
Yifan's booming voice fully shattered Guan Mingze's inner composure. He lost grip on his crutch and collapsed to his knees before Yifan. Guan Mingze immediately began to plead for mercy, hoping to confess his wrongdoings. After all, he had made an enemy of Yifan simply by having impure thoughts about the female attendant last time, so maybe if he knelt first, he would be let off this time. Mr. Yi, I was just momentarily possessed. Ever since you taught me a lesson, I've wanted to do bad things but lacked the courage. I beg you, considering I haven't done anything this time, please let me go. As he spoke, Guan Mingze began to bow his head and perform a pitiful act. Yifan narrowed his eyes, preparing to think of a way to punish him when suddenly the elevator alert rang out. The elevator doors opened, and a short-haired beauty rushed out holding a baseball bat.
Shanxian, I'm here to save you. Guan Mingze, you slimy man, you're definitely doomed this time.
Tang Xiao shouted, having just dashed out of the elevator, and upon seeing Guan Mingze pleading on his knees in front of a man, she was confused.
What is going on? Could it be that someone righteous was helping to rescue her best friend?
Just moments ago, Tang Xiao had been happily shopping when she suddenly received a distress text from her friend Mo Chanshan. She said that during her job interview, it seemed someone had drugged her tea and she could only barely manage to send a message to Tang Xiao to come save her. Tang Xiao immediately asked friends to find out who the boss of the Sweetheart Entertainment Media was, the company her friend was interviewing for, and discovered it was a notorious thug named Guan Mingze. How could she tolerate this? She bought a baseball bat on the street and rushed over, knowing that with her position, no one in the capital would dare lay a hand on her.
Tang Xiao looked in the direction Guan Mingze was pleading. This man was quite tall and appeared to have a good build. Curiously, she turned her gaze to Yifan's face, and the next second, her expression was as if she had been struck by something. So handsome. Moreover, unlike the regular handsome guys with a hint of softness, this man radiated a powerful and commanding aura while having delicate, well-defined features. Not to mention his imposing presence as he looked down on the slimy man, exuding masculinity to the fullest. Yifan watched Tang Xiao come rushing in like a righteous knight and couldn't help but chuckle. He recognized this girl. She was indeed one of the four school beauties famous alongside Song Jiro and Wan Silu at Imperial Capital University, Tang Xiao. Tang? And Yifan had heard that her family background was quite good while in school. Could she be the person from the seven noble families, the Tang family that Xiao Shiting mentioned? Chapter 49. Yifan pondered for a moment before retracting his gaze and directly stepping forward to grip Guan Mingze's shoulder. Guan Mingze could clearly feel an invisible force crushing his shoulder bone, causing him to involuntarily cry out in pain. Mr. Yi, I really know I was wrong. Please, let me go this time. Beside them, Tang Xiao watched the scene, her mind filled with thoughts that this man was so handsome. She felt that she had completely fallen for him at first sight. Yifan's grip flowed through Guan Mingze's entire body, silently destroying his critical functions. Since you can't manage yourself, I will generously help you out. Yifan smirked, then said, all right, you can roll now. Yifan retracted his hand, casually tossing this line to Guan Mingze. Guan Mingze felt dazed by the words, but seeing Yifan give him a chance to leave, he quickly grabbed his rehabilitation cane and had his men help him run away. Yi Fan turned around and found Tang Xiao staring at him in a daze. Ahem. Miss, have you forgotten that you have something to do? Tang Xiao quickly snapped back to reality from her infatuated state. Right. My Qian. With that, Tang Xiao rushed towards Sweetheart Entertainment but stopped short after a couple of steps, returning to Yi Fan's side. Anything? Yi Fan asked casually. Tang Xiao, being a true beauty admirer, felt her heart race again at the sight of Yi Fan's handsome face. Can I have your WeChat? Tang Xiao boldly asked. Yi Fan looked at her score of 93 points for appearance and readily gave her his contact information. Tang Xiao happily added Yi Fan on WeChat, wanting to ask him a few personal questions, but saw Yi Fan turn away and wave goodbye. Leaving behind a sentence, "We will meet again soon." Tang Xiao felt a bit puzzled but was once again dazzled by Yi Fan's calm demeanor. This man was truly special, so much more handsome and righteous than all the noble sons she had seen before. Just when her parents were urging her to find a boyfriend, next time she must successfully bring him home. Tang Xiao immediately began to imagine endlessly, and after a while, realized she had forgotten her best friend, so she hurried into Sweetheart Entertainment to help Mo Qian out and bring her back to school. On the other side, Guan Mingzhe returned to his cozy little room where he kept his lover, Ahong. Seeing him with a face full of fear and dread, she immediately transformed into a caring confidant, coming forward to comfort him. Guan Mingzhe was already bursting with anger, thinking that since he couldn't get anything from outside, he had to satisfy himself well at home. The two of them hurried to get started, but at that moment, Guan Mingzhe realized that he seemed unable to rise up. He quickly called a trusted family doctor. After examining him, the family doctor sighed, silently shook his head, and could only hint, "Mr. Guan, your condition. I fear it may be beyond saving." What? What did you say? This is impossible. Are you saying I can no longer be a man? Guan Mingzhe asked incredulously. The family doctor sighed once more, regretfully nodding his head. No. In the usually quiet afternoon residential building, the man's wails of despair echoed through the sky. After Yi Fan gave Tang Xiao his contact information, he specially took a few turns around his branch of Yuwu Entertainment. Unfortunately, although there are still quite a few women in the company who look well made up to the naked eye, none of their beauty scores reached the basic line of 90 points. Luckily, just now at the entrance I managed to catch Tang Xiao, so today is not a total loss. Yi Fan let out a sigh. These days, real-deal beautiful women are really hard to find. Yi Fan took the elevator downstairs, and after walking a few steps, he saw a familiar face. It was his good brother and roommate from high school, Fong Wenlin. At that moment, Fong Wenlin was gently holding a woman who looked like a live streamer. It seemed he was sending her to work. Yi Fan looked at the woman's bright and beautiful back as she walked away, and then at Fong Wenlin's clearly shabby clothes, and couldn't help but frown. Then he took the initiative to greet Fong Wenlin. "You rascal! Bringing your girlfriend to work?" When Fong Wenlin saw Yi Fan appear in front of him, his face instantly lit up with joy. "Fan bro! What a coincidence!" "Yeah, my girlfriend works here as a live streamer, so I send her over every day." "It's no trouble anyway." Fong Wenlin explained clumsily, his eyes full of affection as he watched his girlfriend walk away. "But I haven't heard much about you lately. Have you been busy?" The two of them chatted as they walked out of the office building. Yi Fan asked about each other's recent life. Fong Wenlin scratched his head a little embarrassed. "Yeah, kind of. I have to earn money to support my girlfriend, so there's no other way." Yi Fan recalled the sharp contrast between Fong Wenlin and his girlfriend's outer appearance and spirit, and his frown deepened. But since it had been a long time since they ran into each other, Yi Fan didn't want to say anything rash to interfere with his brother's life, so he just silently swallowed those words back down. "By the way, Fan bro, are you going to that class reunion people are talking about in the high school group chat? I actually kind of want to go see how everyone's changed. But it's just that this reunion is being led by that Liao Chang who always used to target us. I saw him showing off in his moments lately, not sure if he just wants to use this to show off big time." After hearing Fong Wenlin's words, Yi Fan finally learned that the high school class was organizing a reunion. He opened his phone and saw that he had long muted all those class group chats. After clicking in to look, that Liao Chang actually specially had mentioned him, and together with a few classmates kept urging Yi Fan to attend. Yi Fan really had no interest in wasting time on these people. He was just about to tell Fong Wenlin he wasn't going, when suddenly a system notification sound rang out. Ding! Mission drop, attend the entire class reunion. Complete the mission to receive Building 5 of Jinyu Huafu. Damn it, this system. It's clearly going against me on purpose, huh? Yi Fan was speechless in his heart. But this reward it really moved him. Jinyu Huafu, one of the top luxury neighborhoods in the entire imperial capital. Most importantly, it's also the closest rich area to Imperial Capital University. If Yifan really got it, that would be more than just a little convenient for him. A reward like that can't be missed. Yifan finally gave in under the tyranny of the system. Yifan swallowed back the not going that was about to come out of his mouth and said to Fong Wenlin instead. Since they're calling so eagerly in the group, let's just go and have a meal. Seeing Yifan willing to go, Fong Wenlin happily followed up and registered in the group info. By the way, Lindsay, where are you heading next? I'll give you a ride. Fong Wenlin was instantly surprised. Fan bro, you already got a car? Yeah, just for getting around. Having a car is convenient. Awesome, fan bro. So what kind of car did you buy? Is it a Baojun? Reina? Or a Volkswagen or Honda? Looking at Fong Wenlin's face full of curiosity, Yifan didn't know how to answer. I can only say that he will know when I drive the car out. Chapter 50. Fong Wenlin nodded and replied, okay, then stood at the entrance of the office building waiting for Yifan to bring the car over. In a moment, an extremely cool silver-gray sports car slowly appeared in Fong Wenlin's sight. Wow! No wonder this is a place where rich people gather, a supercar just casually shows up. Fong Wenlin quietly took out his phone, ready to take a handsome picture of the sports car for a memory. Just as he pointed his phone at the sports car, he saw an extremely familiar face appear in the lens, and that person waved at him. Fan, brother Fan. Fong Wenlin hurriedly rubbed his eyes, and finally saw clearly that the person in the driver's seat of the supercar was indeed his brother Yifan, who had just been joking with him. This supercar, which looked expensive beyond imagination, couldn't possibly be the car that brother Fan mentioned, right? Fong Wenlin suppressed his floating footsteps and jogged to the side of the Koenigsegg. He was not in a hurry to get in the car but still asked in disbelief. Brother Fan, this car, it can't be the one you bought, right? Yifan nodded, yeah, get in the car, I'll take you back now. Upon receiving Yifan's affirmative answer, Fong Wenlin's shocked feelings almost exploded. He quickly took a seat in the passenger seat, his face filled with excitement for his brother. Brother Fan, you are too amazing. Quietly accomplishing such a big deal. This car must be very expensive, right? Fong Wenlin could barely contain his curiosity and asked. Though it might sound a bit show-off, Yifan still chose to show his true thoughts in front of his brother. Actually, it's not too bad, the full price is about 20 million. How much? 20 million. Fong Wenlin's mouth opened wide in shock. How much money did his brother make? A 20 million yuan car is actually just considered not too bad? This is clearly extraordinarily good. So great. Since brother Fan, you are doing so well now, we really came to the right party. Let's see how Lao Chang will show off in front of you then. The two of them chatted comfortably on the way, and after dropping Fong Wenlin back at his school, Yifan drove back to the capital university, which he hadn't returned to for a while. Just as Yifan was preparing to park the car in the school parking lot, his phone received a message from Yukur. Junior Yifan, I miss you a little. Yifan's mouth curled into a smile. This beautiful senior sister was quite in tune with him. If you miss me, come out. I'm waiting for you at the school gate. Remember to wear those little black stockings you wore last time. Yukur, who was focused on waiting for Yifan's reply, saw the new message pop up and immediately blushed. The junior really is a bad boy. After Yukur sent a cute coming soon emoji back, she immediately put on her battle outfit and slid on her delicate black stockings, then swayed her way to the school gate. After Yukur got into the car, Yifan drove her straight to an auto cinema located on the outskirts of the capital's scenic area. The wide grassy field was already filled with cars, but Yifan's car still brought a touch of unusual color to the scene. As the movie started, Yukur gradually moved closer to Yifan. In a moment, the black stockings that were originally neatly worn by Yukur were torn and scattered in some corner of the car. The two inside the Koenigsegg also began to enact a passionate scene similar to that on the big screen. After the movie finished, Yukur shyly found the scattered stockings underneath the driver's seat, slightly pouting as she showed them to Yifan. Look at you, how did you make my stockings like this? These things are plentiful, no matter how many you want, I'll have a truckload sent to you next time, so every time you see me, you can wear a new pair. How is it? Yifan teased in a playful tone. Yukur recalled the intense moment earlier and playfully punched Yifan before laughing and falling into his embrace. In the blink of an eye, it was already evening, and Yifan was thinking about taking Yukur to a Western restaurant for dinner. However, Yukur unexpectedly expressed her desire to avoid fancy places and suggested going to a roadside barbecue shop. How about we go for barbecue instead? I know a really good place, and we can ask the owner to grill some kidneys to help you recover. Yukur said with a mischievous smile. Yifan raised his eyebrows, realizing that this little junior sister underestimated him. Yifan parked the car, lifted Yukur from the passenger seat, and placed her on his lap. It sounds like my elder sister is not satisfied? I guess I have to punish you now. Before long, the Koenigsegg made quite a noise. Yukor quickly begged for mercy, saying she was just joking earlier.
Elder sister was joking, but I am serious.
After a while, Yifan finally drove the Koenigsegg out of the grassy area where the cinema was located. Yukor was exhausted from the excitement and could only complain softly.
I was just making a little joke, you were so mean, junior brother. What I wanted to go to that barbecue place for is because when I had a tough time in the past, the owner aunt would often sneak me food to help me, so I wanted to take you there to see her. Hearing Yukor share her true reason, Yifan was surprised. He didn't expect such a gold digger girl like Yukor would actually be grateful and remember to visit old friends when her circumstances improved.
Yifan's fondness for Yukor increased a bit more. The two quickly arrived at the street where the barbecue stall Yukor mentioned was located.
Although it was just a small roadside stall, its customer dining area was already almost full. As soon as they got out of the car, Yukor rushed toward the owner aunt who was busy grilling meat, and Yifan could only smile and follow her.
Aunt Rome, I'm here to see you.
Yukor gave Aunt Rome a big hug, and Aunt Rome was instantly filled with joy upon seeing her.
Oh my, isn't this little Cor?
You've become so much prettier recently. Aunt Rome continued her work but kept her eyes on Yukor, flashing a kind and proud smile.
Aunt Rome, I came today to introduce you to a friend of mine.
Yukor rarely showed the shy expression that was seldom seen, saying, Aunt Rome, this is the friend I want to introduce to you, his name is Yifan. Only then did Aunt Rome turn her gaze to Yifan standing beside Yukor, her eyes lighting up. Yifan politely nodded and said, Hello, Aunt Rome.
Oh good. What a handsome and spirited young man.
Aunt Rome looked at Yifan, who had impressive looks and demeanor, with admiration, and playfully pulled Yukor closer, teasing.
Honestly tell Auntie, are you now dating this handsome young man?
I knew little Cor would find a great guy, given how beautiful and outstanding she is.
Aunt Rome's teasing made Yukor blush.
She truly wanted to confirm her relationship with Yifan, but for a man of his caliber, she dared not hope for him to have only her as his woman. Just being able to bring Yifan to see Aunt Rome under the pretext of a dinner was already a big wish fulfilled for her.
Alright, enough of that, you two must be hungry by now.
Hurry up and find a place to sit down, Auntie will quickly grill some delicious food for you. After saying that, Auntie Rong immediately busied herself with grilling various signature skewers for the two.
Then thank you, Auntie Rong. Yukor sweetly expressed her gratitude. Then, the two casually found a small empty table to sit down.
Before long, the cooked food was served, filling the entire table densely. During the meal, Yukor would first feed Yifan a bite before taking a bite herself. The two looked like a couple deeply in love. The diners around them looked at Yifan being completely taken care of by such a beautiful girl, all filled with envy. The flavorful barbecue suddenly tasted bitter and unappetizing.
After finishing the meal, Yukor prepared to pay and say goodbye to Auntie Rome before leaving.
Just as she was about to say goodbye and return to leave with Yifan, a group of thugs came towards them for late-night snacks.
The few of them were keenly eyeing Yukor's graceful figure, and the leader, Chang Zai, stepped forward to block Yukor.
Beauty, out so late alone? Why not stay and drink and eat with us? I'll treat you.
Chang Zai flashed a mouthful of yellow teeth and winked at Yukor in a teasing manner.
Yukor almost wanted to vomit, quickly covering her nose with a look of disgust.
Sorry, please move aside, I'm not interested in what you're saying.
After saying that, Yukor prepared to bypass them and leave, but Chang Zai shifted to block her path again, and his expression had added a hint of menace. Beauty, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. I'm inviting you out of respect, I advise you not to make things too awkward.
Can't you understand human language? I already said I'm not going.
Yukor was angry, and the commotion from their argument finally caught the attention of other diners, who began to look over curiously.
Chang Zai's expression turned sinister, and he suddenly grabbed one of Yukor's arms, trying to drag her away. Damn it, you women are trying to make me lose face, huh?
Let's see what I'll do to you. Before he finished his harsh words, a powerful flying kick suddenly struck him. He flew through the air in a graceful arc before crashing heavily onto a diner's table, spitting out a large mouthful of blood.
Damn it, you! You dare kick me!
At this point, Yifan had steadied Yukor's other hand, and her gaze toward him was filled with admiration and reassurance.
Boss! Are you okay?
A few thugs quickly surrounded Chang Zai to help him up, while other diners got up and moved away, fearing the conflict might involve them. You dared to hit our boss, we're going to fight you.
Brothers, attack together.
A few thugs immediately smashed wine bottles on the table, grabbing the broken pieces and charging at Yifan and the others.
It's over. So many people against one, that handsome guy is in serious trouble.
Indeed, in such situations, it's better not to take the initiative to start a conflict, one should be wise. The beauty was saved, but now she's putting herself in danger. Onlookers were worried, while some offered hindsight wisdom, but none dared to step up and stop the thugs' violence. Yifan stood there without a trace of panic, placing Yukor in a safe position behind him.
He grabbed the first thug charging at him with one hand and another thug with the other, slamming their heads together like eggs. The two thugs stumbled, dazed, and the broken beer bottle they were holding plunged straight into the body of the thug coming from behind. Yifan hadn't even made a move, and already half of the 7 or 8 thugs lay defeated on the ground. The remaining few were knocked down one by one in the simplest way, with a punch from Yifan. Before long, the ground was filled with thugs groaning in pain, while Yifan brushed off his clothes, looking as elegant as ever. The onlookers were left utterly speechless. Damn! Just one person took down so many thugs wielding weapons. And he looked like he didn't even break a sweat. This is way too powerful. Those who originally loudly criticized Yifan for being irrational and impulsive were now rendered mute, as if a fly had choked them. The female diners couldn't help but light up, gazing at Yifan's handsome figure with admiration. Wow! So handsome and so strong. This man is too excellent. Yeah. The way he protects his woman is so manly. One female diner rolled her eyes at her boyfriend after saying this. Just now you were here talking nonsense, saying this handsome guy's actions were not smart or calm. I bet if I were teased today, you'd already be long gone. Her boyfriend stammered, trying to explain, but the more he looked pathetic, the angrier she got, ultimately tossing out, "Trash, let's break up," and stormed off. On another side, Chang Zai finally managed to stand up from the table, grabbing a bottle of alcohol, ready to join his brothers in attacking Yifan. But when he turned around, he saw his brothers scattered on the ground, some bleeding, some rolling around. And the guy he wanted to beat up was standing there completely unharmed. Chang Zai was instantly shocked by Yifan's strength. Just as he panicked, uncertain of what to do, a familiar figure approaching reignited his courage to teach Yifan a lesson. Chapter 52. Dragon Brother. You're just in time. Look at what this little brat has done to our brothers. Chang Zai saw his boss appear and immediately hobbled over to complain. With his boss's skills and the brothers who came with him, he didn't believe they couldn't deal with that guy. Ah Long looked at Chang Zai's injuries and the brothers lying on the ground, and his anger surged. Damn it! I want to see which brat dares to hurt our flying dragon gang. Just wait until I beat him half to death. After saying this, Ah Long rolled up his sleeves and charged forward, only to remember to look up for the instigator. Chang Zai immediately pointed to Yifan, who was calmly standing there, saying he was the one who hurt the brothers. Ah Long shot a fierce glare at him, filled with rage. But the next second, as he recognized that the person was Yifan, his pupils couldn't help but tremble. His previously determined steps became a bit shaky. Are you sure this brother is the one who hurt our flying dragon gang's brothers? Chang Zai was confused by Ah Long's suddenly weak tone, and also wondered why his boss suddenly referred to this brat as a brother, but he still nodded firmly. That's right. Boss, let's hurry up and take him down to avenge our brothers. After saying this angrily, Chang Zai was about to charge forward. However, at that moment, Ah Long suddenly stopped and turned around, giving Chang Zai a hard slap. Chang Zai, stunned, covered his face in shock and looked at Ah Long in confusion. Dragon brother, why did you hit me? Aren't we supposed to go beat that brat? The diners present watched the sudden infighting among the thugs. Suddenly, there was some confusion. I will beat you. You dare to disrespect Mr. Yi by calling him a little bunny? Do you want to die? Ah Long shouted seriously at Chang Zai, afraid that his tone was not strong enough. He never expected that the little brothers he was dealing with would actually provoke Mr. Yi, the big boss whose words could make his leader, Guan Mingzi, willingly give up a leg. Damn, he was really unlucky. How could a big shot like that be something a small fry like him could provoke? Ah Long had to quickly strike Chang Zai several times harder. You were just here bragging that you would teach Mr. Yi a lesson? This situation clearly shows that our brothers made a mistake, and Mr. Yi was kind enough to teach you about being a human. You little punks don't even thank him, and you're shouting and screaming like this. Is this how you behave? At this moment, Chang Zai's face was already swollen high on both sides, and his whole body hurt, making his head throb. Listening to Ah Long's scolding, he became even more dumbfounded. His own brothers were beaten like this, and the boss still wanted him to thank them? Looking at his boss who was scared to death of Yifan, even Chang Zai, who was usually slow, realized something. It seemed that the boss not only knew this person but also was quite sure of his background, knowing that he was not someone to be provoked. Right now, Chang Zai's face was burning with pain, and his heart was filled with anxiety and fear. On the other side, Yifan saw Ah Long start to teach Chang Zai a lesson and simply let out a cold snort. At least this yellow-haired kid had a good memory, this way, he wouldn't have to waste energy moving around. Ah Long cautiously observed Yifan's expression, and when the situation calmed down, he quickly pushed Chang Zai and a few little brothers to shout. Hurry up and properly apologize to Mr. Yi. Then quickly clean up the mess you caused here to restore it to its original state for the boss. After Ah Long finished speaking, he brought Chang Zai and a few little brothers in front of Yifan, making them kneel to apologize. The few punks who were just knocked down by Yifan were also strictly demanded by Along to crawl over and apologize immediately. Along's scolding of his brothers and the scene of the punks collectively kneeling to Yifan completely stunned the diners present. They all looked at Yifan in disbelief. Wasn't the guy with yellow hair, looking like a street punk, just saying he wanted to take revenge for his little brothers? Why was he now, in front of this skilled young man, acting like a timid mouse? And they even had the troublemakers kneeling on the spot to apologize. How much power must one have to make them slide down to their knees willingly like this? Oh my! Is this what it means to conquer without fighting? That handsome young man is really capable. Exactly. He's so handsome. And this punk is calling him Mr. Yi, clearly indicating that his status is not ordinary. At this moment, the diners were either amazed or full of admiration, with curiosity and respect for Yifan reflected on everyone's faces. Watching these punks bow and admit their mistakes, they inexplicably felt a sense of relief. Chang Zai had fully realized Yifan's power and quickly began to admit his mistakes to him. Mr. Yi, we were blind and disturbed you and this young lady. We really know we were wrong, please forgive us this time. Yifan glanced at them, and the troublemakers who caused the disturbance had already received enough of a beating. Since you know you're wrong, pay more attention next time. If you ever commit such despicable acts of harassment again, you know the consequences. Yifan's tone showed no fluctuation, but it carried an inexplicable authority and tremendous intimidation. Especially his right to speech left Yukor and the nearby female diners utterly captivated. This was really too manly and heroic. Unable to contain herself, Yukor directly hugged Yifan's arm and kissed him on the cheek. This scene sparked intense jealousy and heartache among the female diners who desired but could not have him, while the male diners lost all sense of presence in Yifan's shadow. Hearing Yifan's warning, Along and Chang Zai repeatedly promised they would never offend again. Immediately, more than 10 thugs began to split into groups, cleaning up the shattered glass bottles and scattered dishes and food on the ground. Occasionally, passers-by who saw this scene were astonished, picking up their phones to take pictures and post them online, while diners in the know joined in the online discussions. That night, a Weibo post titled "More than 10 Thugs Taught a Lesson by a Young Man, Voluntarily Kneeling and Cleaning for the Barbecue Restaurant Owner" quickly rose to the top of the trending list. Chapter 53. After Along and Chang Zai finished tidying up the scene and each contributed some money to repay Aunt Rome, they bowed deeply to Yifan several times, guaranteeing they would not appear in this area again before they finally dared to leave. Aunt Rome looked at the dining area, now hundreds of times cleaner than when they set up stalls, her face beamed with joy. Today, it's really thanks to you, Xiao Fan. Usually, whenever those thugs come here, they scare my customers off, but now that they won't come anymore, my business will finally be more comfortable. Auntie, you're being polite. Yifan replied calmly. Watching Yifan easily help her take revenge and relieve Aunt Rome of a great worry, Yukor couldn't suppress her inner excitement any longer. After saying goodbye to Aunt Rome, just as Yifan was about to start the car, Yukor, with a shy tone, playfully said, "Tonight, I really don't want to go back to the dorm." Yifan smiled slightly, "Just right, I also didn't plan to take you back to school." The engine roared to life, and Yifan directly took Yukor to the destination he had originally planned. Moxivua Hotel in the imperial capital. It was still a hotel under Bali Real Estate. As a big shot holding 75% of Bali Real Estate's shares, Yifan enjoyed nothing but the best service at any of its hotels. Yifan parked in front of the hotel. The doorman quickly approached, intending to ask if he was staying, but then he saw the face that every employee had been instructed to remember. "Hello, Chairman. Just give me your car keys, and we'll park the car for you properly." The doorman took Yifan's keys, quickly called over a parking attendant, and then reported Yifan's arrival to the hotel staff over the intercom before bowing at a 90-degree angle, inviting Yifan and Yukor inside. Yifan nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that since the incident at the hotel in Wangji, Zhao Tianrui had done a good job training his employees, preventing any more clueless incidents from happening. Yukor was shocked and curious upon hearing the doorman call Yifan chairman. Though she knew Yifan was wealthy, she didn't know the specifics of his businesses or his remarkable identity. But now that the doorman referred to him as chairman, did it mean this hotel had already been bought by Yifan's senior brother? Filled with doubt, Yukor was led into the hotel by Yifan. As soon as they entered the hotel, all the staff on both sides of the hallway stopped their work and bowed to greet Yifan. Yifan slightly nodded in response, and only then did the staff return to their tasks. When they reached the front desk, even before Yifan could speak, the front desk lady had already handed him a golden room card for the top-level Supreme Suite, saying, "Good evening, Chairman. We've already prepared your personal exclusive top-level Supreme Suite. There is only one room on the top floor, and the entire floor is open only for you. If you need anything, you can contact us anytime through the internal line." "Okay, thank you." Yifan took the card and, with Yukor, took the exclusive elevator to the top floor. Yukor could no longer hide her curiosity and asked, "Yifan, those staff members called you like that. This hotel, it wouldn't be yours, right?"
Yifan thought for a moment and replied, strictly speaking, not quite. What I own is actually shares of the Beauties Real Estate Group, and my position is chairman, that's why those staff members addressed me this way. Upon hearing the name Beauties Real Estate Group, Yukor was instantly stunned. That is the top real estate group in the country. If Yifan is the chairman of such a group, doesn't that mean his shareholding ratio is the largest in the entire board? Oh my! You are so amazing, senior brother. Yukor had thought Yifan was impressive, but she never imagined he was this impressive. You must know that such real estate groups have a market value close to hundreds of billions. Looking at Yifan with admiration all over her face, she had no idea that the Beauties real estate he owned was just one of his many enterprises. Senior brother, let's have a good time tonight. Such a good man, Yukor naturally wanted to do everything she could to please him. Yukor directly unzipped her skirt in front of Yifan. Then, she tiptoed and wiggled her way to the large bathtub by the floor-to-ceiling window, stepping into it with one jade leg, quickly soaking her whole body in bubbles, and struck various seductive poses. Senior brother, are you sure you still don't want to come over? Yifan looked at the beautiful scene in front of him, and his entire body quickly heated up. In just a few steps, he was in the bathtub, and soon, splashes of water soared, and ambiguous sounds echoed throughout the suite. As the excitement grew, the two of them even found themselves at the elevator door on the top floor. Yukor felt a little shy, saying, "What if the staff comes up later?" "Don't worry, without my permission, no one dares to come up." "But you, it looks like you're not very focused. It seems you've forgotten this afternoon's punishment, haven't you?" Yifan mischievously brought up some intense memories for Yukor, and just as she intended to say she was very focused, she was heavily punished by Yifan once again. This battle unknowingly continued until dawn. The next noon, just as Yukor, feeling sore and tired, wanted to get out of bed, Yifan scooped her back in. "Senior brother, I'll play with you next time. I need to hurry back to school for class this afternoon." Yukor protested softly. Actually, going back to class was just a small reason, mainly, Yifan was just too strong. If this continued, her little body wouldn't be able to handle it. "Be good, finish the morning exercise, and then I'll let you go." After Yifan spoke, the 3-meter-wide big bed began to shake irregularly again. Half an hour later, Yukor finally had the chance to step on the ground. While looking for her slippers, her legs were still shaking a bit. "I really don't know what you eat to grow up, you can actually tire me out like this," Yukor shyly complained, meeting Yifan's smiling gaze. She was completely taken by his handsomeness, yet she thought she must leave quickly. The way she looked suggested that Yifan might be up to no good again. Yukora picked up her dress from the ground, put it on, blew a kiss to Yifan, and slowly walked to the elevator to go downstairs. Yifan directly called the internal line to ask the staff to bring some food up. Though more exercise can enhance his physique, using energy still requires replenishing nutrition. After finishing the kitchen special dish of 20,000 yuan for a serving of Kobe beef and ribeye steak, Yifan took a few sips of the 80,000 yuan bottle of Lihua red wine to clear his mouth, and ended this simple brunch. Feeling full, Yifan wanted to release some energy again. He took the elevator down to the third-floor outdoor swimming pool. Just as he wanted to stretch, he saw Ni Lengyue in a suit, anxiously talking on the phone while walking, who accidentally fell into the cold swimming pool. Chapter 54. Yifan raised an eyebrow, took a few steps, and jumped into the pool, lifting Ni Lengyue up by the waist. Once on the shore, Ni Lengyue coughed repeatedly due to choking on water. When she recovered and wanted to thank the person who saved her, she realized it was Yifan, who had helped her resolve trouble in the VIP room last time. "Mr. Yi. Thank you for saving me." Previously, her leg injury was healed by Yifan, and who would have thought that this time, she would be saved by him again. A strange feeling spread in Ni Lengyue's heart. Yifan nodded in response to Ni Lengyue's thanks, and his gaze fell on her, revealing her graceful figure through the wet thin shirt. "Miss Ni, your clothes," Yifan reminded her. Ni Lengyue followed his gaze and turned red, quickly hugging herself with both hands. Yifan took off his jacket that he had brought earlier and draped it over Ni Lengyue. This gentlemanly act unknowingly tilted Ni Lengyue's icy heart a bit toward Yifan. However, the next second, Yifan picked Ni Lengyue up in a princess carry. "Mr. Yi. What are you doing?" "Miss Ni, there are people coming and going here, are you sure you want to walk out wet? And you should know this is Beauties Hotel, which is my territory. We can go to my place to change into dry clothes first, it's not too late." After hearing what Yifan said, Ni Lengyue realized her situation and could only follow his suggestion. But why did it have to be a princess carry? In her whole life, no man had ever carried her like this. Yet, Ni Lengyue felt that if she raised any objections, it would be too pretentious, so she could only hide her shy face in Yifan's arms. Yifan looked at the woman's shy movements and smiled. It seems that a female president isn't only known for being strong and impervious, after all. The outdoor swimming pool was a little distance from Yifan's exclusive elevator.
As he carried in Ai Lengyue, his handsome face and amazing aura enchanted the passing female guests.
Especially the muscle lines revealed under his thin shirt due to effort, which made their hearts race. The staff who knew Yifan's identity all envied the woman in his arms. Although they knew the woman at this moment was not the same as the one who was with Yifan yesterday, they still secretly hoped to become Yifan's next woman in their dreams.
After all, which woman wouldn't love such a rich and incredibly handsome man?
After entering the exclusive elevator, Ai Lengyue felt a bit uneasy and suggested wanting to get down from Yifan's arms. At this moment, Yifan finally let Ai Lengyue down, but just as she stepped onto the ground, her feet in high heels wobbled, and her soaked body fell straight into Yifan's embrace. A soft sensation came over, and the pleasant fragrance of the woman kept drilling into Yifan's nose. Yifan couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, all these women scoring above 90 were all fiery, enchanting spirits.
Ah. I'm sorry.
Ai Lengyue quickly lowered her head to leave Yifan's embrace, her face completely turning the color of a red tomato. When the elevator reached the top floor, as soon as the door opened, Ai Lengyue immediately rushed out. If she stayed in that closed space any longer, she felt her face would explode from the heat. At this moment, Ai Lengyue was surprised to discover that on this floor, there was actually only one suite.
Mr. Yi, where is this?
Yifan slowly stepped out of the elevator. Oh, this is my exclusive suite. Just relax here for a bit, I'll have the staff bring you a clean set of clothes.
Thank you, Mr. Yi.
After all, Yifan was the largest shareholder of Belle Real Estate, so it wasn't strange for him to own an exclusive top-floor suite by himself. Ai Lengyue recalled Yifan's identity, and her curiosity about him couldn't help but surge. In these years of doing business, she had met many men, but none had an impressive presence like Yifan at such a young age.
What kind of status and background does this mysterious person have behind him?
Ai Lengyue suddenly realized she seemed to be paying too much attention to Yifan. Rationality quickly reminded her that this man was her close friend's love interest. That's right, her curiosity about Yifan must only be to evaluate if he is suitable for Silu. She personally had no interest in probing into Yifan, everything was just for the sake of Silu. After brainwashing herself, she shifted her focus back to Yifan, who had gone into the inner room and come out again. Yifan had changed into a clean new shirt. Unlike the previous display of muscular charm, he now had a touch of fresh, handsome appeal.
Ai Lengyue suddenly felt an inexplicable thudding in her heart again.
By the way, Miss Ai, you were so eager on the phone just now, it didn't seem like your usual calm and composed self. Yifan recalled the scene by the pool and casually asked. Considering Ai Lengyue's habit of shouldering everything herself, she usually would have just smiled at such ordinary concern. However, at this moment, she subconsciously revealed her encountered difficulties. Actually, it's because the NI Corporation recently has issues with strategic investments. We need a new securities company to endorse us, but unfortunately,
I personally have no connections in this industry at all.
Even the company I worked hard to negotiate with suddenly said they wouldn't cooperate.
Ai Lengyue didn't even realize how much she was saying.
As one of the 7 great families, the pressure on the NI Corporation was naturally not small. Moreover, there was always a cousin in her family who had his eyes on her CEO position. Any slight misstep might cause her to lose her position. The previously negotiated company unexpectedly backing out, she guessed, was more or less her cousin's doing. But what could she do? As a female CEO, she was getting used to not being appreciated on the business path. In Ai Lengyue's words, Yifan heard a somewhat familiar term.
Securities company? I happen to know one. I wonder what you think about collaborating with Guohua Securities, Miss Ai?
Hearing Yifan casually say the words Guohua Securities, Ai Lengyue was immediately shocked into silence.
Chapter 55.
You mean, that securities firm with total assets between 300 billion and 500 billion, boasting a long history and absolute recognition nationwide, Guohua Securities. Ai Lengyue was now in a state of complete astonishment, eager to confirm further. Yifan took out his phone and casually flipped through the information sent to him by Guohua Securities, glancing a few times before answering. Yes, that's the one. Listening to Yifan's calm tone as if he were discussing cabbage priced at $1 a kilogram, Ai Lengyue took a deep breath to steady herself. However, some group owners often have various investments. Yifan probably meant that he held a small share of Guohua Securities, right?
With this thought, Ai Lengyue finally calmed down a bit.
Mr. Yi, while I do need a securities partner right now, I really don't want to trouble you to negotiate suggestions with the shareholders.
Trouble? Not at all.
I'll just tell their general manager, I have absolute control over Guohua Securities, and this little thing is quite easy to do. Yifan said this as if discussing what to have for lunch.
But upon hearing this, Ai Lengyue was completely unsettled. Absolute control.
You see, for a limited liability company, even owning over 50% of shares is only relative control, only owning over 67% is absolute control. This means Yifan now holds more than 67% of Guohua Securities.
My God! What a terrifying existence this is. Even someone as experienced as Ni Lengyue had never heard of a young talent of this age, who after owning a top-tier real estate company, also has a well-established securities firm not connected to his own industry. Such a level of asset allocation typically requires years of family accumulation, something few elites achieve on their own. This man's underlying strength is absolutely deeper and more unfathomable than she imagined. Compared to her previous curiosity about Yi Fan, Ni Lengyue now felt a rising admiration for him. Having been on the business battlefield for so long, it was indeed hard for her not to respect such a powerful young talent. She took a breath and sincerely made her request to Yi Fan. Mr. Yi, if you could really help me establish a partnership with Guangfa Securities, I guarantee I will remember this favor for a lifetime. If you ever need my help, I will do my best. Although Ni Lengyue knew that what she had was nothing compared to Yi Fan, at this moment, she could only offer her all for this opportunity. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, he didn't care for others' favors. But a favor from a breathtaking beauty like her could bring him many advantages in the future.
No problem, I'll talk to them right now.
After saying this, Yi Fan dialed a number and, in just a few sentences, finished explaining to his subordinate.
Okay, the staff from Guangfa Securities will contact you later this afternoon to discuss cooperation.
Watching as Yi Fan solved the issue she had been dealing with for days in less than a minute over the phone, Ni Lengyue felt her admiration for him rise to a height she never expected. Even a lingering affection unknowingly began to grow and spread wildly.
Thank you so much, Mr. Yi Fan.
Ni Lengyue stepped forward, but before she finished her sentence, her unsteady high heels tripped her on the plush carpet.
This time she completely fell against Yi Fan.
In a moment of panic, her two hands instinctively clung tightly to Yi Fan's waist.
It looked almost like she was taking the initiative to throw herself into Yi Fan's embrace. Yi Fan's teasing smile came from above her head. Miss Ni, are you planning to repay me by offering yourself directly? Ni Lengyue's face turned completely red at this remark.
She hurriedly tried to move away from Yi Fan's warm and broad chest, but just as she took a step back, her arm was pulled by Yi Fan, and she fell back into his arms again.
Mr. Yi, what are you doing?
Yi Fan held her tightly in his arms. The water in the pool was so cool just now, you accidentally fell into my arms, so let's just warm up together here. Unlike Ni Lengyue's always cold expression, her whole body was soft and fragrant, making her very comfortable to hold. Yi Fan was no longer the kind of timid guy who worried about being disliked by girls for making bold moves. With his wealth skyrocketing and his skills in flirting gradually improving, he had learned that these slightly forceful actions were a way to test and warm up the relationship. Ni Lengyue was held tightly in Yi Fan's embrace, close enough that she could clearly hear his heartbeat. According to her usual principles of behavior, she would have immediately pushed Yi Fan away. But feeling the heat radiating from Yi Fan's chest, she inexplicably wanted to indulge just this once, letting everything go and just being held by him. She had to admit one thing, she was beginning to crave Yi Fan's embrace. After a while, a staff member brought a clean suit that fit Ni Lengyue's size. Seeing someone approach, Ni Lengyue quickly awoke from her daze and hurriedly left Yi Fan's embrace.
Let's just treat it as a dream, having experienced that brief moment was enough.
Ni Lengyue took the bag from the staff member, and at that moment, she discovered there was actually a brand new pair of flat shoes inside.
Yi Fan had actually thought of this too?
A wave of softness stirred in her heart, touched by Yi Fan's thoughtfulness. But Ni Lengyue also knew very well that this man was first known and liked by her good friend, Yuan.
Thank you, Mr. Yi. I owe you a favor.
After quickly changing her clothes in the bathroom, Ni Lengyue came out and left Yi Fan with just this sentence, as if she were avoiding something, quickly leaving. Yi Fan watched Ni Lengyue's retreating figure, took a sip of wine beside him, and in his eyes shone the light of a hunter watching his prey.
In the following days, Yukir ran between university and the hotel.
Although she was always tormented by Yi Fan, her body and mind were constantly thinking of him. So whenever she had free time, Yukir couldn't help but come to the hotel to be intimate with Yi Fan.
Yi Fan, junior brother, did you put a spell on me?
I'm thinking about you in class, and your face fills my mind while chatting with my girlfriends. Yukir lay in Yi Fan's embrace, drawing circles on his heart with her finger, and whined. I don't care, you have to promise me that no matter how many beautiful girls you meet in the future, you must not abandon me. After saying this, Yukir quickly wrapped her arms around Yi Fan's neck, showering him with several sweet kisses on his face.
Don't worry, I've thought it through.
Next, I'll give you one of the houses under my name, with your name on it for you to live in, so you can be my hidden treasure. As Yi Fan spoke, he gave Yukir a light pat on her soft rear. Upon hearing Yi Fan wanted to give her a house, Yukir's eyes lit up instantly.
Really, darling? Are you really going to give me a house? May I ask? Where is this house from?
Yukir acted sweetly in front of Yi Fan, her hands constantly moving busily. Yi Fan smiled. Sometimes, Yukir's straightforward and materialistic nature seemed somehow openly charming to him. Perhaps it was because he was already quite wealthy and knew he would continue to grow richer that gave him this confidence and joy.
Yifan recalled the last reward the system mentioned. Anyway, he would definitely complete the task smoothly, so whether the reward was mentioned sooner or later, it would still come.
It's the house at Jinyu Huafu next to Daijing University. What? Really? A house at Jinyu Huafu? Darling, I really love you to death.
Upon hearing this, Yukor immediately made all sorts of efforts to cheer Yifan up, expressing her happiness and gratitude for him. You should know, Jinyu Huafu is one of the top luxury residential communities in the entire capital. Every square meter there is priced at nearly 200,000. Not to mention that the smallest houses there are over 100 square meters, large apartments. This means, even if Yifan gave her the smallest house, it would still cost a whopping 20 million. This man is truly too good to her.
Where else can one find such a generous man outside?
Yukor's feelings for Yifan were overflowing, soaring high into the sky, and to repay him, she naturally worked even harder to make him happy. After a night of body enhancement activities, Yifan was full of energy. Around noon, he placed the exhausted Yukor, who had completely fallen asleep, to the side and drove to the agreed high school classmate reunion location.
Wangfujing Street in the capital, at the Wenwo Dongfang restaurant.
Yifan arrived a little later than scheduled. After finding a spot to park, he leisurely walked into the restaurant.
Yifan walked straight towards the reserved private room indicated in the group chat.
At that moment, Tang Xiao, who was enjoying free food at her family's restaurant, was casually listing her desired dishes to the staff. A glance caught sight of the man who had captured her heart at first sight last time.
What a coincidence! She actually ran into him at her family's restaurant.
Just one glance, and Tang Xiao instantly forgot her previous desire to indulge. Her eyes closely followed Yifan, watching which private room he was heading to. Yifan arrived at the reunion private room. Before he even stepped inside, he heard familiar voices bragging loudly, followed quickly by others chiming in with praise. He opened the door, and sure enough, it was Liao Chang, that person he never got along with back in high school. A casual sweep of his gaze revealed another unpleasant figure, his first love, Xiaoxiao, whom he had just slapped in the face at SKP. Damn it, I completely forgot this person was in the same class as me. However, at Yifan's current level, it was fine to ignore these people. He didn't need to waste any extra emotions on them. Yifan's appearance instantly drew everyone's attention.
Is this Yifan? How has he become even more handsome than during school? He's really so handsome. His aura is completely different now, he looks so elite.
A few female classmates whispered among themselves, their expressions tinged with a touch of shyness. Liao Chang felt unhappy hearing the compliments swirling around Yifan, and immediately began to speak sarcastically.
Oh. I thought who was so late? Sure enough, our classmate Yifan is a busy person, even arriving late to a class reunion.
Back in high school, Yifan had been quite the sensation for his good grades and looks, even getting together with the class beauty Xiaoxiao, whom Liao Chang liked. Because of this, Liao Chang had always disliked Yifan since then. Recently he finally managed to earn some money from a small business with friends. This time he specially took the lead to organize this class reunion, just to show off in front of his classmates, to slap Yifan in the face, and to win over Xiaoxiao on the spot.
Liao Chang was feeling pleased with himself for the elaborate plan he had in mind.
However, Xiaoxiao suddenly stepped forward beside him to speak up for Yifan.
Actually, we have just arrived not long ago, right?
Now that Yifan is here, the dishes are just served, it's the perfect time to start the reunion. Xiaoxiao had her eyes glued to Yifan as soon as he appeared. Ever since their chance encounter at SKP last time, she had been thinking about what way she could use to get back to Yifan's side. Unexpectedly, she actually waited for the news that Yifan would attend this class reunion. Originally disinterested in this reunion with old friends from poor backgrounds, hearing that Yifan was coming, she naturally wanted to seize the opportunity to show herself. Hearing Xiaoxiao actually take the initiative to speak for Yifan, and looking at Yifan with affectionate eyes, Liao Chang immediately felt puzzled and angry. Wasn't the reason Xiaoxiao broke up with Yifan before because she looked down on him for being poor? Why does she look at Yifan now with such infatuation? This doesn't make sense. The more Liao Chang thought, the more confused he became, so he decided to stop thinking and quickly started to act flattering in front of Xiaoxiao. What classmate Xiaoxiao said makes sense, so classmates, let's quickly take our seats. Hearing this, the classmates all moved to the table to take their seats. Yifan was just about to invite Feng Wenlin to sit with him when he saw this guy foolishly being pushed into a seat between two already seated people. There was no way, so Yifan had to sit in the vacant spot directly opposite Feng Wenlin. Xiaoxiao, why don't you sit here?
This spot has a good view.
Liao Chang hurriedly pulled out the chair next to him, eagerly inviting Xiaoxiao to come over. However, Xiaoxiao's gaze followed Yifan, and upon seeing there was a seat next to him, she immediately took a few steps and sat down beside Yifan. No need, I'll just sit next to Yifan. Xiaoxiao said to Yifan with a hint of shyness. Seeing this, Liao Chang was instantly dumbfounded. He quickly looked down at his clothes, which he had deliberately worn to show off his luxury brand logos, along with the expensive jewelry watch on his neck and wrist.
This shouldn't be a problem. Anyone with discerning eyes should see he is very wealthy, right? So why is Yi Xiaoxiao now only running to Yi Fan with all her heart and eyes? Chapter 57. There was no way, Liao Chang could only push the chair beside him back in awkwardly. For the current situation, Liao Chang quickly found a plausible explanation for himself. That was, he was still a bit too low-key in his performance, which made Yi Xiaoxiao unable to tell who she should really interact with now. Thinking this way, Liao Chang decided he must take back the stage later. Seeing that the classmates were all seated and ready, he quickly raised his wine glass first. Dear old classmates, today's meal and drinks are all on me. I hope you won't dislike my choice of such a shabby place. A few classmates immediately raised their glasses in compliment. Liao Chang, look at what you're saying. Everyone knows this is a restaurant under the Tang family. Without some financial strength and connections, you can't even book a private room here. Yeah, Chang brother. You're doing well now, and still being so humble, aren't you leaving us no way to survive? The cheerful flattery from the few people made Liao Chang's expression brighten up considerably. He immediately put on a nonchalant look and waved his hand. It's nothing, I just happen to have an old acquaintance with Miss Tang from the Tang family, so booking a private room at Wenhua Dongfang is just a small matter. Impressive, Chang Gu. I didn't expect that not only are you making money now, but you also have connections with these prominent families. Immediately, envy sparkled in the eyes of the classmates. Connecting with wealthy families certainly proves that Liao Chang's financial background has reached a level that cannot be underestimated. At least his resources and connections are 100 times broader than those of ordinary people like them. Several classmates who knew how to flatter immediately toasted Liao Chang several times. By the way, Chang Gu, this Miss Tang has never appeared in the media. Since you know her, how good-looking is she? Well. Liao Chang took a sip of the red wine in his hand and paused mysteriously. In fact, he didn't know any Miss Tang at all, but at gatherings, boasting is a must. Moreover, Liao Chang already considered himself the best among those in the private room, so he naturally didn't worry about his lies being exposed. Under the curious gazes of everyone, Liao Chang suddenly shot a fiery look at Yi Xiaoxiao beside him. Actually, Miss Tang's looks are just okay. I think she's not even as pretty as our class flower, the beautiful Xiaoxiao. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately began to cheer and tease. However, at this moment, Yi Xiaoxiao didn't even spare Liao Chang a glance, but continued to stare at Yi Fan with all her heart and eyes. Yi Fan focused on eating and looked like he didn't want anyone to interfere. Yi Xiaoxiao's indifference towards Liao Chang made him somewhat angry. Seeing that his boasting was not having the desired effect, he quickly pretended to casually take out his car keys and put them on the table. Sharp-eyed classmates immediately noticed this scene. Wow! Chang Gu, you're driving a Maybach now. What model is your car? This brand isn't cheap, right? It's okay, I just bought a Maybach S480 recently, not too expensive, about 1.5 million. Liao Chang tried hard to act nonchalant. This price indeed made the classmates present turn green with envy. 1.5 million car. Oh my gosh, that could buy a nice house back in our hometown. Chang Gu is really impressive, still in university and already driving a car worth what people might not earn in a lifetime. Chang Gu, I toast to you. Several people at the table scrambled to toast Liao Chang again, hoping to get closer. The smile at the corner of Liao Chang's mouth could hardly be concealed. Everyone is exaggerating. I'm really not as amazing as you say. Who knows, you all might develop even better than I do in the future. While saying this, Liao Chang shifted the topic towards Yi Fan. Don't you think so, Yi Fan? When you came in, everyone said your aura seems different. Why don't you share with everyone which company's offer you plan to sign after graduation? Yi Fan smiled faintly, thinking that this fool really started again. I'm not planning to sign anywhere, I just want to enjoy the last bit of my university life, and then lie flat after graduation. Yi Fan said honestly. Liao Chang immediately shook his head vigorously, looking regretful. Yi Fan, as a classmate, I have to say a few words to you. You're still young, why is your mindset so weak and lazy? We, as men surviving in society, can't be like this. Maybe you feel impacted after seeing people like me achieve results at a young age, thinking you can't catch up no matter how hard you try, so you've lost confidence and want to lie flat. But if you really just do nothing, relying on your parents, becoming a social failure, how will you get married and raise children in the future? When Liao Chang mentioned wife and children, he deliberately emphasized toward Yi Xiaoxiao, fearing that Yi Xiaoxiao might not understand his hint. So, young people like us still need to keep working hard and striving. If you really run into difficulties, just tell Chang Gu, and I'll find you a cleaning job in the company. There's always a way. Liao Chang finished speaking and quickly looked for the students' agreement. Do you all think I'm right? Although the classmates present could somewhat hear the underlying sarcasm in Liao Chang's words, they all nodded in agreement out of fear of offending him. Yes. Chang Gu is right. We young people should work harder and learn from Chang Gu. Liao Chang nodded in satisfaction, but seeing Yi Xiaoxiao's lack of response, he quickly added. Xiaoxiao, you too, you must really agree with my thoughts, right? Since just now, Yi Xiaoxiao had felt annoyed by Liao Chang constantly trying to show off in front of her, and at this moment, she rolled her eyes and casually replied, yes, yes, yes. Upon receiving Yi Xiaoxiao's affirmative response, Liao Chang was overjoyed. He realized that now was the perfect time. Immediately, he got up from his seat, took out a diamond necklace he had prepared, and walked over to Yi Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao. In fact, I have liked you for many years. The main purpose of this gathering today is to confess my feelings to you. You saw my conditions just now, so I want to ask you, will you be my girlfriend? The classmates immediately stood up and cheered, with shouts of get together, mixed with applause echoing loudly. Liao Chang had never felt as proud as he did at this moment. He had finally done it. He firmly stepped on Yi Fan, and soon his beloved girl would become his girlfriend. Yet, as Yi Xiaoxiao listened to the cheers, she shot an impatient glare at Liao Chang, who was kneeling beside her. Then, she forcefully slapped the jewelry box from Liao Chang's hands to the ground, her tone filled with disgust. Liao Chang, please have some self-awareness. I don't like you at all. The only reason I came to the class reunion today was to win back Yi Fan. Chapter 58. After Yi Xiaoxiao finished speaking, she pushed Liao Chang, who was blocking her and Yi Fan, aside and began to tearfully plead in front of Yi Fan. Yi Fan, everything from the past was my fault. I shouldn't have been blinded by greed and broke up with you for so-called money. In fact, I have thought about you every day for these past few years. I have never truly let you go. I have now completely woken up. Only you are the one who has treated me the best. I also understand that feelings are much more important than material things. After all, we are each other's first love. I beg you for one more chance to get back together, okay? Yi Fan watched Yi Xiaoxiao engrossed in her performance and couldn't help but scoff. Damn, why hadn't he noticed before that this woman was such a good actress? What did she mean by feelings being more important than material things? Wasn't it just because she was envious of him spending money on Eucor last time? The thought of his first love being with such a materialistic woman shattered the remaining few beautiful memories he had left. The classmates present were completely stunned by Yi Xiaoxiao's desperate attempt to win Yi Fan back without caring about her image. When did Yi Fan become so charming? He could actually make Yi Xiaoxiao, who had dated several wealthy boyfriends, regret like this. Liao Chang was also completely confused by Yi Xiaoxiao's push. He searched for a long time on the ground before he found the necklace she had thrown away. He quickly grabbed the necklace in his hand and went back to Yi Xiaoxiao with a confused expression. Xiaoxiao, why? Can't you see that my current conditions are so much better than Yi Fan's? Look at Yi Fan, he looks like a poor loser and has no ambition at all. What's so good about it? Hearing Liao Chang's obstruction, Yi Xiaoxiao cursed him 1,000 times in her heart. Why does this short and unremarkable guy keep blocking her from getting close to Yi Fan? With his measly qualities, how can he compare to Yi Fan? Liao Chang looked at Yi Xiaoxiao ignoring him, crying in front of Yi Fan trying to win him back, but Yi Fan remained indifferent, feeling very heartbroken. Yi Fan. You made Xiaoxiao cry like this, can't you say something to comfort her? Hearing Liao Chang's words, Yi Fan couldn't even be bothered to give him a glance. Another idiot of a love-struck fool. If you like her, you comfort her. I didn't stop you. You. Liao Chang was extremely angry, his face as black as anything. At that moment, the private room door suddenly opened, and a crisp woman's voice rang out. Darling. Why didn't you tell me you were coming to the store in advance? Tang Xiao skipped over to Yi Fan, hugging his neck in a very affectionate manner. Just now, after following Yi Fan to outside the private room, she had been hiding for a while. Unexpectedly, the conversation inside didn't sound right, so she thought to come in to rescue Yi Fan. Yi Fan looked at the suddenly appearing quirky Tang Xiao and couldn't help but smile. It seemed this girl had come specially to perform a scene of a beautiful girl rescuing a hero. This action was indeed in line with his first impression of her. The others, seeing Tang Xiao's appearance, looked a bit puzzled and surprised. Mainly, the woman hugging Yi Fan and calling him darling was just too beautiful. If Yi Xiaoxiao was a score of 80 as the class flower, then this woman was surely a stunning beauty scoring above 95 in the eyes of these classmates. Compared to her, Yi Xiaoxiao was completely lacking. Several male classmates revealed envy in their eyes toward Yi Fan, while Liao Chang coldly snorted with jealousy. Yi Xiaoxiao looked at the suddenly appearing Tang Xiao and momentarily forgot her plan to act pitiful, pointing at Tang Xiao and questioning her. You. Who are you? Why are you hugging Yi Fan like this? Me? I'm of course Yi Fan's girlfriend. But you, who are you? As she spoke, Tang Xiao placed her hands on her hips, staring at Yi Xiaoxiao's hostility. Impossible. Yi Fan would never like a girl like you. That's funny, if he doesn't like girls like me, does he prefer an old woman like you? Tang Xiao's sharp retort instantly left Yi Xiaoxiao sputtering in anger. Yi Fan looked at Tang Xiao's bold and fearless demeanor, his smile broadening, This girl was indeed livelier and bolder than he imagined. At this moment, the other classmates watched as Tang Xiao and Yi Xiaoxiao clashed over Yi Fan, each one going wild with envy. Indeed, being handsome is useful. Yi Fan actually made two beautiful girls argue over him. When will I ever have such treatment? Liao Chang, seeing that his limelight was being stolen by Yi Fan again, felt extremely displeased. In order to shine in front of Yi Xiaoxiao again and draw the classmates' admiration back to himself, he suddenly stepped forward, blocking Tang Xiao. Miss, if I heard correctly, you just said store. Do you mean this restaurant is yours? This is the Tang family's restaurant. Are you trying to say you are the daughter of the Tang family? Liao Chang confidently asked. The woman in front of him looked young and beautiful, lively, and did not seem like a lady of a wealthy family at all. He seriously doubted this person was just an actress that Yi Fan hired, otherwise how could something so coincidental happen? Moreover, Yi Fan was a poor kid, how could he possibly have a wealthy family's daughter as his girlfriend? Roar! Didn't Strong Brother just say that he is an old acquaintance of Miss Tang? So he must know Miss Tang. Does this mean that Yi Fan's girlfriend is lying? Everyone began to speculate, and the expressions of Tang Xiao and Yi Fan suddenly took on a mocking tone. Tang Xiao got angry and pointed at Liao Chang's nose and started to scold him. Come on, old uncle, am I not Miss Tang? And I really don't know you, okay? Who has an old acquaintance with you? You. Who are you calling old uncle? Liao Chang had always been sensitive about looking older than his peers, and now Tang Xiao's words hit him right in the heart, making him furious. Yi Fan looked at Tang Xiao continuously making Yi Xiaoxiao and Liao Chang really angry, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. This woman is really a bit interesting. On the other side, while Liao Chang was still angry, he thought about how to expose the woman's identity and suddenly remembered an auctioneer friend he met downstairs. Got it. His auctioneer friend has seen all kinds of aristocratic young people. If she is truly Miss Tang, he will definitely remember her appearance. Before he could act, Liao Chang quickly told everyone he was going to invite an impressive friend to come up. Chapter 59. Before long, Zhang Chang, the auctioneer friend Liao Chang mentioned, arrived at the private room door. Liao Chang's eyes lit up, and he immediately introduced him to everyone. Let me introduce my friend. He is a well-known figure in the entire capital's auction house. He has hosted private auctions of all sizes, and there are very few high-ranking officials and nobles he doesn't know. After such an introduction, everyone looked at Zhang Chang with a hint of admiration. Zhang Chang quickly waved his hands to indicate that Liao Chang was exaggerating. Although he is an auctioneer, to be honest, he is just a high-level waiter. At most, he has just exchanged glances with some important bosses. He couldn't really claim to know them, otherwise, why would he bother associating with people like Liao Chang? However, Liao Chang didn't care about this. Flattering Zhang Chang was equivalent to flattering himself, as long as he established that he had connections in front of everyone. Just as Liao Chang wanted to explain to Zhang Chang why he called him up, everyone suddenly saw Zhang Chang's eyes light up as he walked directly towards Tang Xiao, extending his hands. Miss Tang. It really is you. Such a coincidence, I didn't expect to run into you in your family's shop today. Although you might not recognize me, I have had the honor to glimpse your stunning beauty and generous spirit at several auctions. Tang Xiao raised an eyebrow. Zhang Chang's compliment made her feel good, so she returned a relatively friendly nod. Liao Chang and the other students watched Zhang Chang obviously flattering Tang Xiao, and they couldn't help but lose their composure. Did you all hear that? Strong Brothers' auctioneer friend not only calls this beautiful woman Miss Tang but also said it's her family's shop. So, this beautiful woman who claims to be Yi Fan's girlfriend must really be the daughter of the Tang family, one of the 7 great families. Liao Chang also didn't expect that this beautiful but somewhat loud woman was actually Miss Tang. He looked at Tang Xiao's disgusted expression towards him, feeling both shocked and scared. He couldn't be more guilty. It seems that Miss Tang is clearly hundreds of times more beautiful than Yi Xiaoxiao. So what Liao Chang just said, that Miss Tang is just okay, not as good as Yi Xiaoxiao, is pure flattery towards Yi Xiaoxiao, right? Exactly. Anyone with eyes can see that Miss Tang is clearly miles ahead of Yi Xiaoxiao, yet Liao Chang keeps talking nonsense without even drafting a script. A few female classmates, who had always disapproved of Yi Xiaoxiao's style, seized the opportunity to mock her. Others also gradually realized the loophole in Liao Chang's words. So this means that Liao Chang doubting Miss Tang's identity just proves he doesn't really know her at all. Oh my gosh, isn't this too hypocritical? Clearly not knowing Miss Tang but using her precious identity to elevate himself. I'm starting to doubt if what Liao Chang bragged about earlier is also fake. The revelation of Tang Xiao's true identity suddenly changed the atmosphere in the room. Many classmates couldn't help but cast scrutinizing gazes at Liao Chang. And always calm, showcasing extraordinary demeanor, Yi Fan, instead, won the affection of his classmates without doing anything. It seems no matter how Liao Chang targets Yi Fan, he still can't compare to him. This young lady from a prestigious family is so beautiful, and she silently got taken by Yi Fan. Isn't Yi Fan now crossing social classes? That's right. This is the Tang family, one of the 7 great families.
The wealth and connections behind them are beyond our imagination. A few male classmates couldn't help but shed tears of envy. Why is it that among the same class, they don't have the luck like Yifan? They also want to hold onto the wealthy lady's leg and shout for food. In this day and age, being able to eat this level of soft rice is quite a remarkable skill. Yi Xiaoxiao watched as everyone learned about Tang Xiao's identity and could not help but start praising her and envying Yifan, which made her a bit angry. She immediately grabbed the sweating Liao Chang beside her and questioned him. Liao Chang, tell me quickly, what exactly is a prominent family? Is it really that amazing? Why are the classmates now all leaning one way? Liao Chang had to wipe off the cold sweat that kept dripping and explain to Yi Xiaoxiao. The 7 great families of the capital, each family has a family group worth at least hundreds of billions, and direct heirs like Miss Tang have personal fortunes starting at least in the tens of billions. What? Hearing that Tang Xiao's background was so significant, Yi Xiaoxiao's face instantly went pale. She had initially thought there was hope to reconcile with Yifan, but this hope was instantly shattered. How could she compete with such an extraordinary beauty? With a cry, Yi Xiaoxiao couldn't hold back and started to cry bitterly. The scene immediately turned chaotic. Yifan felt the envious glances from the other male classmates directed at him and suddenly felt speechless. Isn't he also quite wealthy? With his wealth, did he really need to rely on a small family like the Tang family for soft rice? At this moment, Jiang Cheng finished greeting Tang Xiao and thought about turning to leave. His gaze happened to shift, and he suddenly spotted a big shot blocked by Tang Xiao, whom he hadn't recognized in time. Oh my gosh! Mr. Yi! You're here too. I'm truly sorry for not recognizing you earlier. Jiang Cheng, who was about to leave, instantly froze his steps, his eyes shining brighter than when he first saw Tang Xiao, hurriedly approaching Yifan. He extended his hands to shake Yifan's, his outstretched hand visibly trembling with excitement. You spent over 150 million at the private auction last time. The amount is something I've rarely seen in my years of work. It's because of your generosity that our capital auction house has set a new record. It's a pleasure to meet you here today. Please allow me to once again express our highest gratitude on behalf of our industry. After saying this, Jiang Cheng deeply bowed to Yifan at a 90-degree angle. Seeing Jiang Cheng's sincere appearance, politely, he reached out his hand to shake with him. Jiang Cheng was so delighted by Yifan's handshake that he could hardly contain his happiness. By the way, Mr. Yi, how did you find the $8 million private yacht that was awarded to you as a special prize last time? I also participated in the discussion about the prize, and I'm curious about your experience. Feel free to point out any areas you feel are unsatisfactory, and I will immediately go back to give feedback to the relevant staff. It was quite good, the experience was fine, and there's nothing that particularly needs improvement. Yifan reminisced about the fun times he had with Xiao Shitting on the yacht. Indeed, it was a wonderful memory, and he hoped to continue next time. Jiang Cheng looked at Yifan's easygoing demeanor, and his respect for Yifan grew a few more notches. The others present, listening to the back-and-forth conversation between the two, looked at Jiang Cheng, who was incredibly devout, and Yifan, who exuded an air of authority, with expressions filled with profound shock. A classmate quickly swallowed hard and forced himself to calm down. You guys, did you just hear that? The auctioneer said. Yifan bid a staggering 150 million in the auction all by himself. Oh my god. A classmate with poor math skills quickly started counting on his fingers, 7 digits. 8 digits, wow, it's actually 9 digits. How much wealth must one have to drop such a high price at a little auction? Gasps filled the air. The gazes of the classmates toward Yifan were now filled with more admiration and a hint of fear. If it were just hundreds of thousands or a few million, they would definitely just be enviously amazed. But now, what Yifan casually spent was already in the billions. This also meant that Yifan, compared to them ordinary people, was completely in a different league. Faced with an existence that was hundreds of times stronger than them, the students inevitably became a bit cautious. And upon learning of Yifan's feat, Liao Chang instantly lost all color in his face. His legs couldn't stop shaking with fear. How could it be that just a few short years away, Yifan had grown into such a big shot? How could he dare to feel proud in front of Yifan with the little earnings he had struggled to make through hard work? At that moment, Liao Chang was filled with regret. He quickly shrank behind other classmates, trying to make himself the most invisible presence. After a while, seeing that Yifan did not display any signs of being a wealthy person, the other classmates finally dared to discuss a bit. What we just speculated was really too foolish. We said that Yifan was just hooking up with a rich woman, when he is obviously the one who is truly rich. Exactly. While these famous families have impressive names, there aren't many that can take out $1 billion at a private auction all at once. At least the Tang family from those 3 small families can't do it. Indeed. If it weren't for Yifan being strong enough himself, how could he know these young ladies from wealthy families and successfully have Tang Miss as his girlfriend? It looks like to be strong, one must themselves be strong. Fangu is amazing. That's right.
Fan Gu is the most amazing.
As the classmates understood the truth of the situation, they were filled with endless admiration and praise for Yi Fan. Coming from the same class, Yi Fan not only amassed such terrifying wealth at a young age but also had a wealthy girlfriend who had eyes only for him.
Isn't that the model of a successful life?
The shouts of Fan Gu is amazing echoed throughout the entire room one after another. Fang Wenlin, sitting opposite Yi Fan, immediately joined in the shouting and began wildly gesturing the number 666 at Yi Fan. Yi Fan could only helplessly pinch the bridge of his nose. This silly kid was trying to join in the excitement. Beside her, Yi Xiaoxiao, who had been crying uncontrollably, nearly fainted in sadness after hearing the figure of 150 million. She reluctantly cast a glance at Yi Fan, only to see Tang Xiao beside him looking intimate. Thinking about her lost chances, Yi Xiaoxiao let out a final wail and burst through the door. Tang Xiao narrowly avoided being knocked over by Yi Xiaoxiao, who charged out like a bull, quickly dodging and accidentally landing in Yi Fan's lap. Looking at the handsome face of the man so close in front of her, Tang Xiao's heart began to race. Indeed, Yi Fan's good looks had an astonishing impact on her, a beauty lover. However, a moment later, Tang Xiao recalled what Zhang Chang had revealed about Yi Fan's wealthy background, and her mood became complicated. She never expected the man she had fallen for at first sight to be so rich. In comparison, her own wealth might not even be worthy of him. Tang Xiao, who had originally felt confident about winning Yi Fan's heart, suddenly started to feel hesitant.
After some polite small talk, Zhang Chang respectfully left Yi Fan. Everyone, don't just stand there, continue eating.
Yi Fan called out, and the classmates quickly moved their chairs back to the table and slowly picked up their chopsticks.
Liao Fan returned to his seat with his head hung low, daring not to raise it as he quickly grabbed his chopsticks and pretended to focus on eating.
Meanwhile, Tang Xiao had taken the initiative, sitting in Yi Fan's lap, feeding him bite after bite of food. Yi Fan squinted slightly, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. This woman, I must say, knows how to play her cards right.
The other male classmates couldn't help but cast envious glances toward Yi Fan.
If only they could be fed by such a stunning lady from a wealthy family, what a delightful experience that would be. As everyone began eating, suddenly a waiter rushed into the private room.
Is the owner of the Koenigsegg Gem Era parked at the door here? We have a bit of a traffic issue out front, and we need this gentleman to move it.
A car-loving classmate's eyes lit up upon hearing the name of the car, and he began to educate everyone.
Wenhua Dongfang is truly a place for the rich. The Koenigsegg he mentioned costs nearly 20 million.
Wow, that's like taking a set of apartments in the capital city out for a drive.
That's insane. The male classmates discussed excitedly. At this time, Yi Fan finally fished the Koenigsegg car key from his pocket after a long while and handed it to the waiter.
I am the owner of the Koenigsegg, you can take this key and have your staff move it for me.
Alright, thank you for your cooperation, sir.
The waiter said, quickly taking the Koenigsegg keys and leaving the private room. The classmates who had been eagerly discussing suddenly stared with their mouths wide open, and the food they were holding with their chopsticks dropped back into their bowls.
The female classmates looked at Yi Fan with heart-shaped eyes.
Liao Chang still had his head lowered, shoveling food into his mouth, but his hand discreetly wrapped around the key to his own 1.5 million Maybach, quickly stashing it tightly back into his pocket. After the meal, the gathering was considered over. Liao Chang, taking the lead, said he had something to do and hurriedly left.
The classmates didn't bother giving him a glance and stood up to bid farewell to Yi Fan before leaving one by one.
Fang Wenlin, seeing Tang Xiao and Yi Fan's closeness, also said goodbye before leaving the space in the private room for the two.
Tang Xiao showed no intention of getting off Yi Fan's lap.
He scooped another bowl of soup to feed Yi Fan.
Everyone has left, but Miss Tang, are you still going to put on a show? Yi Fan asked with a light laugh.
Tang Xiao pouted her lips, her expression slightly mischievous, and slowly leaned in closer to Yi Fan.
I'm not acting, I really just want to be your girlfriend, is that not okay? Chapter 61.
Seeing Tang Xiao boldly flirting, Yi Fan smiled faintly. In the next second, he suddenly grasped Tang Xiao's neck, pulling her lips to just a few inches away from his own.
Miss Tang, are you serious?
Tang Xiao was stunned by Yi Fan's action, her once sly expression turning into a shy, flustered one.
Yi Fan's smile widened even more.
Turns out she's just a paper tiger that loves to talk big.
Miss Tang, you seem not as strong as you think, huh?
Hearing Yi Fan's teasing voice and feeling his breath so close, Tang Xiao's heart raced wildly as if it would explode. She quickly stepped back a few steps, forcing herself to display a strong, fearless expression. However, her ears, now as red as if bleeding, had betrayed her completely.
I
just got startled by you suddenly.
And we were talking just fine, why did you suddenly do that? Tang Xiao hurriedly tried to cover her flustered embarrassment with a show of strength.
Before taking down a man, she absolutely couldn't show that she was successfully charmed by him.
Otherwise, she would lose. Tang Xiao repeatedly recited the dating wisdom she heard from her friends, trying to calm herself down. To Yifan, Tang Xiao looked like a transparent person. This girl was clearly a shy rookie in love, yet she pretended to be a flirty sea king. Yifan couldn't help but laugh even louder.
Miss Tang, you just came in and hugged my neck without my permission, called yourself my girlfriend, and sat on my lap to take advantage of me. So, I want to take it back, which is totally normal, right? After saying this, Yifan crossed his legs, playfully bouncing Tang Xiao who sat on his lap. Due to the loss of balance, Tang Xiao instinctively wrapped her arms around Yifan's neck. It looked like she was the one who took the initiative and held Yifan tightly. Just take a look, Miss Tang, you've taken advantage of me again. With Yifan's actions and words coming together, Tang Xiao found herself completely unable to resist. She felt so shy that she was dizzy all over. Oh my! She really acted too rashly. The man in front of her was on a whole different level, and she was no match for him. But to be fair, his embrace was so comfortable. And from this angle, his profile was just too handsome. Tang Xiao couldn't help but become a bit infatuated, quickly jumping off Yifan's lap to assume a serious expression. Ahem, just now, those were all accidents. Yifan smiled at Tang Xiao's attempt to cover up her embarrassment. Actually, he quite liked this kind of woman. On the surface, she was clever and tough, but deep down, she was very transparent and easy to read. She was indeed a spoiled young lady from a wealthy family. Having never been hardened by society, she was so innocent that her thoughts could be seen through at a glance. Now that Yifan had accumulated such wealth, he had no interest in wasting energy guessing at women's riddles. Tang Xiao, a high-value beauty with such a personality, was exactly to his liking. Seeing that the time was almost up, Yifan stood up and prepared to leave. Tang Xiao, who had just pretended not to be influenced by him, couldn't resist and loudly asked. I'm just casually asking, will we see each other again next time? Yifan turned back with a light smile to look at Tang Xiao. Don't worry, we will definitely meet again. After saying this, Yifan waved his hand and left. There was only a back view of Tang Xiao that made him handsome to the point of dead and alive. Although Tang Xiao was a bit puzzled as to why Yifan was so sure they would meet again, she couldn't help but feel a sweet anticipation rise in her heart. Yifan drove back to the university in the capital. On the way, he received the reward for completing this gathering task, building number 5 in the Golden Domain Mansion. The building number 5 that Yifan received just happened to have the best view in the Golden Domain Mansion. This building was 45 floors tall, with 3 elevators serving 1 household, and the standard floor area was a full 597 square meters. It was only 50 meters from the riverside, allowing him to enjoy a 270-degree, truly first-line river view right from home. On the top floor of building number 5, there were also 4 sets of duplex houses ranging from 876 square meters to 986 square meters. Yifan had already made up his mind to keep the largest duplex for himself as his permanent residence. After all, the Golden Domain Mansion was right next to the university, making it convenient for various aspects in the future. Then he would give 1 duplex to Yukur, which would either bring some profit or, if he was lucky, a big surprise reward would be nice. As for the other standard area houses, he could just find a brokerage company to rent them out. A place could probably rent for 100,000 to 200,000 a month, and adding them all up, it would be at least 4 million every month, even mosquito meat counts. Great! That's how it will be. After finishing his calculations, Yifan also drove into the university parking lot. He teased the car key in his hand and walked briskly towards the dormitory. After gathering with that group of high school classmates, whom he felt little connection with, Yifan felt a bit off. He suddenly missed the 3 guys in the dormitory. And since there was a crucial class for the whole department tomorrow, Yifan chose to return to school. Big brother, second brother, fourth brother. I'm back. As soon as Yifan entered the dormitory door, it was indeed the same as before. Second brother Yang Zhenghao was happily scrolling on his phone, big brother Meng Guanghua leaned over to see the fun, and fourth brother Huang Yu was still wearing headphones while killing enemies on the computer. Third bro. Why haven't you been back for a while? We missed you to death. Meng Guanghua rushed up to give Yifan a big hug, and Yang Zhenghao immediately surrounded him. After the 3 exchanged greetings, Meng Guanghua started planning to have a hot pot dinner in the dormitory tonight. The electric pot that couldn't be discovered by the dorm manager was quietly taken out, and the fresh vegetables, meat, and meatballs bought from the school supermarket were thrown into the pot. With the meat, vegetables, and a few cans of beer down the hatch, all 4 of them were full and satisfied. By the way, isn't there a crucial class for our department tomorrow? That means we can see the beauty of our department, Shang Xiaohua, again. Yang Zhenghao brought up the topic happily, and Meng Guanghua quickly chimed in. You almost made me forget, since we started senior year with not much class, it really has been a long time since I saw Shang Xiaohua. No kidding, Shang Xiaohua is really amazing. Not only is she good looking, but she's also so outstanding. It's needless to say that she hosts various school events, her studies are so great that she wins national scholarships every year, and she even has the energy to serve as the vice president of the student council. That's right, I even heard that her family background is extraordinary. Truly, children raised in elite families are not ordinary. Chapter 62. Yang Zhenghao and Meng Wanhua were having a lively discussion. Listening to their conversation, Yifan suddenly remembered that there was indeed another beauty among the four school flowers. And this Shang Qing, who he had yet to meet, was actually quite closely related to him, being in the same grade in major. He had recently met quite a few high-quality beauties, but he accidentally forgot about the most familiar one. Perfect, let's go see if the big school flower has a chance at rewards tomorrow. Because the big class for the grade is in the early morning, so the next morning, several roommates got up early to prepare. Boss, how do you think my hairstyle looks? Not bad, right? Not bad, not bad. Looks awesome. What about me? How's my shirt? Yang Zhenghao and Meng Wanhua were checking each other's outfits, thinking they had to leave a good impression in front of the school beauty. In the neighboring dorms, which were usually silent in the mornings, various bustling sounds could now be heard. Yifan hadn't woken up this early in a long time. He groggily got out of bed, washed up casually, and was ready to go out with his roommates. Before leaving, he felt his hands were empty, so he pulled out the Patek Philippe watch he had bought earlier but had never worn. The four of them chatted and laughed as they arrived at the large classroom specifically for the grade's big class. By now, most of the seats in the large classroom were filled. As Yifan entered the classroom, he was about to walk to his class position with his three roommates. The originally buzzing classroom suddenly fell silent, and everyone's eyes involuntarily focused on Yifan. Who is this guy? Is there such a handsome person in our grade? Why didn't I notice him before? He seems to be Yifan from class 3. It's only been half a semester since I saw him. How did he suddenly become so handsome? Several girls couldn't help but silently scream while holding onto their best friend's hands. A few, encouraged by their classmates, stood up eagerly wanting to ask Yifan for his WeChat. Seeing how Yifan attracted all the girls' attention, the boys looked at him with a hint of jealousy. However, the next second, when they saw who appeared at the classroom door, the boys' gloomy moods instantly vanished, and the classroom erupted in excitement. Oh my god! Is that Song Jiro from the sophomore year standing at the door? Why is she here? Damn, the Song School beauty looks even better than the photos online. I really want to date her. Those long legs look amazing. In an instant, all the boys' attention in the classroom shifted to Song Jiro. They no longer bothered to glare at Yifan, who was being admired by the girls in the class. After all, such a stunning beauty was on a completely different level from the ordinary girls in the class. A few boys sitting in the front row straightened up, trying to make themselves more noticeable as they watched Song Jiro looking around. At this time, Yifan and his roommates had decided where to sit. Just as he was about to walk over, he heard a small voice that sounded like a mosquito say "Brother Yi." Yifan turned to look at the source of the voice and saw Song Jiro quietly calling him. His roommates also turned to look when they saw Yifan turn around. Damn! It's the Song School beauty. Oh my god, Brother Yi, with that look from the Song School beauty, she must be looking for you. This is too incredible. Yang Zhenghao couldn't help but excitedly ask about the time Song Jiro got out of Yifan's car earlier. Yifan nodded back at him and then quickly walked over to Song Jiro. The boys in the class frowned as they watched Yifan approach Song Jiro. They were just about to mock Yifan for being too arrogant. However, the next second, in front of everyone, Song Jiro handed Yifan a bag of milk and bread. Brother Yi, I heard you have a big class today, you probably didn't have time for breakfast, this is for you. Song Jiro's voice was low, but in the completely quiet classroom, her words were still clear to everyone's ears. The school beauty came specifically to bring breakfast to Yifan. The boys looked at each other in disbelief. The fragile heart instantly shattered into pieces. Yifan took the breakfast handed to him by Song Jiro, looking at her with mild confusion. This girl usually doesn't seem like the type to deliberately bring breakfast, right? With her social anxiety, shouldn't she want to avoid being in front of others at all costs? Let alone running all the way to this classroom that holds 200 to 300 people. Song Junior sister, you aren't just here to bring me breakfast, are you? Yifan leaned closer and asked on purpose. Song Jiro's little face flushed red, she knew she couldn't hide anything from this senior brother Yi. Actually, last time you saved my dad, our whole family has been wanting to find a chance to thank you properly, so my mom insisted that I invite you no matter what. In fact, Song Jiro had another reason she didn't say out loud. During this time, she not only couldn't find Yifan at the restaurant, but she also didn't see him at school. For some reason, she felt like she really missed this senior brother. So, thinking that she might run into Senior Yi while bringing breakfast to this early class, she seemed less afraid of appearing in front of so many people. Oh, so that's how it is, then you can relax and report back, I will definitely come. And, thank you for the breakfast. Yifan smiled and gently patted Song Jiro's head in response. Seeing Song Jiro shyly lowering her head after being patted, the male classmates in the classroom instantly erupted. Ah! Ye old dog, put down your filthy hands. Give me back my goddess. A few of Yifan's rivals from the dormitory, who arrived late, couldn't believe their eyes when they saw this scene. What the hell, the one who just patted the school flower's head, couldn't it be that poor loser Yifan? It really is him. Damn it, how did such a wonderful cabbage like the school flower end up being picked by him? Boss, he's showing off so much, shouldn't we go up and give him a lesson or something? Mao Zijun, one of the little brothers, suggested to Shi Kai. However, Shi Kai, who was usually seen as the leader by a few of them, unexpectedly took a few steps back upon seeing Yifan. He suddenly started playing the peacemaker with a nervous tone. Oh, come on, we are all classmates. Why must we always be so confrontational? There's no need. After saying that, Shi Kai took another step back, slowing his pace, as if he was afraid to meet Yifan's gaze. Boss, you. The others looked at each other in confusion, not knowing what had gotten into their leader, but they had to follow Shi Kai and waited for Yifan to enter first. Chapter 63. After saying goodbye to Song Jiro, Yifan turned to head back to the classroom. With a casual glance, he spotted Shi Kai and his dorm mates standing not far from the door. When Shi Kai caught Yifan's glance, he instinctively shivered all over. He still clearly remembered how Yifan had taught him a lesson last time at the bar. Just the fact that Yifan was the boss of the 13 Lords Bar was enough to scare Shi Kai to death. At that moment, he naturally hoped not to stand out in front of Yifan, lest he find himself asking for trouble. Thinking this, Shi Kai quietly stepped back a few more paces, hiding behind several dorm mates. His dorm mates were instantly confused. Yifan looked at Shi Kai, who acted like a rat crossing the street, and coldly snorted before striding into the classroom. Seeing Yifan enter, Shi Kai and the others also followed into the classroom. Mao Zijun and Sun Jiajing, known as the class grass, prepared to throw disdainful looks at Yifan's dorm mates as usual. However, when they cast their looks of provocation today, they found that Yifan's dorm mates were clearly different. Gone was their usual timidness that avoided trouble, their gazes no longer flinched. Instead, she even dared to glare back. She looked rather spirited and full of fight. Why do I feel like Yifan and their dormitory doesn't seem so easy to bully anymore? Mao Zhuan wondered aloud. It's just because Yifan talked to the school beauty, Song, for a few words, so these guys think they are impressive now. Sun Jiajing appeared unconcerned. Did these poor guys really think that talking to beautiful women could raise their status? Although he felt a bit jealous of Yifan talking to Song, in society, what mattered most was having a rich family background. Just considering his family situation alone, it was more than enough to crush Yifan's entire dormitory. These people would forever be kept under his control, and even their children would have to be bullied by his kids in the future. This was the fate of these poor people. As Sun Jiajing thought of this, he almost laughed out loud with delight. Besides, isn't Yifan just talking to one school beauty, Song? What does that really mean? Among our school's 4 school beauties, Song is the youngest, naturally the simplest in nature. Maybe Yifan used some despicable trick to get her to bring him breakfast. If you placed Yifan in front of the other 3 beauties, who knows, they might even call him a poor loser. With this reasoning, Mao Zhuan started applauding. Exactly. This must just be a small coincidence. A bunch of idiots still there being smug, ha ha ha. The two laughed as they shot a glare at Yifan before sitting down at their own seats. On the other side, Yifan returned to his seat, just picking up his book when a rustling sound emerged from the classroom door. A few students from other departments came in to deliver materials for the teacher. A youthful figure with a high ponytail walked in with the others, going up to the podium to help organize the materials assigned by the teacher. Wow! What a great day! Another school beauty has arrived. Who is it? Let me see. Oh my gosh! It's Ruan Sile. Her figure is just amazing. Truly a fitness enthusiast. This is too stunning. Curvy in all the right places, it looks like a delightful touch. A few lewd male classmates began to gesture in the air. Everyone's focus was directed again, everyone wanted to catch a good glimpse of the athletic goddess. Yifan heard the familiar name in the discussions, and he looked up to the podium. Just in time, he locked eyes with Ruan Sile as she stood up after arranging the materials. The moment Ruan Sile saw Yifan, her eyes lit up immediately. It's him! So Yifan is in this major. I haven't seen him for so long, why does it feel strange to think about him? Perhaps if I had agreed to his proposal last time, I would have more time and opportunities to meet him? Ruan Sile made up her mind, and her face instantly turned red. Wait! That look in Ruan's eyes, the direction, she must be looking at me. Stop it! She's clearly looking at me, okay? And she's blushing. She definitely has a crush on me.
A few male classmates who caught Yuan Sile's gaze were instantly set ablaze by her shy expression. They all felt a surge of excitement, wanting to confirm if they were the one Yuan Sile was looking for. Yi Fan was initially surprised to see Yuan Sile in the classroom. The next moment, he saw her suddenly walking towards him in front of everyone. At this moment, Sun Jiajing, a few seats away from Yi Fan, couldn't hide his smile. Jiajing. I see that look in Yuan Sile's eyes and the direction she's walking. She must be coming to find you. Mao Zijuan exclaimed excitedly. As expected, your title of the best is well deserved. You actually attracted the beautiful Ruanyan. Sun Jiajing, hearing Mao Zijuan's flattery, quickly pressed down the corners of his mouth that were difficult to control. Sigh, sometimes being too handsome makes people pay too much attention. I feel a bit troubled. But since it's the beautiful Ruanyan, I'll reluctantly walk a few more steps to greet her, so she doesn't get too tired. With the support of several little brothers, Sun Jiajing immediately stood up confidently. Looking at Ruan Sili's stunning face and full figure, his heart was already surging with excitement. But he still forced himself to maintain a pretentious expression and quickly walked towards Ruan Silu. As he passed by Yi Fan's seat, he deliberately paused to give Yi Fan a disdainful look. TCH, what's so great about being a school beauty? I have one too. And this Ruanyan clearly came for me, not just any random person can get this treatment. Sun Jiajing snorted coldly and quickly took a few steps to block Ruan Sili's path. Ruan Sili noticed she was being blocked and frowned as she stepped to the side to try to avoid him. But every time she took a step, he followed suit to block her path. At this point, Sun Jiajing felt immensely proud. These school beauties are indeed easy to make shy. I've come right in front of her, and she's even playing hard to get. But he actually liked it. Ruan Silu was annoyed. Wasn't this person sick? Why did he keep blocking her? Excuse me, can you move aside? Why are you always blocking me? Sun Jiajing's proud expression instantly froze upon hearing this. Ruan Yan. Didn't you come to find me? I don't know you, why would I come to find you? Please stop blocking me. Ruan Silu replied with a hint of disgust and immediately seized the moment to slip past him, joyfully running over to Yi Fan's side. Chapter 64. The classmates who were initially planning to mock Sun Jiajing for being overly sentimental were immediately stunned upon seeing Ruan Sila happily talking to Yi Fan. Another one came to find Yi Fan? Didn't he stir up the school beauty's nest? Is this reasonable? Sun Jiajing, with a stiff body, slowly turned around. When he saw Ruan Sila looking at Yi Fan with a radiant smile, he was utterly shocked and dazed. Why? Why the heck is this school beauty still looking for Yi Fan? At the back, Mao Zijuan and a few little brothers who were closely watching the situation were equally bewildered. Ruan Sila looked at the handsome face she had been dreaming of, and her excitement was clearly written all over her face. Yi Fan smiled, looking for me for something? Ruan Sila thought about the private matter she had decided on, feeling her ears burning with heat. This matter was quite personal, and there were so many people here. Ruan Sila thought for a moment and chose to lean in closer to whisper into Yi Fan's ear. However, this intimate act immediately caused the whole classroom to erupt with wails. What's going on? Why are two school beauties coming to find Yi Fan, and they're both so proactive? Damn, I also want to hear a school beauty whispering to me. The boys gritted their teeth, staring at Yi Fan, wishing they could switch places with him right then and there. Sun Jiajing was so angry that he almost crushed his fists. At this moment, Yi Fan could already feel the warm breath near his ear as slightly shy words slowly slipped from Ruan Sili's lips. Yi Fan, actually, I came to find you to say that about the treatment method you mentioned last time. I'm a bit interested in trying it. Ever since the last time I fainted, I've been feeling weak and unwell from time to time. If that method really works, can I trouble you to treat me? After Ruan Sile finished speaking, the imagined scene of treatment quickly leaped into her mind. Her face immediately turned as red as if it were about to bleed. Yi Fan's lips curled into a sly smile, and his tone became playful. If Ruan's school beauty thinks it's okay, of course, I'm more than happy to help you with the treatment. Hearing Yi Fan's deliberate emphasis on the word treatment, Ruan Sile felt that Yi Fan was really too mischievous. Unable to hold back, she directly reached out and punched him lightly with her small fist. You just know how to tease people. Ruan Sile's naive side was immediately displayed in front of everyone after being teased, and everyone couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Ruan's school beauty's shy appearance is too heart-fluttering. Why isn't it me flirting with her right now? Ye old dog. I swear I won't let you off for stealing my love. I suddenly think Yi Fan and Ruan's school beauty are so sweet. I can't help but ship them. Indeed, a naive beauty and a handsome guy, they are really a perfect match. Voices of envy and mockery filled the classroom, creating a chaotic symphony of sounds. Seeing that her classmates were preparing to leave after finishing their materials, Ruan Sile hurriedly stuffed a piece of chocolate into Yi Fan's hand. Then she quickly took small steps to leave. The male classmates watched as Ruan Sil left, and then their envious gazes landed on the chocolate in Yifan's hand. Sun Jiajing stood there in a daze throughout this process. It wasn't until he saw Ruan Sil leave that he slowly recovered from shock and jealousy. How do I remember someone just said that Ruan's school beauty specifically came to look for him? I wonder if that person's face is swollen now? Not just swollen, look, he's standing there like a fool, completely lost. Yang Zhenghao and Meng Wanhua looked at Sun Jiajing's awkward expression, feeling utterly thrilled. Immediately, they threw back his previous sarcastic remarks about Yifan. You guys? Sun Jiajing angrily pointed at a few in the dormitory, and in the end, he could only throw a slut at Yifan before quickly retreating back to his seat. It's hilarious. Our third brother totally crushed him. Exactly, that last slut from Sun Jiajing. If someone didn't know better, they'd think our third brother had really done something to him, huh? Yifan and his dormitory mates laughed and joked, their happy backs making Mao Zijuan and Sun Jiajing sitting behind Seath with rage. Jiajing, those in Yifan's dormitory are riding high on us. In the past, yours was the finest girl in our department, the most envied. This glory that rightfully belonged to you, we certainly can't let Yifan take it away. Sun Jiajing certainly understood this reasoning. He racked his brain to think of a countermeasure. However, at this moment, the surrounding environment suddenly fell into an inexplicable silence. The sound of inhaling rose and fell. Shang Qingye, elegantly dressed in a lace gown and with waist-length black hair, slowly walked into the classroom holding books. Unlike the previous scene where bright praises rang out for the other two school beauties. Once Shang Qingye entered the classroom, the entire room immediately sank into a kind of silent understanding. In terms of looks, there wasn't much difference among the four school beauties in the eyes of the crowd. But Shang Qingye's outstanding achievements in various aspects gave her a unique soft glow, like a filter of grace. The students adored her looks, but because of the aura she exuded from being too outstanding, they didn't dare to casually approach and disrespect her. Yifan followed the gaze of the crowd. Shang Qingye was indeed just as he remembered her, emitting a kind of restrained and distant aura. The previous Yifan would definitely not have dared to approach such a girl. But now, looking at her beauty score of 95 appearing above her head, Yifan felt he had to go and meet her. In the quiet atmosphere of the room, suddenly a sound of a chair moving rang out. It instantly caught the attention of classmates who had been focusing on giving a salute to Shang Qingye. Yifan slowly stood up under everyone's gaze, then walked straight towards Shang Qingye. What? It's Yifan again. He can't possibly be familiar with the school beauty Shang, right? That's definitely not it. Shang is famously focused on her studies as a top student. Plus, she has always had high standards, there's no way she'd get close to someone just because he's handsome. Mao Zijun and Sun Jiajing, sitting in the back, couldn't help but observe Yifan's actions. They wanted to see what he was really up to. Under the curious gazes of everyone, Yifan directly came in front of Shang Qingye, blocking her path. Forced to stop, Shang Qingye looked at Yifan with some confusion. In the gaze of everyone, Yifan straightforwardly stated his purpose to Shang Qingye. Shang, may I add you on WeChat? Hearing Yifan's request, the onlooking classmates finally breathed a sigh of relief. I was scared to death. If Yifan also knows the school beauty and wins her over, my heart would really shatter completely. But Yifan's suddenly so bold. He actually dared to stop the school beauty for her WeChat in public. Mao Zijun and Sun Jiajing sitting in their seats couldn't help but burst into laughter. That's hilarious, Jiajing. Did you hear that? Yifan actually asked the school beauty for her WeChat, haha. I heard it. It's obvious this guy thinks he's gotten close to two school beauties, and now he thinks Shang Qingye is within his reach too. Come on. That's the high and mighty Shang Qingye. I've asked her for WeChat so many times and never got it. How could this ordinary guy, with no family background or outstanding grades, get the school beauty's WeChat? Sun Jiajing mocked while making a bold statement, if Yifan really manages to get the school beauty's WeChat, I'll directly take his surname. Sun Jiajing's mocking words reached the ears of the classmates present. Everyone also wanted to see Yifan, who had just gained so much attention, completely fail in front of the school beauty. However, in the next moment, as everyone closely watched Shang Qingye and Yifan at the front of the classroom, Shang Qingye, under everyone's gaze, directly took out her phone from her bag. Sure, can I scan you? What? Witnessing this scene, the classmates all widened their eyes as if they were about to fall out, and they involuntarily took a deep breath. Mao Zijun's mouth dropped open as if he had been slapped. And Sun Jiajing was so shocked he fell straight from his chair. The school beauty really agreed to let Yifan add her on WeChat. This is so against logic, right? Yifan's three roommates were also stunned for a moment, then immediately stood up and shouted excitedly at Yifan. Brother Fan, you're awesome. The whole classroom was filled with questions and shock. Yifan looked at Shang Qingye's action of agreeing without hesitation to add him on WeChat, and for a moment felt a bit puzzled. Could it be that my charm has grown again during this time?
But Yifan wasn't going to delve into Shang Qingye's reasons, since he could add her on WeChat now, he would just go ahead and do it. As for future things, he would deal with them later. On the other hand, Shang Qingye looked at Yifan, clearly superior to ordinary people in appearance.
A gentle glance focused on the Patek Philippe Grand Complication watch on his wrist.
With her years of experience in the family, she immediately recognized that the Patek Philippe worn by Yifan was an authentic piece, the genuine article.
Moreover, it was a Grand Complication watch priced nearly 10 million.
A watch of such value on an ordinary male college student's wrist could only mean two possibilities: either Yifan was himself an extremely wealthy individual, or he was a rich second generation. And he must come from a prestigious family with considerable assets, otherwise, he wouldn't wear this watch as a mere decoration. Shang Qing had been taught since childhood that school was a place for her to gain prestige. Besides studying and engaging in activities that would enhance her self-worth, there was no need to focus on anything else. For the future development of the family business, she could only make friends with those who truly held value. Thus, regardless of which of the two possibilities Yifan fell into, he was, in Shang Qing's eyes, someone worth befriending.
That is also why she easily agreed to add Yifan on WeChat.
As the two successfully added each other's WeChat, on the other side, Sun Jiajing could no longer sit still. He and Mao Zijuan immediately rushed down with several followers.
Shang School Beauty. Don't be deceived by this pretty boy. You can't keep his WeChat.
Everyone in the classroom just saw it, this guy was entangled with two other school beauties. He's definitely a scumbag trying to deceive your feelings. Sun Jiajing proudly accused Yifan in front of Shang Qing, and the classmates nodded in agreement.
Yes, Shang School Beauty. We all saw how Yifan flirted with those two other school beauties. Exactly. Shang School Beauty, think it over.
Yifan looked at the collective condemnation of him by everyone and felt an inexplicable urge to laugh. He had simply added a school beauty on WeChat. Why did this group react in such a defensive manner? Shang Qing observed that Yifan not only wasn't angry but even showed a hint of amusement, sighing to herself. Indeed, the truly remarkable elite individuals had a level of emotional stability that ordinary, excited male college students simply could not compare to. Moreover, she merely intended to befriend a valuable person, she wasn't planning to do anything else with him.
What did it matter to her if he flirted with multiple women? I don't care about that. No matter how many girls Yifan knows, I'm willing to give him my WeChat. Hearing Shang Qing respond with such indifference left everyone utterly shocked. What? The school beauty said she didn't care about this. And that she didn't mind how many women Yifan was involved with, insisting she would give him her WeChat. Why was this happening? What did they lack compared to Yifan? The male classmates were all shocked by Shang Qing's response. Sun Jiajing was even left unable to stand properly. Jiajing bro. Hold on. Mao Zijuan and the few followers, still astonished, struggled to support the slumping Sun Jiajing.
Yifan and Shang Qing returned to their seats. Yang Zhenghao, sitting next to Yifan, recalled the outrageous words Sun Jiajing had spoken earlier.
Fan Gu.
I remember someone saying that if you added our Shang School Beauty's WeChat, you might change your surname.
Hey, Lao Er, aren't you just mocking our Lao San?
The surname Yi is so nice, if I give him this surname, wouldn't that dirty such a good name? Hearing Yang Zhenghao and Meng Guanghua sneering back and forth, Sun Jiajing felt so angry that he tasted blood in his throat.
Damn it. You guys.
Just as Sun Jiajing and the others were about to explode, the teacher stepped into the classroom right on the bell.
What are you standing up for in the back? If you keep making noise when class starts, you'll stand outside for punishment.
With no choice, Sun Jiajing and the others could only awkwardly sit down. However, their eyes were glued to Yifan and the others' backs, thinking that they must teach them a lesson after class.
Chapter 66.
A long class quickly passed, and Shang Qing also waved goodbye to Yifan from a distance before leaving. Yang Zhenghao and Meng Guanghua were extremely envious watching Shang Qing take the initiative to say goodbye to Yifan.
Third brother, how did you make the school flower Shang willing to add you on WeChat and be so friendly to you?
That smile when school flower Shang waved goodbye just now, my goodness, it was truly killer.
Yifan shrugged, I don't know, maybe she thinks I look familiar? You brat. Isn't that just showing off?
Yifan felt helpless, he really didn't know.
He couldn't say it was because he was too handsome, so he captured Shang Qing's heart, could he?
He was not a narcissistic idiot like Sun Jiajing. However, Yifan did indeed have another guess. It seemed that Shang Qing looked at his wristwatch a few times just now. But such an outstanding girl really didn't seem to have a greedy nature.
Otherwise, why didn't she pay any attention to those rich second-generation students in school before?
Yifan thought about it and lost interest. Laughing and joking with his roommates, he walked out of the classroom, ready to savor the taste of the campus in the long-lost cafeteria. However, they hadn't taken a few steps when a frustrated shout came from behind.
Yifan! You little rascal, stop. The person who shouted at Yifan was undoubtedly Sun Jiajing, who had just been utterly defeated. These people had been conspiring during class to definitely give Yifan a good lesson after class. This impoverished guy, who had always been under their feet, shouldn't think that just by adding Shangqing's WeChat, he could do anything. Sun Jiajing couldn't let the humiliation he suffered from Yifan in class go unanswered, otherwise, how would others in the department look at him in the future? Seeing that persuasion was hopeless, Kai didn't want to stop his roommates from seeking death. He quickly found an excuse and slipped away first. Hearing the shout, Yifan and the others turned with annoyed expressions. Sun Jiajing, you bastard, who are you calling a little rascal? Is it not enough that you just lost face in class? How dare you come in front of our brother Fan again? Yang Zhanghao now had the support of Yifan, so of course, he would not give Sun Jiajing any good face. You! Who the hell are you calling a bastard? Sun Jiajing had no idea how fierce Yang Zhanghao's retorts could be. He used to avoid direct confrontation because Yang Zhanghao didn't want to cause trouble for the dormitory. Now that he had support, Sun Jiajing and the others couldn't expect to gain the upper hand in front of Yang Zhanghao. I'm calling you a bastard, what are you gonna do about it? If you can't hear clearly, I can say it a few more times, bastard, bastard, dear little bastard. Sun Jiajing was so enraged that his whole body was shaking. He never imagined that the roommates of Yifan, whom they had always looked down upon, would become so arrogant. At this time, students began to trickle out of the classroom and couldn't help but watch the standoff between the two dormitories. Some wanted to see Yifan, who had just shown off, get taught a lesson this time. Most, however, just wanted to indulge their gossip-loving nature. A lively scene is too good to miss. However, contrary to their expectations, it was evident that Sun Jiajing and the others were completely being overwhelmed and suppressed by Yifan and his roommates. Sun Jiajing was furious. He had originally thought that in such a crowded place, he would just give Yifan a few warning words for now. Then, when he went back, he would find a hidden spot to teach these young boys a lesson. But since they were so rampant now, he didn't mind showing Yifan and his friends a little lesson right away. After all, there were his relatives in the school's higher-ups. If things turned serious, only Yifan and his friends would be expelled. Yifan, I just wanted to give you a warning. The school beauties are innocent. If you have some sense, stay away from them. But now, since your mouths are so sharp, I'll make sure you suffer a bit. Yang Zhanghao, Meng Guanhua, and Huang Yu took a step forward, immediately blocking Yifan in front of him upon hearing Sun Jiajing's obvious threats. Since they had the confidence given by Yifan to fight back against their bullies, when things really happened, they would definitely guard Yifan first. This was the true brotherhood that their dormitory stood by. Yifan naturally saw that the three brothers wanted to protect him if it came to a real fight. However, having his brothers step in for such a small matter was not his style. Yifan took a step forward, walking straight towards Sun Jiajing and his group. Seeing this, Sun Jiajing immediately sneered. Oh. Yifan, are you trying to act all loyal and righteous now? You dare to come up to us alone? Don't you fear us? As he spoke, Sun Jiajing swung a punch towards Yifan's face. He thought of ruining Yifan's face and then see which school beauty would still pay attention to him. However, before he finished his sentence, the punch he swung was caught by Yifan with one hand. And with such strength that he couldn't break free at all. Yapping for so long, I thought you were something. This little strength wants to show off? Yifan chuckled, gripping tightly with his fingers. An earth-shattering scream immediately erupted from Sun Jiajing's mouth. Ah! My fingers! The sound of bones breaking continuously rang out from Yifan's hand, then he gently released his grip. Sun Jiajing immediately fell to the ground due to the immense recoil from struggling to get free. Jiajing brother! Are you okay? Mao Zijuan hurriedly stepped forward to support Sun Jiajing, then glared fiercely at Yifan, plotting with a few little brothers to rush up together. However, at that moment, a surprised and delicate female voice suddenly sounded from nearby. Oh! Yifan! It's really you! Tang Xiao, who happened to be passing by with her friend Mo Chanshan, was initially hesitant to believe when she saw Yifan's familiar profile. Unexpectedly, when she watched closer, it really was the man who told her they would definitely meet again next time. Oh! I understand. So you knew we were from the same school all along, right? No wonder you seemed so certain about us meeting again. Tang Xiao didn't expect that she and Yifan would have such a fate. She bounced over directly to Yifan's side, cuddling his arm and acting cute. Everyone present was now completely at a loss. The reason was simple, they all recognized this girl who was acting cute to Yifan. She was yet another freshly minted beauty from the 4 great school flowers, Tang Xiao. And she was here to find Yifan. In a short morning, all 4 great school flowers from the big capital had been taken down by Yifan alone. This made the worldviews of the other boys collapse, which couldn't be summed up with just the word collapse. It seemed that Tang Xia was so happy to see Yifan at school that she couldn't help but hug his arm against her chest and sway it left and right. Everyone watched in shock and envy as Tang Xiao actively acted cute with Yifan. Sun Jiajing looked on in disbelief, covering his fingers as he stared at the scene before him. Originally planning to rush over and settle accounts with Yifan, Mao Zijun and the others had completely frozen in their tracks. By the way, since we've met so coincidentally, how about we go eat together later? Tang Xiao blinked her big eyes, focusing intently on Yifan. Her small head was tilted up in an effort to meet Yifan's gaze, making her look quite adorable. Yifan couldn't help but pinch Tang Xiao's delicate little nose, his voice filled with a different kind of affection. Sure, it's all up to you. This dialogue and interaction, reminiscent of young lovers, dealt a powerful blow to the male classmates present. What the hell, can these two even be considered to have a pure relationship? Clearly, this school beauty, Tang, had completely been taken in by Yifan. What kind of ordinary friend would act so spoiled and touch faces in public like this? The boys who had watched Yifan interact with the four school beauties had all but lost their last flicker of hope. It's gone, all gone. For school beauties, not a single one left. All of them are in Yifan's bowl now. Unlike others who were in a daze, Yifan's three roommates felt endless admiration for their buddy, mixed with envy. They couldn't help but applaud. Old three. You're really awesome. The three waved their hands in excitement at Yifan. Tang Xiao didn't understand their gesture, only finding it quite amusing. Suddenly, she recalled that when she walked over, she seemed to have heard a few people saying in a fierce tone that they were going to deal with Yifan. Tang Xiao turned her gaze to the individuals facing Yifan. At this moment, Mao Zijun and his little brothers quickly reacted, lowering their raised fists immediately. After all, they had all heard of Tang Xiao's reputation as a spoiled princess. They wouldn't dare to offend someone with such a powerful background. Hey classmates, didn't I just hear that you all had some issues with Yifan? Tang Xiao's tone contained a clear hint of anger. Mao Zijun and Sun Jiajing were feeling a bit guilty as they backed away. No, school beauty Tang, we were just joking around, we haven't done anything to Yifan. Haven't? Tang Xiao quickly caught on to the key point in their words. Haven't means you were really going to create trouble for Yifan. Tang Xiao's cheeks puffed up with anger. How dare these boys do this? What if Yifan's handsome face got accidentally hurt by them, what would she do? She would never forgive such a thing. The next second, Tang Xiao immediately started to pretend to cry loudly in front of everyone. At that moment, two black-clad bodyguards appeared out of nowhere, rushing to Tang Xiao's side. Miss. What's wrong? Who bullied you? While pretending to cry, Tang Xiao pointed at Sun Jiajing and Mao Zijun. They deliberately bumped into me while walking, as if I was blocking their way, so they wanted to take care of me. It scared me so much, woo. Tang Xiao's acting was actually quite terrible. The classmates nearby all knew she was lying, but who would dare to expose her? Moreover, seeing Tang Xiao immediately stand up for Yifan like this, every one of them couldn't express how envious they felt. Damn, why don't they get such treatment? Yifan looked at Tang Xiao's dramatic performance and couldn't help but chuckle. This girl really had a knack for saving heroes, she was addicted. But since someone was helping him handle these foolish men now, he was happy to be at ease. Otherwise, exposing his identity too early would be. Isn't that just no fun at all? How boring. In the end, campus life is just a short segment, and Yifan really wants to play the game of pretending to be a pig eating a tiger for a little longer. Otherwise, when graduation comes, his various identities will surely be too many to hide. By then, whether good or bad people, anyone who comes to him will automatically become a good person. How can he distinguish and slap the faces of those who bully others with power? After hearing Tang Xiao's crying complaint, the two bodyguards immediately turned extremely dark in expression. How dare they be disrespectful to their young lady in front of so many people? Are these kids tired of living? The two bodyguards turned their heads in unison to look at Sun Jiajing and Mao Zijun, their eyes shooting out a chilling glare. Sun Jiajing and Mao Zijun looked at the bodyguards' faces and were so scared that they kept backing away, their legs trembling uncontrollably. No, big brothers. Look at my hand, my fingers are shattered, I'm clearly the victim here. We really didn't touch Tang's school flower. Sun Jiajing hurriedly raised his hand to show how miserable he was. Hearing this, the two bodyguards did not stop at all, clenching their fists and ready to teach them a lesson. I don't care if you're hurt or not, I only listen to our young lady. What our young lady says is what it is. The two bodyguards instantly surrounded Sun Jiajing and Mao Zijun in front. Then they dragged the two of them to a hidden place, ready to give them a good beating. Before long, cries of agony began to drift over one after another. The onlooking classmates couldn't help but shiver as well. After mocking Sun Jiajing and their bad ending of failing to steal a chicken, they quickly slipped away. At this moment, Tang Xiao finally had time to express her guilt about valuing love over friendship to her best friend, Mo Chanshan. You just go ahead, it's rare to see you interested in a boy, I still have some sense. As for food, I'll just grab something to eat later. I knew you were the best, Chanshan. The two little girls cozily leaned against each other in front of Yifan and his three roommates. To be honest, this scene was truly pleasing to the eye. Yifan exchanged glances with his three roommates and was pulled away by Tang Xiao. Since it was a meal alone with Tang Xiao, Yifan's top priority was to spend money to trigger rewards. So Yifan suggested taking Tang Xiao out to eat. Yifan drove his Koenigsegg out of the school parking lot. The stunning silver-gray sports car slowly approached, and it was then that Tang Xiao truly saw the Koenigsegg that had made everyone at the dining table fall silent last time. Having been to various high-end places and seen countless rich second-generation luxury cars, Tang Xiao couldn't help but be astonished by this car. Chapter 68. The price of this supercar can't necessarily be said to be very expensive, but its appearance and the wonderful sound of the engine. All of it reflects the owner's superb taste. This is much better than those rich second-generation types who only know how to spend money without any taste. Tang Xiao looked at Yifan, who sat in the car like a noble prince. Her feelings for him grew exponentially in her heart. Before long, on the school path during the relaxed and enjoyable morning dismissal time at Imperial Capital University, a stylish gray car sped by. Although the passing classmates had all heard about the legend of the Koenigsegg rich guy on campus to some extent. But when they truly witnessed this cool existence, they couldn't help but get excited inside. The car window slowly lowered, and the classmates looking at the Koenigsegg instinctively focused on the beautiful face in the passenger seat, stunned. Sitting there was none other than Tang Xiao, the school flower from one of the 7 great families. For a moment, the campus forum of the Imperial Capital University became a hot topic due to the deeds of the wealthy brother. Yifan took Tang Xiao to a well-known independent Western restaurant on 3rd Avenue in the Imperial capital. Along the way, Tang Xiao kept sneakily watching Yifan's side profile. At this moment, she didn't even realize they had arrived at their destination. Seeing that Tang Xiao was in a daze and hadn't made a move, Yifan directly leaned over to help her unbuckle her seatbelt. The distance between the two was instantly closed. If Tang Xiao moved forward even a little, she would end up kissing Yifan's face. Tang Xiao felt her heart racing out of control. Just such a small action made her feel completely floored by Yifan. She quickly recalled the flirting tips her friends had taught her. That is, when being flirted with, never admit defeat, and make sure to flirt back. This way, she could firmly grasp the initiative. Thinking of this, Tang Xiao suddenly became impulsive. As Yifan leaned back, she directly moved in and kissed him on the cheek. This action immediately stunned both of them. Tang Xiao's heart was in a frenzy, screaming inside. Her mind was flooded with thoughts of wanting to hurry back and make herself wake up. Ah! She was supposed to be flirting with him. Why did she kiss him? This only proved that she really liked him so much. The soft touch remained on Yifan's face, and his expression showed a slight smile. So this is how rich girls pursue someone? Not to mention, she was surprisingly the one being proactive. Yifan looked at Tang Xiao, who felt embarrassed and wanted to dig a hole to hide in. Miss Tang, are you addicted to taking advantage of me? Tang Xiao wanted to cry without tears, wanting to argue but having no way to refute. Because she indeed kissed Yifan. Damn it! Beautiful faces really do lead people astray. It doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman, it's the same. This time, I'll forgive you, but don't forget, you owe me this favor, and I will take it back any time. Yifan smiled and got out of the car first. Tang Xiao was so embarrassed that it took her a while to get out of the car. However, just as she and Yifan entered the Western restaurant together, they just happened to run into a rich girl named Julie, who was always at odds with her. Oh. Isn't this our family's young lady? Are you free today to come out for a meal? Julie, linking arms with her kept man Ah Hua, saw Tang Xiao and instantly started her sarcastic remarks. The tall figure next to Tang Xiao caught her attention. Especially when she saw that Yifan's looks were far better than her Ah Hua, she viewed Tang Xiao with even more disdain. Wasn't this Tang person always putting on airs, saying she looked down on men? How come today she's with a young handsome guy? Looking at Yifan's outstanding appearance, Julie didn't categorize him as a rich second-generation guy. Because she had seen quite a few rich young masters, none looked as good as this. A few who were decent were considered lucky, this level of looks was absolutely impossible. Moreover, this man looked so young, it was even more unlikely to classify him among the wealthy elite. Therefore, Julie quickly drew a conclusion. This must be Tang's own fun, just like her. But leaving that aside, isn't it too lucky for Tang Xiao? She struck gold by finding someone this good. Julie looked at Tang Xiao and Yifan, her thoughts flowing. Tang Xiao, you used to act like a saint in front of those rich young masters, now it seems you are just like me. I wonder if those young masters are blind to actually fall for someone like you. But you know, your taste in men isn't bad, Jalili said, her gaze immediately fixed on Yefan. How about this, handsome? Whatever price Tong Xiao offers you, I'll give you double. You just come and keep me company from now on, how does that sound? Ehua, who was beside Jalili, heard her openly flirting with another man and didn't dare to say a word. Instead, he glared fiercely at Yefan. Jalili! Don't flaunt your dirty thoughts in front of me, okay? And who gave you the right to speculate about my classmate? Hearing Jalili speak disrespectfully to Yefan, Tong Xiao, who usually ignored Jalili's provocations, immediately stood up to confront her. At that moment, Yefan slowly turned to the woman who had been ranting in front of him. The strong perfume mixed with the prominent logo of her Chanel suit showcased her extravagant style. The makeup on her face was heavy, but the overall effect was still somewhat disappointing. Not to mention her barely passable looks that scored around 80 out of 100. Yefan pulled Tong Xiao closer, shaking his head with a tone of regret. The price you mentioned is too low. Upon hearing Yefan's response, Jalili seemed to have heard something incredible. Though Tong Xiao was one of the 7 great families, her reputation was just that famous. On the other hand, her family, the Xu family, was often labeled as nouveau riche. However, their actual wealth surpassed that of the Tong family, which was why she dared to challenge Tong Xiao. After all, in this world, money speaks the loudest. And I prefer beautiful women, people like you. Yefan looked at Jalili, and as he spoke halfway, he sighed heavily and shook his head. He said nothing, yet he said everything. Tong Xiao couldn't help but burst into laughter. Jalili felt completely rattled by Yefan's words, her chest heaving in anger. Ehua recognized it was time for him to stand up, immediately stepping forward, his finger pointing at Yefan as he began to curse. He put on a show, rolling up his sleeves as if ready to confront Yefan. Chapter 69. Yefan looked up at Ehua charging toward him. His face was covered in thick white foundation, and his body was so thin he had no muscles at all. He was just a weak little pretty boy. And he still dared to play the hero in front of him? Yefan frowned and raised his hand to lightly block Ehua, who was rushing at him. Ehua was instantly sent flying half a meter, crashing to the ground and unable to get up. Yefan couldn't help but think MMP. He knew this guy was weak, but he never expected him to be this weak. If he had really fought back just now, given this guy's fragility, wouldn't he have shattered into pieces? Ehua lay on the ground in pain, but decided to play the victim in front of Jalili, coughing like a green tea girl. Looking at Ehua lying on the ground, Jalili instantly became furious. In her opinion, Ehua was hurt like this because he was protecting her from Yefan. How dare you still lay hands in public? Hearing Jalili's accusation, Tong Xiao was outraged. Jalili, are you okay? Anyone with eyes can see that the boy charged at him first. You brought such a weak guy and still have the nerve to say Yefan hurt him. Jalili had of course seen the whole situation. But now she wanted to take this opportunity to show off in front of Tong Xiao. Since her handsome guy was so clueless, she had to lay the blame on both of them. I don't care whether you two fought or not, the fact is, my dear was hurt. Manager! Manager! Julie shouted loudly towards the aisle, and the suited Western restaurant manager immediately rushed out in a panic. Miss Julie! What can I do for you? This Miss Julie was a regular customer at their Western restaurant, often causing quite a scene. Today, she even started an argument with a guest before she had entered the door. The manager was feeling quite exhausted from this. But Julie was one of the few platinum members of the restaurant. So no matter how outrageous she was, the manager and the restaurant staff often had to endure it. Seeing the manager arrive, Julie's proud expression was fully displayed. She raised her chin and pointed at Yifan and Tang Xiao across from her. These two people just intentionally harmed my dear. I command you, kick them out right now. I don't want to see them ruin my mood. The manager looked troubled as he glanced at the people across from Julie. Only then did he realize one of them was actually Miss Tang from one of the prominent families. Instantly, he felt even more overwhelmed. Miss Tang? Miss Julie, is there some misunderstanding between you and Miss Tang? We can clear up any misunderstandings. The manager tried hard to be a peacemaker. After all, one was a rich upstart, and the other was a well-known lady from a historically deep-rooted family. He didn't want to offend either of them. Julie, hearing this, was furious. What misunderstanding can there be? Manager, so now you can ignore what I say, right? Julie looked at the somewhat anxious manager, who was darting his eyes between her and Tang Xiao, and understood. I see, so you're afraid of the Tang family, right? Then listen well, our family has just signed a project cooperation with Belle Real Estate. Now, our Xu family is, after all, a guest of Belle Real Estate. If I remember correctly, your Western restaurant is leased from Belle, right? Do you believe that if you provoke me, I could casually tell my dad a few words, and your place would be taken back by Bali? Ah. Please calm down, Miss Julie. The manager hadn't expected the Zhu family to actually be cooperating with Bali now. The balance in his heart seemed to have tipped over completely under this threat. Tang Xiao's face also clearly showed a hint of surprise. She had always known that the Zhu family was flamboyant and bold, thus developing rapidly. But she hadn't expected the Zhu family to partner with Bali so quickly. This was a cooperation that her Tang family had been trying various routes to negotiate but had not yet succeeded in. Tang Xiao's complexion gradually darkened. In her heart, she felt a deep sense of guilt towards Yifan. If it wasn't for her, Yifan wouldn't have been tormented by this crazy person, Julie. Even just wanting to enjoy a meal had become impossible. Tang Xiao clenched her teeth, thinking of personally apologizing to Julie. Let her lose face, she didn't want Yifan to lose face because of her. Taking a deep breath, Tang Xiao was just about to step forward. When Yifan reached out to pull her back, intertwining their fingers tightly. As if silently telling her that they were always on the same side. Tang Xiao was immediately filled with confusion and excitement from this sudden interlocking of fingers. Yifan looked at the proud Julie, his voice cold as he slowly asked. You say your family is cooperating with Boli, what's your company called? Hearing Yifan's question, Julie thought he was regretting it and was scared. She couldn't help but become even more arrogant, her chin raised so high it almost reached the sky. Now you know how remarkable my Zhu family is? Too late. Who told you to choose the wrong person? Listen carefully, we, the Zhu family, will not change our name or our surname, we are Hongda New Materials Company. Moreover, we are the top materials company in the entire imperial capital. These noble families, apart from having a false name, are far behind us in making money. Just wait, Tang Xiao, your Tang family will be pressed down by our Zhu family for a lifetime. As Zhu Lily spoke, she let out a villainous laugh. Tang Xiao was very angry, but at this moment, she felt helpless. After all, Bali real estate was indeed too huge. Faced with difficulties from such a large group's business partner, she could only stand there and take the blow. Otherwise, if her family got involved, Tang Xiao could never bear this responsibility. Standing calmly was Yifan, who, upon hearing Zhu Lily confidently mention the name, suddenly focused and took out his phone to dial a number. Although previously, due to Zhao Tianrui's restructuring within the Boli Group, Yifan would be recognized immediately wherever he went, including hotels and business locations under its banner. It was normal for the manager of this Western restaurant not to recognize him, as it wasn't directly a part of Boli. Since that was the case, Yifan didn't mind personally letting Zhu Lily see what kind of ending someone as arrogant as she is in front of him would face. The call connected, and Yifan spoke in a righteous tone, slowly giving his orders. Chapter 70. Director Zhao, right? Has our Bali recently signed a contract with a company called Hongda New Materials? Yes, Chairman Yi, why do you suddenly ask about this? This materials company even lowered their prices to the lowest in the industry just to partner with us. Originally, we didn't think much of them, but seeing their sincerity, we thought about collaborating to assess the situation. What's wrong? Does Chairman Yi have any instructions regarding this contract? On the other side, Zhao Tianrui was immediately alert and serious when he heard Yifan caring about the group's business. At the Western restaurant, Zhu Lily laughed mockingly with her friend Ehua upon hearing Yifan's phone conversation. Tang Xiao, your little boyfriend is too funny, isn't he? Does he think this is a movie set and we are just playing house? Does he think he can just mention Bali real estate? Tang Xiao, since he is with you, you should at least educate him about our upper-class social structure. Such absurd jokes shouldn't be made here. Zhu Lily and Ahua laughed until they almost fell over. Tang Xiao had heard about Yifan's capabilities during that class reunion. Seeing Yifan make this phone call, a glimmer of hope ignited in her. Since the Zhu family could collaborate with Boli, given Yifan's astonishing financial power, he might actually know people inside Boli. Watching Zhu Lily continue to mock Yifan, Tang Xiao immediately stepped forward. Zhu Lily, that's enough. If you go any further, even if I sacrifice myself, you won't have it easy. Yifan glanced at Tang Xiao, who was standing up for him, and the unrepentant Zhu Lily. He directly issued his order. Director Zhao, immediately cancel all cooperation between Boli and Hongda, the reason is that their daughter has been slandering our Boli's reputation. Those who should be held accountable must be held accountable, and by today, I want to see Hongda completely disappear from the rankings of material companies in the imperial capital. Understood, Chairman Yi. I'll take care of it right away. After Yifan hung up, the team under Zhao Tianrui immediately got busy with Yifan's directive. Zhu Lily saw Yifan hang up the phone, and the mocking expression on her face became even more exaggerated. Oh my, this is killing me with laughter. Today, I have truly opened my eyes. There is actually this kind of way to show off. Julie and Ahua were laughing heartily together. Suddenly, Julie's phone rang sharply with an urgent ringtone. Julie took out her phone and saw that the caller was her father. Strange, at this time, her father should be too busy to contact her. Confused, Julie pressed the answer button, but before she could say a sweet daddy, a furious roar exploded from the other end of the line. Julie! You unfilial daughter! Who have you offended now? Do you know that our Zhu family has finally secured the cooperation with Belle Real Estate? They have now unilaterally cancelled all cooperation with our company. And this was ordered personally by Chairman Yi of Belle Real Estate. He said it was all because you have tarnished Belle's reputation outside. Let me tell you. All your cards are frozen. If you do not resolve this matter and go apologize sincerely to Chairman Yi, begging him to take back the order, you can forget about returning to the Zhu family. After finishing his furious scolding, her father couldn't help but cough violently due to excitement. Before Julie could say another word, he hung up the phone with a bang. Julie was left dumbfounded by the scolding, her hand holding the phone slowly dropping down in shock. Their company has lost its partnership. This was ordered by Chairman Yi of Belle Real Estate personally. And that man surnamed Ji beside Tang Xiao just now. He had given exactly the same order to the person on the phone in front of them. So, this man before her eyes is truly the chairman of Belle Real Estate. Julie looked across the room with intense fear in her eyes. The few people who witnessed the entire process were also shocked beyond words. Tang Xiao covered her mouth in surprise. She knew Yifan was rich, so she had also guessed that he might really have connections at Belle. But she never expected Yifan himself was the famous chairman of Belle Real Estate. To achieve such success at his age. This man is truly extraordinary. The manager next to her was instantly covered in cold sweat. Fortunately, he did not casually get involved in the fight between the two sides just now. Otherwise, his life would have turned into mere cannon fodder. Julie was completely shaken by Yifan's true identity. She reflected on the outrageous words she had just said. Each time she recalled a line, her legs weakened further. Wanting to open her mouth to beg for Yifan's forgiveness, her teeth couldn't help but tremble in fear. Chairman Yi, what I said earlier was not sincere. I just hadn't seen Sister Tang for a long time, so I thought I would joke with her. I absolutely would not dare to offend you. Please, have mercy and forgive me this time. I really know I was wrong. Our Zhu family cannot lose the opportunity to cooperate with Belle. As Julie spoke, she began to slap her own face. Then, she knelt down before Yifan in the busy corridor. Julie knew she had completely lost her face now. But if she did not do this, her father would never unfreeze her bank cards. How could she continue to spend freely and play with handsome guys in the future? So even if it was embarrassing, Julie wanted to use this moral kidnapping to ask Yifan to take back his order. And anyway, she was a girl. Seeing her like this, Chairman Yi would at least show some pity, right? However, she underestimated the situation. In Yifan's eyes, Julie was not a precious gem worthy of love. Still a scum with a tarnished character. As long as it is trash, regardless of whether it is male or female, Yifan treats them the same. Yifan glanced at Julie kneeling on the ground with annoyance. Manager, hurry up and get rid of these two obstacles. With them here, how many customers are being stopped from coming in to spend? The manager realized that Yifan was now the biggest boss and of course had to listen to him. So he immediately called the two security guards at the door, had them lift the people up and prepared to throw them out. Julie was still reluctant to leave, hoping for mercy. At that moment, Tang Xiao suddenly spoke up, stopping the security guards who were about to throw the two out. Wait. As soon as Tang Xiao spoke, Julie, being held by the guards, seemed to see hope. She immediately turned to Tang Xiao and put on a tearful expression. Xiao, I knew you had the kindest heart. Have you forgiven me? Then hurry up and beg Chairman Yi for me. Julie's eyes were filled with hope, but her heart was mocking Tang Xiao for being such a foolish pretender. Once she managed to escape this time, she would make sure to deal with that cheap person. Tang Xiao walked in front of Julie, looking up at her hopeful eyes. With a loud slap, Tang Xiao gave Julie a solid slap on the face. You foul whore. What are you doing? Julie was stunned by the slap and instinctively cursed back at Tang Xiao. After speaking, she quickly tried to retract her words, looking embarrassed. Is this your true self now? This slap is on behalf of Yifan. He, being a gentleman, doesn't hit women, so I will do it for him. After finishing her words, Tang Xiao gave Julie 2 more slaps before letting the security throw both of them out. After the farce was resolved, the manager immediately brought out the highest standard to treat Yifan and the others. The two finally managed to sit down at a table with an incredible view and began to enjoy their lunch. While Tang Xiao ate the delicious food, her mind was completely not on the meal. Instead, she was staring at Yifan with a face full of admiration. Yifan, as the chairman of Belle Real Estate, still shocked her incredibly. Yifan, I really didn't expect that the Bali real estate our Tang family had been wanting to cooperate with is actually yours. If my parents knew that I was having dinner with the biggest shareholder of Bali Group, they would definitely be super envious of me. At that moment, without any interruption from others, Tang Xiao revealed a naive and innocent expression. Yifan couldn't help but chuckle. This girl, in just a couple of sentences, had completely spilled her family's business plans. If these words came from another woman's mouth, then Yifan might have suspected that this woman was deliberately bringing up the topic to facilitate cooperation. But for simple-minded Tang Xiao, she was just genuinely clueless. Exactly as Yifan had envisioned. Now Tang Xiao's mind was filled with thoughts of how to show off to her parents when she returned. They couldn't even meet the group director, and here she was, casually sitting at the same table for a meal. As she thought of this, a small smug smile appeared on her face. Yifan smiled and directly said, "If your Tang family wants to cooperate with Bali, then I can just call and let them know." Tang Xiao was just about to put a tender piece of steak in her mouth. When she heard Yifan say this, her round eyes widened in surprise. "Really? Of course." Yifan leisurely took a sip of white wine, his tone completely relaxed. Tang Xiao admired Yifan even more, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Yifan directly took out his phone and dialed the same number as before. The collaboration with the Tang family was settled in just a few moments. They even specifically mentioned that if the Tang family asked, they should say it was the credit of their young miss. Done. Yifan closed his phone, and Tang Xiao looked at the situation, still somewhat in shock. This was settled just like that. With so many elites in her own company, brainstorming day and night for various plans that could catch Bo Li's eye. Yet, none could compare to Yifan's phone call that took less than a minute. For the first time, Tang Xiao experienced the power and influence of status outside her own tier. At this moment, Yifan in her eyes was no longer just the man she had fallen for at first sight. He was a truly successful man, excellent in every way. Thinking of this, she immediately tossed aside all the relationship tips her friends had taught her before. A man so powerful, even the entire Tang family could not compare to him. What right did she have to think about how to hold him? Of course, she could only admire him wholeheartedly. Once she realized this, Tang Xiao no longer cared about flirting or any of that. She looked at Yifan with adoring starry eyes like a little girl completely in awe. At that moment, Tang Xiao's phone rang. It was her father's call. As soon as Tang Xiao picked up the phone, her father's excited voice came booming through. "Yao Yao. Dad just received a collaboration invitation from Bali. They specifically said that the opportunity for our Tang group to collaborate with Bali is all thanks to you. Quickly tell Dad how you managed that. I really didn't expect it. Your mom and I have always kept you away from the company's affairs because we wanted you to live happily, finding a capable son-in-law in the future to help manage the company. But I never imagined you could help the Tang family solve such a difficult problem all at once. It turns out my daughter has inherited my business talent. Dad is proud of you." Once her father finished showering her with praises, Tang Xiao finally had the chance to speak. "Dad, actually, it's not just my achievement. Bali is willing to cooperate with our Tang family also because I had a benefactor helping me." As Tang Xiao answered her father's question, her eyes filled with emotions couldn't stop glancing at Yifan. Helping her family's career, Tang Xiao was naturally very pleased. However, she also knew very well. Without Yifan, being low in status and word, she would never have been able to catch Bo Li's eye. She also couldn't have received such praise from her father. "Thank you." After chatting with her father for a few more minutes and hanging up the phone, Tang Xiao sincerely thanked Yifan. Yifan waved his hand, still showing that it was a trivial matter. After finishing their meal and preparing to leave, the manager insisted on not charging Yifan for this meal. Before leaving, he even stuffed Yifan with several bottles of good wine with some age. He naturally knew that with Yifan's status, he wouldn't care about these bottles of wine. But the sentiment of compensation must be there. Fortunately, Yifan was not an unreasonable person. Otherwise, if what happened earlier fell into the hands of some petty-minded people, who knows how they would have dealt with their Western restaurant. So, Yifan also couldn't trigger Tang Xiao's first critical strike through the meal they shared this time. However, that was fine. After all, that meal costed most a few tens of thousands. The critical strike that came out might not even be worth looking at. Thinking about it, Yifan decided he needed to make a big deal. The two were now seated in the car. As Tang Xiao began to fasten her seatbelt, she suddenly heard Yifan lean close and whisper in her ear. "Do you remember that favor you owe me just now?" In this moment, only two people exist in the supercar space. The distance of breathing and being together, in physical space, can still be said to be extremely close. Hearing Yifan bring up this topic beside her ear, Tang Xiao's heart immediately became tense. An indescribable atmosphere began to spread inside the supercar. What does it mean for Yifan to say this to her now? Could it be that he really wants to do something to her? Tang Xiao began to guess with a bit of anticipation. If Yifan really wants to do something, would she push him away? After all, this is only their third meeting. If she doesn't push him away, wouldn't it seem too unreserved? But somehow, she strangely didn't want to push him away. Tang Xiao knew her thoughts were extremely dangerous. But facing such an excellent man, whose looks are so to her liking, she really didn't want to miss out. Just as various thoughts played out in Tang Xiao's mind, Yifan spoke another sentence beside her ear. If you want to repay me for that favor, then come with me to see the car now. I'm willing. What? Clearly, the question and answer were completely on different frequencies, leaving both of them staring at each other. Tang Xiao immediately realized she had completely misunderstood. Her shy face quickly turned red all over her neck. Seeing Tang Xiao's reaction, Yifan had a good guess about what the little girl was just thinking. He couldn't help but tease her. Miss Tang, when you say you're willing, what do you mean? Tang Xiao wanted to hit herself again. There was no way, she could only quickly harden her resolve and say, no, I'm willing to go with you to see the car. After getting through that part, she suddenly became curious. Isn't Yifan's Koenigsegg pretty good? Is there a need to change cars? But thinking about those wealthy people she knew who liked to play with cars and watches, it wasn't too surprising if Yifan wanted another car. And maybe it was because of her double standards. For other rich young masters wanting to change cars, Tang Xiao felt they were just a bunch of wastrels who loved to waste money. But for Yifan's car-changing behavior, she felt he was just enhancing his high taste, needing to occasionally upgrade or replace his configuration. No doubt, it was completely unreasonable. Anyway, in the end, Yifan was simply the best. Yifan drove the car, completely unaware that Tang Xiao's little head was now singing his praises to the sky. He pretended to chat casually while gathering information. By the way, Miss Tang, which car brands do you usually like? Me? I think Ferrari is pretty good. Tang Xiao was clueless, answering immediately when Yifan asked her. Yifan nodded, having come up with an idea. The direction the Koenigsegg was heading towards suddenly became clear. In no time, Yifan drove the car to a Ferrari dealership near Wangfujing in the capital. Turns out you also like Ferrari? Tang Xiao looked at the Ferrari sign and turned to ask Yifan. Yifan didn't answer, directly pulling Tang Xiao into the store. At this time, there weren't many customers in the Ferrari dealership. A couple was standing in front of a Ferrari F12, and the boyfriend looked very dissatisfied. What did you say the total price of this car is? Hello, sir, according to the configuration currently presented for this car, if you make no changes, the final price is about 5.3 million. A sales lady was kindly explaining to the couple. The girlfriend couldn't help but urge, honey, I think this price isn't that expensive, why don't you just buy it? Hearing the F12's price, the boyfriend couldn't help but frown again. Don't be in a hurry, stinky sister. I know cars. Let me take another good look at whether this car is actually worth so much money. The boy finished speaking and immediately pretended to be an expert, touching this and that on the F12. The saleswoman was a bit weary, she had introduced the two customers for nearly 2 hours. But that boy, other than repeatedly asking the price, had no other actions. Feeling a bit helpless, she stepped aside and saw that Yifan and Tang Xiao, who obviously had a different aura from ordinary people, walked in side by side. Just right, there were no other salespeople around, so the salesgirl took the initiative to greet Yifan and them. Hello, sir and miss. May I ask if you need any service? Yifan scanned the cars in the store. At a glance, he saw only the more basic Ferrari models. The base models were naturally not expensive. They did not meet Yifan's spending needs for this visit. Therefore, Yifan wasted no time and said, I want the most expensive model here. I can pay in full right away. After saying that, he prepared to take out his bank card. Meanwhile, the boy named Zhao Min, who had been admiring the F12 in front, immediately turned his head with a face full of mockery upon hearing this. After seeing Yifan and his companion Tang Xiao, Zhao Min couldn't help but be surprised. Damn, such a beautiful girl. Why do these stunning beauties have such bad eyesight? Although he admitted that Yifan looked indeed like a handsome guy. But from what he just heard, Zhao Min instantly concluded that Yifan was just pretending to be cool. Sure enough, after looking back, he was even more certain. Because Yifan looked several years younger than him. Zhao Min himself took a long time to carefully consider buying a car worth over 5 million. This unknown male college student rolled in and said he wanted to pay cash for the most expensive car. Isn't that just nonsense? The most expensive Ferrari, the LaFerrari, costs at least over 20 million. He absolutely did not believe that the man in front of him, who looked so much like a pretty boy, could have such funds. Brother, pretending is fine, but aren't you being a bit too arrogant? You say you want the most expensive Ferrari? Can you afford it?
Zhao Min sneered, and upon seeing that the saleswoman helping Yifan was the one who had been answering them earlier, his expression immediately became displeased. I say, you salespeople should at least screen your customers. Someone who obviously can't afford it, you just ignore us and go to them? What are you doing? The saleswoman could only smile stiffly in response to Zhao Min's deliberate mockery. But internally, she couldn't help but think. You say people have no money, why don't you hurry up and pay for that F12? You've been here for half a day just touching without buying, and now you still have the nerve to mock other customers? Tang Xiao did not expect to encounter such idiots with low vision as soon as they arrived at a place like this. She cursed, "What did you say?" and attempted to argue with Zhao Min. Chapter 73. Yifan reached out and grabbed Tang Xiao. He looked up at the clamoring Zhao Min. For people who sees a stranger to show off and mock, there's no need to waste more words with them. Just let them shut up. Yifan cast his gaze at the Ferrari F12 behind Zhao Min and his girlfriend. Then he turned to the saleswoman and instructed her. Hello, the car in front of them, hasn't it been paid for yet? The saleswoman quickly nodded with an expression of regret at not having met him sooner. But because Zhao Min was still nearby, she could only respond ambiguously. Yes, sir, this car, these two gentlemen and miss say they are still in consideration, so? Good, then let their car and the most expensive LaFerrari I want be checked out together. After Yifan finished speaking, he immediately handed out his bank card. The saleswoman had a look of disbelief on her face. Immediately took Yifan's bank card. Okay, sir. I'll draft the contract for you right away. After saying that, the salesman rushed in with Yifan's bank card. Zhao Min saw the salesman run away happily, and his face showed even more mockery. Little brother, let me tell you, enough already. Calculating two cars together, do you know how much that is? That's a whole 28 million. If you really can pay successfully, I'll go live and eat shit on the spot. After Zhao Min finished speaking, he laughed heartily. His face was full of the expression that he was sure Yifan would embarrass himself. At this moment, the saleswoman who had just left ran back with a bright smile, holding Yifan's bank card. Sir! Your Ferrari LaFerrari and F12 have been paid in full. Please, you and the young lady, come this way, just sign the contract and complete the procedures. The saleswoman handed the bank card back to Yifan. Seeing this scene, Zhao Min and his girlfriend were completely dumbfounded. What? This guy actually bought two cars outright. You are not joking, are you? Zhao Min grabbed the saleswoman in disbelief. The saleswoman, now having such a big client as Yifan, naturally had confidence. Of course not, sir. Would I joke about this? After saying that, the saleswoman immediately wanted to welcome Yifan and Tang Xiao to the VIP room. A few customers who had just watched the whole process couldn't help but mock Zhao Min. Hey brother, weren't you saying that if this young man could buy these two cars, you'd go live and eat shit? Yeah. A man's word is a bond, show us what you got. The mocking voices echoed all around, some had already taken out their phones ready to broadcast Zhao Min live. You guys. Zhao Min was so embarrassed that he wanted to sink into the ground. Looking fearfully at Yifan, he hurriedly dragged his starry-eyed girlfriend away. Yifan snorted and walked into the signing room with Tang Xiao. In the signing room, Tang Xiao was pushed onto the signing chair by Yifan, still unaware. Her mind was filled with Yifan's powerful and few words domineering demeanor just now. Spending money made those provocative fools shut up obediently, and she was thrilled. Xiao, sign your name on these two purchase contracts. Only then did Tang Xiao come back to reality from her admiration for Yifan. She glanced at the two purchase contracts in front of her. Huh? Why does it say the owner is her name? Tang Xiao was a bit confused. Yifan, did they make a mistake? You should ask them to correct it. They didn't make a mistake, the two cars are bought for you. Why are they bought for me? Hearing Yifan's affirmative answer, Tang Xiao was stunned. This is the advantage I want to take back, just sign it obediently. Yifan's answer completely shocked Tang Xiao. No, isn't this the advantage he wants to take back? This is clearly her who has gained a huge advantage, okay? Tang Xiao's perception of Yifan was refreshed once again. This man is really different. He is not at all calculative like those rich kids who come from business families. Instead, he was generous and selfless to the extreme. Since Tang Xiao met Yifan, today was only the third time they had seen each other. He believed in her to this extent. Not only did he give her family in Belle real estate a business opportunity, but he generously gifted her two cars, saying it was him taking advantage. What kind of gentleman and graceful man is this? Although Tang Xiao has never lacked money since she was a child. But apart from her family, this was the first time someone had selflessly given so much to her. Tang Xiao felt like she was about to cry from being touched. But such an expensive gift, she really can't accept it right now. Yifan, I appreciate your good intentions, but I really can't accept these two cars. Hearing Tang Xiao's refusal, Yifan immediately put on a look that showed he wasn't going to force it.
Is that so? But I already bought them.
So, I'll just randomly call a girl and see who wants them.
I can't let them go to waste, can I? Hearing Yifan's proposal, Tang Xiao became anxious right away. Of course not.
Since Miss Tang doesn't want me to give them to another girl, then you should just obediently accept them. Yifan teased with a bad smile. Only then did Tang Xiao realize that his mention of giving them to other girls was intentional.
You bad guy. With no choice, Tang Xiao had to sign her name on the two contracts.
But these two Ferraris cost nearly 30 million combined, and she would have to find a chance to give Yifan a gift of equal value in the future. Over here, Tang Xiao started to plan what to give Yifan in the future. On the other side, Yifan's reward for Tang Xiao's spending also arrived on time.
Ding!
Detected that the host, a 93 points high beauty woman, spent 28.2 million yuan, triggering a critical hit reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100% shares of Honghua Law Firm and ownership of the commercial street in the imperial capital Wanfu.
Law firm and commercial street? That's a nice combination.
Luckily, I brought Tang Xiao to buy the car, otherwise, I might not have received such a good reward. Yifan felt quite pleased at this moment. When Tang Xiao turned around after signing the contract, she saw Yifan looking so happy. Clearly, it was Yifan who was giving her a gift, but he looked as if he was the one receiving a present.
This man, is he really too good to her? At first, Tang Xiao was purely attracted to Yifan because of his looks.
But after spending time with him a few times, she was completely captivated by his charismatic personality.
What began as simple affection started to turn into uncontrollable love.
When she finished signing the contract, Tang Xiao was still a bit dazed. To spend more time with Yifan, she chose not to drive away in one of the Ferraris but instead let the staff handle the delivery. She got in Yifan's car to return to school. Soon, Yifan drove Tang Xiao back to Imperial Capital University, dropping her off at a path near her dorm. Everyone looked at Tang Xiao getting out of the Koenigsegg, curious glances darting her way. After taking a few steps, she suddenly turned back in front of everyone. She returned to Yifan's car window, wrapping her arms around his neck and leaving a fragrant kiss on his face.
Chapter 74. Oh my! Look over there.
Tang, the schoolflower, is the one who took the initiative to kiss the owner of the Koenigsegg.
That Koenigsegg owner looks a bit familiar. Wow! He is our department's Yifan. During the senior class this morning, he was flirting with 3 other schoolflowers, and now he actually made Tang take the initiative to kiss him.
What? Are you saying all 4 schoolflowers are connected to Yifan?
Damn, this is so unfair. I really want to know what it feels like to have Tang's lips on my face. This guy has it too good.
And now Tang even dares to kiss Yifan in public. They must have already done something before.
Seeing Tang Xiao take the initiative to kiss Yifan, the male students couldn't help but grind their teeth. Feelings of envy, jealousy, and hatred mixed together, yet they couldn't take their eyes off the two.
Yifan sat in the car, feeling Tang Xiao's sudden sneak attack. His eyebrows couldn't help but raise. He looked playfully at Tang Xiao, whose face turned red after kissing him. If just now, when she kissed him in the car, it was because she suddenly lost her mind and reacted without thinking. Then now, her turning back for this move shows. It is obviously showing everyone that she likes herself.
This girl is bold and straightforward indeed.
To be honest, Yifan feels a bit secretly pleased at this moment.
Tang Xiao met Yifan's gaze.
At this moment, she suddenly felt shy in hindsight.
Leaving Yifan with a "see you next time," she ran away under the watchful eyes of the crowd.
The onlookers quickly posted the photo of Tang Xiao kissing the car owner through the car window on the campus forum. Someone commented on the forum asking who the real identity of the Koenigsegg owner is.
Some classmates who knew the inside story just sent out Yifan's name and major.
The information displayed became gibberish specifically used for blocking.
This Yifan's information can't be sent out at all.
Although we know our school has a cyberbullying prevention mechanism, we haven't seen a situation where it can't be sent out.
Is that true? Let me try too.
The result is the same. Yifan's personal information seems to be naturally blocked by the network of the Capital University, immediately screened as soon as it was sent out. So on the forum, besides the photos of the Koenigsegg and Tang Xiao, there was only a blurry shadow of the car owner. On the other hand, in the dormitory, Yukura was watching a show while scrolling through gossip. Suddenly, she saw the familiar Koenigsegg and the photo of Tang Xiao kissing Yifan on the forum.
She quickly hit the pause button on the TV show.
After zooming in on the photo to see the details, she instantly felt a surge of jealousy.
Which little brat is this? Daring to actively entangle with junior Yifan in public. Yukura became anxious, thinking that since Yifan had appeared on campus, he probably hasn't left yet, she can't miss the chance to show herself. Junior Yi-fan, I just saw a photo of a girl with you on the forum. With a pouting expression inserted. Why didn't you tell me when you came back to school? Crying. After sending the message, Yukor couldn't help but grip her phone tightly, anxiously staring at the screen for a reply. Just as Yi-fan parked the Koenigsegg in the school's underground parking lot, he picked up his phone to check Yukor's message. A sly smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he sent a voice message directly. Sister Kor, are you jealous? Seeing the reply, Yukor hurriedly clicked to open it. Yi-fan's magnetic voice came through, making her weak in the knees. Why would I dare? I'm just worried there are so many beautiful sisters outside. Before long, Junior Yi-fan will forget about me, right? After sending the voice with a flirty tone, Yukor quickly chose a crying emoji. Listening to the voice that came back, Yi-fan smiled gently. I'm in the parking lot now. If you're worried that I'll forget you, then why not come over and catch up? As soon as Yi-fan's invitation voice message arrived, Yukor knew her little trick of retreating to advance worked. She happily turned off the TV show on her tablet. Dressed in a pretty and cool little tank top and denim shorts, she hurriedly sprayed on some perfume and rushed to the school's underground parking lot. In the underground parking lot of Capital University. The sound of high heels clacking echoed as Yukor looked around eagerly for the silhouette of the Koenigsegg. Yi-fan flashed the car lights a few times as a signal. Once Yukor spotted the target, she quickly walked in small strides to the car. As she sat in the passenger seat, she was about to say something playful to pretend to be angry, but Yi-fan suddenly pulled her onto his lap. Yukor looked surprised. Junior, this is at school. On the way here, she thought Yi-fan would take her out. But seeing the situation now. Sister, are you scared? I thought you'd prefer a familiar place. On the surface, Yi-fan was still asking questions, but his hands had already begun to linger on Yukor. Yukor couldn't help but let out a soft moan, playfully throwing a little tantrum. Who is scared? Junior brother, you better not underestimate me. After saying this, Yukor immediately turned from passive to active, igniting the fire on Yi-fan. In the slightly quiet parking lot, the ambiguous warmth of the Koenigsegg spread quickly. Their interaction made quite a stir in the cars. Not knowing how long had passed, Yukor finally returned to her passenger seat. At this moment, she finally had the opportunity to say the playful words she had prepared. Junior brother, if it weren't for me taking the initiative to find you today, would you forget about me? Senior sister, you wronged me. I was just about to look for you when you sent me a message with your heart in sync. I came back to school today, thinking of taking you to see the house I mentioned last time. Upon hearing Yi-fan's words, Yukor's eyes instantly lit up. Really? Junior brother, you are too nice. After saying this, Yukor wrapped her arms around Yi-fan's neck and gave him a big kiss. You are so good to me, junior brother. I must repay you well. After Yukor had served Yi-fan for a while, the Koenigsegg slowly drove out of the underground parking lot, heading towards the nearby Jinjiang Huafu by the Imperial Capital University. Yi-fan stopped the car and pulled Yukor's slender waist as they entered the sales office of Jinjiang Huafu. A salesgirl in the lobby immediately welcomed them. Hello, sir. How may I assist you? Just call your manager out. Tell him it's Yi-fan, the owner of Building 5. Upon hearing Yi-fan, the salesgirl's eyes widened immediately. What? You are Mr. Yi-fan, the owner of Building 5? Please wait a moment, I will go and call our manager right away. After speaking, the salesgirl immediately ran to the manager's office. Other salespeople, who were busy working, now turned their gazes towards Yi-fan. Every person's expression was one of shock. This young man is the legendary owner of the entire Building 5, Mr. Yi-fan? Upon realizing this fact, their eyes sparkled with envy and admiration. However, seeing Yukor beside Yi-fan, whose figure and beauty were like that of a movie star, they instantly felt heartbroken and regretful. Yukor was momentarily surprised upon hearing Yi-fan's words. Just now, did junior brother mean to say he owned an entire building? While pondering this, she glanced around at the women's gazes. She knew she was close to the truth. She gradually felt genuinely shocked, thinking how lucky she was to stand beside Yi-fan. Unable to resist, she directly snuggled up to Yi-fan in front of everyone. At one moment, she rubbed his arm against her front, and at another, she nibbled at his ear. Yi-fan gave Yukor a little pat on her bottom where others couldn't see. Be more mischievous, and let's see how I punish you later. At this moment, Yukor was eager to assert her ownership, instead becoming even more clingy. I'm just being mischievous, junior brother Yi-fan, don't you like it? In the sales lobby, passing male pedestrians saw Yukor actively throwing herself at Yi-fan. Inside, they felt an intense envy. Damn, such a lively and proactive girl. Why don't they have one too? At this time, the manager, having been informed of the situation by the salesgirl, hurriedly rushed out of the office. Oh, hello Mr. Yi.
With your arrival, our Jin Yu Huafu has become so much more glorious. The manager quickly began to flatter Yifan. Although it sounded a bit exaggerated, seeing the manager's respectful attitude made Yifan feel very pleased inside. Yifan pinched the soft flesh at Yukor's waist, causing her to gasp and tightly press against him. He then instructed the manager about the purpose of his visit. Manager, I came today to check on the internal condition of building number 5, please lead the way. Alright. I will take you to see it right now, Mr. Yi. The manager quickly nodded repeatedly and swiftly called a few employees to join him. Some employees who still had guests had to apologize to them before handing them over to others. Then they hurried over to the manager's side, ready to serve Yifan and provide introductions. The guests left behind had no complaints at this time. After all, they had just learned from the scene that Yifan possessed information about the entire building. To know that Jinyu Huafu was a well-known luxury community in the capital. Building number 5 was indeed the best equipped one, roughly priced at 200,000 per square meter. For the whole building, it would cost at least 5.6 billion. That was simply terrifying, to be honest. For themselves, buying a single apartment would be a little over 100 million. Even among ordinary people, that was already quite impressive. And that young man bought an entire building. At this moment, all the guests thought about was how nice it would be to get close to a successful person like Yifan. There was no way they would jump out to stop the employees who were serving them from attending to Yifan, that would just be foolish. On the other side, the manager, along with about 10 employees, gave Yifan a grand welcome and treatment. They led Yifan and Yukor to building number 5. Upon reaching the entrance of the unit in building number 5, Yukor immediately noticed. The building Yifan owned not only had the best overall decoration among the 4 buildings but also had the highest number of floors. And even though no one had moved in yet, all the lights in the entire building were already on for Yifan and Yukor. The overall look was bright and luxurious, resembling a giant palace or castle, stunning to the extreme. Sir and Miss, please come inside. Next, our professional staff will give you a detailed introduction to building number 5. A staff member quickly took over from the manager to introduce Yifan and his companion. Mr. Yi, first this is the welcoming lobby of our building, with all imported marble for the walls and floor. We have chosen the world's first-class Yongda Hitachi high-speed elevators. As the staff spoke, Yifan and Yukor arrived in a duplex apartment on a higher floor. All the houses in Jinyu Huafu are finished to a first-class standard for the owners, allowing them to move in at any time. The kitchenware and appliances you see now are from German brands Bosch and Gaggenau. There were so many highlights in Jinyu Huafu that they switched through several staff members. Their mouths were dry, but they finally finished introducing everything to Yifan. Alright, I understand. Thank you for your explanation. Yifan actually didn't listen carefully, but seeing the decoration and materials in front of him was indeed quite tasteful and of high quality, he nodded in satisfaction. He turned to look at Yukor. Sister Kur, you've seen the houses. If you don't mind, you can choose among the 3 duplexes except for the top floor. Whichever one you like, I will put that one under your name. Hearing Yifan's words, Yukura was so happy and moved that she almost cried. She initially thought that if Yifan was willing to give her a standard apartment, she would already be completely satisfied. But Yifan actually said he would directly give her a duplex. You should know that the smallest duplex house is actually over 300 square meters larger than a standard room. How could brother Yifan be so good to her? So generous and kind to such an extent? Yukor felt like she was falling in love with the man in front of her. She thought about how she must find a way to show her gratitude to him with something special next time. Brother Yifan, you really are too good to me. Yukor quickly wrapped her arms around Yifan's waist and kissed him on the lips. Still holding onto him, she snuggled against him, showing that she was reluctant to let go. Chapter 76. The managers and male staff members watching felt quite envious of Yukor's bold actions. But at this moment, what they envied even more was that Yifan had directly taken out a duplex house to give to Yukor. How could a beautiful woman who know how to charm get nearly 200 million worth of property? If it weren't for their gender and looks, they would also want to approach Yifan. Several female staff members looked at Yukor, who was being so flirtatious, and felt disdainful in their hearts but couldn't help feeling extremely jealous. If only they could catch Yifan's eye, they would be willing to break their backs. Yukor chose one of the 3 duplex rooms that was neither too big nor too small, excluding the top floor. Yifan relayed her choice and his own decision. Manager, please prepare the contract for the duplex room chosen by this lady. We will sign it directly tomorrow morning. As for the other standard floors downstairs, please help me rent them out. Upon hearing this, the manager immediately nodded, making sure to remember Yifan's instructions clearly. Okay, Mr. Yi. I promise to get this done for you properly. After the manager replied, he quickly left with the staff, sensing the moment was right. Yifan and Yukor stayed in the duplex room she had chosen.
Once the door was closed, Yukor truly felt the reality of this house about to become hers. She was so excited and happy that she took out her phone and started snapping photos, thinking about how she would post it on her social media to make her friends envious. The camera accidentally captured Yifan. She couldn't help but secretly take a picture of him. In the photo, Yifan's side profile was handsome and sophisticated, making her heart race. But she also knew that Yifan's picture could not appear in her social media posts, even though Yifan had given her many things that were completely priceless to her. But regarding their relationship, Yifan had never clearly defined it. As a qualified gold digger, Yukor naturally understood these unspoken rules between adult men and women. So she quietly took a picture of just Yifan's hand. That way, posting it wouldn't be considered a breach of rules, right? Yukor happily edited the text and image and posted it, quickly receiving a wave of likes and envious comments. Her mood soared to heights because of this. Seeing Yukor so happy, Yifan smiled faintly and asked, "Do you like it here?" Yukor nodded vigorously, "Of course. I really love it." "So, do you like the house more, or do you like me more?" Yifan asked, pulling Yukor into his embrace with a sly smile. "Well, that goes without saying. Of course, my favorite is you, brother Yifan." While answering, Yukor quickly leaned in to press her cherry lips against Yifan's. The sound of their kissing echoed loudly in the empty room. Yifan responded to her with a smile and an action. But he didn't take Yukor's words too seriously. Yifan was no longer the lovesick fool who viewed love as everything. His relationships with a few campus beauties were initially just to earn rewards. The subsequent developments mostly unfolded naturally. If he were to say he had feelings, he would admit that he was willing to invest a little bit in their interactions. But to elevate it to the level of love, Yifan wasn't planning on that yet. Yukor was focused on creating more extraordinary experiences for Yifan. The connection of body, mind, and spirit made her love for Yifan rise to a new level. She knew clearly that her answer just now was sincere. If it were in the past, she would have been a pure gold digger who recognized money, not people. But since meeting Yifan, the extraordinary experiences he brought her were simply too many to count. Without him, she would never have experienced the thrill of walking into a luxury store and emptying it out by just buying everything. Without him, she wouldn't have known the happiness of just sitting on the back seat of a bicycle while cruising the campus. Without him, she wouldn't have known what it felt like to have her very own house at such a young age. However, after experiencing all of this, her obsession with these things had actually diminished quite a bit. At least in her current eyes, Yifan's importance to her had completely surpassed material things. The two interacted briefly on the leather sofa. Yukor's eyes glanced at the large bathroom not far away, and thinking of the repayment plan she had just come up with, she hurriedly pulled Yifan up. "Yifan, little junior, how about we go try the water bath system here now? I heard them mention that there's even a hot spring massage mode in there. You work so hard running around outside all the time. Let them give you a good massage, and you can just relax and enjoy today." After speaking, Yukor rubbed up against Yifan, acting as docile as a little kitten. Yifan looked at the woman's seductive gestures, his body burning with heat. He picked up Yukor and walked toward the place she had mentioned. In the large bathroom, which was as big as a living room, warm water gently flowed out from the bottom of the big bathtub. Yifan picked up a glass of red wine and sipped it. The bathroom's waterproof sound system played music that set the mood, and the high-end marble furniture reflected the two of them in the bathtub. Yukor worked hard, using various techniques to massage Yifan, while also asking about his experience. "Little junior, do you like it this way?" "Yes, but maybe a little faster would be even better." Yifan grinned, hinting, "You just know how to tease me." Yukor responded coquettishly, then immediately continued based on Yifan's feedback. Water splashed out, and Yifan, wrapped in the warm water flow, felt incredibly comfortable. It was so soothing, he felt like he was in heaven. The night passed, and the smart electric curtains slowly opened. The vibrant sunlight poured into the room, and Yifan had slept really well this time. When he woke up, he felt completely refreshed. On the other hand, Yukor beside him was so tired that the sun was already high, yet she was still sound asleep. The manager brought over the transfer contract, and only then did Yukor struggle for a while before waking up barely. Ding! Spending 2 billion yuan, triggering a 15x rebate. Congratulations on receiving a rebate of 30 billion yuan. Although it was just a rebate, the amount was still within Yifan's acceptable range. After having a quick breakfast, Yifan drove the Koenigsegg with Yukor back to the school. When they got out of the car at the same spot as when he had dropped off Tang Xiao, Yifan let Yukor out. This location was just the closest to the classroom Yukor had to go to later. The car door opened, and Yukor swung her leg out to get out. The Koenigsegg, as usual, caught the attention of many passing students. However, when they realized that the woman getting out of Yifan's car was Yukor, the onlookers were shocked once again. It was still early in the morning before the first class, and Yukor had just gotten out of a Koenigsegg. What happened? Do they need to guess? Looking at Yukor's swaying figure as she walked away after getting out of the car, the male students who were watching couldn't help but drool. Take another look at the surrounding group of female classmates who, after seeing Yukor leave, all rushed to greet Yifan and build a connection with him. They hated it. Yifan finally managed to send away those girls who kept trying to give him their contact information by his car. He picked up his phone and directly contacted Ruan Silu. Ruan School Beauty, didn't you ask me to treat you last time? I'm currently at the school entrance near the first teaching building, you can come over directly. Ruan Silu was so happy to receive the call she had been thinking about. She still remembered their agreement. Wait for me, I'll be there right away. Ruan Silu was also a senior like Yifan, so although they had different majors, they usually didn't have many classes. While hurrying, she couldn't help but secretly scold herself for being so unrestrained in front of Yifan. In order to see him often, she had actively proposed the treatment matter. And the method of treatment was so strange and private. However, at this moment, her heart was filled with more anticipation than little regrets. After all, he was the outstanding Yifan, unmatched by anyone. In no time, Ruan Silu arrived next to the Koenigsegg and got into the car she was familiar with. The onlookers, who still hadn't recovered from the earlier shock, now widened their eyes even more. Damn, is there any justice in this? One school beauty after another getting into this guy's car, he is too arrogant. The crowd hated it, but they could only watch Ruan Silu and the Koenigsegg drive further away from them. Yifan drove Ruan Silu directly to the Golden Domain Huafu, and after parking the car in the parking lot, Yifan took Ruan Silu on foot towards Building 5. This was just to take a walk and look at the community environment. When Ruan Silu asked Yifan where he was going earlier, Yifan only replied that he was going to the treatment room. She looked at the surrounding buildings as confusion filled her heart. Yifan, did you rent a house here? Ruan Silu had heard of the name Golden Domain Huafu, this was the mansion among mansions. But according to what she knew about Yifan's identity before, it wasn't strange for him to rent a house in such a mansion. Just as Yifan was about to answer, a man suddenly approached and greeted Ruan Silu. Sister Ruan. You're here too? Ji Lingchan's voice was clearly very excited. He happened to come today to sign for the house he bought, and didn't expect to run into his senior from the same club. But why was there a stranger man beside her? Ji Lingchang impatiently shot a glare at Yifan. At first glance, his unpleasantness and anger rose rapidly. Because he recognized the man beside Ruan Silu. He was the same guy who had tried to take Yukor out in his Mercedes G-Class, but she chose another guy on a bicycle instead. Damn, how is it still this guy? The last time he used a bicycle to take Yukor away was bad enough. Now he was even going after the sister who he had a crush on, he couldn't tolerate this. Sister, isn't this a coincidence? I just bought a house in Golden Domain Huafu, and it wasn't too expensive, just almost 100 million. I just signed the contract a bit ago. You wouldn't believe it, the process for these mansions is really strict, it took me half a day earlier to finish the paperwork. Seeing Ji Lingchang looking for a chance to brag, Ruan Silu showed annoyance on her face. As Ji Lingchang continued talking, he suddenly cared about Yifan. By the way, you're here today, you're not trying to rent a house here, are you? If you need it, you can just ask me directly. After all, Sister Ruan's friend is my friend. But if you really want to rent a house, this place might still be a bit too much of a financial burden for you, my classmate. After all, not everyone can have a family background as good as mine. By the end, Ji Lingchang stopped pretending. He straightforwardly implied to Ruan Silu that his conditions were much better than Yifan's by her side. Seeing Ruan Silu still unresponsive, Ji Lingchang decided to showcase his connections. By the way, the manager here just finished signing the contract with me and shouldn't be too far away. I'll call him over now, so if this classmate has any questions, she can directly consult him. Ji Lingchang thought to himself, this is like directly putting Yifan on the spot. When the manager arrives, but the man beside Ruan Silu has no money to pay rent. Wouldn't Ruan Silu see through this guy's embarrassing situation and turn to her own embrace instead? He dialed the phone, confidently casting a glance at Yifan. To his surprise, this man appeared quite calm. You'll learn what shame means soon enough. Hello, is this Manager Lin? This is Ji who just signed a contract with you. Are you free to come over? I have a big business to introduce to you. Ji Lingchang said with ill intentions. Yifan watched Ji Lingchang joyfully chatting on the phone. He couldn't help but shake his head. Seeing Yifan shake his head, Ji Lingchang thought he finally scared him. The excitement on his face was beyond words, and he hurriedly urged Manager Lin on the phone to come quickly. Ruan Silu, seeing Ji Lingchang so persistent, was visibly annoyed. Junior Ji, can you please move aside? We have things to do and can't listen to you ramble on. At this moment, Yifan sneered and spoke. Sile, since this junior wants to introduce us to the manager so badly, let's accept this kindness of his. Ji Lingchang didn't expect Yifan to be so oblivious. He truly thought he was going to introduce connections to him. Great. Now this face, he was surely going to slap it hard in a moment. Sister Yuan, your friend may not be as rich as I am, but he is still quite sensible. The manager will be here soon, it won't take long, Sister Yuan. Ji Lingchang was already extremely pleased with himself. At that moment, Manager Lin walked toward them facing Ji Lingchang. Manager Lin. We are over here. Ji Lingchang greeted Manager Lin while walking over, trying to put his arm around him to establish rapport. However, the next second, his hand reaching for Manager Lin's shoulder found nothing. Manager Lin completely ignored him and, upon seeing Yifan's face, his eyes lit up. Then he immediately approached Yifan and bowed to greet him. Hello, Mr. Yi. What a coincidence to see you again. Are you satisfied with the environment in our community? It's okay. Yifan replied calmly. Ji Lingchang was instantly dumbfounded, seeing Manager Lin bowing low to Yifan. Manager Lin, did you recognize the wrong person? I'm the one who called you here, and I'm Ji. Manager Lin noticed Ji Lingchang crazily trying to make himself known. He then remembered that it was indeed a homeowner with the surname Ji who had called him. Right, he seemed to mention a big business. Could it be referring to the Mr. Yi in front of him? But he had already bought the entire Building 5. Only then did Manager Lin shift his gaze back to Ji Lingchang. Mr. Ji, did you just say you wanted to introduce a big business to me? Are you referring to Mr. Yi owning the entire Building 5? What? What? Ji Lingchang thought he had misheard, gripping Manager Lin in disbelief. Manager Lin, you just said that the entire Building 5 belongs to this guy. Manager Lin's face immediately darkened upon hearing Ji Lingchang's way of addressing Yifan. Mr. Ji, please be careful with your words. Mr. Yi, as the owner of the entire Building 5, is naturally a distinguished guest of our entire Jinyu Huafu. Mr. Ye's dignity cannot be trampled by anyone. Hearing the respect and protection in Manager Lin's words, Ji Lingchang was completely stunned. Just now, he had bragged for a long time about buying a standard unit. But the man next to Sister Yuan had directly bought the entire Building 5. Is this something a university student can do? This is too frightening. So, this is why Sister Yukura was willing to sit behind him on his bicycle? Knowing the truth, Ji Lingchang felt an unbearable regret. Ruan Sile was also completely shocked to learn that Yifan had bought the whole building. The power of this man keeps refreshing her understanding again and again. Ruan Sile looked at Ji Lingchang, who was beside her looking hopeless and terrified, and immediately retorted. Ji Jr., you talked here for so long, yet you only bought one room. Why didn't you buy more units? Or like Yifan, buy the whole building? Is it that you don't want to? Hearing Ruan Sile's teasing question, Ji Lingchang felt utterly humiliated. I have to go deal with something. Sister, brother, goodbye. Ji Lingchang could only shrink away, quickly bowing and apologizing as he hurriedly left. The manager saw that he had no further business here, so he said goodbye to Yifan and also left. Oh my gosh, Yifan, you are so impressive. Why didn't you say it earlier? Ruan Sile looked at the tallest Building 5 in the distance. Just thinking that the whole building belongs to Yifan, she felt immense admiration. Your junior isn't very good at talking anyway, let him feel the taste of his own medicine. Ruan Sile liked Yifan even more upon hearing this. To repay hatred with hatred and grievances with grievances, that's real manhood. Those who come up to act cheap and seek a beating will just get what they deserve. Looking at it this way, Yifan was so much better than those hypocrites who preach righteousness. Yifan led Ruan Sile to Building 5. As Ruan Sile entered the welcoming hall, she was instantly dazzled by the luxurious and high-end decor. Even the aesthetics of buying a house were so to her taste. Her admiration for Yifan was about to reach the sky. Any little concern she had about the treatment had now completely vanished. Yifan, every room in this building, is it really all yours? Right now, those standard floors are still not rented out, so every room can be used. How about it? Is there a room you want to use for treatment? As the two entered the elevator, Yifan deliberately leaned down to softly ask in Ruan Sile's ear. Ruan Sile instantly turned red and shy. I would rather go see the room you usually stay in. Yifan smiled and directly pressed the button for the top floor. When they arrived at Yifan's duplex, Ruan Sile immediately dashed to the 270-degree riverview balcony. Her eyes quickly took in the entire river scenery. It's so beautiful here. The breeze feels so nice. Yifan sat on the sofa, smirking as he replied. The treatment is way more comfortable than this river breeze. Ruan Sile's little face flushed. You rascal. Where are we going to do the treatment?
Anywhere is fine, Yifan replied, then patted the spot next to him on the sofa. Come here. Ruan Sil walked over a bit nervously and sat down next to Yifan. The treatment method I told you about last time, do you remember? Ruan Sil lowered her head shyly, the originally lively voice now much quieter. I remember. Then shall we start now? Yifan asked. Ruan Sil gently nodded. Because she was shy, she chose to sit with her back to Yifan. She could clearly feel the distance between her and Yifan closing in. A broad palm slowly covered the area above her heart. With the power from his palm, Ruan Sil instantly felt her heart warming up a lot. It seemed that this method was indeed effective. But this was really so embarrassing. Just as Ruan Sil was lost in her thoughts, she felt Yifan's warm breath beside her ear. Ruan School Beauty, do you want to make the treatment more effective? Ruan Sil suddenly recalled what Yifan had said at the dinner table last time. To make the treatment more effective, there needed to be direct contact. Ruan Sil felt a rush of heat in her body, and hearing Yifan's question, she nodded almost involuntarily. After all, it was only for treatment, right? She took off her outer clothing and reminded Yifan. You absolutely must not peek, okay? Yifan nodded. He was a righteous person. But, by the way, a massage can effectively stimulate the acupoints. Yifan hinted. Ruan Sil thought that they had come this far, so of course, she would proceed in the most effective way. Fine, then you handle it yourself. Yifan maintained his righteous demeanor as he treated Ruan Sil. But this touch. Indeed, those who train regularly feel great. The power continuously flowed into Ruan Sil's heart. The warm feeling was incredibly comfortable, and she couldn't help but let out a soft moan. Yifan felt a surge of heat all over. This woman was too tempting. The treatment effects on symmetrical acupoints are all interconnected, so I'll enhance your treatment. Ruan Sil had yet to process what Yifan meant. On the symmetric position of her heart, Yifan's other hand covered it. Ruan Sil didn't doubt Yifan's words, she only felt her body grew even more comfortable, and her face felt extremely hot. Chapter 79. After 10 minutes of treatment, Ruan Sil felt inexplicably reluctant to part. She put on her clothes and turned around. Yifan, how many more treatments do I need for this problem to be cured? According to Yifan's superb medical skills, once the illness was cured, then, what excuse would she have to see him again? Ruan Sil thought, her heart unconsciously feeling a bit downcast. Yifan slowly retracted his palm power, to completely cure it. Actually, after this session, your myocardial ischemia will be about 80 to 90% better. If you take care of yourself regularly, there won't be much of a problem anymore without my treatment. But even if it's not for healing, my acupoint treatment method is a great option for daily maintenance. It's just that you need to think clearly about which purpose it is. Yifan replied calmly. Listening to Yifan's words, Ruan Sil vaguely felt she could grasp something. She couldn't help but start to reflect on her feelings for Yifan. She could now be sure that she genuinely liked Yifan. But did Yifan like her? She was a little uncertain. Unexpectedly, having always been pursued by others, now she found herself worried about whether a man liked her. Ruan Sil was deep in her thoughts when Yifan suggested they go for a walk in the Wangfu Jin commercial street. Ruan Sil thought she couldn't come up with a reason for her mood right now, so she happily agreed to go. Yifan drove the Koenigsegg, taking Ruan Sil straight to Wangfu Jin commercial street. He had just acquired this commercial street not long ago and wanted to come inspect it. As the Koenigsegg pulled into the parking lot near the commercial street, Yifan and Ruan Sil walked through the bustling street. The lively and prosperous sights of the shops made Yifan's mood greatly improve. He felt a sense of pride, as if he were an ancient emperor looking at the empire he had built with his own hands. The two of them entered a well-decorated restaurant to have a meal. Through the glass outer wall, they could see that there was just one two-person table left in the restaurant. Yifan brought Ruan Sil to the front of the reception staff. Hello, you two. The receptionist looked at Yifan, his expression filled with unspeakable impatience and disdain. There's no seat left, wait at the back. No seat? But we clearly see an empty table inside. Ruan Sil asked in confusion. The receptionist became even more impatient. No seat means no seat, why ask? If you want to eat, go wait in line at the back. Seeing the receptionist's face as if daring him to do something, Yifan furrowed his brows, about to speak up to resolve it. Another man, hugging his girlfriend, cut in line. In front of them, the man directly stuffed a large bill into the receptionist's hands. I need a table for two. The receptionist took the money and shot Yifan and Ruan Sil a disdainful look. Immediately, he smiled widely and welcomed the newly arrived man inside. Ruan Sil was displeased. What is this place? How can you accept bribes right in front of other customers? Hearing Ruan Sil's protest, the man chuckled. Beautiful lady, that's just the rule here.
If you want to blame someone, blame your man for not knowing the rules and not being capable. He can't even take out this little money to treat a girl to a meal? The man said as he deliberately showed off the large gold chain around his neck and patted the butt of the woman beside him. Then he put on a condescending act in front of Yifan. Bro, I gotta say, if you're not capable, don't chase after such a great girl. Someone like me would never let my woman suffer this kind of humiliation. The woman in the man's arms took the cue and started to act cute. I know you are the best, Appa. Your generosity can't be matched by just anyone. At this moment, the receptionist also joined in the mockery, shouting loudly at Yifan and Ruan Silu. In any case, this is the rule I stand by. If you don't have money, get out of the way, don't delay our wealthy customers from coming in to eat. Yifan let out a cold laugh. Does your boss know about the rules you made? Seeing Yifan's expression, the receptionist thought he was threatening him. His face became even bolder and fearless. Laughable, you're not going to complain to our boss, are you? The front desk matters are all handled by me. If I don't let you in, do you really think you can meet my boss? Be sensible and leave quickly, otherwise, I'll call security to kick you out. The receptionist saw that Yifan had been there for a while and hadn't taken out any money to fight for the seat. He had already mentally categorized him into the broke category, so naturally, he was willing to say all kinds of hurtful things to Yifan. Yifan was too lazy to argue with this person and directly took out his phone to dial a number. The Wangfu Jin Commercial Street Management Headquarters, right? Now let the boss of Yumantang come out to meet me in front of their store. I am right here. Hearing Yifan's conversation, the other three directly burst into laughter. The receptionist went wild. You think you can just call our boss? Look at your own status. The man and woman also chose not to leave, eager to see what kind of outcome Yifan would face. Just as the receptionist was about to call security to drive Yifan and Ruan Silu away, the boss of Yumantang hurriedly ran out from inside the shop. Seeing his boss come out, the receptionist suddenly became flustered. Boss, why did you come out? Oh right. These two young men and women arrived late, there are no seats inside. They've been entangled here and won't leave. Don't worry, I will handle this immediately. The receptionist quickly reported to the boss, casting Yifan a triumphant look. Who do you think you are, challenging my territory? Just when the receptionist was feeling proud of his clever move, the boss of Yuman Hall suddenly changed his expression and seriously interrupted him. Xiao Wang. Who allowed you to be so disrespectful? This gentleman is Mr. Yi, the big boss of our Wangfu Jin Commercial Street. How dare you speak to him like that? Have you lost your mind? After saying this, the boss of Yuman Hall hurriedly moved to Yifan's side. He respectfully greeted him and quickly instructed his staff through the intercom to prepare the top VIP room for Yifan immediately. The waiter and the couple who wanted to watch the excitement now saw this scene. Their expressions were like they had been struck by lightning. Especially the waiter, who turned pale with fear upon hearing Yifan's true identity as the boss of the commercial street. Yifan coldly scanned the shocked and somewhat fearful expressions of the three. He let out a faint hum and played the recorded audio from his phone in front of the boss of Yuman Hall. Although his status was enough for the boss of Yuman Hall to deal with the disrespectful waiter beneath him. However, everything should have evidence, shouldn't it? Yifan was not someone who bullied others by relying on his power like those people. Chapter 80. The boss of Yuman Hall listened to the words of the waiter in the recording who spoke against Yifan. His face turned red with terror and anger. Wang Ruoji. How dare you say such things to Mr. Yi? And you even had the audacity to collect benefits right outside the restaurant. Have you eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's gall? At this moment, Wang Ruoji was already completely panicked. He could only kneel before Yifan and the boss of Yuman Hall, begging for mercy. Mr. Yi. I was blind just now, please spare me. What I said earlier was all just a joke. I definitely didn't mean to make things difficult for you. Facing death, Wang Ruoji still stubbornly defended himself. However, without waiting for Yifan to speak, the boss of Yuman Hall immediately scolded Wang Ruoji. Wang Ruoji, do you think I'm deaf? In the recording, you're malicious targeting, and now you're not sincerely regretting it and still have the nerve to argue here. Even if Mr. Yi, a magnanimous man, doesn't hold it against you today, my Yuman Hall will definitely not let you, a morally corrupt person, go. After finishing, the boss of Yuman Hall immediately picked up the intercom and instructed another staff member. Immediately fire Wang Ruoji. And thoroughly investigate whether he has been maliciously collecting fees from customers to cut in line. If confirmed, contact a lawyer to handle it immediately. Wang Ruoji didn't expect that today, just doing his usual tricks would provoke Yifan and lead to such a consequence. He recalled what he had said to Yifan earlier and wished he could go back in time to slap himself. He could only quickly kneel forward, wanting to grab Yifan's pant leg to beg for forgiveness. The boss of Yuman Hall was quick to act, immediately kicking away Wang Ruoji's hand that was reaching for Yifan.
Then he had a few security guards take Wang Ruoji to the office to await his punishment. The couple who had just mocked Yifan, seeing Wang Ruoji's outcome, were now nervously swallowing their saliva. The man with the gold necklace no longer had any arrogance on his face. In his eyes, there was only fear of the big figure before him. Hearing the recording, the boss of Yuman Hall naturally knew that this couple had also offended Yifan. The boss glanced at the two and immediately said sternly, "You two customers maliciously cut in line and disregarded the rules. Our Yuman Hall does not welcome you. Please leave on your own. By the way, I would like to inform you that I have already reported this matter to all the businesses on Wangfujin. You two customers are now on the blacklist of our pedestrian street. You two take care of yourselves." At this moment, the man dared not say a word in protest. He quickly nodded and said a few words of apology, then took the woman and tried to leave. The woman who had just mocked Yifan for not being as impressive as her appa was now being pulled away, her gaze lingering on Yifan involuntarily. After finally dealing with the people who offended Yifan, the boss of Yumantang dared to approach Yifan again. "Mr. Yi, I sincerely apologize for my mismanagement, which spoilt your mood. You and Miss, please come this way, let us properly host the two of you, to make up for our mistake." Seeing the boss handle the situation promptly, Yifan nodded and led Ruan Silu into the store. After finishing a meal, Yifan paid for Ruan Sili's part. He received a reward for a top-tier racing skill. Yifan temporarily felt this skill had no immediate use, so he casually applied it to himself. After dropping Ruan Sila back at school, Yifan returned to the top floor of Jinyu Huafu. While counting his assets, Song Jiro called. "Brother Yi, about what I mentioned last time, my parents want to invite you to dinner. Is it convenient for you to meet at Jinqiu Grand Hotel tomorrow at noon?" Hearing Song Jiro's soft voice, Yifan unconsciously softened his own voice. "Sure, just set it up. Okay then, we'll see you at the school gate at 11 a.m. tomorrow." After hanging up, Yifan thought of a way to earn more rewards. Meeting a girl's parents, it would be necessary to prepare some gifts, right? The next day, around 11 a.m., Song Jiro was waiting early at the school gate. Yifan drove his Koenigsegg over and immediately saw Song Jiro wearing the new clothes he had taken her to buy last time. A white off-the-shoulder top, paired with a light blue body-hugging skirt, and she wore a pair of light brown flats. This showcased her long, straight, and slender legs to the fullest. Because of this, Song Jiro, who usually dressed in old sweatshirts and attracted no attention, suddenly became the brightest presence at the school gate. Several boys wanted to approach her for her WeChat, but Song Jiro pretended to look skyward, avoiding eye contact to brush them off. "Why is Song the school flower still so cold?" "Yeah, but she's dressed so differently today. Looks like she's waiting for someone? She's probably just going out playing with friends. I can't believe such a pure school flower would be taken away by a guy." Passing students whispered and even started betting on it. At this moment, Yifan drove closer, and Song Jiro cautiously looked up. Just in time to see Yifan in the car waving at her. Phew! Great, brother Yi finally arrived. Otherwise, if she was surrounded like this any longer, she couldn't stand it anymore. Song Jiro immediately took long strides, quickly jumping into the Koenigsegg. The classmates who were betting, looking at the now very familiar Koenigsegg, were all completely stunned. After driving for a while, Yifan stopped in front of a fruit orchard. "Brother Yi, why did you stop here?" Song Jiro didn't quite understand and saw Yifan get out of the car and start talking to the staff. "A fruit gift box worth 10,000 yuan, please pack it up for me." The staff saw such a handsome customer placing such a big order right away and was thrilled. "Of course, sir. Please wait a moment, I will ensure to arrange the best imported fruits from our store for you." Hearing that Yifan ordered 10,000 yuan worth of fruits, Song Jiro quickly got out of the car and asked, "Brother Yi, is this a gift for my parents to meet?" Yifan nodded, "Yes, I am formally meeting your parents for the first time, so I have to show proper respect." Upon hearing this, Song Jiro quickly tried to stop him. "Brother Yi, this meal is clearly our family thanking you. How can I let you spend again? If you really want to buy, just buy some oranges." Song Jiro watched as boxes of imported cherries, Thai durians, and black strawberries were loaded into the trunk of the Koenigsegg as if they were free, completely anxious and unsure of what to do. Chapter 81. Just when Song Jiro was trying to stop this, Yifan ran next door to the dry goods store to buy supplements for Song's father and mother. "Yes, this box of bird's nest, and those cordyceps over there, pack them all up for me. And these fish bladders and deer antlers, pack them together and give me a total price." The dried goods store owner was so happy he couldn't close his mouth, hurriedly packing as Yifan instructed. "Senior brother, really enough, my parents can't eat so much." Song Jiro hurried over to stop him, to prevent Yifan from emptying the entire store. "Hello, sir. The total for these is 203,000. I'll round it down to 200,000, how do you want to pay?" "Swipe the card." Yifan handed over the card.
Song Ji-ro watched helplessly as Yifan spent another 200,000. If she had known that going out to eat with his parents would cost so much in gifts, she definitely wouldn't have dared to invite him. At this point, Yifan successfully spent 210,000. Ding! Detected that the host, a high-value 95-point woman, spent 210,000, triggering a critical hit. Congratulations! The host has received a 100 million valued hotel. Wow, every time I spend money on Song's sister, I get a reward. And this luxurious hotel happens to be the restaurant that Song's father and mother agreed upon. Just right, he has heard of the name of this hotel. Usually, one cannot book it without some money, just in time to cover their bill later to avoid making Song's father spend. Yifan made up his mind and pulled the heartbroken Song Ji-ro into the car. Soon, Yifan drove Song Ji-ro to the luxurious hotel. The welcoming staff immediately recognized Yifan upon seeing him and were eager to greet him. However, at Yifan's gesture, they quickly took back the word boss they were about to say. Then, respectfully led Yifan to the private room he was headed for, and hurried to inform the manager of Yifan's arrival. Yifan carried a few bags of easily manageable supplements and entered the private room with Song Ji-ro. Song Jichang and Lin Peiqin had already been waiting inside for a long time. Seeing Yifan and Song Ji-ro appear, the couple's eyes brightened immediately. Especially Song Jichang. Although he had heard early on from his wife and daughter that the young savior who performed surgery on him was very young, he never imagined it would be such a young guy. Song Jichang quickly got up and extended his hand to greet Yifan. Mr. Yi, thank you so much for accepting our invitation. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be alive and healthy now. As Song Jichang said this, he pulled Lin Peiqin to bow to thank Yifan. Uncle, you are too polite. You are Ji-ro's father, so I naturally had no reason not to save you. Yifan hurriedly helped the two up. These are some supplements I brought for both of you, and the rest of the supplements and fruits, I'll have someone send to your home later. Oh Mr. Yi, clearly we should be thanking you, and you brought so many gifts, how can we accept this? Lin Peiqin quickly declined, and then immediately asked Yifan to take a seat. Song Jichang handed over the menu for Yifan to see what he wanted to eat. Yifan handed the menu to Song Ji-ro. Sister, you order, I'm fine with anything, this way you can also consider uncle and aunt's tastes. By the way, uncle and aunt, just call me Xiao Yi, it's more friendly. Hearing Yifan's words, Song Jichang and Lin Peiqin couldn't help but admire Yifan's thoughtfulness. In every aspect, this young man is not only outstanding. The decorum is so well in place. He really is an exceptionally good child. Song Ji-ro had to take on the heavy burden of ordering the dishes. But looking at the expensive prices on the menu, Song Ji-ro suddenly remembered that her doubts had not been cleared up with her parents. She fully supported inviting Yifan to the splendid hotel. However, at such a high-end hotel, the reservation deposit for private rooms is quite hefty. And without connections, it might not even be possible to reserve one. So how did her parents suddenly manage to get a reservation at the splendid hotel? Song Ji-ro quietly leaned over to Lin Peiqin sitting next to her and asked. Mom, how did you and Dad manage to book a private room at the splendid hotel? Speaking of this, we will need to thank the Pan family later. Lin Peiqin showed a relieved expression that Pan Kid isn't as bad as others say. He heard that our family wanted to find a nice restaurant for a gathering, and he offered to help book a private room at Splendid. He even helped pay for the reservation fee up front. Listening to this, Song Ji-ro couldn't help but frown. The Pan Kid her mother mentioned, Pan Yuetsa, had always been a notorious bully in their area. Before she left home for school, he had blocked her a few times. Could someone like him suddenly change his character out of nowhere? Song Ji-ro thought, feeling a bit uneasy. After asking about the price, she needed to transfer the reservation fee to Pan Yuetsa through her mother's phone. Before Song Ji-ro could finish, the tightly closed door to the private room was suddenly pushed open. The person coming in was none other than Pan Yuetsa, who Lin Peiqin had just mentioned. Pan Yuetsa looked at the three familiar faces in the private room, about to speak, when he noticed Yifan sitting between Song Jichang and Song Ji-ro. Ha! He originally thought this was just a gathering of the Song family. Why was there a pretty boy here? But looking at him, he seemed like a weakling, so it would be a piece of cake to kick him out. Uncle Song, Aunt Lin. Do you like the private room I booked for you? Pan Yuetsa asked with a sly grin while his gaze lingered on Song Ji-ro. Song Jichang and Lin Peiqin were puzzled to see Pan Yuetsa suddenly appear. It's great, thank you Yuetsa, but why are you here now? After Song Jichang asked, Pan Yuetsa immediately revealed a lewd smile. I came, of course, to have a meal with Sister Ji-ro. Uncle Song, Aunt Lin, you don't really think there's such a thing as a free lunch, do you? Seeing Pan Yuetsa's lewd expression lingering on Song Ji-ro, the Song couple finally understood his intentions. They initially thought that outsiders had wronged Pan Yuetsa. Who would have guessed that he truly was this way, so ill-intentioned? Song Jichang grew angry. You Pan Kid, you helped us book the private room, and we were going to pay you back. We'll transfer the money to you right now, so you can leave and stop bothering us. Lin Peiqin immediately picked up her phone to operate it.
However, Pan Yuetze forcefully pulled over a chair and sat down himself.
Uncle Song, Aunt Lin, aren't you being too distant?
I've already paid for this private room, which means this is my territory now.
Let me, as a junior, treat you to a meal.
My request isn't unreasonable, I just want Sister Giro to have a few drinks with me and then have some fun together tonight.
Pan Yuetze made it clear that he wanted to cling on here desperately. After all, he had already paid. As long as he didn't accept the money Lin Peiqin sent him, he would have an excuse to stay and control them. Moreover, the private room at the splendid hotel was not cheap at all.
It had cost him several tens of thousands. If it weren't for thinking about that lovely girl, Song Jiro, he wouldn't be willing to bleed so much.
Song Jichan was furious at Pan Yuezha's shamelessness, and just as he was about to shout angrily, he couldn't hold back a cough.
Song Jiro and Lin Peiqin hurriedly supported Song Jichang to help him catch his breath.
Yifan stood by, listening to Pan Yuezha talk for a long time.
Finally, he understood the background of the situation before him.
It seemed this kid was threatening Song Jiro and the Song family, using the reserved private room right in front of him.
Feeling Yifan's gaze, Pan Yuezha stood up with a disdainful smile and approached him.
By the way, I almost forgot about you, kid. This next private room is for me and Uncle Song to have a meal together. You, this unknown pretty boy, better get lost, got it?
As Pan Yuezha spoke, he pointed his finger at Yifan. Yifan let out a cold laugh and directly reached out, grabbing Pan Yuezha's finger and fiercely bending it down.
Ah!
A scream like that of a slaughtered pig immediately echoed through the entire private room.
Pan Yuezha quickly wrenched his finger out of Yifan's grip, staring at him in disbelief. Are you crazy? How dare you attack me? You really think I'm easy to mess with?
Yifan shot Pan Yuezha a sideways glance.
Oh? Then how exactly are you not easy to mess with? Pan Yuezha didn't expect Yifan not just to strike first but also to provoke him again. Damn it, had this kid looked down on his reputation as a local bully.
No sooner said than done, Pan Yuezha immediately swung his fist, wanting to challenge Yifan.
His years of bullying and intimidation weren't for nothing. Song's couple and Song Jiro were extremely nervous when they saw Pan Yuezha ready to fight Yifan.
Just as they wanted to persuade him to leave and find another place, they saw Yifan kick out a leg at lightning speed, sending Pan Yuezha flying 3 meters away, crashing hard against the private room door. After hitting the ground, Pan Yuezha spat out several mouthfuls of blood.
Song's couple were stunned by Yifan's unexpected display of strength. Little Yi, you. Sorry, uncle and aunt, I didn't scare you, did I?
No, your skills are really impressive.
Seeing Yifan easily incapacitate Pan Yuezha, Song Jichang and Lin Peiqin admired him even more.
Seeing the four of them standing there, completely disregarding him, Pan Yuezha was furious to the limit. In all these years, he had never suffered such a huge loss. At this moment, the manager of the Jinjiang Hotel hurried over after hearing the loud noise from the private room. He had just been instructing the kitchen to quickly send some good food and drink for their boss in this private room. In just a while, such a big commotion had occurred in the private room. He immediately rushed over without delaying for even a moment, afraid that something might disturb Yifan. As soon as the manager opened the private room door, he found a man with a strange appearance lying by the door. Seeing the manager arrive, Pan Yuezha immediately started to complain.
You're the manager here, right? Ugh.
Hurry and call security to throw this pretty boy out. This private room is reserved by me, I paid for it, and I won't allow him to be here.
Pan Yuezha viciously pointed at Yifan, thinking that now, let's see what this pretty boy can do to interfere with his business.
Pan Yuezha extended his hand, hoping the manager would help him up. However, after hearing his words, the manager took a few steps back, looking as if he was afraid of being touched by Pan Yuezha.
Sir, do you know who you just pointed at? This person is our Jinjiang Hotel's honest and fair boss. You want us to kick out the boss of our prestigious hotel? Are you hearing this? Is it even possible? What did you say? Pan Yuezha looked up at Yifan in disbelief. The Song couple and Song Jiro also wore shocked expressions. The boss of the famous Jinxiu Fandian was actually standing right in front of them, Yifan?
The manager glanced at Pan Yuezha and was too lazy to argue with him. He quickly took 2 or 3 steps to stand in front of Yifan.
Boss.
I sincerely apologize for disturbing you.
Please, you and your guests take a seat first. I will quickly provide a comfortable and normal dining environment for everyone.
After the manager finished speaking, he immediately clapped his hands, and 3 or 4 trained security guards walked in.
They seized Pan Yuezha and started to take him away. Pan Yuezha was being held by the security guards, his legs dangling helplessly in the air.
He felt indignant inside but dared not utter a word because of Yifan's identity.
After all, they were on someone else's turf, and if he really angered Yifan, who knows how brutally these security guards might beat him. Pan Yueza had previously done work for the wealthy and naturally understood their methods. When the wealthy got ruthless, it was no joke. So Pan Yueza only thought about leaving quickly, which was a good thing in this situation. Wait. As several security guards were about to take Pan Yueza away with the manager, Yifan called out to them again. The manager hurried back. Boss, do you have any further instructions? Bring him back here first. He barged into the private room and verbally attacked my uncle and aunt without even apologizing. Upon hearing this, the manager immediately ordered the security guards to bring Pan Yueza back and place him in front of the Song couple. Yifan's voice, though calm, carried power. Pan, what do you need to do? Do I have to teach you step by step? As he spoke, Yifan indicated towards the ground. Pan Yueza cautiously glanced at Yifan, then quickly knelt in front of the Song couple and Song Jiro. Uncle Song, Aunt Lin. I truly realize my mistakes. Everything I said earlier was nonsense. The money for booking this private room, consider it my respect to you both. You two are generous people, so please forgive this young one just this once. The Song couple were kind-hearted and honest people. Seeing Pan Yueza say this, they naturally did not want to trouble him anymore. By the way, and Jiro, Miss Jiro, I promise I will never appear in front of you again. If I come to disturb you again, I would be worse than a pig or a dog, and I shouldn't be allowed to be reborn. Pan Yueza was used to bullying others and was very familiar with this process of admitting mistakes. However, he was usually the one making others kneel to apologize, but now he was the one kneeling. After apologizing to the Song family, Pan Yueza moved his knees and knelt towards Yifan. His small eyes were filled with endless fear. In Chapter 83. Yifan didn't even spare him a glance and simply lifted his chin. The manager and several security guards took Pan Yueza away. The private room returned to calm, and a row of waiters quickly brought in the restaurant's signature dishes. Hey! We haven't even ordered yet, did you send the wrong dishes? Lin Peichin asked. Ma'am, these are some extra gifts from our manager for everyone. It's correct. At this moment, Lin Peichin realized this was likely due to Yifan, the hotel owner. Little Yi, we had planned to treat you in thanks. Look at this. Song Jichang stared at the table full of dishes. Clearly there was no need to order anymore. He felt a bit apologetic. Uncle Song, there's no need to be polite with me. We are all friends, there will be plenty of opportunities to eat together in the future, so missing this meal doesn't matter. When Yifan referred to them as friends, the Song couple felt grateful for Yifan's generosity, while also secretly observing Song Jiro's expression. Seeing her parents suddenly staring at her, Song Jiro recalled Yifan's words. A few blushes unexpectedly appeared on her clean, simple face. It seems that the two children must have taken a liking to each other. This brought some comfort to the two couples. After a few glasses of wine, Song Jichang also opened up. Xiao Yi, you are a great benefactor to our Song family. Everyone here is one of us, so I won't hide it from you. My daughter, we found her by a bridge when she was a child. At first, we thought raising her would at least be a good deed. But we never expected that over the years, we, as her parents, have become a burden to her. As Song Jichang spoke, his eyes began to redden. His heart was filled with pain for Song Jiro, who over the years had to balance her studies while working multiple part-time jobs. He had already heard from his wife that their daughter had feelings for this young man. Today, in front of Yifan, he brought up Song Jiro's background. He hoped that Song Jiro would no longer have worries in her heart. Otherwise, with her temperament, even if she felt wronged and suppressed her feelings, she wouldn't ignore her parents. But now that his illness was better, it was time to help his daughter pursue her own happiness. Song Jiro was surprised when her father suddenly brought up this matter while they were eating. She hurriedly spoke to stop him. Dad, why are you bringing this up for no reason? Upon suddenly learning about Song Jiro's background, Yifan was a bit surprised. But it wasn't the matter itself that surprised him. Instead, he was amazed that Song Jiro had known from an early age that she was not biologically related but still cared so much for her adoptive parents. How kind must she be to reach such a level? Some corner of Yifan's heart softened a bit more. Dinner was quickly finished, and the Song couple went home by themselves. Yifan took Song Jiro back to school. On the way, Yifan couldn't help but ask Song Jiro. Song Jr., although this is your family matter, I shouldn't pry too much. But after so many years, haven't you thought about looking for your biological parents? A moment of loneliness appeared on Song Jiro's face. My parents treat me so well, they are my real parents. As for any other blood relations, I don't want to think about that. I only care about the good I can see in front of me. This was the first time Yifan saw the socially anxious Song Jiro express her thoughts so firmly. It seemed her bond with the Song couple was genuinely deep. What a kind-hearted and loyal girl she was. Yifan couldn't help but feel a bit more pity for Song Jiro. Alright, then let's not think about it. After Yifan finished speaking, he looked at a few supercars racing in one direction. Suddenly, he thought there was a racing road nearby. Song Jr., since we're here, how about I take you to experience the thrill of speed? It's just right for you to release some unhappy emotions. Yifan glanced at Song Jiro with a mischievous smile. Song Jiro hadn't reacted yet when Yifan pressed the accelerator and began using his top racing skills. He drove alongside several speeding sports cars towards the racing road. From afar in the car, the racing road had some flags planted on both sides. At the starting point, 2 cars were preparing. It seemed they had just caught up with a race. Then they could compete and see how top-notch Yifan's racing skills truly were. On the other side, at the start of the racing road, Gu Xinghuai was shouting through his car window at another car with Shang Qingye inside. Qingye, we agreed. As long as I win first place, you will be my girlfriend. Everyone heard that clearly just now, so you better not go back on your word if you lose. At this moment, Gu Xinghuai was full of confidence. He has already secretly modified the vehicle he is currently driving. The power is dozens of times stronger than before, definitely enough for him to win this race. In another bright purple car, Shang Qingye also heard Gu Xinghuai's words. She calmly lowered her racing helmet visor to show her acceptance. The sound of the referee's air gun rang out, and both cars sped off from the starting line at the same time. Shang Qingye's start was normal, and just like before, she left Gu Xinghuai behind at the beginning. However, as she approached the first corner, Gu Xinghuai's car unexpectedly drifted past her vehicle. Shang Qingye frowned at this situation. But as Gu Xinghuai passed her car, at the moment their 2 cars were side by side. She clearly heard the engine sound that was not quite right. Shang Qingye's gaze immediately turned cold. She quickly stepped on the gas and chased after him. In front of her, Gu Xinghuai, benefiting from the modified car's powerful speed, indeed took the lead. The smug smile on his face couldn't help but rise. Qingye, now you have to obediently be my girlfriend. Shang Qingye quickly closed the gap with her excellent racing skills. However, no matter how she operated, there was always some distance between her and Gu Xinghuai's car. This only made her more certain of her judgment. Shang Qingye's expression became increasingly contemptuous. But she wouldn't give up, continuing to chase closely. At that moment, another completely different engine sound quickly entered her ears. And this sound was getting closer to her. A Koenigsegg entered the second corner alongside her at an unbelievable speed. Without slowing down, it executed a drift and quickly straightened as it entered the straightaway. In less than 2 seconds, it caught up with Gu Xinghuai, who was about to enter the third corner. It directly took his path and flew into the final straightaway first. Describing the speed of that Koenigsegg as flying is not an exaggeration at all. Because at that moment, its wheels seemed to barely touch the ground. Shang Qingye watched the Koenigsegg drift away, her heart filled with endless shock. What shocked her the most was that she recognized the driver of the Koenigsegg. Chapter 84. At the moment when Shang Qingye's car was side by side with the Koenigsegg in the second corner, she clearly saw the man's profile. It was Yifan, the one who asked her for WeChat during the last big class. Shang Qingye had not encountered many events in her life that could stir up her emotions. Being overtaken by Yifan's car today counts as one. As someone who excels at racing, she understands the performance of various sports cars very well. Logically speaking, as a 4-seater vehicle, the Koenigsegg would be very hard to surpass her lighter 2-seater supercar. Also, she clearly heard the engine sound of the Koenigsegg just now. It had not been modified in any way. Therefore, Yifan could drive the Koenigsegg at such speed and skill in cornering. It could only be that Yifan's racing skills were simply top-notch, beyond words. Shang Qingye had participated in many racing competitions of all sizes. She had met amazing people too. But none were exceptional like Yifan just now. He had completely reached the ultimate state of unity between man and machine. Gu Xinghuai, who had just been happy, turned his head to see a silver-gray car shadow fly past his car. Damn, where did this car come from? Is it racing to the afterlife at that speed? After Gu Xinghuai cursed, the Koenigsegg had already crossed the finish line and sped away. After cursing, Gu Xinghuai hurried into the final straight and rushed to the finish line. Phew! Luckily, I am still faster than Xingye's car. As Gu Xinghuai got out of the car, a few rich second-generation younger brothers immediately surrounded him. Congratulations, young Master Gu. Now you can finally hold your beautiful woman. Gu Xinghuai was also very happy, so he crossed his hands and waited for his soon-to-be girlfriend's car to cross the finish line. Shang Qingye also crossed the finish line and got out of the car, but when she saw Gu Xinghuai walking towards her, Shang Qingye couldn't even be bothered to give him a glance, directly taking off her helmet and preparing to leave. Qingye, do you remember what we agreed on just now? Gu Xinghuai rubbed his hands and blocked Shang Qingye's way. Shang Qingye only lifted her head to glance at him, her tone so cold it seemed to freeze. I remember, but didn't we say you have to come in first to be my boyfriend?
It's obvious that you're not in first place. Gu Xinghuai thought of that Koenigsegg that caused trouble earlier and quickly argued back.
No, Xingya, how can you count it like that? Although that Koenigsegg crossed the finish line first, we weren't racing against him. I won against you, isn't that enough? Shang Qingye couldn't help but laugh mockingly. You won against me? With that deafening engine sound, do you dare say you didn't cheat?
Gu Xinghuai's little trick was exposed, and he suddenly felt a bit guilty and stuttered.
Moreover, in my book, the first place in this race is that Koenigsegg. If someone is going to be my boyfriend, it's him, not you.
After Shang Qingye finished speaking, the image of Yifan asking for her WeChat earlier floated in her mind. She initially thought he was just rich and influential, a suitable person to befriend. Unexpectedly, he could actually win against her in a race and his skills were impeccable.
As someone who admired strength, Shang Qingye had to admit that Yifan indeed piqued her interest. Gu Xinghuai was scolded head-on by Shang Qingye. In the watchful eyes of the rich second-generation younger brothers, it couldn't get any more embarrassing. Damn it!
All of this is because of that damn Koenigsegg.
Don't let me catch him.
Otherwise, I'll make sure to teach him a lesson next time. On the other side, Yifan rushed down the racing road, driving the car back to Capital University. Song Jiro sat in the passenger seat, completely stunned.
How can someone drive so fast?
Her little heart was almost scared out of rhythm. By the time Yifan parked the car steadily on the school road, Song Jiro still had a shocked expression.
Yifan couldn't help but show a mischievous grin of success. Sister Son, we have arrived at school. Song Jiro quickly nodded numbly.
Seeing that, Yifan got out and came to the passenger side to help her. As Song Jiro came back to her senses and got out of the car. However, the moment her foot touched the ground, she couldn't help but feel weak. She seemed to lose her balance and was about to fall. Yifan was quick to support her, and Song Jiro just happened to fall into his arms. Before the passing classmates had time to feel envy, they then saw Yifan directly pick up Song Jiro in a princess carry.
What the hell? What am I seeing? Rich guy publicly princess carrying the school beauty. Could it be that the school beauty is the main girl? Several classmates who were lucky enough to witness the Koenigsegg taking the school beauty around these days were eagerly speculating. The campus forum quickly became lively again. Damn it, I've never been this jealous. A princess carry of the school beauty. I can't even imagine how good it feels to hold the school beauty. Coward. I dare to imagine.
The onlooking classmates watched as Yifan carried Song Jiro away. All kinds of emotions, envy, jealousy, and delight spread rapidly in the posts. After walking a short distance while being carried by Yifan, Song Jiro finally came back to her senses.
Her entire face quickly turned bright red. Ah! Brother Yi, I can walk by myself, please put me down.
Song Jiro felt that she had finally managed to calm down her racing heart from the adrenaline rush. At this moment, her little heart was racing even faster because of Yifan's actions.
Besides, I'm quite heavy. Holding me like this must be tiring for you. After genetic modification, Yifan's strength was far beyond that of ordinary people. Now holding Song Jiro, it was incredibly easy for him.
Moreover, aside from her long legs taking up some space, she had no extra flesh anywhere else.
Where exactly was the weight?
Not heavy at all, just stay put. Yifan carried Song Jiro all the way to her dormitory building.
Along the way, their striking looks left passing classmates in awe. When they reached the bottom of the dormitory building, Yifan finally let Song Jiro down. However, Song Jiro stumbled and instinctively grabbed Yifan's arm. Looks like, junior sister Song, you want me to hold you a little longer?
Yifan teased with a playful smile.
No, no way. Senior, don't say that. Song Jiro quickly protested shyly.
Yet to outsiders, her protest looked more like a playful pout. Seeing Song Jiro's blushing face, not daring to look at him, Yifan felt a bit charmed. Suddenly, the arm she was holding on to pulled her right into his embrace.
Chapter 85. There was something Yifan had wanted to do for a long time. This was a very common sight under the university girls' dormitory.
Seeing Song Jiro's little face turn red, Yifan suddenly wanted to see her even more flustered. As Song Jiro fell into Yifan's arms, she looked up in confusion. She saw Yifan's face slowly enlarging in front of her. Yifan's warm lips directly pressed against her soft, pink lips.
Song Jiro was stunned by Yifan's sudden move.
Her eyes widened, forgetting even to breathe. Her mind was completely blank, while her face, neck, and ears turned completely red.
Relax.
Yifan's voice suddenly whispered near her lips. At this moment, Song Jiro couldn't think at all, so she just obeyed Yifan's words. Guided by Yifan, he felt Song Jiro's clumsy response. Yifan's hands wrapped around Song Jiro's waist, gently stroking.
The feeling with Song Jiro was like pure campus romance, making his heart truly flutter. His little junior sister's charm was greater than he had imagined. And she was really naive, obediently doing whatever he said. If he didn't keep an eye on this silly girl, wouldn't she get taken away one day without knowing? Taking advantage of the moment, his lips and tongue ventured in deeper, and he clearly felt her body soften instantly. The temperature of her accessible skin suddenly became very hot. Song Jiro felt somewhat dizzy from the kiss. Her legs turned soft again, and she instinctively reached out her delicate arm to wrap around Yifan's waist. Yifan chuckled, and his kiss grew more intense. It was only when he sensed she was having trouble breathing that he let Song Jiro go. When he had carried her back earlier, the evening sky had begun to darken. Their position was also sheltered by drooping leaves. So they weren't disturbed much and were fully immersed in the moment. Now that they had separated a bit, Yifan saw a dazed expression on Song Jiro's flushed face. His heart felt as if it had been gently squeezed. This woman, in a certain sense, was indeed the most enchanting presence to him. Song Jiro's awareness gradually returned. Realizing what had just happened with Yifan, her face felt like it could explode from embarrassment. Especially when she saw Yifan's particularly prominent lips, all the memories that made her weak in the knees flooded back. We. Song Jiro wished a hole would open up for her to hide in right then. How did I end up kissing my senior? This is so embarrassing. And not only did she not refuse just now, it seemed like she but actually enjoyed it. What is happening to me all of a sudden? Seeing Song Jiro as expected, her face turned red and she was completely flustered. She turned in circles, not knowing what to do next. Yifan chuckled softly and directly pulled Song Jiro into his arms. Their height difference allowed Song Jiro's head to rest perfectly on Yifan's shoulder. If she was a bit slow to react during the kiss. But now, being held by Yifan, she clearly realized. She didn't want to reject this embrace at all, instead, she felt an inexplicable longing for it. Seeing the little girl quietly allow him to hold her, Yifan tightened his embrace. As if he wanted to merge her into his body. Song Jiro finally reached out and gently wrapped her arms around Yifan's waist. They looked like any couple in love on campus. After a long while, Yifan finally let go of Song Jiro and watched her go up the stairs. They said nothing, yet it felt like they had said everything. Song Jiro returned to her dorm with a sweet smile. A few roommates immediately surrounded her with their phones. 0. Someone posted a picture on the forum of you being carried by that wealthy guy. You're not actually dating him, are you? Hearing her roommates' questions and recalling what happened with Yifan. Her face flushed again without her realizing it. 0. You're actually blushing. Looks like what everyone said is true. Jiro, how impressive. Usually, you don't even talk to boys, and yet you've landed a big fish. And I've heard that this wealthy guy is really handsome. Tell us, is he really that good looking? Like which celebrity does he resemble? Just tell us. A few roommates eagerly pressed Song Jiro for more details. Oh no, you guys are just guessing. Song Jiro shyly ran back to her little bed, while several gossiping roommates surrounded her again. Only one female roommate was quietly painting her nails. Not only did she not participate in the gossip, but she also occasionally shot jealous glances at Song Jiro. Yifan left from below Song Jiro's dormitory and, while driving his Koenigsegg back, received an invitation to attend the shareholder meeting of Capital University the next day. Wow, he almost forgot that he also had shares in Capital University. What was it again? It seems to be a 65% stake? Yifan checked the system information and confirmed it as true. Since he had nothing else to do, he decided to attend. Yifan pressed the button to confirm his attendance. Then he drove his Koenigsegg back to his penthouse in Golden Domain and enjoyed a private dinner and a personal spa. The next morning, Yifan set off from Golden Domain. He was heading to Capital University for the shareholder meeting. As the Koenigsegg was about to cross the street at the crosswalk, Yifan saw an elderly lady stuck halfway in the road, panicking as the green light turned red. A black BMW was stopped by the elderly lady, and the driver immediately honked impatiently. The driver even stuck his head out of the window and angrily yelled at the old lady. You old hag, can't you walk faster? If your legs are bad, you shouldn't go out. Do you know how much this is costing me? The old lady was already flustered, and being scolded by the BMW driver made her even more lost. Seeing the driver's aggressive demeanor, Yifan couldn't stand it anymore. He drove his car directly in front of the BMW to block it. The two cars were so close that with just a bit more, they would collide. Yifan directly opened the door, got out of the car, and approached the old lady to help her, while pointing at the BMW driver and scolding him. What are you barking about here? Can't you understand that the elderly walk slowly? Try barking one more time. Chapter 86. The BMW driver, seeing Yifan's expensive Koenigsegg, naturally dared not speak again. He had no choice but to withdraw his head awkwardly and waited obediently. After speaking, Yifan patiently helped the old lady. "Grandma's fine, now I will help you across, don't worry, getting across safely is most important." Thank you, kind young man." The old lady's eyes welled up with tears of gratitude. With Yifan's help, she finally crossed the zebra crossing, which was exceptionally long for her. After seeing that the old lady had safely crossed the road, Yifan returned to his Koenigsegg. The BMW driver accidentally made eye contact with Yifan, instantly frightened, and quickly turned his gaze away. Not far from the two cars, in a Rolls-Royce, an old man saw the entire process of Yifan standing up for justice and couldn't help but remember the face of this young man. In this day and age, there aren't many young people with such a sense of justice. And he looks like he comes from a good family, very different from those rich second-generation kids who only bully others. He's a good kid. After the old man sighed, the green light for the Rolls-Royce also turned on. It unexpectedly headed in the same direction as the Koenigsegg. After parking the car in the school's parking lot, Yifan prepared to head to the first administration building where the shareholder meeting was being held. As he exited the parking lot and passed the playground, Yifan had only taken a few steps. He was blocked by a group of young thugs led by Mao Zedong and Sun Jiajing. Upon seeing them, Yifan realized these were old acquaintances. "What's wrong? Didn't you just get taken care of by the bodyguards last time, and today you're feeling regretful?" Yifan mocked. Sun Jiajing, hearing Yifan's words, immediately became agitated. "Yifan, you who rely on women for protection, dare to act tough in front of us? If it weren't for running into the flower of the school last time, do you think you could still be safe to this day? Today, without the school flower's protection, let's see how long you can keep talking tough." The students on the playground saw something exciting happening and gathered around. They discovered it was a showdown between Mao Zedong, Sun Jiajing, and Yifan alone. "That handsome guy is in a tough spot, so many people against him, isn't that clearly bullying him? Don't you know? This guy used to charm all 4 school flowers in our year, so arrogant." "Is that so? Then he definitely needs to be taught a lesson. After all, taking away the school flowers is no different from taking away my wife." Several boys who knew the inside story watched gleefully. Who told Yifan to be so bold, daring to go against all the boys in the school? Those were 4 school flowers. None of them were left behind, how could they accept that? Some more neutral students, watching Yifan surrounded by so many people, couldn't help but start worrying for him. With so many people, even if this handsome guy is strong, he can't fight them all, can he? Sigh, it's a pity. Looking at those coming to hit him, each one is fierce, seeming like they won't rest until they kill him. This handsome guy is in big trouble. Sun Jiajing, hearing the students' comments, laughed wildly at Yifan. "Let me tell you, Yifan, I received inside information that at this time, the school higher-ups will be focused on the shareholder meeting. This is the perfect time for us to deal with you. You are here, and you can only shout for help without anyone responding." Sun Jiajing and the others laughed like mindless villains. Yifan's serious face was filled with confusion as he asked, "Aren't you afraid that I'm going to the shareholder meeting?" As soon as Yifan said this, Sun Jiajing and the others laughed even louder. "You? Participate in a shareholder meeting? We are here to duel you, not to listen to your jokes. Alright, stop wasting time with your nonsense. Anyway, you're going to get a beating today, no matter what." After saying that, Sun Jiajing immediately walked in front of his little brothers. Last time, Yifan had ruined his fingers, and even after resting, some bones hadn't healed properly. He had never been hit by anyone in his entire life. Getting beaten by someone he looked down upon, like Yifan, made his heart burn with hatred. So this time, he had already discussed with a few brothers. First, have a few little brothers hold Yifan down, and then he would break his 5 fingers. Xiaowu, Xiaoxi, DFA, you 3 go first and hold him down tightly. Yes. Big brother. The 3 little brothers called immediately charged towards Yifan with fierce looks. The watching classmates, afraid of getting caught in the crossfire, quickly stepped aside to give space for Sun Jiajing and his group. Yifan looked at the 3 boys of different heights and builds coming towards him. He couldn't help but shake his head. Why bother? To be the scapegoat for this idiot. The 3 suddenly exchanged glances, then rushed to grab Yifan's arms and legs to control him. However, in Yifan's eyes, their actions were as slow as snails. With a quick step back, Yifan powered up his right fist. As his body turned, he knocked Xiaohu and Xiaoxi, who tried to grab his arms, away with a punch each. Then he executed a sweeping kick that sent DFA crashing to the ground. The entire process took less than 3 seconds, and the 3 of them were left struggling to get up. The surrounding classmates all wore expressions of shock. What just happened? Why didn't they see anything? The 3 boys who were supposed to attack were all blown away. Now they were all on the ground, looking like they were either dead or seriously injured. Sun Jiajing and Mao Zijuan looked at the scene, their eyes filled with a moment of hesitation and fear. This Yifan seemed indeed much stronger than when they used to bully him. But then they thought of how many people they had brought this time. As long as they all attacked together, it would definitely be fine. Sun Jiajing and Mao Zijuan exchanged glances and stopped thinking about breaking Yifan's fingers. With a loud shout, brothers, charge together. Both of them, along with nearly 10 little brothers behind them, immediately rushed towards Yifan. It's over, this handsome guy is really going to be finished. This is just too disgraceful. Over 10 people are ganging up on one person, there's no way that handsome guy can win. Oh no, we should quickly stand back so we don't get caught in the crossfire. The watching classmates were lamenting for the isolated Yifan and took a few steps back. Yifan watched the crowd charging towards him, especially Mao Zijuan and Sun Jiajing at the front. With a crooked smile, he got an idea. Chapter 87. Fighting one by one is too laborious. So I'll use you two as tools. Yifan sneered, grabbing Mao Zijuan and Sun Jiajing, who were the first to rush forward, one in each hand. The two tried to break free but found Yifan's strength terrifying. No matter how they struggled, they couldn't budge an inch. Yifan! You! The two still wanted to threaten him with words. But before they could finish talking, Mao Zijuan and Sun Jiajing suddenly felt their feet leave the ground. The watching classmates looked on in fear. Because Yifan had already lifted Mao Zijuan and Sun Jiajing by their hands. What the heck? Who is this strongman? However, just when everyone thought that Yifan had two hands controlling Sun Jiajing and Mao Zijuan, there was no other way to resist the upcoming attacks from the other little brothers. In the next second, Yifan directly swung the two people he was holding in his left and right hands. Like a baseball bat, he knocked down each little brother who rushed up next. With each hit, the bodies of Mao Zijuan and Sun Jiajing felt the force. Their organs ached with each blow. Yifan wasn't even tired yet, but the two of them were already in so much pain that they begged for mercy. Ha! Is it time to stop? You guys really lack physical strength. Besides, with so many little brothers coming at me, I have to spread the love, right? That's only fair. So Yifan continued to swing the two men left and right, until he knocked down all 10 little brothers that the two had brought alone. At this moment, Yifan finally threw the two of them into the nearby empty space. Mao Zijuan and Sun Jiajing, already on the verge of vomiting blood from the impact, felt their internal injuries worsen even more from the collision. The onlooking classmates, at this moment, were all slack-jawed and wide-eyed. No one had any extra expressions left. Using people as baseball bats, one person easily knocked down more than 10 people on the other side without a struggle. What terrifying existence is this? Yifan just happened to glance around, and the watching classmates instantly took a few steps back together. If the previous retreat was because they were afraid of getting hurt in a group fight, now they stepped back because they were truly overly afraid of Yifan's power. Yifan stood in place and brushed off the dust on his body. Sun Jiajing didn't expect that even with so many people he brought, he still couldn't handle Yifan. He was both scared and couldn't swallow this anger. He immediately gave a signal to a little brother who was mingling in the crowd and hadn't participated in the fight. The little brother received the signal and quickly left the scene to inform the head teacher. Yifan looked at the people lying on the ground in disarray, his expression became serious. Sun Jiajing, if you keep looking for trouble with me in our dormitory in the future, I promise you'll experience a similar ending to today, 1,000 times over. And as the big brother, apart from letting these little brothers get beaten up alongside you, what have you given them? Aren't you all old enough to know better than to bully your classmates? The surrounding students, listening to Yifan's words, felt a bit inspired by his righteousness. They felt a sense of shame for merely wanting to watch the drama just moments ago. I think this handsome guy is right, classmates should get along harmoniously, why make it so life and death? Yeah, and it's really unfair for more than 10 people to gang up on this handsome guy in a duel. If it were another student, wouldn't they already be half dead? Some students started to reflect, thinking that in similar situations in the future, it would be better to inform a teacher or mediate. At least don't be a cold and indifferent bystander. Sun Jiajing, hearing the condemnation from those around him, had a very ugly expression. Afraid that Yifan would beat him again, he didn't dare to raise his head. But his mind was still filled with the thought that when his head teacher uncle arrived, he would definitely take Yifan down. Yifan saw that the time was about right, too lazy to give these people any more glances, and prepared to leave. At that time, their grade's head teacher, Jinjiang, ran over breathlessly with a boy. He blocked Yifan's path. Yifan! This student told me that you were fighting on the playground, is that true? As Jinjiang spoke, he looked at the more than 10 people lying on the ground. Especially when he saw Sun Jiajing. His face changed dramatically. Director Zhan. You're just in time, come and be the judge. Look at what Yifan has done to us. Sun Jiajing hurriedly played the victim. Jianjin, seeing Sun Jiajing looking as if he couldn't even stand, immediately points at Yifan and shouts in anger. You, Yifan! How dare you act so wildly in broad daylight, in school? Look at what you've done to your classmates. Do you know how serious of a mistake you've made?
The onlooking students watched as Jianjin pointed at Yifan and scolded him. They all felt that this was really unfair. Some students began to speak out about the truth they saw. Teacher, we just watched the whole process. It was this student sitting on the ground who led about 10 classmates to confront Yifan. Yifan only fought back to protect himself.
Yeah, teacher. I can testify too.
Several classmates immediately stepped up to speak for Yifan.
Teacher, I even recorded a video. In the video, it's clearly shown that this student deliberately wanted to bully Yifan. A girl showed her recorded video on her phone to Jianjin.
However, Jianjin just swatted her phone away. How do I know you all aren't in collusion helping this violent student lie to get out of trouble? Anyway, what I see here is that the classmates who came to find trouble with Yifan are now all seriously injured lying here.
Yifan absolutely must take the biggest responsibility. Now, Sun Jiajing, Mao Zijuan, and you, Yifan. Come with me to the grade office.
After Jianjin finished speaking, he ignored the other students' comments and walked towards the teaching building. Sun Jiajing glared fiercely at Yifan, then along with Mao Zijuan, the two supported each other and followed Jianjin. Yifan shrugged. Anyway, he wouldn't be the one getting punished.
Let's see what this director will finally pin on him as a charge. The surrounding classmates looked at Yifan's retreating figure and couldn't help but get worried. This teacher is way too unfair.
Yeah. There's no reason to frame someone like this. I hope that handsome guy will get justice in the end. Yifan and the others followed Jianjin to the grade office. Before Jianjin could speak, Yifan received a phone call. Picking it up, he realized it was the principal's call.
Chapter 88.
Once the call connected, the principal of Emperor University, with a respectful tone, spoke.
Hello, is this Director Yifan? I am the principal, Dong Ruichang. Director Yi, the other shareholders are mostly here. When do you think you'll arrive? Dong Ruichang's tone was extremely cautious.
Though he already knew from the documents that the largest shareholder of Emperor University was a senior student, he still treated Yifan with utmost respect. No matter how young he was, or that he was technically one of his students, Dong Ruichang had to refer to himself as Little Dong in front of Yifan to show respect.
Hearing the principal's question, Yifan honestly replied. Oh, principal, I'm currently in the senior teacher's office. I can't leave right now, the director won't let me go and said I've made a big mistake and need to be punished. Dong Ruichang, upon hearing this, almost dropped his phone in shock. Director Yi, please wait for me. I'll come right over.
There must be a misunderstanding here.
Alright, you can come.
I'll wait for you. Yifan casually replied and hung up the phone. Jianjin saw Yifan's demeanor, clearly unfazed.